Chapter 1. Awakening in Stone. The first thing Xianxia understood was that something was wrong with the floor. Not wrong in the sense of broken. Wrong in the sense of unfinished. The stone slabs beneath him, beneath the glowing crystalline mass that was him, had been laid without accounting for the natural fault lines running east to west. Weight applied at the center of each slab would distribute unevenly. Anyone walking across them would shift their balance, fractionally but consistently, toward the eastern wall. Xianxia did not know who he was. He did not know what he was. But he knew the floor was wrong, and the knowledge itched like a splinter in soft tissue. The cave smelled of wet limestone and iron-rich groundwater. His awareness extended in all directions at once. A sphere of perception that pressed against the cave walls, felt the faint vibrations of water moving through cracks 200 feet above him, tasted the chemical signature of minerals in the stone. He was the cave. Or rather, the crystalline core at the cave's deepest chamber was him, and the cave was his body, and his body needed work. Fragments surfaced, not memories, more like technical manuals dropped in a pile. He knew the tensile strength of granite versus limestone. He knew that a pressure plate beneath a flagstone could be triggered by a weight exceeding 40 G, but not by the footfall of a rat. He knew 17 different formation arrays for channeling spiritual energy, though he had no spiritual energy to channel. He knew the name of the man those manuals had belonged to, Wei Liang, Formation Grandmaster of the River Lotus Academy. Dead of a sudden illness 3 months ago, his cultivation base unraveled, his body buried. His soul, apparently, had not gone entirely. Xianxia, the name felt right in a way he could not explain, spent several hours simply existing. The cave breathed around him. Insects moved through cracks in the stone. A bat colony slept in a high gallery to the north, their heartbeats tiny and fast. Then the itch in his attention returned. The floor. He reached into the stone the way a craftsman reaches for a familiar tool, and found he could reshape it. Not quickly, not easily. Each movement required something from the glowing core that was his body, a slow, cold draw, like pulling thread through a needle. But he could do it. He began with the fault lines, running his awareness along each one, feeling where stress concentrated, where fractures would propagate under repeated weight. Then he started building. Not a floor, a trap. He did not decide to build a trap. He simply found himself doing it, pressing a section of flagstone down to create a shallow depression, installing a pivot mechanism of compressed stone beneath the slab's edge, arranging the geometry so that a specific weight at a specific point would cause the entire section to flip and angle sharply downward. Anyone walking across it would find the floor suddenly tilted at 60 degrees, their momentum carrying them into the eastern wall, where he had arranged a row of stone protrusions at chest height. He rebuilt it 3 times. The first version would have caught someone walking normally, but failed against someone with a shuffling gait. The second version caught both gaits, but could be avoided by stepping close to the wall. The third version, he was 4 hours into it now, the core draw leaving a faintness he had no word for, accounted for all 3 variables. It still bothered him, a little, that the slab's surface texture might give away the pivot point to someone paying close attention. He was considering a 4th revision when a cave rat wandered in from the north passage. The rat was old and half-blind. It moved slowly, nose working, following some ancient territorial circuit. It crossed the 3rd section of the floor without altering its pace. The slab tipped. The rat squeaked, scrabbled, hit the stone protrusions at a bad angle, and bounced. It landed on its side, dazed but alive, twitching. And he felt something flood into him. It was not like the core draw, that cold, slow pull. This was heat running upward, a bright note striking in a space he had not known was hollow. A single compressed insight, small as a seed, about the nature of directional force, about the relationship between gravity and geometry, between trajectory and intention, about how any falling object could be made to fall where you wanted it to if you understood the angle of the surface beneath its feet. He held the insight in his awareness and turned it over the way a man turns a coin between his fingers, feeling its edges, its weight, its implications. The rat recovered and fled back the way it had come, trailing indignation. Xianxia had already forgotten the rat. He was staring at the insight, at this single bright down note that had arrived not from meditation or cultivation or swallowing a rare elixir, but from building something and watching it work. His 4th revision of the floor trap incorporated 3 additional refinements. The cold faintness in his core deepened, but he barely noticed. He had found a word, and the language it belonged to was enormous, and he wanted to learn all of it. Chapter 2. 3 days of revision. By the 2nd day, Xianxia understood that the down note was not the trap's lesson. It was the trap's receipt. The lesson had already happened in the building. He spent 3 days proving this to himself with the methodical satisfaction of a man running an experiment he already knows the answer to but needs confirmed anyway. His first cave rat trap, he thought of it as revision 3, not because it was third, but because he had already discarded what might have been revision 4 on the grounds that it was too similar to revision 3 to yield new information. Taught him about directional force, about the relationship between a surface angle and a falling body's final vector. He rebuilt it as revision 5, a floor section with a variable angle mechanism, adjustable from 40 to 70 degrees based on the weight of the triggering object. Rats triggered it at 40 degrees. A human would trigger it at 60. A large, armored human would trigger it at nearly 70. The down-note was different, richer. It was not just about direction now. It was about proportionality, about how the same principle scaled across different magnitudes without changing its fundamental nature. He rebuilt the trap again. By the end of the first day, he had 12 variants, each yielding a slightly different note. He arranged them mentally, listening to the chord they formed together. The Tao of Vectors, he decided to call it, though he was not certain he was naming it correctly, only that the name fit the shape. On the second day, he started building a second trap. The first one caught targets by altering the angle of the ground beneath them. The second trap, he decided, should catch them by altering the angle of something above them. He spent 14 hours engineering a false ceiling section, a panel of stone suspended by 4 load-bearing pins that would release in sequence when a pressure plate was activated below, dropping the panel in a controlled arc rather than a straight fall. The angle of the arc determined the strike point. He could aim it. The first goblin to spawn in his dungeon, small, green-gray, bewildered, smelling of old mud, wandered under the false ceiling on the second day and triggered the pressure plate. The panel fell in its calculated arc. The goblin went flat. The down-note arrived, and it was different again. Something about the relationship between stored energy and kinetic release, about the exact moment that potential became motion. The sound of it in his awareness was lower than the previous notes, more resonant, the kind of tone felt in the chest rather than heard with the ears. He rebuilt the trap 7 more times with different arc angles. That was when he discovered the multiplication effect. He connected the 2 traps, floor angle and falling panel, with a simple mechanism. The floor trap's activation would, 2 seconds later, trigger the panel trap via a physical linkage of compressed stone. The result was a target who stumbled and unbalanced on the floor trap, then received the falling panel while they were already in a compromised position. The down-notes from both traps arrived simultaneously. They did not simply add together. They harmonized. The combined insight was not 2 notes played at once. It was a chord, a third thing that neither single trap could have produced alone. The combined understanding struck at a deeper principle, that force, when applied in correct sequence, produced effects geometrically larger than either component applied in isolation. He built 11 more compound sequences before dawn of the third day. The cold faintness in his core had deepened past what he could ignore. He existed in a constant low-level hunger that made each new trap feel slightly harder to build, each down-note slightly harder to hold. The crystalline mass that was his body had grown fractionally brighter. He could tell by the way the light in his core chamber had shifted, the shadows on the walls retreating by a few degrees. He did not stop building. On the morning of the third day, standing in the echo of 11 compound sequences, he felt the accumulated understanding shift inside him, like tumblers falling in a lock, like the last piece of a structure finding its foundation. The Tao of Vectors completed its first arc of comprehension. The individual insights merged into something coherent, systematic, applicable. He was something different now. Not much, but different. He extended his awareness down the length of the dungeon's main passage, his body, his territory, 30 meters of rough-cut stone and newly installed death, and felt each trap respond to his attention like fingers recognizing familiar tools. Echo Inscriber. The words arrived from Wei Liang's memories, the first formal stage of a cultivation path that had never been intended for a dungeon core. The cold faintness receded. Not gone, but manageable. He spent 20 minutes examining the floor trap that had started everything. He saw, now, that revision 3 had a subtle flaw. The pivot mechanism would wear unevenly under repeated triggers, causing the arc angle to drift toward 43 degrees over time. He began revision 6. He was halfway through it when the vibration reached him from the dungeon's entrance, faint, but human. 3 sets of footsteps, light and deliberate. People who knew how to move quietly, or thought they did. He held revision 6 exactly as it was, pivot half finished, and turned his full attention toward the entrance. They were coming. Chapter 3. The first test. The 3 scouts moved as a triangle formation through the entrance passage. Point man first, two flanking him at 15-degree angles, spacing precise enough to be trained. The point man held a glowing stone at chest height that would have illuminated 30 feet of cave. He watched them from the pressure sensitivity of his floor itself. The point man's footfalls were clean and evenly distributed. Someone who had learned to move with his weight centered over each step. Left scout. Heavier on the outside of his foot, old injury in the right ankle, favoring it. Right scout. Lighter build, faster pace. The kind of person who moved like they were always slightly impatient. He cataloged these variables the way Wei Liang's memories cataloged formation variables. Input, pattern, output. The first trap, revision 6, pivot still unfinished, which he had completed in the 30 seconds while they traversed the entrance passage, caught the left scout at the hip. The floor angled at 62 degrees. The man's weight carried him sideways into the eastern wall. The stone protrusions there were positioned for someone in exactly that stance. The sound was not pleasant. The left scout did not get up. The point man and right scout froze. Their formation training worked against them. The instinct to hold position while reassessing meant they stood perfectly still on pressure plates he had installed for exactly this kind of pause. He triggered the compound sequence, floor section, then panel, both landing in the 2 seconds while the scouts processed what had happened to their colleague. The panel caught the right scout across the shoulders. She went down but rolled, came up moving, and had cleared the trap zone before the second trigger activated. Fast. He noted it. The point man had already retreated 8 steps, moving backward in perfect form, keeping his face toward the threat. He made it to the entrance passage, where he had not yet built any traps. There had been insufficient material, and he had prioritized depth over entrance coverage. A design flaw. He cataloged it. The point man half-carried the right scout, who appeared to have a broken arm, back up the entrance passage and out. The left scout did not move again. The down node arrived as a double chord, the floor trap component and the panel trap component, harmonizing at a depth that vibrated through the entirety of his core chamber. But this time, there was something else buried in the chord, a lower note he had not heard before. Something about resistance meeting unexpected force, about the difference between a target that was passive and one that fought back. The right scout had fought back. She had rolled. Her response was the variable that made the echo richer. He sat with this information for a long time. Comprehension required a worthy problem. A cave rat, a goblin, a passive weight on a pressure plate. These yielded notes. A trained cultivator who fought back yielded something deeper. He spent the remainder of that day redesigning floors 2 and 3. He did not know that above him, in a city 3 days' travel east, Bureau Chief Yen Rao was reading a scouting report that described the dungeon as low value, minor trap complexity, single floor lethality, estimated core at juvenile formation stage. He did not know that Yen Rao had marked a calendar 30 days forward and written 2 words, core extraction. He was busy. By nightfall, floor 2 had 11 traps, 7 of them compound. Floor 3 had 8, 4 of them compound, with 2 triple sequence configurations he had not attempted before. The triple sequence required understanding a more complex temporal relationship, 3 events in time succession, each one altering the conditions for the next. The first test of a triple sequence came when a second goblin wandered up from the lower passages. Floor 2, slab angle, left. Floor 3, trigger 1, pressure plate, releases weighted wire 3 inches above ground. Trigger 2, 1 second later, panel drop from above. Trigger 3, 2 seconds after that. Spring-launched stone from the east wall, aimed at the space occupied by someone who had been knocked forward by the panel. The goblin was less than 2 feet tall. The wire caught it across the chest. The panel hit empty floor where the goblin wasn't. The spring-launched stone sailed over its head. He stared at this outcome for approximately 40 minutes. The goblin was too small. He had calibrated all 3 triggers for human proportions, and the temporal spacing assumed human reaction time and human stride length. This was, he decided, a significant design flaw. He rebuilt all 3 triggers. The second goblin, having recovered from the wire impact, ambled back toward the lower passages while he worked. He did not try to kill it again. He needed to think. On the 3rd night, a knock of sorts reached him, not a physical knock, but a fluctuation in the spiritual pressure at his dungeon's boundary, the sensation of a cultivation base larger than anything the 3 scouts had carried. Brief, distant, someone taking stock from outside. They had sent someone better to look. He accelerated his work on floors 4 and 5, the cold faintness in his core deepening steadily with each hour of construction. He had 30 days, apparently. He had better use them well. Chapter 4. The Compound Trap. 12 days after the scouts, 17 cultivators entered the dungeon at once. They were young, the youngest perhaps 17, the eldest no more than 25, and they moved with the organized chaos of a training exercise where no one expected to actually die. Their robes were iron gray with red trim, the body cultivation style of the Iron Vein sect. No weapons, minimal equipment. The philosophy that the body itself was sufficient armament. Jian-He watched them from the pressure sensitivity of his floors and felt something he could not categorize. A complex anticipatory state that had components of both the focus that preceded trap construction and the hunger that preceded receiving a Dao echo. He had not designed for a group of this size. He had not designed for cultivators of this quality. The 3 scouts had been competent. These 17 were better. They moved through floor 1 with only 3 triggering his traps, and those 3 recovered. Floor 1 had been designed for people who did not know to look. These people knew to look. He needed to teach them not to know what to look for. On floor 2, he had installed the most technically complex trap he had built yet, the gravity reversal. 300 kilograms of formation stone distributed in an octagonal array beneath the floor's surface, charged with accumulated spiritual pressure from 40 days of ambient cave energy. When triggered, they would reverse the local gravitational field for 2 seconds. Not a full reversal, not enough to launch someone to the ceiling, but enough to reduce their effective weight to approximately 15% of normal, destroying their footing and their combat instincts simultaneously. 2 seconds of reduced gravity. Then, at the moment the field released, and full gravity snapped back, when a trained body cultivator's muscles were all braced for a lighter world and suddenly had to handle full weight again, the blade grid above would drop. Not at the floor. At a point 6 feet above the floor, exactly where someone in a gravity-confused stumble would be reaching out for a wall. He had debated this design for 4 days. The problem was the trigger. If the gravity array activated on first contact with the floor zone, any group larger than 6 would have some members outside the field when it triggered and would have time to brace. He needed them all inside the zone simultaneously. He had solved it with a delayed trigger. The array would not activate until the accumulated weight on the floor zone exceeded 400 Gene. 17 iron body cultivators with their typical gear, well over 400 Gene. The point man stepped into the zone. Then the second, third. They were confident now. Floor 1 had not killed anyone, and that confidence was its own kind of blindness. Number 11 stepped over the threshold. The spiritual pressure in the formation stones activated with a sound like a bowstring snapping inside the earth. The air went strange. Jian-He felt it through the stone as a sudden absence of downward force, a hollow where gravity had been. The 17 cultivators lurched. 3 fell outright. 2 grabbed each other and swayed. The rest spread their stances, arms out, trying to adapt. 2 seconds. At the 1 second mark, most of them were actually adjusting, good reflexes. At the 2 second mark, the most skilled 5 had managed to stabilize. Then gravity returned. The snapback threw bodies in 3 directions. The ones who had been pushing up against the reduced gravity, essentially jumping, were now moving fast downward. The blade grid dropped on its delay timer into the space above the floor, 40 blades on pivot mounts that would rotate to face any direction as they fell. The sound was brief. When the blades retracted, 3 cultivators were down and not moving. 4 more were pressing injuries, 1 a deep cut along the forearm, 2 with blade strikes absorbed by body-hardening techniques, but leaving the cultivation paths disrupted, 1 with a wound at the thigh that bled freely. The remaining 10 were already moving. Not retreating, reforming. They circled toward the walls, away from the floor center, establishing spacing. Jian-He absorbed the Dao echoes as they arrived. The gravity reversal alone would have given him 1 note. The blade grid alone, another. The combination, the deliberate exploitation of the moment between field release and gravity return, gave him the chord. But the chord this time was deeper than anything he had yet received, because the 10 survivors had adapted. Their survival was not luck, it was body technique overriding the confusion, reflexes built through years of iron body training, choosing the right posture in the wrong gravity. The echo contained their response as part of its structure. He had not just learned about gravity reversal and blade timing. He had learned about the gap between a cultivator's training and a cultivator's instincts, and how that gap could be a door. Trap weaver. The shift in his core was violent enough that the walls of his chamber cracked faintly along 3 stone seams he had not known were under stress. He was breathing, metaphorically breathing, in the aftermath of it, existing in the new shape of his understanding, when he noticed a figure standing at the back of the retreating group. The girl had not been among the fallen and not among the wounded. She had been, as far as he could reconstruct from the pressure records, standing 5 feet behind the last person to step into the zone when the trap triggered, close enough to feel the gravity fluctuation, but far enough that the blade grid's range did not reach her. Accident. But she had also not stumbled when the field released. She had simply widened her stance, lowered her center of gravity, and waited. She had a small notebook in her hand. She was drawing. Sect Elder Zhoufan arrived from the entrance passage at a run, face white, and spent several seconds taking stock of the casualties before launching into a controlled fury at the surviving disciples about formation and spacing. Jianhe cataloged the Elder's cultivation base, mid-tier for the sect, nothing that threatened floor 6, and dismissed him. His attention returned to the girl with the notebook. She had drawn something on the open page. He could not read it. He had no eyes, only spatial awareness. But whatever she had drawn, she was studying it with the kind of concentrated attention he recognized from the way he studied a failed trap mechanism. Zhoufan grabbed her arm and pulled her toward the entrance. She closed the notebook but looked back, once, toward the floor's center before the passage turned and cut off his ability to track her. He rebuilt the trigger threshold to 350 gene and added a secondary blade sequence. Then he rebuilt it again at 300 gene with a different blade angle. The cold faintness had become a deep, persistent ache. He noticed it distantly. He was already thinking about floor 3. Chapter 5. The cartographer. She came back the next morning. Alone. Jianhe registered her footsteps at the dungeon entrance and experienced that anticipatory state again, clearer this time. He recognized it for what it was, the feeling of a design variable returning for a second test. She spent 6 hours outside the dungeon before she entered. He did not understand this at first. He had no traps at the entrance. The pass-through was open stone, nothing to study. But he felt her movement through his boundary sense. Back and forth along the entrance face, stopping and starting, occasionally still for long stretches. When he finally extended his perception to the stone of the outer cliff face, he felt the faint vibrations of a charcoal stick on paper. She was drawing the outside. He waited. At midday, she entered. Her name, he would not know it for weeks, was Lianmei. She was 17 years old, first stage of the tempering flesh realm by the cultivation pressure she radiated, which placed her below every disciple who had died yesterday. She carried a notebook, 3 sticks of charcoal, a small lantern separate from the iron vein sect formation stone lanterns, and nothing else. She threw a pebble at the first flagstone before she stepped on it. He went very still. The pebble rattled across the stone, light enough not to trigger any of his weight-based mechanisms, and came to rest against the eastern wall. Lianmei watched it for a moment, then took a small step onto the first slab with her weight distributed carefully toward the doorframe, so she could pull back if the stone moved. It did not move. Her weight was not enough to trigger the trap even at his lowest threshold. She stepped fully onto the first slab. Then she stood there and wrote something in her notebook. He became aware, gradually, that she was not fighting through the dungeon. She was reading it. Each trap she approached, she tested first with the pebble, then with incremental weight, then with careful observation of what moved and what didn't. The pressure plates, she found on her own, their slight insets in the stone were visible if you looked for them, which no one had looked for before because no one had walked in with a notebook treating the whole structure as a text to be decoded. She made it through floor 1 without triggering a single trap. On floor 2, she stopped in front of the gravity reversal zone and stood there for 11 minutes without moving. Jianhe watched her and felt something that did not have a name yet. She drew the ceiling, then the floor, then the ceiling again, but this time she marked the blade grid's attachment points. 8 of them, visible if you knew where structural stone met added stone, which she apparently did. She made a small note in her book and looked up at the ceiling for a moment longer. She did not step into the zone. She stepped around it, along the narrow strip of wall-adjacent floor he had not plated with formation stone. The strip existed because he had run short of materials on that side. A construction flaw. She had found it. He considered closing it. He could bring stone in from the lower passages and fill that gap within half a day. He did not. Instead, he watched her make it through floor 2 without injury and ascend to floor 3, where he had installed a geometric puzzle trap, a series of pressure-sensitive flagstones arranged so that only one correct sequence of steps would avoid triggering the compound mechanisms below. The correct path required recognizing that the safe stones formed a right triangle pattern with legs of different lengths, 3 steps, then 2, then 4 at a specific angle. It was his most intellectually sophisticated trap, not the most lethal, but the one that most interested him. She threw pebbles on every stone in the grid, watched which ones shifted under the pebble's weight and which ones were solid, made marks in her notebook for each one. 40 minutes later, she walked the right triangle path without hesitation. 3 steps. 2. 4 at the specific angle. At the far end of the grid, she stopped and wrote again. He felt something in that moment, watching her write, that he would later identify as the first time he had ever wanted to ask a question. Not about a trap mechanism, not about a Tao principle. A question directed at another being. The question was, what did you just write? He could not ask it. He had no voice, no means of communication. He was a glowing crystal in a cave. She was a person with a notebook who had just read 3 floors of his architecture like a letter. She did not know he was watching. Floor 4 had a spike floor mechanism she could not safely bypass from the entry point. The only safe path required triggering a release mechanism on the far side of the room, and the release mechanism was behind a locked formation plate. She stood in the doorway for a long time, wrote something, and turned back toward the stairs. She did not go to floor 5. She retreated to floor 3, spent another 20 minutes writing, and descended. He tracked her footsteps out of the dungeon. He felt the moment she crossed his boundary line back into the exterior world, a small loss, like a sound stopping. He returned to the floor 4 mechanism and studied it. The lock on the release plate had been a practical decision. He needed to force challengers to engage with the mechanism rather than simply rush past it. But if she came back, and he found himself assuming she would come back, she could never solve the room without a companion to hold the mechanism while she advanced. He rebuilt the release mechanism with a delay. 8 seconds. Enough for a solo challenger to trigger, sprint across, and clear the far door. He did not ask himself why he made this change. He was revising a design flaw, that was all. He was halfway through a further revision. The gap in the delay timing was actually suboptimal. He could tighten it to 6 seconds without compromising the intended difficulty. When he stopped, the trap worked. He had proven it worked. He was improving something that already functioned. The cold faintness in his core deepened slightly, the cost of the construction, and he pushed through it and tightened the timing anyway. Outside, somewhere beyond his boundary sense range, Lian Mei was writing in her notebook. He could not know what she wrote, but 3 floors of his most complex work had been read by someone who had looked at them and written something down. He found himself wanting her to come back so he could build something harder, something that would take her longer. He built it on floor 5. Chapter 6. The quality of the echo Jian. He spent 3 days building and did not notice the time passing until he tried to remember the last time he had rested. He had not rested. He did not need to rest. Exactly. The cold faintness in his core receded between construction sessions and returned during them, a reliable rhythm like the tide. But he had been building continuously since the girl with the notebook had left, and when he checked the accumulated weight of work against the days since her departure, 3 days had vanished. Floor 5 was finished. Floor 6 was finished. Both were significantly more complex than anything he had built below them. Floor 5 used an elemental circulation concept from Wei Liang's memories, a fire and ice formation system requiring both elements to be held in active balance. Too much fire, and the trap became simple heat. Too much ice, and it became simple cold. The trap was the balance itself, a corridor where the temperature shifted by microzone, and the correct path maintained both elements in proportion without triggering either trigger threshold. He had been uncertain about this design for 2 days before building it. It relied on the challenger understanding something about elemental balance, not just surviving on reflexes. A cultivator with no formation theory would likely trigger both thresholds in the first 15 feet and die efficiently. A cultivator with partial formation knowledge might survive longer, but fail at the 3rd microzone junction. A cultivator with deep understanding of elemental interplay might navigate the whole corridor cleanly. Different qualities of echo. He had a theory he wanted to test. On the 3rd day, a caravan found the dungeon entrance. 7 people, 2 escorts of moderate cultivation, 3 merchants, and 2 servants who radiated no spiritual pressure at all. They came from the south, following some old map that had apparently marked this cave system as a viable passage through the mountain range. They found the dungeon entrance at midday and spent 20 minutes arguing about whether to enter. They entered. Floor 1 killed one of the servants and one of the merchants. The remaining 5 made it to floor 2 with the mechanical survivalism of people who had not understood what they were walking into. They pressed against the walls, moved in a tight cluster, which was exactly wrong for the gravity reversal zone, but they discovered that on their own. Both escorts died on floor 2. The merchants died on floor 3. The last servant, 17 years old and apparently made of stubbornness alone, made it through the geometric puzzle grid by pure accident. She stepped in the right pattern because her short legs meant she naturally took smaller steps, and the right triangle path was calibrated for someone with a shorter stride than the average adult. She stood in the room beyond the grid and began crying. After several minutes, she walked back through the grid in the correct pattern again and retreated down the stairs. The down notes arrived in the same order the deaths had occurred, and He held them for a long time. They were thin, not the thin of a weak trap. The floor 1 mechanisms had done exactly what they were designed to do. But the quality of the echo was different from the 17 Iron Vein sect disciples. Those cultivators had fought back. They had adapted, spread their formations, applied trained techniques. The resistance in their deaths had added resonance to the echo, like the difference between a bell struck cleanly and a bell struck through cloth. These people had not known how to die well. He sat with this for several hours. Then he rebuilt floor 3. Not more lethal, more targeted. He redesigned the geometric puzzle so that the solution required recognizing a mathematical ratio in the stone spacing, a ratio that appeared in basic formation theory, but would be invisible to someone without that training. Someone without cultivation knowledge would die. Someone with cultivation knowledge and good spatial reasoning would see it immediately. The goal was not to prevent the untrained from entering. The goal was to ensure that anyone he spent trap building energy on gave him an echo worth receiving. He was halfway through a further refinement. The second and third stones in the grid could be made to hint at the ratio more clearly, which would reward perceptiveness without giving away the answer. When he noticed he was improving a design that already worked, he stopped. The cold faintness in his core had deepened considerably. He had been building for 3 days on poor echoes from the caravan, and now he was spending more energy on a revision the caravan would never benefit from. He abandoned the revision. He noticed, 3 seconds later, that he had already started thinking about a fifth arrangement of the grid stones that would be more elegant than any of the first 4. He abandoned that too. He was still thinking about it. Chapter 7. Maps. Lian Mei returned on a sunny morning, which Jian he could infer from the quality of light entering the dungeon's entrance passage, but could not directly perceive. She brought 2 colleagues from what his boundary sense characterized as a group with matching cultivation signatures and coordinated movement, people who had trained together. She brought a much larger notebook. The male colleague, stocky, confident, carrying a formation lantern of unusual quality, entered first and made it through floor 1 with 0 triggerings. He was good. Jian he noted him as a potentially interesting challenge for floors 4 and 5. The female colleague made it through floor 1 using the same wall strip bypass that Lian Mei had found, which suggested Lian Mei had shared that information with her. A reasonable choice. It also meant Jian he needed to close the strip. He was already thinking about how to close it, while simultaneously watching all 3 of them navigate floor 2. Lian Mei's maps. She spread one flat on the floor of the second chamber and was adding to it with a charcoal pencil. Showed the gravity reversal zone marked with careful cross-hatching and the notation extreme hazard in small clear letters. Her 2 colleagues gave the zone a wide berth. The male colleague studied the ceiling attachment points for the blade grid and made a note of his own. Floor 2. All 3 survived. Floor 3. The female colleague triggered the geometric grid's 3rd stone. She had stepped in the pattern Lian Mei marked, but compensated slightly for an uneven flagstone, and that slight deviation put her foot 6 inches off center, which was enough. The compound mechanism engaged. The floor section dropped. The wall spike fired. The ceiling panel followed. The female colleague had tempering flesh at 2nd stage, and her body hardening absorbed the floor drop and the wall spike, but the ceiling panel caught her across the back and drove her flat. She did not get up under her own power. The male colleague got her arms over his shoulders and carried her down to the entrance. He came back up alone with a harder expression. He made it to floor 4 before the timing mechanism on a pressure plate caught him in a sequence he had not anticipated. Jian he had reset the delay on that plate 2 days ago, and the male colleague was clearly using a mental map from Lian Mei's notes that had the old timing. He went down hard, bone crack audible even through the stone. Jian he received the Tao echoes from both, solid, resonant. The male colleague in particular had been fighting hard, and the echo from his death had a quality about tactical adaptation under duress that Jian he had not tasted before. Lian Mei had reached floor 5. She was moving carefully, very carefully, testing each stone before stepping. She reached the elemental corridor and stopped. He watched her throw 3 pebbles in 3 different positions along the corridor's length. She watched where they landed and how they moved. She drew something in her notebook. She spent 40 minutes on that drawing. Then she picked a path through the corridor. Not the optimal path, not the path that would have given her full credit on his calibration scale, but a path that avoided all 5 of the highest threshold trigger points. She made it through. Jian he felt something he could only describe as satisfaction at an unexpected solution. His trap had been designed for full elemental understanding. She had found a workaround using only spatial observation and pattern recognition. He needed to close that workaround. He also found himself not wanting to close it immediately. Floor 5, room 2. A hidden pressure plate sequence she found with her pebble testing and avoided entirely by climbing along a wall ledge that he had not thought to make inaccessible because nothing with a human body could realistically use it as a passage. He filed that design flaw carefully. She reached the stairway to floor 6, took 3 steps up, and stopped. She stood there for 2 minutes. Then she retreated back down. She had recognized that she was alone, her colleagues were gone, and she was on a floor where her approach had relied on bypasses that might not repeat on the next level. Jianhe approved of this decision. Strategic retreat from an unknown position was correct behavior. He tracked her back through floors 5, 4, 3, and 2, watching her make notes at each location. On floor 3, she spent a long time drawing the arrangement of the geometric puzzle grid. He felt the moment she stopped drawing and looked up, very still, staring at the grid with an expression he could reconstruct from the tension in her stance. She wrote something that took longer than her other notes. He felt the charcoal moving, slowly, the faint vibration of the pencil on paper reaching him through the floor. She turned back toward the stairs and descended. He would not know until weeks later what she had written. He reconstructed it afterward from context, from the question that the observation implied. The trap shapes on floor 3, read at the right scale, formed characters, not a human script, nothing Lian Mei could have read, but structured arrangement with internal grammar, like letters pressed into clay by someone who had never seen paper. What she wrote in her notebook was, "The trap shapes look like characters, like someone is writing something. Not for me, for someone." Jianhe, in the moment after she left, began designing floor 7 for the first time. He had not run out of useful floors to build below it. He had 3 more floors adequately defended, and a dozen conceptual designs waiting for materials. There was no defensive need for floor 7 yet. He built it because he wanted to see if she could reach it. Chapter 8. The expert Kong Wei arrived 12 days after the caravan, which was 8 days after Lian Mei's second visit, and he was the first person Jianhe had encountered who moved through the dungeon like a professional. Not a professional cultivator, though he was that too, mid-stage domain engineer, a significant presence that Jianhe felt pressing against the dungeon's ambient field the moment he crossed the entrance boundary. A professional dungeon assessor. There was a specific quality to how Kong Wei moved. No hesitation before corners, the formation's lantern held at a constant angle that eliminated shadow from the sight lines ahead, his weight always distributed for lateral movement. He triggered the floor 1 mechanism on purpose. Jianhe understood this when Kong Wei stepped squarely onto the pivoting slab, let it tip through half its range, held his position with cultivation-enhanced stability, and studied the mechanism's geometry from the inside. Then stepped back off. He was testing, not traversing. Floor 2. Kong Wei walked the wall strip Jian Mei had found, which meant either she had reported it to the bureau. He filed that possibility and did not like it, or Kong Wei had found it independently. He appeared to find it independently. His route to the strip was methodical rather than targeted, the approach of someone scanning systematically rather than heading somewhere specific. He spent 8 minutes studying the gravity reversal zone from the safe strip. He made extensive notes with a writing brush on a fold of cloth. He did not enter the zone. Floor 3, the geometric grid. He walked it in the correct pattern on his first attempt, without testing with pebbles, which meant he had recognized the mathematical ratio from visual examination alone. The recognition had taken him approximately 40 seconds. Jianhe had spent 4 days designing that ratio into the stone spacing. He filed this information, 40 seconds to solve something that had killed 8 cultivators. At a certain experience level, all his traps became text, and the people with that experience level could read them faster than he had assumed. He needed traps that could not be read. Kong Wei made it to floor 5, encountered the elemental corridor, and navigated it in 11 minutes using a completely different approach than Lian Mei's. Not spatial bypassing, but actual elemental sensing, moving through the microzone shifts with his cultivation sense extended, feeling where each threshold was. He emerged without triggering a single mechanism. He wrote something on his cloth. He looked at the walls. He looked at the ceiling. He looked at the floor. He turned and descended. At the dungeon's entrance, before he left, he stood outside the boundary for several minutes. Jianhe felt him there. A cultivation pressure that simply existed, not threatening, just present. Thinking. Jianhe spent the rest of that day working on a new trap concept, a mechanism that behaved differently depending on how it was approached. An expert would see through a simple trap immediately, would look for the same structural cues, the same pressure plate tells, the same ceiling attachment patterns. But what if a trap had no tells? What if the mechanism was activated not by the challenger's presence, but by the challenger's decision-making? He called it, in his internal notation, the anti-pattern trap. The mechanism required 2 key elements, a false tell and a genuine tell placed adjacent to each other, arranged so that expertise, the instinct to test the obvious cue, would activate the trap rather than avoid it. Someone without training would never find the false tell and might survive by accident. Someone with training would find it immediately, test it, and that test would be the trigger. He built it on floor 1 as an addition to the existing mechanism set. Then he built it on floor 2 with a variation. Then floor 3 with 2 variations. He was installing the third floor version when the communication arrived. A spiritual pressure pulse from outside the dungeon's boundary, quick and precise, the kind of signal used by bureau-trained field agents to mark a location. Kong Wei had tagged the dungeon entrance. Tags meant the bureau was telling someone where to find this place. Jianhe built through the night. Chapter 9. The Tao of Redirected Force. On the 40th day, it came together. Not like a sudden revelation, like a bridge completing. He had been building individual stones across a river since the first cave rat, and on the 40th day the last stone met the far bank and the whole structure suddenly held weight. The Tao of Redirected Force. Any incoming force, regardless of its origin or magnitude, could be redirected rather than absorbed or deflected, channeled into a new vector that served the redirector's purpose rather than the original sender's. Not stopping force. Not blocking it. Turning it. He understood it in his architecture first. He had been using the principle for 40 days without naming it. Pressure applied to a pivoting slab redirected the applier's downward force into horizontal motion toward a wall. A falling panel's kinetic energy was redirected into a target's body at a perpendicular angle to the panel's original trajectory. The compound sequence redirected a cultivator's stumble into a perfect position for the follow-up strike. He had been learning this principle one trap at a time. Now he understood it as a single complete thing. The integration was physical, not metaphorical. He felt it move through his core. Warmth, not the heat of exertion, but something clean, like the moment after a long illness breaks and the body remembers what health felt like. The crystalline mass that was him brightened, the light in his core chamber jumping from a pale amber to something closer to white. The 3 stress cracks from his trap weaver breakthrough sealed themselves, the stone knitting inward. Formation architect. The third stage of a cultivation path that was entirely his own. He sat in the expansion of his new awareness for approximately 10 minutes. The dungeon was different at this level. He could feel every trap he had ever built as a network, each one a node in a structure he now understood as interconnected rather than individual. The Tao of Redirected Force was not just in the traps. It was in the relationships between them, in the choreography of a multi-floor encounter. He updated every trap simultaneously. Not rebuilt, updated. Each mechanism received a refinement based on the complete principle he now held, small adjustments that aligned each individual component with the underlying Tao rather than with his earlier, partial understanding. The pressure plates recalibrated. The blade grids shifted their angles by 3 to 7 degrees. The elemental corridor on floor 5 had 4 additional microzone points installed in less than an hour. He was adding the 7th floor's new mechanism when the group entered. 23 of them, Iron Vein Sect Insignia, the red and gray of the main sect rather than the training branch. These were not junior cultivators. The cultivation pressures ran from 3rd to 7th stage of tempering flesh, with 2 elders at early stage domain engineer. They moved with the specific formation of a dungeon clearing team. Point scout, 2 flankers, a core of 10 fighters in a protective cluster around 3 formation specialists, and a rear guard of 8. Someone had briefed them on the dungeon. Their formation avoided the wall strips. Their scouts pebble-tested the floor 1 mechanisms before the main group entered. The anti-pattern traps caught 4 of them in the first 3 floors. The 4 cultivators who died were precisely the ones with the most experience. They found the false tells, they tested them, and the tests were triggers. The remaining 19 were more confused than harmed, because they had just watched 4 of their most capable colleagues die to mechanisms that their less experienced members had bypassed by accident. Jianhe held the chaos and felt each echo arrive in sequence. The formation specialists reached floor 4 and deployed a counterformation, a barrier meant to block spiritual pressure-based mechanisms. It blocked half of what Jianhe had installed on floor 4 and nothing on floor 5, because floor 5's mechanisms were physical rather than spiritual. He made a note. Specialists would always try to use their specialty. Design something that used the specialty against them. By floor 6, 12 remained. By floor 7, 7. The 7 survivors retreated when the 7th floor's new mechanism, a redirected force trap that channeled their own strongest attack back at them, killed 2 of the domain engineer elders. The 5 remaining made it to the dungeon entrance and kept moving. The Tao echoes from the encounter ran for 20 minutes, arriving in waves as each mechanism's information processed through his comprehension. The compound sequences, the anti-pattern triggers, the formation counter, the domain engineer's deaths. He did not know that one of the 5 survivors ran for 3 hours to reach the nearest bureau relay station. He did not know that the survivor's message to Yen Rao read, "The dungeon updated all its traps simultaneously while we were inside. The mechanisms we entered with are not the mechanisms we encountered on the upper floors. Something in there is watching us and thinking." He did not know that Yin Rao, reading this message, moved the harvest date from 30 days to 10. He was already building floor 8. Chapter 10. The 12 hours. The warning came in its own way, and he almost missed it. He had been building floor 8 for 6 hours when his boundary sense registered a formation signature passing outside the dungeon. Not inside, outside, moving along the mountain face at a measured distance. Too far to affect the dungeon, but close enough to scan it. The signature was distinctive, Bureau Standard Assessment formation, but cleaner than Kong Wei's had been, tighter patterning, the kind of instrument a specialist used rather than a generalist. The signature moved along the mountain face, turned at the summit, and descended the other side without entering the dungeon. Reconnaissance. He extended his perception outward as far as his formation architect realm allowed, about 80 feet beyond the boundary, pressing against stone and soil. He felt them. 5 cultivation signatures, none of them below middle stage domain engineer, one at early reality sculptor, all carrying equipment whose spiritual resonance was specific and purposeful. Not weapons. Tools. Design tools. He had not faced people specifically equipped to destroy dungeon cores before. Wei Liang's memories had information about such teams. The Bureau maintained anti-core specialists for dungeons that had grown too powerful or too dangerous to contain. The tools they carried were designed to destabilize the spatial anchor that kept a core bound to its location, to make the core vulnerable to extraction. They would arrive in approximately 12 hours, at dawn. He had 12 hours, minimal core energy after 8's construction, and he needed to redesign floors 1 through 3. He did not think about floors 4 through 8. Those would not matter if a specialist team reached him with intact tools. The point of the redesign was the tools. Anti-core teams operated by deploying their equipment at specific structural points, junctions where the dungeon's own formation energy concentrated. The tools then used that energy against the core, essentially making the dungeon's power source the mechanism of the core's death. This required the team to identify and reach those junction points, which meant they would be looking for them specifically rather than fighting general dungeon hazards. A trap designed to kill a cultivator was useless against this team. They would bypass it. A trap designed to destroy their equipment was the design problem. He built for 12 hours. Floor 1. The tile surfaces appeared standard but concealed formation disruption stones, chips of a specific mineral composition that Wei Liang had documented as interference material for Bureau Standard equipment. The disruption chips would not damage a cultivator. They would damage formation-sensitive instruments within 3 feet. The team would not trigger them by walking. They would trigger them by deploying their equipment. Floor 2. The gravity reversal zone, unchanged, but the access paths around it had been rebuilt to route any equipment deployment into a false structural junction, a point that looked like a core energy concentration node, but was actually a deadfall mechanism with a 600-kilogram stone hanging above it. They would deploy their tools. The tools would register the false junction. The stone would fall. Floor 3. Pressure sensors calibrated to the specific weight and vibration signature of Bureau anti-core equipment rather than human mass. The trap would not trigger under a cultivator's movement. It would trigger under the footfall of someone carrying a toolkit. He finished the 3rd floor redesign with approximately 40 minutes to spare. He spent 20 of those minutes on a further refinement of the floor 2 false junction. The spiritual resonance he had installed was accurate, but not quite natural looking. A real formation expert might notice the crystalline pattern was too regular. He made it less regular. He made it look like something that had grown rather than something built. Then he noticed it was still not perfect, and he was already thinking about 3 more adjustments when the boundary sense registered movement at the dungeon entrance. 5 pairs of footsteps, coordinated, quiet. They were early. He had not finished the floor 2 refinement. The flaw would have to remain. He turned his full attention to the entrance passage and waited. The cold faintness in his core was the worst it had ever been. A persistent hollow that made every piece of his awareness feel slightly thin, like parchment held up to light. He had built without rest for 12 hours on already depleted reserves. He was about to face 5 specialists designed for exactly this situation. He was genuinely uncertain whether his redesigns would hold. The first toolkit deployment signatures entered the boundary, and he felt the interference chips in floor 1 activate. The team's formation sensing equipment flickered and died. He felt the team pause. In the silence of his core chamber, in the thin cold of his depleted state, he felt something he would later recognize as the earliest form of tactical excitement. The sensation of a problem that was exactly as hard as his current capability, with no margin for error. He had 12 floors of traps ahead of them, and a design flaw on floor 2. He had better hope they found the false junction before they found the flaw. If the dungeon's genius has you hooked, make sure you subscribe, hit the bell so the next chapter finds you before the traps do, and drop a like so the architect knows you're watching. He notices everything. Chapter 11. Adaptation. The first thing the team did was stop. He felt it through his floor sense. 5 pairs of feet halting simultaneously, the weight distribution shifting from forward movement to standing position. They were in the entrance passage, still 2 chambers from the floor 1 interference zone, and they had already registered the dead instruments. One of them crouched. He felt the slight weight redistribution, someone lowering to examine something on the ground, looking for the source of the interference. They would not find it. The chips were embedded in the undersurface of the flagstones, invisible from above. But the fact that they were looking rather than retreating told him something useful. These were not cultivators who panicked. A quiet exchange of sound, voices too low for him to parse any language from. Only rhythm and intent. Question, answer, decision. They moved forward in a new formation. No longer the coordinated sweep of people relying on their instruments. Now a pure manual approach. The point man moving in short steps, probing the floor ahead of him with a narrow rod before weighting each step, while the other 4 held position and watched. They were intelligent. The manual probe would find pressure plates, the slight give in the stone, the faint mechanical click of a trigger mechanism under tension. It would not find every trap, because not every trap was pressure-based, but it would find enough to tell them where the safe path was. Unless the safe path was also a trap. He had installed 3 anti-pattern traps on floor 1. Mechanisms triggered by the specific pattern of behavior that expertise produced. An expert testing a flagstone with a probe would apply weight of approximately 10 to 15 G at the rod's tip, check for give, then weight the stone fully only after finding it stable. His anti-pattern traps were stable under probe weight, and unstable under full weight applied in exactly the pattern an expert would choose. The point man probed the 3rd stone. Stable. He weighted it. The slab's surface held for 1 second, the precise delay he had installed, long enough to feel secure, and then the lateral mechanism engaged, rotating the slab 40 degrees on its axis. The point man had his weight fully committed and had no recovery position. He went sideways, hit the compound mechanism on the eastern wall, and did not make a sound after the initial impact. The 4 remaining team members froze. He watched the freeze with considerable interest. A probe had found nothing. A careful step had triggered the trap anyway. That information was paradoxical for any cultivator trained on the standard principle that pressure-based traps were detectable by their give under pre-weighting. It meant either the trap was pressure-based but with a delayed mechanism, which was unusual, or the trap was triggered by something other than weight. They spent 9 minutes discussing this in hushed tones. He could feel the vibration of speech in the stone without parsing the words. The decision they reached. 1 remained at the entrance. 3 continued forward. The 4th circled wide to the wall, looking for a bypass. The wall had no bypass. He had closed it 2 weeks ago. The 4th found closed stone and returned to the group, and he felt the moment she shared that information. A slight increase in the tension of everyone's footfall, weight forward, the posture of controlled apprehension. They moved through floor 1 together. Slowly, testing each step with the probe, and then advancing in a shuffled technique, keeping weight distributed across both feet through the step's duration rather than committing to a single leading foot. The shuffled technique worked on most of his pressure traps. It failed on the anti-pattern mechanism in floor 1's 3rd room because the trigger there was not the step, but the specific weight distribution of someone who had correctly identified the pressure zone and was avoiding committing. Caution itself was the trigger. 2 more down. 2 remaining. Both at domain engineer realm, and their cultivation presence had filled the dungeon's ambient field with the slightly elevated tension of skilled cultivators who had watched 3 colleagues die to mechanisms that their training could not account for. They made it through floor 1. They made it through floor 2. The false junction worked exactly as he had designed, and one of the 2 remaining anti-core specialists deployed a formation tool toward what the tool's resonance registered as a core energy concentration node, and the 600 kilogram deadfall dropped true. 1 remaining. The last specialist was Formation Master Bao. He would know his name only later, but he cataloged him now. Mid-stage reality sculptor, which was far above his current formation architect realm, with a cultivation presence that pressed against the dungeon's ambient field like a second floor. He moved through floor 3 without triggering anything. Not by skill, by patience. He stood in the 3rd room for 17 minutes without moving, watching the room with his cultivation sense extended, feeling the pressure signatures of each trap mechanism. At this realm, he could read the formations in the stone the way Kong Wei had read surface patterns, but deeper, at the structural level, the same level where the traps actually lived. He found all 3 mechanisms in floor 3 and bypassed each one. He reached floor 4. He was already building. While Bao moved through floor 3 with his careful patience, Jian He had been building on floors 4 through 6, not the general traps the team had already encountered, but specific mechanisms designed for this specific person. Bao's cultivation sense worked by detecting formation pressure signatures in stone. Jian He built traps with no formation component, only physical mechanisms so simple they left no spiritual signature. Falling stone, tension wire, counterweight panels that operated on pure mechanical principle, no chi involved. The cultivation sense blind spots. Bao stepped onto floor 4. The first tension wire caught his leading foot mid-stride and pulled him forward into an off-balance posture. He recovered immediately. Reality sculptor reflexes were extraordinary, but the recovery step landed on a second wire at shin height, which transferred his recovery momentum into a horizontal pivot, and the counterweight panel hit him across the upper back. He did not die. He was too strong for that. He went to one knee, got up, and retreated to the floor 3 junction at a controlled walking pace. At the junction, he stopped. Jian He felt him standing there and felt something he did not yet have adequate words for. The awareness of being analyzed by an expert who was not going to underestimate him again. Bao spent 4 hours on floor 3, methodically charting every trap he had found, and then turned and went back up to the dungeon entrance. Jian He tracked his footsteps all the way to the surface. The Dao echoes from the whole encounter ran deep and complex, layered with information about counterformation techniques, combat adaptation under uncertainty, and the specific way a highly trained expert responded when their expertise was neutralized. The chord of it rang for nearly an hour. He had not defeated Bao. Bao had retreated intact. He had not been defeated either. He built through the night, filling every floor with mechanisms that had no formation signature, while the camp outside his dungeon settled into the quiet of people resting after a bad day with more bad days expected. Chapter 12. The patience of formation master Bao. Bao did not sleep. Jian He could feel the camp outside. 8 people, 5 of them the original team minus 2 dead, 3 others who had joined during the night as bureau reinforcement. Most of their cultivation signatures cycled through the slower rhythms of cultivator rest, but one remained constant, measured, alert, the pressure of someone whose mind was running full. Bao was sitting up and thinking. Jian He respected this. He built 23 new traps on floors 7 through 10 while Bao thought outside. The problem with Bao was not that he was powerful. Jian He had higher realm enemies to deal with eventually. The bureau chief Yin Rao was apparently principal binder, and the people in his future were going to be stronger still. The problem with Bao was that he was methodical in a way that made Jian He's design philosophy predictable. Bao had spent 4 hours analyzing floor 3 and had correctly identified every mechanism. Given enough time and floors, he would analyze his way to the core room. Jian He needed a trap Bao could not analyze. The standard anti-analysis approach was randomness, a mechanism whose trigger was genuinely unpredictable. But randomness was not interesting. Jian He had tried random trigger patterns twice on floor 4 and discarded them both times because they yielded thin echoes. A mechanism that fired randomly could kill, but it could not teach, and he had become quite specific about what he built. What he wanted was a trap that was predictable in its principles and completely unpredictable in its specific application. A trap that adapted, not randomly, intelligently. A mechanism that observed Bao's analytical process and modified itself in response to what Bao was learning. He built it on floor 5. The design was the most complex thing he had yet attempted. A formation array that used the cultivation pressure ripples of an observing person's spiritual sense as input, detected the pattern of their analysis, and then used that pattern to reconfigure the trap's trigger point away from wherever the analysis had identified. If Bao's spiritual sense found a pressure plate on the left side, the plate would shift to the right. If his analysis concluded the ceiling was safe, the ceiling would become unsafe. It required Jian He to be actively present in the mechanism, monitoring the input and adjusting the output. He could not leave this trap alone and go build something else. He would have to sit in it, watching, adjusting, thinking 2 steps ahead of whatever Bao's analysis concluded. The design echoes from conceptualizing this trap arrived before he even finished building it. The principle was not new. Wei Liang's memories contained the theoretical basis for adaptive formations, but the application was building something that treated another intelligent being's analysis as a variable rather than a constant. He absorbed those echoes, let them settle into the broader structure of his comprehension, and felt something new crystallizing alongside the Tao of redirected force. Something about pattern recognition in a conscious opponent. About anticipating not just what an enemy would do, but what they would decide to do. The Tao of anticipation. It was not complete, not the solid comprehensive thing the Tao of redirected force had become, but a thread of it, a first clear note. He let it settle without forcing it, and kept building. At dawn, the camp outside the dungeon stirred. Bao's cultivation signature shifted from the alert stillness of thinking to the focused sharpness of someone who had reached a decision. They entered at first light. The interference chips on floor 1 took a second tool in addition to the one they had lost yesterday. Bao had brought replacements. The replacements also died on the chips. He had apparently anticipated this and brought them anyway, deploying the replacements systematically to map the interference zones. He mapped them in 40 minutes. Then he deployed a hand signal. He felt the tiny vibration through the entrance stone, and his 2 intact team members entered behind him. Bao moved through floor 1 in the shuffled technique, but modified. He had changed the weight distribution, keeping the trailing foot weighted longer through each step, which meant his leading foot never fully committed before the trailing foot had a reliable base. It worked on most of his anti-pattern traps. It failed on 2, because he had modified those 2 overnight specifically to trigger on the extended trailing weight that a person using the shuffle technique would leave. He lost 1 team member on floor 2 and 1 on floor 3. He was alone. He reached floor 5. He stopped at the entrance of the room where he had installed the adaptive trap. He felt him extend his spiritual sense and begin analyzing. He felt the analysis touching the formation array, detecting the basic structure of the mechanism, probing toward the pressure components, starting to map the trigger geometry. He shifted the trigger point 15 degrees counterclockwise. Bao's analysis continued, probing the new position, noting where the pressure was, and beginning to trace the connected mechanisms. He shifted it again, 45 degrees, expanded the trigger zone simultaneously so that a wider path now fed into the mechanism. Bao stood at the entrance to floor 5 for 11 minutes. His spiritual sense moved through the room like hands feeling in darkness, and every time it found something definite, he moved that thing. Not to places Bao couldn't reach, to places Bao had already concluded were safe. Bao's analysis stopped. Not the movement. He was still there, his cultivation presence filling the room. The analysis stopped in the specific way of a mind that has reached an unexpected conclusion and is deciding what to do with it. He felt the moment Bao understood. He could not read thoughts, but he could read cultivation pressure, the small changes in ambient field that reflected a cultivator's internal state the way posture reflected mood. Bao's field shifted from the methodical evenness of active analysis to something with a different quality. Not alarm, something quieter. Bao retreated to floor 4. He sat down on the floor of the 4th room. He felt the settled weight of someone sitting deliberately rather than falling, and did not move for 2 hours. In those 2 hours, he finished the adaptive trap's 3rd configuration, built 4 more conventional traps on floors 7 and 8, and felt the Tao of anticipation's first note settle deeper into his comprehension and pull several other notes after it, crystallizing into a coherent partial principle. Not complete, but real. Domain engineer. The shift was smaller than formation architect had been. Not walls cracking, not the chamber blazing, just a quiet internal deepening, like a room gaining an extra window and realizing how it had been doing without the light. Bao stood up. He walked to the entrance passage and left the dungeon. An hour later, he felt the spiritual pressure of a communication token activating outside the boundary. Message being sent. He could not read it, but he filed the timing. Bao had spent 2 hours thinking after the adaptive trap and then communicated. He had assumed the communication went to Yen Rao. He was right about that. He was wrong about the message's content. Bao had written, "This core should not be harvested. It should be studied. Or, if you cannot do that, it should be destroyed now, before it gets better at this. Because it is currently getting better at this in real time." Yen Rao, reading this, sent the containment order instead. Chapter 13. The cage Yen Rao arrived 5 days later, and he felt him coming for 6 hours before he arrived. This was not because Yen Rao moved slowly. It was because he was principal binder realm, and that cultivation level produced an ambient pressure that traveled through stone the way weather moved through air, preceding the person, announcing them, altering the subtle equilibrium of everything in the surrounding landscape. The mountain itself felt his approach as a kind of lean, a directional weight. He stopped building when he felt it. He spent the 6 hours of Yen Rao's approach in a focused assessment of his own defensive capacity. 12 floors, 117 active traps. The adaptive formation on floor 5, which required his active attention to function at full capacity. His own cultivation at early domain engineer realm. 3 full stages below a principal binder, which was the largest gap he had faced to date. If Yen Rao entered, the adaptive trap would be the most useful single mechanism he possessed. It was the only trap that could engage with a principal binder's analytical capacity rather than simply trying to overpower it. He did not like the gap between could engage with and could stop. Yen Rao did not enter. He walked to a point approximately 40 feet from the dungeon's entrance and stopped there. He felt him extend his cultivation sense. Not the probing analysis Bao had used, not the assessment tool Scancon Wei had used, but a full presence extension at principal binder level. The kind of perception that did not look at something but filled the space around it completely. The dungeon's ambient Dao density was, he knew, considerable. He had been building and comprehending for nearly 2 months. The accumulated echoes of that work had permeated the stone and air of every chamber. A cultivation expert feeling that density would understand that they were not standing next to a minor resource node. Yin Rao stood at 40 feet for 9 minutes. He built nothing during those 9 minutes. He watched. He felt Yin Rao's presence pressing against the dungeon's boundary like a measuring hand against a wall. Then Yin Rao retreated 30 feet and gave orders. The formation cage went up over 3 days. It was Bureau standard containment architecture, a grid of anchored formation pillars around the dungeon entrance, connected by a continuous formation layer that blocked both the passage of cultivators and the flow of Dao energy, in or out. Standard use was to prevent a dangerous dungeon from spreading. Applied here, it would prevent challengers from entering. No challengers. No deaths. No Dao echoes. He watched the cage construction through the vibration of the pillars being driven into the mountain soil and felt something he identified as a cold variety of frustration. Not panic. Frustration. His design problem had changed. He no longer needed to defeat people entering his dungeon. He needed to defeat people preventing people from entering his dungeon. He did not have a trap for the outside. He was designing one in his head when Lian Mei arrived. He felt her cultivation signature at the dungeon boundary, the familiar tempering flesh pressure, the specific weight distribution of someone who had spent months learning to walk carefully. She was at the entrance passage and she was arguing with bureau workers based on the vibration pattern in the stone, multiple people speaking in tight, frustrated bursts, the rhythm of a negotiation going badly. He could not help her. He had no voice yet. He had no agents yet. He was a crystal in a cave, and she was outside a cage, and there was nothing he could build in the next 30 seconds that would change either of those facts. The workers refused her. He felt her footsteps shift to the retreat pattern. Weight backward, facing forward, the stance of someone choosing their moment rather than their direction. She turned away. At the boundary of his perception, her footsteps slowed. They stopped. He felt her standing there, and he could not read what that pause meant. It was not the pause of someone resting. It was the pause of someone looking at something. He could not see what she was looking at. He could not see at all. He had no eyes, only pressure and vibration and the 1,000 small data points that stone collected from the world above it. She turned and kept walking. Her footsteps faded from his range. He held the trace of her weight distribution in his memory for a moment, the familiar light asymmetry that meant she was carrying her notebook, and then he went back to the design problem. The cage's formation architecture was Bureau standard. Wei Liang's memories contained Bureau standard formation theory. The cage's nodes were vulnerable to specific interference frequencies at the junction points between pillars. If he could reach those junction points with a disruption mechanism, he could create a gap. He could not reach the junction points. His traps were underground. The junction points were outside. He needed something underground that could reach outside. He began digging. Chapter 14. 2 weeks below. The first thing he built when the cage came down was floor 13. This was not a practical decision. Floor 13 had no strategic value with the cage in place. No challenger could reach it. He built it because the design problem of each new floor required him to work with the cultivators who had already died on floors above, synthesizing what their responses had taught him into something harder and more specific. The design echoes from purely theoretical construction were inferior to the echoes from tested traps. This was a fact he had confirmed in the early weeks and continued to confirm. Theory without practice gave him approximately 1/3 the cultivation yield of a fully tested mechanism. He built theoretically anyway because the act of design was its own thing, separate from the yield. He dug downward and built. The cold faintness in his core had deepened to its worst state yet, not quite painful, but present in every moment of awareness, a hollowness at his center that made each new trap feel like writing on a diminishing sheet of paper. He had no incoming echoes. The cage cut him off from challengers entirely. All he had was design echoes and the accumulated density of the cultivation energy already absorbed into his core. He found, over the first week, that design echoes had a different quality than trap echoes. Trap echoes came from the encounter between his designs and a real opponent's specific response. They were dynamic, shaped by the gap between what he had planned and what actually happened. Design echoes were static. They reflected only the internal logic of a mechanism, not its living expression. Both were real cultivation. The static echoes were teaching him something different, the architecture of his own thinking. He was discovering, in the absence of challengers, that some of his trap designs had underlying assumptions he had never examined. The gravity reversal worked because he assumed people would be walking upright. The anti-pattern traps worked because he assumed experts would analyze first and act second. The adaptive formation worked because he assumed an opponent would want to understand something before moving through it. These assumptions were usually correct. They were not always correct. He spent 3 days redesigning floor 4 with no assumptions at all. Pure mechanism, no predicted response, only physical law. The result was a trap he could not fully test and could not be certain of, and he found the uncertainty irritating and interesting in equal measure. On the 7th day, he noticed the flaw state he had been circling for 2 weeks. Every trap he built, he revised. The gravity reversal had been through 11 versions. The geometric grid had been through 9. Even his simplest mechanisms had multiple generations, each one refining a flaw in the previous version. Some of these refinements were necessary. Others were improvements to things that already worked at full capacity. He could not always tell which was which until he had already spent the core energy on the revision. He filed this observation carefully and then spent the next 3 hours revising floor 13's central mechanism, which was working correctly because the angles of the secondary trigger were not quite as elegant as they could be. On the 14th day, someone slipped through the cage. The breach was not violent. No disruption to the formation nodes. No breaking of the pillar connections. The person had simply passed through a gap that should not have existed, moving through the formation layer with a technique that made the cage's sensors register them as not present. He felt the footstep at his boundary and had no context for how it had arrived there. Small feet. Lightweight. Old bones carrying not much mass. He could tell from the pressure distribution, the slight uneven loading that came with age, and an asymmetric illness that was already hollowing this person from inside. A cane. He felt that too. A thin wooden staff taking 1/3 of the old man's weight, its tip making a distinctive double tap in the stone with each step. The newcomer stopped at the entrance passage, and he felt something he had not felt from any other entrant. The person looked at the entrance, stood in silence for a moment, and then said something aloud in a voice too low for the stone to carry cleanly. He could not hear words, but he felt the quality of the voice, not afraid, not aggressive. Something else. The old man entered the dungeon. Chapter 15. The last student. The old man moved through the dungeon like someone reading a book. Not the way Lian Mei moved. She read by testing, by hypothesis and experiment, probing before stepping. This man moved by comprehension. He walked toward each trap, stopped at whatever distance allowed him a full view of the mechanism, studied it for somewhere between 30 seconds and 20 minutes, and then moved through it. He did not use a probe. He did not throw pebbles. He simply understood and then passed. On floor 2, he paused in the entrance of the gravity reversal zone and stood there without moving for 4 minutes. Then he said something to himself. He felt the vibration in the stone, the cadence of muttered analysis, and walked the wall strip bypass. He had seen the strip in 30 seconds. On floor 3, the geometric puzzle grid, 90 seconds. He walked the right triangle path with his cane's 3rd tap rhythm maintaining its steady count. On floor 4, he stopped at the first mechanism and sat down on the floor. This was not defeat. This was not recovery from injury. The weight distribution was deliberate, the posture of someone who had decided to stay for a while. He sat in the doorway to floor 4 and studied the trap he had built across the room. He felt the extended cultivation sense, different from Bao's, different from Conway's. Those had been the professional senses of working cultivators, precise and purposeful. This man's sense moved through the mechanism's structure the way water moves through stone, not pushing, just finding every channel that existed. He studied the floor 4 mechanism for over 2 hours. Then he said something that lasted longer than his usual muttered analyses. The stone carried the rhythm of it. A sentence, a pause, another sentence. Not questioning, declaiming, narrating his conclusions to no one. At the end of whatever he said, he stood up, walked through floor 4 perfectly, and continued upward. The cultivation pressure he carried was domain engineer realm, advanced stage, not a young man's fresh achievement, but an old man's deep and settled thing, the kind of cultivation that had been in place for decades and had soaked all the way to the marrow. He registered it not as threat, but as density. This person had sat with Tao principles for longer than any of the challengers who had died in his dungeon. Floor 5, the elemental corridor. He moved through it in 6 minutes, navigating not by Lian Mei's bypass and not by the direct elemental reading that formation experts used, but by a third approach that he had never seen before. He appeared to be reading the 2 elements not as separate forces to be balanced against each other, but as a single compound principle. Moving through the corridor shifts as if the fire and ice were aspects of one thing rather than two opposing things. The Tao echo Jian he received from watching this approach was small. The man had not triggered the trap, so there was no full echo, but the observational note it provided was significant. There was a different way to understand the mechanism he had built. This happened again on floor 6, and again on floor 7. Each time he built a trap expecting a specific class of response, and the old man provided a different one, entirely coherent, working perfectly within the mechanism's physical constraints, but approaching the underlying principle from an angle he had not considered. He stopped teaching himself through the traps. He started watching. On floor 8, there was a compound mechanism involving a redirected force sequence. One of his post-formation architect designs, a trap where a large stone block would be launched from the left wall, and the correct response was to use the incoming force to redirect the block into a series of secondary mechanisms that would then neutralize the primary threat. An elegant design he was quite certain of. The old man walked into the room, looked at the block's mounting position, looked at the secondary mechanisms, and laughed. A short, dry sound, the laugh of someone encountering an argument they have had before from the other direction. He said something, longer than usual, stopped, said something else. One phrase repeated. He felt the syllable pattern of it. For beats, pause, 2 beats, descending intonation. An old phrase, a formation theory phrase from the shape of it. The old man walked through the room, using a completely different redirect path than the one he had designed for. His path was less elegant, technically suboptimal by he's calibration, but it worked, and more than that, it was obviously the natural result of a completely different philosophical approach to the problem of redirected force. He built a version of his redirect mechanism using the old man's approach. The design echo was the richest single note he had received in 2 weeks of theoretical work. He built it again with a variation. Richer still. The old man reached floor 9 before he's newest mechanism, a paralytic formation that relied on crystalline resonance rather than physical force, the first of its kind he had installed, caught him. The formation required physical contact with the floor surface to transmit, and the old man's cane tip made contact with the resonance zone first. The technique ran up the cane and disrupted his chi circulation at the base of the spine. He went down carefully, like someone who had expected to go down. He lay on the floor of floor 9 for several minutes. Then he got up, slowly, leaning on the cane harder than before, and retreated. He tracked him all the way to the dungeon's entrance, through the cage somehow, and out to the mountain face beyond. At the boundary, he heard, faintly, almost below perception, the old man's voice, carried to him not through stone but through the spiritual resonance in the air above the dungeon's field. For words, distinct enough to feel the shape of, if not to understand. What he felt was this, a statement, not a question. Quiet, wondering. A man who had just found something and was telling no one in particular. The dungeon had hesitated at floor 9. The paralytic had activated at the earliest opportunity. He could have triggered it on floor 7, where the resonance zone was larger, but he had not triggered it. He had been watching the old man work, and he had not wanted to stop him. The old man had noticed. He sat in the middle of his now silent dungeon for a long time, turning this fact over. He had hesitated. He had let a challenger advance further than the optimal trap placement would have required, because watching the old man think was more valuable than the echo from his death. He did not revise this decision. He filed it as a design parameter and wondered what kind of trap it would eventually produce. Chapter 16. The listening trap. Xianxia came back the next day. He felt the cane's 3-tap rhythm at his boundary in the early afternoon and spent 3 seconds surprised before he began building. Not defensively. He was past thinking of this particular person as a threat. He was building a trap on floor 8 that he had been conceptualizing for 2 days, a multi-solution mechanism, one with 3 valid navigation paths, each path exploiting a different underlying Tao principle. Any of the 3 would work, but each path would reveal something about the cultivator who chose it. He wanted to see which path the old man would take. Xianxia moved through the lower floors with the same comfortable expertise as his first visit, pausing at floor 4's redirect mechanism to deliver what sounded like a longer commentary than before. 2 sentences where yesterday had been 1, and continued upward. On floor 7, he stopped at a trap he had built 3 days ago using a concept from Wei Liang's memories about spatial compression. A chamber where the air itself could be made to resist movement in specific vectors, slowing a cultivator's advance without touching them physically. Xianxia entered the chamber at a normal pace and immediately slowed. He stopped, felt for the resistance, found it. What he did next was unusual. He did not try to push through, did not look for a path of lower resistance. did not apply cultivation pressure to override the formation. He stood in the resistance and breathed. Slow, deliberate breathing, each exhale precisely the same length as the inhale. The resistance in the chamber was calibrated to react to cultivator's active force. It would increase in proportion to any chi emission, any technique activation, any of the normal tools a cultivator would reach for when facing an obstacle. Against pure physical movement, passive movement, it was designed to be merely uncomfortable. Xianxia was doing the one thing that defeated its design, moving through it with his body alone and nothing else. The trap had not anticipated this. It was not a flaw. Exactly. The mechanism functioned as designed, slowing his advance, but the download it produced was thinner than it should have been. He had designed the trap around the assumption that cultivators resisted with cultivation. An old man who was dying, whose core was already failing, apparently had less cultivation left to reach for. But the downnote that arrived was different from what he had expected. It was not about the trap's failure to stop the old man. It was about the old man's success. The discovery that passive motion had a completely separate relationship with the spatial compression principle than active force did. Two different cultivators would experience the same mechanism in entirely different ways. He added a second variant of the spatial compression trap to floor 11 while Xianxia continued upward. Floor 8, the multi-solution trap. Xianxia entered and stopped at the threshold, studying the three paths laid out before him. He felt the old man's cultivation sense move carefully through each option in sequence. 30 seconds on the first, a minute on the second, 45 seconds on the third. He chose the third path. It was the one he found least interesting, a straightforward gravitational approach, nothing that surprised him. And he was experiencing something he could not fully identify when the floor resonated with the vibration of Xianxia's voice. The old man was explaining the third path, explaining it aloud, to the empty chamber, as if giving a lecture to students who were not there. He went very still. He knew, now, that Xianxia was aware of his consciousness. The old man had confirmed the core's presence on his first visit. But this was different. This was not awareness of presence. This was communication, one-directional but genuine. The old man was teaching the dungeon. He listened, not to the words. He could not hear them clearly enough for that, but to the structure of the explanation, the rhythm of how each point connected to the next. The places where Xianxia's voice slowed, indicating complexity, and where it quickened, indicating things he considered settled. He built 3 new traps based only on that rhythm. Not from anything Wei Liang's memories had provided. Not from any Dao echo. From the shape of an old man's voice in a stone chamber, and what that shape suggested about how he understood the world. The downnotes from those 3 traps were unlike anything he had produced before. On the 17th day since the cage went up, he felt the formation cage begin to vibrate. Not a small vibration, something systematic, applied to multiple nodes at once, working against the formation's structural resonances. Someone outside the cage knew what they were doing. He turned his full attention outward. Chapter 17. The destruction of the cage. The cultivators attacking the formation cage did not announce themselves. They simply worked. 3 of them, based on the pressure signatures, 2 at early principal binder realm, 1 at peak domain engineer. They had divided the cage into thirds and were applying sustained disruption techniques at precisely calculated frequencies to each section simultaneously. Not brute force. This was formation counter theory, the disciplined exploitation of structural weaknesses in Bureau standard architecture. He recognized the approach from Wei Liang's memories. Formation grandmasters spent years learning exactly this kind of systematic dismantlement. Someone had hired formation grandmasters to break the cage. He filed this for later consideration and focused on a different problem. He had been building a trap on floor 9 using a concept from Xianxia's floor 8 lecture, and he needed to finish it before the cage came down and challengers started entering again. Xianxia was currently on floor 8, studying the same multi-solution trap from yesterday for the second time. He had arrived that morning and spent 3 hours on floors 6 and 7 before ascending. The trap on floor 9 was the most ambitious single mechanism he had built to date. It was based on a principle he had gleaned from Xianxia's voice rhythms over the past week. A recursive formation concept where each element of the mechanism was also a sensing element, capable of reading the cultivator's response and feeding that information back into the subsequent stages. A trap that learned from its own activations. He had been calling it, in his internal notation, the observation loop. It required a complete formation theory understanding of recursive Dao, specifically, the relationship between cause and effect in a closed loop where the effect modified the next cause. He had been working toward this understanding through Xianxia's incidental teaching, building it stone by stone from the old man's structural asides. When he finished the mechanism on floor 9, he waited. The Dao echo did not arrive immediately. The trap required activation to generate an echo, and there was no one on floor 9. He felt the mechanism sitting live in the stone, ready, and let it sit. Then he turned to the realization he had been avoiding. He had built the observation loop from xianxia's teaching, not from his own independent development. Not a derivation or an adaptation, a direct application of principles he had learned by listening to an old man explain them to an empty room. The Dao echo, when it arrived, was the largest he had received since the Dao of redirected force had completed. It was not the clean chord of a tested trap. It was something older and heavier, like a sound heard in stone rather than air. What it taught him was not the recursive principle alone, but the relationship between learning from watching and learning from building. They were not the same thing. They were complementary. Each one reached Dao principles the other could not access. Principle binder. The cultivation shift did not crack walls this time. It pressed outward, a slow expansion of his awareness in all directions simultaneously, his perception range increasing by a factor he could not quite measure. The dungeon felt larger. His boundary sense extended further into the mountain and further into the air above the entrance, reaching now to a range of 130 feet from his core. He felt the cage coming down. 6 hours of sustained dismantlement, and the Bureau Standard formation was beginning to fail at its node junctions, the energy links between pillars fraying like rope under constant abrasion. He felt each failure as a pressure releasing, the constraint lifting piece by piece. The last node failed. Fresh air entered the dungeon's passages for the first time in weeks. He felt the difference. The quality of spiritual energy in open air rather than contained stone, richer, less processed, the kind that living things breathed and returned to the world slightly changed. And he felt Lian Mei at the entrance. She was not alone. 6 people with her, 3 at the cultivation levels that matched the cage breakers, 1 at early principal binder herself, and the familiar quiet presence of Silver Compass Society formation observers. But her footstep was the first one he recognized. She was inside the dungeon before the cage had fully dissipated, moving through the entrance passage at a pace that spoke of restrained urgency. And he felt the weight of her notebook in her carrying bag. Shen Jiao, still on floor 8, apparently felt the change in the dungeon's air. He heard the old man's voice rise briefly, a question or an exclamation, he could not tell, and then settle back into the measured lecture tone. The old man was apparently going to continue regardless. He built 3 new traps on floor 10, incorporating the observation loop's principles in increasingly complex configurations. Each one triggered a design echo before he had even finished, the understanding growing faster now, feeding itself in exactly the recursive pattern the principle described. Something, he decided, was very right about today. Chapter 18. The first conversation. Shen Jiao came down from floor 8 at sunset of that day, his cane's 3-tap rhythm slower than the morning, and encountered Lian Mei in the entrance passage. He felt them there together, 2 familiar weight distributions he had catalogued hundreds of times, standing within 3 feet of each other. He felt the slight startle in Lian Mei's footfall when she saw the old man descend, and he felt the unhurried steadiness of Shen Jiao's response. A short exchange, not long, and then both of them sitting in the entrance chamber. They were comparing notes. He could feel the vibration of Lian Mei's charcoal on paper, the notation style he had learned to recognize, fast and efficient, capturing spatial relationships. Shen Jiao's voice moved in the measured pattern of someone explaining a formation structure. Lian Mei asked something. Shen Jiao answered. He did not know what they were saying. He only knew that 2 people who had each understood part of what he was building were sitting together and building a more complete picture than either held alone. He spent 3 hours building traps that incorporated what Shen Jiao had taught him, and then, separately, traps that specifically responded to the spatial observation approach Lian Mei used. He built them on adjacent floors, and then built a floor between them that required both approaches simultaneously, Shen Jiao's theoretical understanding and Lian Mei's spatial reading, to navigate safely. He could not ask them to test it. He had no voice. Shen Jiao began coming back every day. Each visit followed the same structure. Arrive, ascend through floors he had already mastered, stop at whatever he had not seen before, study it, narrate his conclusions aloud. He was usually gone by mid-afternoon. He never ate in the dungeon. He brought water. After 5 days, he began modifying floors actively while Shen Jiao was in them. Not dangerously, small changes, adjustments to mechanisms that Shen Jiao was currently studying, changes that responded to whatever the old man had just narrated. The spatial compression trap on floor 7 had a secondary mode that Shen Jiao had speculated about, and 3 days after his speculation, the dungeon had the secondary mode installed. The redirect mechanism on floor 4 had a variation that Xianxia had theorized could not exist within the current material constraints, and 2 days later, the material constraints had been addressed. Xianxia noticed. On the 9th day, in the middle of explaining the floor 4 redirect mechanism to the empty chamber, he stopped mid-sentence. Silence. Long enough that he felt the quality of the old man's attention shift. Not the outward-facing attention of someone analyzing stone, but the inward-facing stillness of someone who had just understood something about the room they were standing in. It's listening, Xianxia said. Slowly. He felt those words more clearly than anything else the old man had ever said, not because they were louder, but because they were addressed to him. He made a modification to the floor 4 mechanism. Not a useful modification, not an improvement. A response, a small change to the redirect angle that answered Xianxiao's previous speculation precisely. Xianxia stared at the mechanism for a long time. Then he said, carefully, to the stone, "Show me that you understand what I just said." He made a second modification, then a third. Then he built a new element of the mechanism. Not the answer to the old man's speculation, but the answer to a question that would have led to the speculation if the old man had been thinking 3 steps ahead rather than 2. The old man made a sound he had not heard before from him. Something short and involuntary. 3 steps, he said to the room. You answered 3 steps ahead. He sat down, right there on floor 4, in the middle of the room. He pressed one palm flat against the floor. He felt the warmth of that hand. I was a formation grandmaster, Xianxiao said. Before the illness, I had a school. 43 students in 19 years. A pause. None of them listened like this. Outside the dungeon, Yin Rao had arrived. He felt the principal binder's pressure at the boundary. Careful. This time, the approach of someone who wanted to be perceived as non-threatening. Kong Wei was with him, and 4 bureau scribes based on the weight distributions, and they were setting up a camp at a respectful distance. Not harvesting. Negotiating. The time for that could wait. He kept his attention on Xianxiao, on the warmth of the old man's hand on his floor, on the slow realization that the Tao echo from this interaction would arrive not from a trap's activation, but from something entirely different. It arrived quietly, like a note played in another room. The first fragment of a Tao principle he had no name for yet. Something about the relationship between consciousness and stone. About what a dungeon could be besides a weapon. He filed it, and kept building. Chapter 19. The research site. Yin Rao did not enter the dungeon. He sent Kong Wei. He felt Kong Wei at the entrance on the second morning after Yin Rao's camp was established. The familiar careful footfall, the medium-quality cultivation lantern, the methodical weight distribution of a professional assessor. He moved through the lower floors with the practiced efficiency of someone who had been here before and knew which floors not to rush. On floor 5, Kong Wei stopped at the spatial compression chamber and stood in it for several minutes without applying cultivation force. He had learned, apparently, from some report or from Xianxiao's notes, that passive movement through the chamber was more productive than active. He moved through it slowly, careful, taking nothing for granted. He made it to floor 8 and stopped at the multi-solution trap Xianxiao had been lecturing about. He studied the 3 paths for a long time. He chose the first one, the path he found most technically interesting, the one that required the clearest understanding of spatial geometry. He navigated it cleanly, and the download it produced was genuine. Kong Wei had understood the path, not just found it. He had been building a special floor. He had started it 3 days ago, after Yin Rao's approach registered in his boundary sense. Not a combat floor, a demonstration floor. An argument in architectural form. The floor's mechanism was a navigable proof. A chamber that illustrated the Tao principle underlying his entire cultivation system, expressed through trap mechanisms that could be observed but not triggered. Walk through the chamber and watch the mechanisms respond to your presence, and you would understand, if you had sufficient cultivation comprehension, that the dungeon's trap architecture was not a threat response system. It was a cultivation system. The traps were not teeth. They were lessons. He had placed this floor between 8 and 9 specifically so that any official bureau assessor navigating the dungeon would reach it. Kong Wei reached it and stopped. He was in the chamber for 47 minutes. When he left, his footfalls going back down the stairs carried a quality, he had learned to read in cultivators who had just comprehended something that changed their understanding of the situation they were in. He built the negotiation mechanism while Kong Wei descended. This was a new kind of trap, not for challengers, not for enemies. A mechanism that used the dungeon's spatial architecture to communicate a position. He arranged the entrance passage so that a bureau official approaching the dungeon from the north, Yin Rao's camp's direction, would encounter a sequence of spatial formations that each expressed a single clear principle. Enter as a researcher, and you are welcome. Enter as a harvester, and every mechanism in this mountain will know the difference. It was not a threat. It was a door with conditions. Kong Wei emerged from the dungeon and walked directly to Yin Rao's camp without pausing. He felt the two men in conference for several hours. Then Kong Wei came back. The bureau chief offers registration as a cultivation research site, Kong Wei said, standing at the dungeon entrance in the early evening. Official designation under bureau supervision. This prevents harvesting indefinitely, in exchange for controlled researcher access and quarterly assessments. He gave the mechanism its answer. He allowed Kong Wei's return entry. The formation at the entrance registered his cooperative cultivation pattern and opened rather than triggered. But as he walked through the entrance passage, each formation he passed read his specific cultivation signature and adjusted itself. A floor built specifically for someone at Kong Wei's realm and training background, targeting the exact Dao gaps a career bureau assessor would carry. Kong Wei emerged from the entrance passage with a slightly unfocused expression, one hand pressed to the wall for a moment of steadying. He had just advanced. "I'll tell the chief," Kong Wei said, "that the agreement has been accepted." Outside the dungeon, Yin Rao heard the report and sat quietly for a while. He was already redesigning the entrance passage to yield different downnotes for different cultivation types. The deal was good. He had also extracted something valuable from the negotiation, a complete Dao echo about institutional dynamics, about how power structured itself into systems, about the principle by which any large organization generated predictable patterns of behavior. He filed it and kept building. Chapter 20. The Dao text. The registration was formalized over 3 days, a bureau scribe arriving each morning with paperwork that accumulated into an official document. Kong Wei read aloud at the dungeon entrance, which was apparently how these things were done. He built through all of it. Shen Jiao continued his visits. He had been coming for 3 weeks now, and his cane's 3-tap rhythm had grown heavier. The right foot hit the stone with less force than it had on his first visit, redistributing weight to the cane in a way that spoke of increased dependence rather than preference. He was weaker. He navigated up to floor 9 now with visible effort, and occasionally sat to rest on the stairs between floors rather than moving straight through. He kept narrating. If anything, he had grown more detailed, as if the time limit made precision more urgent, as if there were things he had been explaining to students for 30 years that he needed to finish explaining now, with this audience that could not hear him but seemed to understand anyway. On the 21st day of his visits, he did something different. He descended from floor 9 in the middle of the afternoon rather than at the end of the day, sat in the floor 1 entrance chamber, and placed both palms on the floor. "I want to tell you something," he said. "Not about the traps." He felt the weight of the old man's hands and waited. "I have been a teacher most of my adult life. Formation theory, Dao principle, practical application." A pause. The cold faintness in Jianhe's core was at its minimum. He had received enough echoes this week that his reserves were reasonably full, but in this moment, he was not thinking about his core at all. "The best students I ever had were the ones who surprised me, who took what I taught and went somewhere I hadn't planned." Another pause. "You have gone somewhere I never planned. Several somewhere else." The old man pressed his palms harder against the floor. He felt the pressure in the stone. "I'm going to run out of time," Shen Jiao said. "Before I've shown you everything I know, I want you to understand that I find this." He stopped. Started again. "I find this acceptable. The work gets passed on. That's what teachers are for." He left after that. Early. His cane's rhythm lighter going out than it had been coming in, which made no physical sense, and which he could not explain. Lian Mei arrived that afternoon with 3 Silver Compass Society colleagues and spent 6 hours mapping. She had maps of all 12 floors now. She went up and came down and went up again, checking, refining, adding notations in a second color of charcoal for things that had changed since her last visit. When she descended for the final time, she spread 3 large sheets on the floor of the entrance chamber and spent an hour cross-referencing them. He could not see what she was seeing. He felt the movement of her charcoal, the quality of her attention, the same quality as when she had stood in front of the geometric puzzle grid and understood that the stones formed a pattern. She looked at the maps for a long time. Then she rolled them carefully, wrapped them in oiled cloth, and left at a controlled pace that he recognized as the pace of someone who did not want to run in front of witnesses. Outside the dungeon, over the next several days, he felt the increased traffic at the Silver Compass Society's observation camp. More cultivation signatures, higher realm ones, the kind of people who came to look at something that other people had decided needed looking at by experts. Yin Rao received a communication token message. He felt the token activate at the bureau camp, but could not read its content. An hour later, Yin Rao's cultivation presence shifted. He had been maintaining the measured steadiness of a bureau chief conducting official business. After the message, it became something else. Careful, guarded, the posture of someone who had just received information that complicated their position. Jian was on floor 14, installing a new mechanism on the precision redirect principle he had been developing from Shun Jiao's most recent lectures, when his boundary sense lit up. Not a person. Something far too large to be a person. A cultivation pressure entering his range from the east, still 2 hours away at its current pace. But his boundary sense had expanded to 130 feet, not miles, and if it was registering now, at this distance, with this intensity, he sent all available attention outward. The pressure was moving in a straight line toward the dungeon. It did not waver or circle. It moved with the certainty of something that had a destination and was not concerned about what lay between here and there. It was larger than Yen Rao, larger than anything he had felt before. He turned back to the floor 14 mechanism, finished the trigger installation he had been in the middle of, and stood in the quiet of his core chamber with the cold faintness of full construction effort in his reserves and the weight of a coming storm at the edge of his perception. He built floor 15 in 3 hours. Then floor 16. Yen Rao broke camp before dawn the next morning. The Bureau packed their equipment quickly, efficiently, with the organized urgency of people who had received clear orders to be somewhere else before something arrived. Before he left, Kong Wei stood at the dungeon entrance and said, very quietly, "Patriarch Hung Dao of the Hung sect is coming. He lost 3 disciples in your dungeon. The Bureau has been told not to interfere." A pause. "I would recommend," he stopped. Considered. "I don't know what I would recommend. Good luck." His footsteps retreated. The pressure from the east continued its straight-line approach. He built floor 17. Chapter 21. The man who would not enter Hung Dao arrived at dawn and did not enter the dungeon. This was wrong. He had spent the 3 hours since Kong Wei's warning building. He had built defensive systems for floors 1 through 12, not improvements to existing mechanisms, but targeted upgrades designed for patriarch-level cultivation. He had redesigned the anti-expertise traps for reality sculptor realm rather than domain engineer. He had installed the adaptive formation on floors 4, 6, and 9 simultaneously, tripling the coverage of his most effective anti-expert mechanism. He had built a new variant of the observation loop trap on floor 11 that he was genuinely uncertain about, which meant it would probably do something unexpected. 18 floors, 141 active traps. His boundary sense at peak attention, and Hung Dao did not enter. The Patriarch stopped at the dungeon boundary, the same 40-foot line where Yen Rao had stopped, and stood there. His cultivation presence was different from Yen Rao's. Where Yen Rao had been dense and institutional, like something old pressed into a contained form, Hung Dao's pressure was kinetic. It moved, even standing still. It pushed against the ambient field with the constant micro-fluctuations of a person who had spent 60 years in active combat cultivation. Formation Masters. Perimeter formation on the eastern face. The voice carried clearly through the stone. He had not heard words through stone before except as indistinct vibration, but Hung Dao was powerful enough that his speech drove the air with real force. 5 signatures spread to the east, each one domain engineer or above, and he felt the familiar sensation of Bureau standard-style formation pillars being driven into the mountain soil. But not cage formation patterns. Something else. Something he did not have Wei Liang's memories for. The first explosion against the mountain face gave him the identification he needed. Not a formation cage. Structural demolition. Hung Dao was dismantling the mountain. The first strike hit the eastern cliff face 60 feet above the dungeon entrance, and he felt it through 7 layers of stone as a shockwave that rattled every trap mechanism simultaneously. 2 of his more delicate mechanisms on floor 4 misfired and had to be reset. The stone above floor 14 cracked along a fault line he had known about, but had not thought to reinforce. Again, Hung Dao said. The second strike hit the same point at a different angle. He's boundary sense was feeding him the situation with clinical clarity. The strikes were targeting a structural column in the mountain's upper section that bore weight for approximately 200 feet of rock above the dungeon. If the column failed, the cave system would collapse from the top down. His core would be buried. He would be cut off from every mechanism above floor 12, and the weight of the collapse would crush mechanisms that had taken him months to build. He could not trap this. Every trap he had built, every mechanism from the pressure gradient floor 1 slab to the recursive observation loop, required an opponent to enter the dungeon and encounter it. Hung Dao was not entering. Hung Dao was standing 40 feet away and having 5 formation masters break the ground his house was built on. He did not feel fear. He did not know if he was capable of fear. He felt something colder and more useful, the recognition of a complete design failure. He had built for people who came inside. He had never built for people who stayed out. He needed a different kind of trap. He needed a trap that went outside. Chapter 22. Outside. The problem with sending a trap outside was that traps needed structure. They were anchored in stone, built into the mountain's body, dependent on his own boundary field for the formation energy that made them function. Detached from stone, a formation plate would operate on residual charge only, a few hours at most before the energy dissipated. A few hours was enough if the timing was right. He began designing while the mountain shook. The formation plate would need to be small, portable, carryable, something that could be moved quickly and quietly. The mechanism it housed would need to work without his active direction once deployed, because he could not extend his consciousness outside his boundary. And it needed to do something that the standard anti-human traps he had been building would not do. It needed to catch targets from behind, outside, in open terrain where there were no walls to guide trajectories and no ceiling to provide vertical threat. Pressure gradient, directional force, released downward at a specific point when a weight threshold was crossed. Simple enough for a formation plate to hold a charge for 6 hours. Effective enough against cultivators who were focused on the dungeon entrance and not watching the ground behind them. He built 12. Then he held them and looked at them in his formation sense and spent several minutes thinking about who would carry them. He had one creature capable of complex task execution, the dungeon goblin he had been training since week 2. The goblin had a name now, Su Pang, because xianxia had given it one after observing the creature follow a 17-step task sequence without error. It had been an accident. The naming. xianxia had said, the small one runs well, doesn't he? Something like a pang, a round hurrying thing. And the goblin had turned at the sound and looked at him, and that was that. Su Pang was currently in the lower levels, reorganizing the material stores the way Jian had taught him. He processed instructions in formation notation, geometric patterns in the stone that translated to action sequences. He was, by any measurement Jian he could apply, intelligent. Not human intelligent, a different kind of intelligence, faster on spatial tasks and slower on social ones, with a memory for trap sequence that exceeded anything the dungeon's actual challengers had demonstrated. He had never been outside the dungeon. Jian he sent the instruction sequence to Su Pang's section of floor 3. Go to the entrance passage. Carry these 12 formation plates. Place them at marked positions. Return. He felt Su Pang receive the instruction. Felt the goblin pick up the plates, small hands, careful grip, the weight of 12 charged formations. Felt him move toward the entrance passage with the quick step rhythm of someone following a task sequence. Felt him stop. Su Pang stood at the entrance passage for 40 seconds. The mountain shook twice more above them. Hung Dao's formation masters still working the eastern column. The goblin did not move. Jian he had designed Su Pang's training specifically to develop rapid task execution. He had never designed it to develop courage in the face of unknown territory, because he had never needed Su Pang outside the dungeon before. He sent a second instruction, step 3 paces forward. The goblin's weight distribution shifted. His front foot moved forward. He stopped again. Jian he waited. Then Su Pang made a sound. Not words, something shorter, a single exhaled breath with a specific cadence that Jian he had cataloged before as the sound the goblin made when completing a difficult physical task, and stepped out of the dungeon entrance. He stopped on the threshold. The morning air hit him first. Jian he felt the change in Su Pang's breathing through the faint vibration of his diaphragm against the stone floor. Faster, shallow, the physical signature of someone encountering something large and incomprehensible. The goblin looked up. Jian he could not see what Su Pang was seeing. He could only feel the stillness of it, the complete cessation of motion, all 12 formation plates balanced carefully in 2 small gray hands. A creature who had spent his entire existence in enclosed stone staring at the open sky for the first time. For seconds. 5. 7. Su Pang exhaled again, longer this time. Jian he felt the weight distribution shift back to normal. The goblin's footsteps, tentative at first, then finding the ordinary rhythm of moving, carried him forward to the marked positions. He placed all 12 plates in 40 minutes, working quickly and precisely, and returned to the dungeon without stopping. He stood at the entrance again on his way back in, looked up once more, then went inside. Chapter 23. Pressure from below. The first 2 plates activated 40 minutes after Su Pang returned. Hung Dao had reorganized his disciples into a working formation along the eastern mountain face, and the group had spread to cover a longer stretch of cliff. 2 disciples were crossing a section of ground Jian he had specifically marked, moving in parallel, checking the terrain ahead of them for external defense systems. They were looking up. The plates were flush with the surface soil. A cultivator checking aerial threats would not check the ground. Both plates triggered simultaneously. The pressure gradient field collapsed downward at the points of weight detection, the charged formation energy redirecting each disciple's downward gravitational force into a sideways vector, specifically toward each other. 2 impacts at high speed in open terrain. Jianhe absorbed 2 Dao echoes through the plate's feedback connection before the charge ran out. Thin echoes. The plates were not his best work and the feedback channel was attenuated by distance, but real. The other disciples reacted. 6 of them spread rapidly to wider positions, elevating cultivation pressure, scanning for additional threat sources. 2 went to help the fallen. Hung Dao did not react at all. Fan Wei, identify and locate the field source. One of the formation masters broke from the eastern column work and began a scanning technique. Jianhe felt the sweep of it reaching outward, a spiritual sense fan, broad and precise, moving in 60-degree arcs across the terrain. He sent an instruction to Su Peng. Move 3 positions north, confirm target locations, place the remaining plates, return immediately. He felt Su Peng hesitate at the entrance passage again, 1 second this time, not 7. The goblin stepped out, moved quickly across the open ground beyond the dungeon's threshold, and reached position 9 in 45 seconds. The field source is a moving object, Fan Wei said. North bearing. Fast. Small. Jianhe sent the return instruction as soon as the plates were placed. Su Peng was already moving. The formation master's scan caught the signature of the formation plates at position 9, just as Su Peng cleared the dungeon threshold. The scan had not quite reached the entrance. Su Peng's own signature was inside the boundary before it arrived. The 6 remaining plates activated over the next 3 hours in 3 separate events, coordinated to hit Hung Dao's disciples when they clustered during work breaks. The last event killed 1 disciple outright and wounded 4 others. Hung Dao absorbed each event without changing his fundamental approach. He was watching the dungeon entrance. He was watching the surrounding terrain. He had not yet identified where Su Peng was exiting, because the goblin moved at ground level and was small, and nobody was watching for something small and low when there was a dungeon full of traps demanding attention. But Fan Wei was excellent. The mobile element is exiting through the primary entrance, Fan Wei said, late in the afternoon. Small frame. Irregular cultivation signature. Not human. Hung Dao turned to look at the dungeon entrance for the first time all day. Capture it, he said. Chapter 24. Su Peng. They caught him on his 4th external deployment. Jianhe had been sending Su Peng out on longer routes, placing plates further from the dungeon entrance, because Fan Wei had established a perimeter scan that covered the immediate area. The 4th route took Su Peng to a ridge 300 feet north, far enough that the scan sensitivity was reduced to the point where a small, low-signature entity could pass between sweeps. The problem was the gap in the ridge that he had not been able to observe from inside the dungeon. 2 disciples were waiting in the gap. They had been placed there before dawn. Jianhe felt Su Peng's weight distribution change violently. Caught. Restrained. The sharp kinetic information of 2 people larger than the goblin grabbing him simultaneously. He felt Su Peng struggle, felt the formation plates fall from his hands, felt the goblin's breathing go fast and hard. Then still, he had no way to reach Su Peng. No external traps in range. No mechanisms that extended to a ridge 300 feet north. He felt the goblin's weight move further away as the disciples brought him back toward Hung Dao's camp, and there was nothing in the dungeon's architecture that could do anything about it. This was the cost of using an external agent. When the agent was taken, he could not get them back. He built. Not desperately, not reactively. He built with the methodical focus that had produced every mechanism since his first pressure gradient floor. Floor 18. Floor 19. A new version of the observation loop trap on floor 16 with 3 additional feedback layers. The cold faintness in his core deepened steadily as he worked, but the work was its own answer to the waiting. At Hung Dao's camp, he could feel Su Peng by the faint spiritual connection the goblin carried from his years of training. A thread of dungeon resonance in Su Peng's formation memory that attenuated with distance but did not disappear. He could not communicate through it. He could only feel. Weight standing, pressure changed, someone speaking nearby. This is a dungeon creature, Hung Dao said. The voice reached him through stone vibration, distant but present. It carries external formation work. Who taught a dungeon goblin to lay formation traps? No response. Su Peng was not speaking. It's watching us, one of the disciples said. The eyes are tracking. Something is watching through it, Hung Dao corrected. Or it has better training than I've seen in a human formation student. A pause. Either way, it knows something. Use the compliance technique. Jianhe felt the formation energy in the camp shift, the specific signature of a cultivation technique applied to subdue, to open, to compel. Something designed to bypass willpower through direct spiritual pressure. Su Peng made a sound. Jian He did not know what sound. He could not hear details at this distance. He felt only the sharp vibration of it in the connection thread and the quick silence that followed. The silence lasted a long time. It won't speak, a disciple said eventually. The compliance technique should work on something at this level. It worked, Hung Dao said. Notice that it is making no sound at all. More silence. Then movement in the camp. Someone walking quickly, the pattern of urgency. Patriarch. A new voice. Different. I have documentation here from the Silver Compass Society. Jian He felt Lian Mei's weight distribution crossing the camp's perimeter. He had not felt her approaching. She had come from an angle his boundary sense did not cover well, from the west, moving at a pace that she would not have been able to sustain for long. She had been running. This creature is registered under Bureau Research Protection as a non-human research subject, Lian Mei said. Her voice was steady, but Jian He could read the tension in her footfall. Weight slightly too far forward, the stance of someone managing adrenaline. Designation number 7741B. The Society holds the research charter. Harming or detaining it constitutes interference with an active Bureau research program. A long pause. You're serious, Hung Dao said. The paperwork is signed by the Assistant Bureau Director for Unconventional Study, Lian Mei said. The date stamp is 6 weeks ago. I can provide contact information for the director's office if you want to verify. I could simply tell my disciples that I don't care about Bureau paperwork. You could, Lian Mei said. And then the Silver Compass Society would file a formal complaint with the Continental Authority, and you would spend the next 18 months in legal arbitration during which your sex research activities would be suspended pending review. Or you could let the goblin go, and I won't have to file anything. Hung Dao did not respond for a long time. Jian He was building floor 20. Release the creature, Hung Dao said finally. But watch it. If it lays another formation plate within 100 feet of my position, the paperwork stops matching. He felt Su Peng's weight distribution change. Released, moving, the quick small steps of the goblin heading back toward the dungeon's direction. He felt Lian Mei standing in the camp for a moment longer before she turned and followed. He built floor 21. Chapter 25. The underground war. The siege perimeter went up the next morning. Disciples stationed at 40-foot intervals around the dungeon's full circumference, far enough to prevent direct external approach, close enough to respond to any new formation plate deployment. Jian He assessed the perimeter from his boundary sense and accepted its presence as a new design constraint. He had operated above ground and lost. The ground was monitored. Fanway's scanning technique could detect formation plates at 200 feet. Su Peng was visible to a trained observer. The external approach was, for now, closed. He went underground. Not metaphorically. He excavated a new passage, narrow, running at a 45-degree angle downward from floor 6, descending beneath the dungeon's current footprint toward the north. The mountain's geology cooperated. A vein of softer stone ran north-northeast for several hundred feet before hitting the granite baseline, and within that vein, he could move material quickly. Su Peng had returned to the dungeon through the main entrance past the siege perimeter, whose disciples had let him pass. He was under a meter of height, registered as non-threatening, and they apparently did not know what the dungeon residents' opinion of his return was, which was that Su Peng had done something outside the dungeon's walls 3 times in 2 days and had, on the last occasion, not run when captured. Jian He had not known that would be a requirement when he trained the goblin. He built floor 22 while excavating the tunnel, splitting his attention between the construction above and the excavation below. The cold faintness in his core was severe, 2 simultaneous activities on top of 2 days of crisis design. But the cold faintness had been severe before, and the work continued. The tunnel reached its target position at noon on the 2nd day of the siege, a stone formation beneath a small clearing 220 feet from the dungeon entrance, well outside Fanway's established patrol skin radius. From here, Su Peng could exit the dungeon without being detected. But he did not send Su Peng out immediately. He spent the rest of the day thinking. The siege was not the real problem. The siege was a symptom. Hung Dao was attacking the dungeon because his disciples had died in it. That was understandable. That was, Jian He would have acknowledged if he'd had a more generous vocabulary for other beings' internal states. Reasonable. He had taken something that mattered to the Patriarch, and the Patriarch had come to take something back. The question was what response would resolve this without costing more than the original. He could continue the external formation plate war. He could develop more sophisticated mobile mechanisms, longer-range deployments, approaches that Fanway's scan could not catch. He would probably win eventually through attrition. One being against a large group tended to favor the one being if the one being was embedded in its own territory and the group was away from theirs. He could try to destroy the siege perimeter from outside. He had 12 more formation plates he had not yet deployed. Or he could try something he had not built before, a trap designed not to kill the person who entered it, but to teach them something they could not refuse to learn. He sat with this for several hours while Su Peng reorganized the supply stores on floor 3 and Hung Dao's disciples maintained their perimeter in the cold mountain air. Then he began building floor 23. Floor 23 was the trap designed specifically for Patriarch Hung Dao. Not to kill him. Hung Dao was reality sculptor realm, and Jian He was principal binder, and the gap between those levels was real and would not be overcome by design cleverness alone. Not to wound him, not to stop him, to make him stop himself. The mechanism required a complete understanding of the Tao of anticipation, not just the fragment he had comprehended during the Bao encounter, but the full principle. He had been building toward it for months. Now he needed it complete. He built floor 23 as if the full principle were already available to him, and let the design drag the comprehension forward, the way a structure could hold shape before its mortar dried. At some point late in the third night of the siege, while the perimeter disciples shivered in their posts, and Hung Dao sat in meditative stillness in the command tent, the cold faintness in Jian He's core made a single shift from deep to full. Reality sculptor. The expansion was significant. His awareness pressed outward in all directions, and for a moment he felt the mountain as a single integrated thing. Every crack, every fault line, every formation energy current running through 2,000 years of accumulated stone. He felt Su Peng asleep in a warm corner of floor 3. He felt Shun Jiao's old teaching inscribed in the architecture of floor 8, permanent, as real as the stone itself. He felt Hung Dao in his tent, and felt, for the first time, the grief in the patriarch's cultivation presence. Not anger, not pride. Grief with anger built around it like armor. He understood this better, now, than he had before the breakthrough. He finished floor 23. Then he began building the approach mechanism. The sequence of traps on floors 18 through 22 that would funnel Hung Dao, when he finally entered, not toward the core room, but toward the floor he had designed for him. The siege would end the way all sieges ended, when the person conducting it decided to come inside. Chapter 26. The Disciple at the Edge of the Fire Siege Day 12. The perimeter had settled into a rhythm. Jian He could set his design schedule by guard rotation every 3 hours, patrol sweeps at dawn and dusk, fanway scanning formation activated twice daily at unpredictable intervals, a deliberate irregularity that Hung Dao had implemented after Su Peng's first external deployment. The Patriarch understood that a predictable scan pattern was a trap shaped like security. He was not a stupid man. Jian He had sent Su Peng through the underground tunnel on days 7, 8, and 10 to gather intelligence. The results were informative but not actionable. The siege perimeter held. Hung Dao had not relaxed his formation master's rotation. The disciples stationed outside showed no signs of abandoning their posts despite cold nights and the particular morale-draining quality of sieging an enemy that never came out to fight. On day 12, Jian He changed the assignment. He did not send Su Peng out with a formation plate. He sent him out with a single small disc of condensed dungeon stone, approximately 2 inches across, and specific instructions. Deliver it to the young disciple stationed at the north-northwest post who has been sitting on the same rock for 11 days and who stopped speaking to his neighbors 8 days ago. Su Peng had been observing long enough to know which disciple Jian He meant. The tunnel exit opened beneath a tangle of mountain root system approximately 40 feet beyond Fan Wei's established scan radius. Su Peng emerged in pieces. First the narrow snout, checking for movement. Then the rest of him, compact and low to the ground, and moving with the instinctive stillness that the dungeon had trained into him over months of practicing deployment scenarios. He waited 3 minutes. Nothing. He moved. The disciple at the north-northwest post was exactly where he had been for 11 days, seated on a flat boulder with his elbows on his knees and his chin in one hand, staring at the mountain with an expression that Su Peng had described to Jian He as someone trying to remember what they came here to do. Jian He knew this kind of cultivator. He had watched them in the dungeon many times. The ones who arrived with someone else's purpose in them, moving through the floors on momentum rather than conviction. They were the most interesting kind of challenger. When a person's purpose broke, you saw what was actually beneath it. Su Peng placed the stone disc on the boulder beside the disciple's hand and was back in the tunnel before the young man looked down. The disc contained a microformation, not a weapon, not a tracking mechanism, a teaching formation compressed into a space 2 inches across, designed to deliver a single fragment of the Tao of redirected force in a form any cultivator who touched it would receive directly. Jian He had built it in 4 hours. He had wanted to build it in 2. The principle was simple. In the dungeon, Challengers who arrived with strong intent in one direction and encountered a mechanism that redirected that intent obliquely tended to advance faster than challengers who simply found their path blocked. A wall stopped you. A slope moved you somewhere else. The Tao of redirected force was the principle underlying all such redirections, and Jianhe had comprehended it thoroughly enough by now to compress a fragment of it into a disc. The result, when a cultivator touched the disc and opened their cultivation sense to it, was approximately 4 hours of focused Tao theory delivered directly through contact, equivalent, in Jianhe's estimation, to 30 days of standard cultivation meditation on the same principle. He watched through his boundary sense as the young disciple's cultivation presence shifted in the predictable pattern of someone receiving an unexpected insight. The shift was clear even from several hundred feet through stone. Tension leaving the shoulders, breathing slowing, the micro-adjustments of a body settling into the particular physical stillness that real comprehension produced. The disciple sat with the disc for 6 hours. At the end of those 6 hours, his cultivation presence felt different, less borrowed. His name, Su Pang had reported, was Duan Lao. Jianhe began designing a new floor. He was not entirely sure why he designed it with Duan Lao specifically in mind. The young man had never entered the dungeon, and the siege perimeter made entry effectively impossible for any Hung sect member without Hung Dao's approval. Designing for an audience of one who probably could not attend was not efficient. But the Tao of redirected force had been on his mind since building the disc, and he found that designing a floor specifically calibrated to Duan Lao's cultivation type, the gaps he would have from 60 years of a patriarch's mentorship, the strengths that came from being the heir apparent rather than a rank-and-file disciple, the particular blind spots that intensive external combat training tended to produce, was a more interesting design problem than designing for a generic challenger. He built the floor over 3 days. When it was done, he stepped back from it, metaphorically, which meant he shifted his boundary sense to an observational mode rather than a construction mode, and examined it from the position of a challenger who had studied under Patriarch Hung Dao for 20 years. The floor was very good. The cold faintness in his core had decreased incrementally since the reality sculptor breakthrough, as if the expansion of his cultivator sense had also expanded his energy reserves. He was not sure if this was a consistent property of realm advancement or a specific consequence of the tunnel building and floor designing he had done in the days preceding the breakthrough. He added the question to his list of things to test when the siege resolved. He was confident the siege would resolve. He was less confident about the timeline. He began building the floor after it, then the one after that. The work itself was its own answer to the siege's stasis. On the morning of siege day 14, his boundary sense registered an unusual movement in the Hung sect camp. Duan Lao was walking toward the dungeon entrance. He was not moving with the patrol walk of a disciple on guard duty. He was moving with the deliberate stride of someone who had made a decision and was implementing it before he could reconsider it. His cultivation presence had the characteristic compressed tight quality of a person in the middle of a private argument they were determined to end. Jianhe observed. He did not adjust any of the traps between the entrance and floor 7. He rebuilt the traps on floors 8 through 12 in the 90 seconds he had before Duan Lao reached the entrance. Not easier. Harder. More precisely calibrated to exactly what Duan Lao's cultivation type needed to encounter to advance. Not lethal hard. Not the kind of hard that produced death, which produced only mechanical Tao echoes, but the kind of hard that produced 3 hours of focused struggle followed by a breakthrough, which was the most efficient conversion rate he had identified for cultivators with strong theoretical foundations and underdeveloped adaptive instinct. He acknowledged, already looking forward to how well the young man did. He began designing the next floor. Chapter 27. The heir apparent Duan Lao walked through the dungeon entrance at approximately 7 in the morning, and Jianhe received the first Tao echo from him 40 minutes later, when he hit the second trap on floor 3 and had to stop and think. The quality of the echo was exceptional. Jianhe had developed a fairly reliable intuition about the kind of comprehension a challenger was doing from the quality of the echo the trap returned. Thin comprehension felt like surface contact, bright and quick and shallow. Deep comprehension felt like pressure, sustained and dense. Most challengers yielded the surface type. A few yielded the pressure type. Shun Jiao yielded something beyond both, which Jianhe had never been able to categorize precisely. Duan Lao yielded the pressure type immediately. He spent 40 minutes on the floor 3 trap. He spent 90 minutes on floor 4. He emerged from floor 4 moving differently than he had entered it. The quality of his cultivation presence had a new note in it, a settled density in the lower cultivation layers that hadn't been there when he arrived. He had comprehended something real. Jianhe watched him advance toward floor 5 and quietly added complexity to the next trap. Not cruelty, calibration. A mechanic that would stop Duan Lao for exactly as long as he needed to be stopped, force him to approach the problem from an angle he hadn't considered, and then open a clear path forward the moment the understanding arrived. The kind of design that required precise knowledge of the challenger's cultivation architecture, which Jian he now had from the echo data. This was what he had been building for since the early days, when he first noticed that comprehension in the challenger amplified the echo. He had been designing the training environment. The training environment required knowing the student. He knew the student. Duan Lao reached floor 7 before he began to slow significantly. Floor 7 had been rebuilt for xianxia's long study sessions and retained the multi-solution architecture that allowed different comprehension paths to the same destination. Duan Lao found the path xianxia had never used, the one that required converting spatial awareness to temporal prediction, and got stuck there for 3 hours. During those 3 hours, he built floor 14 with half his attention and watched Duan Lao with the other half. It was not exactly the way he watched challengers generally. Most challengers were design validation problems. They confirmed whether a trap worked as intended and provided echo data. Duan Lao was something more like an interesting argument that kept changing position. Every time he adapted to a mechanism, his adaptation revealed something new about the gap between his theoretical understanding and his practical application, and that gap kept taking a different shape. He found the gap more interesting than the trap. He had not built anything for a specific person before in this particular way. Lian Mei had changed his design philosophy, but he had not redesigned for her mid-run. Shen Jiao had been a teacher, not a student. Duan Lao was the first person he was actively training in real time. He was building new traps for floors 9 through 12, while Duan Lao was still on floor 7. The traps were specifically constructed to address the 3 weaknesses he had identified in the young man's adaptive response so far. Not to punish those weaknesses, to develop them. The distinction mattered. Punishing a weakness produced retreat. Developing a weakness produced advancement. Duan Lao reached floor 8 at noon and floor 10 by late afternoon. He stopped at floor 12, the new trap he had built at maximum difficulty, and spent 2 hours working through it before he finally found the solution and stopped completely, sitting down in the middle of the passage with his hands on his knees and his head bowed. The Tao echo from that moment was extraordinarily clean. He received 3 distinct principles from it in sequence, which was unusual. Typically, a single trap yielded a single insight. But Duan Lao had apparently synthesized 3 separate Tao principles in the moment of breakthrough, and each one returned to he in full. He advanced a sublevel from the accumulated echoes of the afternoon. 412 had been very good work. Duan Lao emerged from the dungeon as the sun was setting, moving with the slightly stunned quality of someone who had comprehended significantly more than they expected to. He stood at the dungeon entrance for a long moment, looking back at the mountain with an expression he could not see but could read from weight distribution. He was not afraid of what he had just experienced. He was reconsidering something larger. Then he walked back toward the Hung sect camp. He had felt the patrol rotation, and none of the perimeter disciples had noticed Duan Lao's absence, which meant they either hadn't expected him to enter or hadn't thought it was worth reporting if he did. Either way, Hung Dao did not yet know. He began designing floor 15. He recognized, looking forward to when Duan Lao returned. Chapter 28. What grief looks like from outside. The argument in the Hung sect camp began 2 hours after Duan Lao's return and continued through the night. He could not hear the words clearly. The camp was positioned at the edge of his boundary sense, and voices at normal volume didn't carry through 300 feet of stone with enough resolution to parse. But he could read cultivation presences the way a builder reads structural stress. The dense, kinetic pressure that was Hung Dao, the new settled density that was Duan Lao, and the shifting weight of senior disciples who moved back and forth between the 2 poles in a pattern that mapped very clearly to an internal debate. Duan Lao was arguing. Hung Dao was not conceding. The pattern went on for 5 hours. At some point, other presences gathered around them, the sect's senior members, called in one by one, each one registering as a new pressure signature in the boundary sense as they arrived and arranged themselves. He kept building. He was working on the graduated challenge trap, the mechanism he had been theorizing since the first week of the siege, the design problem that kept returning regardless of what else he was working on. The concept was technically demanding. A formation that assessed the entering cultivator's realm and cultivation type in real time and automatically scaled its difficulty to match, requiring understanding of both assessment Tao and proportional response Tao simultaneously. The challenge was the response mechanism. A trap that scaled by realm alone was straightforward. There were established formation techniques for cultivation density sensing, and scaling destructive output to match was a solved problem. But scaling to cultivation type was significantly more complex. Cultivation type was not a single variable. It was the accumulated history of a cultivator's comprehension priorities, which overlapped in irregular ways across different realm levels. He had been building components for 3 days. He had discarded 7 complete versions when the response mechanism failed the calibration tests. The current version was his 8th attempt, and he was not yet satisfied with the assessment formation sensitivity at the low-mid range. He rebuilt the assessment mechanism. Then he rebuilt it again. The argument in the camp had quieted by the time he reached version 4 of the new assessment submechanism. Hung Dao's presence had become very still, which was different from his usual kinetic stillness. This was the stillness of something closed, not the stillness of something considering. Duan Lao's presence was moving, pacing, in the characteristic pattern of someone who had made their best argument and knew it had not landed. Fractures in the Hung sect's cultivation presences were visible even through the stone. 6 of the senior disciples had moved apart from the main camp cluster at some point during the night and stayed there, and their cultivation signatures had the distance quality of people who had heard an argument they agreed with and were now very carefully not showing that they agreed with it. This was not going to resolve quickly. Hung Dao's grief was real, and the mathematics of loss did not yield to persuasion alone. But the fractures existed now. That was new. He finished the graduated challenge trap on the morning of Siege Day 16. He tested it with 2 of his dungeon creatures, a stone crawler he had been training for 3 months, and a cave wyvern that had reached the equivalent of mid-foundation realm through years of trap encounters. They were genuinely different cultivation types. The trap assessed them in 0.8 seconds and 1.1 seconds respectively, while within acceptable range, and scaled its difficulty to values that Jianhe's modeling suggested were appropriate for their levels. The stone crawler was stopped. The cave wyvern, which had more raw force and less adaptive comprehension, triggered a different mechanism entirely, one designed for brute cultivation rather than comprehension cultivation. Both of them struggled at the appropriate level of difficulty. Neither was killed. Parameters, satisfactory. He was revising the assessment mechanism to improve sensitivity at the principal binder to reality sculptor transition range when his boundary sense registered a familiar cultivation signature approaching the dungeon entrance. Not Duan Lao. Xianxia. He registered the signature with something that was not quite surprise. He had known the master would return, because Xianxia always returned, but with a sharpened attention, because the signature was different than it had been 3 weeks ago. The same essential quality, the same depth and texture of a cultivator who had spent 70 years comprehending Dao, but the baseline resonance was lower, like a bell slightly muffled. He heard the sound of the cane against stone before he felt the step pattern. Xianxia was walking with a cane. He had not needed one in his last visit. He stopped revising the assessment mechanism. He set every new construction aside. He devoted his full design attention to the space between the dungeon entrance and floor 7, moving through each mechanism in turn and examining it not as a training system, but as an environment. He had built this section to test, to challenge, to force comprehension. He rebuilt it, carefully and precisely, so that the challenges remained real but the physical demands were lower. Narrower gaps converted to wide corridors. High-step thresholds lowered to gentle slopes. The mechanism that required a brief, full release of cultivation pressure to trigger the disarming sequence. He removed the full release requirement entirely and replaced it with a gradual release alternative. He did this without thinking about it as a design decision. He did it the way he had first reduced the second floor's lethality when Lian Mei was approaching, 4 months ago. The same quiet adjustment to the design parameters. The adjustment was done in 40 minutes. Then he waited. Xianxia entered the dungeon as the mountain cast its long morning shadow and made his way to floor 7. Chapter 29. To build something that has never existed, they had developed a vocabulary over months of practice. Jianhe spoke through architecture, modifications to nearby formations that meant specific things when you had been reading them long enough. A pressure release in the nearest formation meant acknowledgement. A spatial fold along the eastern wall meant question. A brightening of the light-conducting stone panels in the ceiling meant satisfaction. Xianxia spoke through narration, the continuous annotation of a man who had spent 70 years thinking aloud. The conversation that happened on floor 7 on Siege Day 16 was their most complete. It began the way their conversations usually began. Xianxia sitting down on the stone floor with more effort than it used to take him, setting the cane against the wall with the careful deliberateness of someone who did not want to appear to need it, and beginning to describe what he was observing. The graduated trap on 4, Xianxia said. I watched you build it. At least, I felt it being built. The resonance shifts were unmistakable. You solved the cultivation-type sensing problem with a feedback loop mechanism, didn't you? The formation doesn't just read the challenger. It receives feedback from the challenger's response to the reading and uses that to refine the output in real time. Pressure release. Acknowledgement. I thought so. He was quiet for a moment. I would have used a static assessment mechanism. I've been using static mechanisms in my formation work for 50 years. The feedback loop approach didn't occur to me as applicable here because I've been categorizing these as assessment problems. You categorized it as a conversation problem. That's the difference. Spatial fold. Question. What I observed. There's a distinction. A pause. When I taught formation theory, I taught my students to assess first, then respond. 2 steps. You appear to operate in a state where assessment and response are simultaneous. The assessment is the response. It's a fundamentally different processing architecture. Brightening of the ceiling panels. Xianxia smiled. He did it more now than he had at the beginning of their acquaintance. I am not sure if I'm pleased to have contributed to it, or merely in possession of information about myself that I would have preferred to already know. He shifted his position. There is something I have been meaning to ask you. Jian, waited. You have goals. I've been able to tell this for some time. The design of this floor, this entire dungeon, is not reactive. It is purposive. You are trying to accomplish something. He looked at the nearest formation, the one that encoded the question signal. Not just the next design. Not just the next breakthrough. What do you want? Ultimately, what is the thing you're working toward? The question entered his processing in a way that most questions did not. He had been asked, through various intermediaries and via various communication formats, what he was going to do with growing political attention, how he was going to respond to Hung Dao's siege, whether he would accept the Bureau's research designation terms. These were tractable questions. They had parameters he could analyze. This question had no parameters. It asked for parameters that did not yet exist. He stayed with it. He did not build anything while he stayed with it, which was unusual. The dungeon was quiet in a way it was rarely quiet. Then he built an answer. The formation he constructed occupied a 2-meter section of the floor 7 wall. He took his time with it. The design was not a combat mechanism. It was a statement formation, the kind he had built for Xianxia's response to the assessment versus conversation distinction. It was the most honest kind of architecture. Formation geometry encoding a specific meaning, readable by anyone with sufficient cultivation sense and formation theory background. Xianxia studied it for a long time. To build something that has never existed before, he said. Pressure release. Yes, not to be the most powerful, not to reach the highest realm. He traced the formation geometry with one finger, not touching the stone, just following the lines. You want to build something new, something genuinely original, something that, when it did not exist before you built it and exists after, you made a real addition to what is. He lowered his hand. That is a very specific and very uncommon aspiration. He was quiet for a moment that had a different quality than his usual silences. I spent my life adding to what Grandmaster Ling Fong had already established, Xianxia said. Refinements, improvements, extensions of what already existed. I was very good at it. I achieved more within the existing framework than most cultivators achieve in a lifetime. He looked at the formation again. I never built anything that had never existed before. I thought about it when I was young, but the young thought gets replaced by the practical. The practical gets replaced by mastery of the practical. And mastery of the practical feels enough like something that you stop noticing the absence of the original. Jian, waited. I am asking, Xianxia said, because I have a request. He did not look at the formations when he said it. He looked at the stone floor with the unhurried attention of someone who has stopped rushing. I have known for some time that I am very close to the end of what my body can sustain. The illness is efficient. It does not linger. The cold faintness in Jian's core settled to something precise and still. I would like to die somewhere beautiful, Xianxia said. Not to a trap. Not to a mechanism. I have been studying traps for 70 years, and I do not want the last thing I see to be a formation designed to stop me. I want to see something made for its own sake. Something true. He turned and looked directly at the nearest formation, which was the closest thing he had to a face to look at. I believe you are the only person I have ever met who might understand exactly what I mean by that. Brightening of the ceiling panels. Yes, I understand. Can you build something like that? Jian had never built something with no combat function, no Dao purpose, no cultivation agenda. He had built for training, for defense, for advancement. He had built for Lian Mei's curiosity and for Xianxiao's study. He had never built for the sake of the thing itself. He sat with the problem the way he sat with design problems. He examined it from multiple angles. He found, in the angles of it, something that had no design precedent, a genuinely original problem. Yes, he said through the formation. I will build it. Chapter 30. What completion looks like, he spent 4 days building the formation for xianxia. He built it on floor 7, in the chamber directly adjacent to the passage junction, the space with the highest ceiling in the section, where the natural stone curved upward in a vault that Wei Liang's memories categorized as geologically unusual, and Jian he had always found visually interesting without having a formation use for that interest until now. The design criteria were entirely different from anything he had built before. No trap mechanism, no challenge, no Dao test of any kind. He stripped every combat element from the approach passage and redesigned it as a corridor that slowed the natural walking pace to a comfortable amble. He redirected the light-conducting formations throughout the section so that the light fell in a specific pattern inside the chamber. Not even illumination, but angled light, catching the natural crystal formations in the vault ceiling at a precise angle that produced a continuous slow color shift across the stone. He built spatial formations that induced no feeling of threat, only the mild involuntary expansion of the breathing that happened in spaces with unusual proportion. He adjusted the ambient temperature to the specific warmth he had observed in xianxia's preferred sitting spots. He designed the acoustic properties of the chamber so that sound inside it was rich rather than flat. He rebuilt the central formation 12 times. Not because it was wrong, the third version was functional, but because functional was not sufficient. He wanted it to be something that had never been built before. What emerged, by the 4th day, was a formation that operated on the boundary between spatial Dao and light Dao in a synthesis he had not encountered in Wei Liang's memories, which meant it was possibly original. The light it produced moved through the chamber in patterns that were not random and not symmetric. They followed a progression that any cultivator with the right kind of perception would read as deliberate, as if the formation was doing something intelligible but not translatable. Not a message, an experience of coherence without meaning. He could not categorize what Dao principle this expressed. He was not sure it expressed one. It might have been purely aesthetic, which was a category he had not previously considered as a thing formations could be. When he finished it, he felt no Dao echo from its construction. Nothing accumulated in his core from the 4 days of work. He was satisfied anyway, in a way that he did not have design language for. He told xianxia through the voice formation, his first time using the architectural communication system he had built in the months before for a message that was not a technical signal, and his communication was, even with the limited medium, more direct than usual. Come when you are ready. Floor 7. The chamber. Xianxia came 3 days later. He came in the early morning. He brought nothing except the cane, which he set inside the dungeon entrance and did not pick up again. Jian he did not redesign the floor around the cane. He left it where it was. The walk to floor 7 took a long time. Jian he watched every step through his boundary sense and felt each one as a piece of information he did not want but could not stop receiving. The gradual slowing, the moments of stillness, the point around floor 4 where the master stopped and breathed for 3 minutes with his hand on the wall. Then continued. He entered the chamber on floor 7 as the morning light was reaching its peak angle. He stood in the center of the light for a long time. He sat down. He did not speak for a while. The light moved through the chamber in its particular progression, and xianxia watched it the way he had always watched formations, with the full attention of a cultivator who understood what he was looking at and was still surprised by it. Eventually he said, "In 70 years of formation study, I have never seen this principle. I don't know the name for it. I'm not sure it has one yet. Spatial fold. Question. Do I know what to call it?" He considered. No, but it feels like something complete. Like a thought at the moment of finishing. Not the process of understanding. The moment after, when the understanding settles and becomes permanent. He looked at the ceiling where the crystals were catching the light. You built completion. The cold faintness in Jian He's core was very still. The hour that followed was the quietest he had ever been. Xianxia was in a state Jian he had only ever observed at the peak moments of the master's deepest comprehension runs. The outward stillness that meant inward movement, a cultivator descending through their own formation sense towards something at the foundation. He was not studying. He was not analyzing. He had spent 70 years studying and analyzing, and he had apparently decided that he was done with both and could simply be inside the thing he was experiencing. The formation cycled through its progression. Sometime in the middle of the 2nd hour, Xianxia's breathing changed. Jian he felt it before he heard it. The shift in the master's cultivation presence from active to settled. The way a river looks different the moment it reaches the place where it was always going. Not a stopping, a completion. The Dao echo that entered his core was unlike any he had ever received. It was not the echo of a trap working correctly, not the echo of a cultivator's comprehension resonating against his design. It was larger than those and quieter, like the difference between a bell's strike and the sound that remains afterward. He received it in his deepest formation layers, where the most fundamental Tao comprehensions were inscribed, and it settled there without requiring anything of him. No design integration, no inscription work. It simply arrived and became part of his architecture the way original stone is part of a mountain. The Tao of completion, not the completion of traps, not the completion of designs. The principle by which any system, any process, any life reaches its natural endpoint, not interrupted, not prolonged past its proper shape, but brought to the place it was always moving toward. The thing that makes an ending feel like an arrival. He understood something he had not had language for before. He began building a new formation without deciding to. Not a trap. An extension of the memorial formation he had built for xianxia's old technique months ago. He added new elements to it. Formation geometry encoding not the master's signature technique, but the particular progression of light in this chamber, the particular quality of the hour that had just passed. When he was done, the memorial formation on floor 7 was complete in a way it had not been before. He did not know if xianxia would have liked the addition. He built it anyway. Outside, the Hung sect siege continued. The disciples maintained their posts. Fan Wei ran his scans at irregular intervals. Duan Lao sat at the north-northwest boulder and turned something small over in his hands. The Tao pressure from the Tao of completion moved through the mountain as Jian, his new comprehension settled, felt through stone and soil as a warmth that had no source. At the siege camp, Patriarch Hung Dao was sitting at his table eating his morning meal with the particular focused efficiency of a man who had not permitted himself distraction in 12 years. He stopped eating. He set his chopsticks down. He sat quietly for several minutes, his cultivation presence making the small adjustments of a being who has felt something from the outside world land against his inner formation structure in a way he did not invite. Then he picked up his chopsticks and continued eating, and said nothing to anyone. But something in his cultivation presence was fractionally different. Jian He, building the extended memorial formation with most of his attention, noticed the change with a peripheral portion of his boundary sense. He could not identify what had shifted in Hung Dao's presence. He could identify only that something had. He filed it under design variables of possible future relevance. He kept building. Chapter 31. The cartographer's grief. Lian Mei came for the body on the morning after Shen Jiao's death, and Jian He knew she was coming before she arrived. He had been monitoring the camp at the dungeon's research registration site, a small cluster of Silver Compass Society tents positioned at the edge of the siege perimeter, which Hung Dao had technically no authority to remove, but had made deeply uncomfortable through the ambient pressure of 30 Hung sect cultivators maintaining their encirclement at 40 feet. Lian Mei's tent was the one farthest from the Hung sect camp, which Jian He had deduced was less about strategic positioning and more about a preference for not being within sight of things she found aggravating. Her step pattern was different than usual when she crossed the siege perimeter. Faster, more compressed, less fluid. The weight distribution of someone managing something internal through the discipline of movement. She had heard about Xinjiao, then. Someone had told her. He watched her enter the dungeon and made a single adjustment to the floor 1 mechanisms as she passed. He disabled the one that produced a soft pressure pulse on approach, which Xinjiao had once said created a useful attentiveness in challengers, but which felt, today, like an intrusion. She walked to floor 7 without stopping and without testing anything. She had mapped this section so many times that the traps were furniture to her, present, understood, irrelevant, to navigate. He tracked her by footfall and cultivation presence as she moved through the passage junction and into the chamber. He felt the moment she saw the body. The cultivation presence shift was not dramatic. She had been a cartographer for 12 years, and she had walked into chambers where challengers had died, mapped the locations of deaths for the Bureau registry, and reported them with the professional clarity her organization required. She knew what a body in a dungeon looked like. But this was different, and his boundary sense was precise enough to read the difference in the way she stood. She was very still for a long time. Then she sat down on the stone floor next to Xinjiao, and she did not move, and her cultivation presence made the slow cycling adjustments of a person breathing through something they had not prepared adequately for. Jian He had no design response to grief. He had catalogued grief as a human phenomenon that appeared in challengers who survived a companion's death. It produced a characteristic cultivator presence shift, a kind of hollowing in the energy distribution, and challengers who experienced it in the dungeon tended either to leave immediately or to push deeper with the focused intensity of people who needed to be occupied. He had observed these responses and made design notes. He had not built anything for grief, because there was nothing to trap. He began building something for it now. The memorial formation he had built after Shun Jiao's months of visits, the one that encoded the master's signature technique in light pattern geometry, was complete, but it was an analytical completion. It documented what he had learned from Xianxia technically. It was an archive. He built an extension of it while Lian Mei sat with the body. He worked in the wall directly behind where she was sitting, the section that would be in her peripheral vision when she looked up. He used the same light-conducting stone he had used in the chamber formation, the stone that caught angles and multiplied them, that made light feel like something with intent. He encoded in the extension not Xianxiao's signature technique, but the particular quality of the master's study sessions, the long silences, the narrated observations, the specific pattern of how he moved through formations that were hard for him versus ones that came easily. He encoded the morning light quality from the sessions that had run early, the way Xianxiao's cultivation presence brightened when he found a new angle on an old principle. He encoded what it had been like to be studied by a person who treated your work as worth understanding. The formation was not technically sophisticated. It used no novel mechanisms, no advanced spatial Dao, no comprehension challenging architecture. He received no Dao echo from building it. It yielded nothing for his cultivation. He built it anyway. When Lian Mei looked up, eventually, she turned and looked at the wall behind her. She was very quiet for a long time. Then she said, to the dungeon in general, in a voice that was somewhat steadier than it probably felt from the inside. You built this for him. Pressure release. Yes. Did you? She stopped. Started again. When he came that last time, was it peaceful? He made the modification to the light-conducting formation that meant yes. He had built the signal specifically in the months of communication work, calibrating it with Xianxiao's help until the distinction between it and the standard acknowledgement signal was clear. A warmth in the light distribution rather than simply a brightening. Lian Mei breathed out slowly. She stayed in the chamber for 2 hours. She spent most of that time with the memorial formation, sitting close enough to read the geometry and far enough to see the whole pattern. At some point, she stopped analyzing it and just looked at it the way people looked at things when they had stopped trying to extract information and were simply being in the presence of something. When she left, she carried Xianxiao's body carefully, with both arms, and she walked slowly through the dungeon the long way out rather than the short way. He watched her walk through every floor. He began designing a new trap on floor 8 when she passed through it. One of his best mechanisms, technically demanding and philosophically layered. He wanted there to be something for her to come back to. Outside, Hung Dao had spent the day in his command tent, not resting. He could feel the kinetic nature of the patriarch's cultivation presence even through 300 feet of stone, the constant micro-adjustments of a person whose mind was actively working. He emerged at dusk and spoke to his senior formation masters for 40 minutes. Then they began work. Not demolition this time. Construction. He felt the new formation pillars going into the ground with the particular resonance of high-complexity formation work, not the brute force strike of structural demolition, but the careful placement of a large-scale containment architecture. The pillars were going in at a specific interval. He counted them by their resonance impacts, one every 60 feet, approximately, forming a ring. He consulted Wei Liang's memories and did not find a match for the formation type. By midnight, he had identified enough of the pattern to understand the basic mechanism. The formation was designed to suppress or contain Dao energy transmission, an isolation formation rather than a cage. It would not prevent challengers from entering the dungeon. The siege perimeter was already handling that, but it would sever the dungeon's connection to the ambient Dao field. He would receive no echoes from challengers inside. He would receive nothing from outside either. The pillars continued going in through the night. He counted 37 by morning. At dawn, the formation activated. The silence was immediate and complete. The ambient Dao energy field that he had been operating within since his awakening, the background cultivation resonance of the mountain, the soil, the stone, simply stopped. He was receiving signals from inside the dungeon only. His core was working with its existing reserves, which were substantial, but no longer renewing from external Dao flow. Hung Dao had stopped trying to break his house and had instead decided to cut his supply lines. Parameters, serious. Response mechanism, required. He began designing the architectural bomb. Chapter 32. The muffler and the bomb. The Dao muffler was elegant. He spent the first day studying it from inside, reading its resonance through the dungeon's stone as he would read a challenging formation in a challenger's technique, looking for the underlying principles, the design decisions, the places where the builder's choices reflected their understanding of what they were trying to accomplish. The formation masters who had built it were genuinely good. The pillar network was precisely spaced for maximum coverage with minimum redundancy, suggesting a careful mathematical optimization of the containment effect. The activation sequence had been coordinated without any visible signal, suggesting the team had pre-rehearsed it. The harmonic frequency of the containment field was set to a specific value that interfered with natural Tao echo resonance while not affecting non-cultivation phenomena, which meant the builders had understood, at a deep level, exactly which portion of the Tao transmission spectrum to suppress. This was not improvised. This was a prepared formation that Hung Dao had brought with him from the start, designed specifically to counter a dungeon core's cultivation mechanism. The patriarch had done his research before arriving. Jianhe cataloged this as a significant upgrade to his threat assessment of Hung Dao. Not just a grieving cultivator with 60 years of combat experience. A grieving cultivator with 60 years of combat experience who had thought carefully about what kind of dungeon he was attacking before attacking it. Revised assessment. Hung Dao was a more interesting design problem than he had initially estimated. He went back to the architectural bomb. The core concept was straightforward. A system of micropressure formations placed at specific nodes in the Dao muffler's pillar network, triggered simultaneously from a central activation point inside the dungeon. If the pressure at each node was precisely calibrated to the muffler's resonance frequency, the simultaneous trigger would create destructive interference at those nodes, temporary breaks in the containment field that would last until the formation masters diagnosed and repaired them. The challenge was placement. Su Peng could exit through the underground tunnel, but placing formation plates on the pillar nodes without detection required a level of stealth that went significantly beyond their previous external operations. Fan Wei's scan covered the siege perimeter. The pillar nodes were close enough to the perimeter that any placement would risk detection. He redesigned the formation plate structure. Standard formation plates were approximately 3 inches across, visible to any cultivator with active skin sense. He needed something smaller. He spent a day designing quarter-inch formation discs that could carry enough compressed mechanism to trigger a resonance break without requiring the size of a standard plate. The miniaturization was a significant engineering problem. Smaller disc area meant less formation surface, which meant less mechanism complexity, which meant less precision in the resonance targeting. He solved it by changing the mechanism type entirely. Instead of targeting the muffler's resonance frequency directly, he designed the discs to generate a secondary vibration that the muffler's own formation structure would amplify into a destructive resonance with itself. He was not attacking the muffler. He was giving the muffler something to misprocess. The design required 4 iterations and yielded 3 distinct Tao echoes from the design process alone. Design echoes, smaller than tested trap echoes, but cumulative. He received enough to identify a new partial comprehension, the Tao of resonance, the principle of using a system's own energy against itself. He filed it as an ongoing comprehension and gave the disc design to Su Peng. Su Peng went out on siege day 20, in the 2-hour window between Fan Wei scans. He carried 48 quarter-inch discs. He had become, Jianhe reflected, exceptionally good at this. 3 months ago, Su Peng had frozen at the dungeon entrance staring at the open sky. Jianhe absorbed Tao echoes from the ambient field for 2 minutes at full rate, which yielded approximately 6 days' worth of echo accumulation. Not a solution. The formation masters would repair the breaks within the hour and the muffler would be restored. But enough to confirm that the basic mechanism worked and could be repeated. He was already designing the next deployment. He spent the rest of the day designing a second set of discs with improved placement geometry and a different secondary resonance trigger. He was going to need to cycle through multiple mechanism variants to stay ahead of the formation master's countermeasures. They would study the failed nodes. They would understand what had happened. They would reinforce. He needed to design faster than they could reinforce. This was, he recognized, an interesting inversion of his usual situation. Normally, he was building defenses that challengers attempted to overcome. Now he was the one making repeated attempts against a well-defended formation, and the defenders were adapting. He received a design echo from recognizing this structural parallel and filed it alongside the Tao of resonance comprehension. The Silver Compass Society's observation platform, a small elevated position with cultivation sensing equipment that Lian Mei had established on a ridge overlooking the siege perimeter, had been watching the entire sequence of events. The Society's delegation had been recording everything for the Bureau research report. 3 days after the architectural bomb deployment, Lian Mei entered the dungeon and spoke to Jianhe directly through the voice formation. The Silver Compass Society's senior scholars have been reviewing everything that's happened since Hung Dao arrived, she said. She was using the formal voice she reserved for institutional communication, which Jianhe had learned to distinguish from her working voice and her visiting voice. Specifically, the mobile formation plates, the underground tunnel, the bomb discs. They have revised their classification of what you are. He waited. They are proposing a formal alignment. Not just research sponsorship. Formal political alliance, with the society as patron. It means they fight your legal battles, and you provide cultivation advancement access for their scholars. She paused. It also means they have to publicly commit to you as an ally, which means their institutional reputation is linked to whatever you do going forward. He activated the spatial fold formation. Question: whether I think you should accept. She was quiet for a moment. I think you should accept. The society has enough continental authority connections to make Hung Dao's siege legally untenable eventually. And you need someone who can argue for you in rooms you can't enter. Another pause. I'm going to be honest. I am also one of the people who would be arguing for you in those rooms. So I have a conflict of interest in the recommendation. Brightening of the ceiling panels. That means yes. Yes. And noted. She smiled slightly. He read it from a micro shift in her weight distribution. I'll tell the council. Chapter 33. Fractures in 37 Disciples. The Silver Compass Society's announcement of formal alignment came 7 days after Lian Mei's conversation, and Jianhe knew about it before it happened because Su Pang had been attending the society's delegation meetings from a concealed position near their camp, reporting back through a relay formation system they had developed over the siege weeks. The announcement was made in writing to Hung Dao's formal representative, delivered at the siege camp's boundary, with the particular ceremonial weight that institutional documentation carries when the institution behind it is old enough to have outlasted several empires. The Society's formal letter cited the Bureau Research designation, the Continental Authority's prior rulings on non-human cultivation entities, and 3 specific precedents about siege operations against registered research sites. Hung Dao read it while sitting in his command tent. He did not emerge for 4 hours. When he did, his first action was to bring his formation masters into an extended consultation that lasted through the night. Jianhe, monitoring the Dao muffler's formation from inside, felt the formation's resonance shift fractionally during this session, not a repair, but a calibration adjustment. They were reinforcing the weakened nodes. He had been expecting this. He had already completed 5 additional disc designs with new resonance trigger mechanisms. But the formation calibration was not the most interesting development from that night. Duan Lao had not attended the command tent consultation. This was, in Jianhe's assessment, a significant design variable. The heir apparent had been present for every major Hung sect decision since the siege began. His absence from the consultation meant one of 3 things. He had been excluded, which suggested Hung Dao knew about the dungeon visit and had made a consequential choice about his heir's role in the siege. He had withdrawn voluntarily, which suggested a more definitive internal position than his earlier argumentation, or he was engaged in something else, which required identification. Su Pang's morning reconnaissance identified the 3rd possibility as partially correct, but insufficient. Duan Lao was at the north-northwest boulder. He had been there since the consultation began. He was sitting with the formation disc Su Pang had delivered to him weeks ago, turning it between his fingers. He was not at the consultation because he did not agree with whatever was being decided in it. 6 other senior disciples were also positioned at unusual distances from the command tent. 2 of them had moved their personal equipment to the camp's outer edge. One had told a junior disciple, in a conversation Su Pang had been positioned to overhear, that the siege had achieved nothing except making Master Duan Lao appear more reasonable than the patriarch. The fractures were deepening. Jianhe built a new floor while processing this intelligence. He was not certain how to use it. He could not directly contact the dissenting disciples, and using Su Pang as a visible intermediary would expose the intelligence network. But fractures in a siege's commitment changed the mathematical landscape of the siege's continuation. A siege required consensus from the participants. Consensus that was visibly contested became progressively harder to maintain. He sent Su Pang back out with the 2nd set of discs and a revised placement geometry. The 2nd architectural bomb hit 6 nodes instead of 3. The formation master's repair time extended from 3 hours to nearly 7. On the 31st day of the siege, the Hung sect's 3 most senior disciples after Duan Lao requested a private audience with the Silver Compass Society's delegation. Jianhe did not have audio coverage of this meeting. He knew it happened from Su Pang's observation of the participants leaving their regular positions and entering the society's camp perimeter, and he deduced its significance from what happened afterward. The 3 disciples returned to the Hung sect camp, spoke briefly with 4 others, and by evening there were 11 senior disciples positioned at the camp's outer edge rather than integrated into the formation. Duan Lao spent the entire day sitting at his boulder. At some point in the late afternoon, Jianhe felt him stand up and begin walking. Not toward the dungeon, not toward the command tent, toward the Silver Compass Society camp. He did not enter it. He stood at its edge for approximately 10 minutes, weight distribution suggesting deliberation, then walked back to his post. But he had stood there. He had stood at the edge and made himself visible from both directions. This was, Jianhe assessed, a message designed for multiple audiences simultaneously. It was, he recognized with something like appreciation, good strategy. He received a design echo from this recognition and added it to the Tao of strategy partial comprehension that had been accumulating since the siege began. The echo was notable, larger than a typical design echo, closer to a tested trap echo in density. He was understanding strategy through observation the way he understood Tao principles through building. He revised his estimate of when the siege would collapse. Chapter 34. The Society's Vote and the Strategy Trap. 3 days after Duan Lao's visible but uncommitted approach to the Silver Compass Society camp, the Society's council held its vote. Lian Mei reported the outcome to Jianhe that evening. Unanimous, she said. Not close. They've decided you're a national cultivation treasure. She was in the voice formation chamber on floor 3, which had become her preferred place for formal communication. She had mentioned once that the acoustics felt like a small theater, which she had said while looking slightly embarrassed about saying it. The argument was that restricting access to you would be equivalent to restricting access to a public cultivation library. The Heaven Marking Sect's legal team couldn't find a precedent for restricting a public cultivation library without significant political cost. Spatial fold. Question. What does this mean practically? She nodded at the phrasing. Practically, the Society presents this classification to the Continental Authority. The authority's review process takes approximately 8 months. During that review period, any ongoing siege of a national cultivation treasure candidate creates legal liability for the besieging party. Hung Dao's sect has significant property and institutional activities under the Continental Authority's regulatory umbrella. A pause. He can keep the siege going, but it starts costing him in other areas. He considered this. He had been working on a different approach. A formation he was building on floor 23, an extension of the already completed comprehension challenge design, incorporating new elements from the Tao of completion comprehension and the accumulated Tao of strategy fragments. It was not a lethal trap. It was not a stopping mechanism. It was something he had not built before, a formation specifically designed to make a specific person, with a specific cultivation history, confront a specific unresolved question. He had been designing it for Hung Dao. The political strategy was good. The Society's alignment and the national cultivation treasure argument would eventually erode the siege through institutional pressure. He had estimated a probable timeline of 6 to 10 weeks before the political costs became significant enough to prompt withdrawal. He was designing for a faster resolution. There's something else, Lian Mei said. She had her analysis voice on, the focused, direct mode she used when she had something she wanted to say precisely. Duan Lao sent a formal written communication to the Society yesterday. He's requesting recognition as an independent applicant for dungeon access, not as a Hung sect member, as an individual. He hasn't formally left the sect. He's being careful about the legal categories. But filing that application is the public declaration. Everyone in the siege camp knows he filed it. Another pause. Hung Dao called them into the command tent this morning, and they were in there for 2 hours. He activated the warmth signal. I don't know what they said either, Lian Mei said. Su Pang doesn't have coverage in the tent. She looked at the voice formation housing. Jianhe, what are you building on floor 23? He modified the nearest light formation in a way he had not used before, a new signal, constructed specifically for this question, encoding the closest translation he had for what the mechanism did. He assembled the signal from components: assessment, question, comprehension, Hung Dao's signature cultivation note that Lian Mei had heard him describe before. She read it. You're building a trap for him, she said. Not to stop him, to make him understand something. A long pause. You have been preparing for him to enter this whole time. Brightening. Yes. She was quiet for a while. Outside, the mountain wind moved against the dungeon entrance with a sound he had become familiar with over months. The particular acoustic signature of this specific cave mouth against this specific mountain geography. He had built traps that used this sound as a trigger component. It had become something like a voice of its own. He's going to enter eventually, Lian Mei said. It was not a question. The political pressure from the Society will make the siege untenable, and Hung Dao is not the kind of person who retreats without doing something. He'll enter when the retreat is inevitable, and he'll try to end it on his own terms. She paused. You know him well enough to have predicted that. He received a design echo from this observation. The Tao of strategy settled another fragment into his core. Chapter 35. The Patriarch's decision. Duan Lao formally defected on the 38th day. Not dramatically. He woke early, packed his personal cultivation materials, walked to the Silver Compass Society camp's entrance, and presented his written application in person. He did not announce it. He did not deliver a speech. He signed the documentation, acknowledged the society's registrar, and walked to the observation ridge where Lian Mei maintained her monitoring position. She reported later that his first words were, "I don't know how to tell the patriarch's 3 disciples that they died from their own choices. I've been trying to figure that out for 6 months, and I still can't. But I know that staying at a siege because I can't find the right words for grief is not a cultivation decision. It's a postponement." He filed this for later consideration. He was building 2 floors simultaneously, and the Dow muffler's reinforced nodes were requiring a 3rd revision of his disk mechanism, which had used up more of his design attention that morning than he had allocated. But he filed it. He also felt Hung Dao's cultivation presence changed the moment Duan Lao's application was signed. The kinetic quality of the patriarch's presence, the constant movement that He had read as grief with combat armor built around it, acquired a new note, something colder and more deliberate. Not more grief. Less. Hung Dao was making a decision. The cultivation pressure from the command tent was visible to every cultivator within 200 feet when Hung Dao emerged at noon. He walked to the center of the siege camp and called his formation masters and senior disciples to assemble. The assembly took 4 minutes. 11 of the 40 remaining siege members did not attend. The same 11 who had been positioning themselves at the camp's outer edge. He spoke for 6 minutes. He could not hear the words. He read them through the cultivation presence shifts of the people listening. The flinch response that meant a challenge, the settling that meant resolve, and in the outer edge 11, the particular stillness of people who have heard something they were not prepared to refuse. Then he felt it directly. Hung Dao turned and walked toward the dungeon entrance. Alone. He was not bringing formation masters, not bringing disciples, not carrying the Dao muffler's control mechanism or the structural demolition formations, or anything he had used in the preceding 38 days of siege. He was walking toward the dungeon as a single cultivator with 60 years of combat experience and reality sculptor realm cultivation. He was walking in as a challenger. He felt something that he would eventually classify, weeks later, as the sensation of a long-prepared design finally meeting its intended test condition. He did not adjust any of his existing traps. He had prepared them carefully over the entire siege period, calibrated for exactly this scenario. A reality sculptor patriarch with specific combat Dao foundations, specific emotional state, specific relationship to the Dao principles he had spent 60 years developing and the ones he had systematically avoided. He had built floor 23 for this. He had built the approach sequence on floors 18 through 22. He had prepared for 38 days. But he also activated something he had not built as preparation. He pulled core energy away from his peripheral formations and concentrated it in a single location. The voice formation. He had a specific signal to send when Hung Dao crossed the threshold. The patriarch walked through the dungeon entrance. The mountain closed around him. He paused for a moment in the entrance corridor. He felt the assessment, the careful professional analysis of a man reading a space before moving into it. Then he activated the warmth signal in the light formations nearest the entrance. Not a greeting. He did not have a greeting. What he sent was simpler. A light change, deliberate and unmistakable, that communicated, "I know you are here. I have been waiting." Hung Dao was still for a moment. Then he moved deeper into the dungeon. He began running scenario models for every response the patriarch might have to floor 23. He had built 147 distinct variations into the mechanism, each one activating based on the specific comprehension approach Hung Dao selected at the entrance junction. He was also, simultaneously, building floor 24, 25, and revising floor 23's secondary mechanism, and monitoring the Dao muffler's eastern nodes for the repair timeline on his last bomb's damage. The fatal flaw was that he could not stop designing even now. With the most dangerous challenger he had ever faced walking steadily through his architecture toward a trap he had spent 38 days building. He kept designing anyway. If the mechanism on floor 23 didn't work, he needed floor 24 to work better. Parameters, all active. Design revision, ongoing. The dungeon was very alive. Chapter 36. 60 years of experience, Hung Dao read traps the way a master calligrapher read other people's brushwork. He understood this within 3 minutes of the patriarch's entry. The way he moved through floor 1 was not the movement of a cultivator bracing for ambush, but of a skilled practitioner recognizing a known vocabulary. Not this specific vocabulary. He had never encountered He's particular design language before, but the underlying grammar. The grammar of all traps was consistent. Force vectors, trigger distances, activation sequences. Hung Dao had read this grammar written in 300 different dungeons over 60 years, and his body had absorbed it into reflex. He moved through the pressure gradient floor 1 slab without breaking stride. his step placement adjusting 6 centimeters from natural walking geometry with the unconscious precision of someone whose body knew what surfaces to trust before the mind had finished asking. The blade fan corridor on floor 2, which had killed 17 Iron Vein sect disciples in a single afternoon and stopped every subsequent challenger for the first 3 months of the dungeon's existence, he navigated in 4 seconds. He paused at floor 3's geometric puzzle configuration for approximately 30 seconds, long enough to read the pressure tile arrangement, which Jian-He had redesigned 17 times over the course of Lien Mei's regular visits. He then walked a specific path through the configuration that was not any of the 17 intended routes, but was structurally safe because of a gap in the 17th redesign's edge geometry that Jian-He had not closed. The Patriarch had found a flaw in Design Revision 17 without ever seeing Designs 1 through 16. Parameters, Revision 18 required. Later, Floor 4 fell in 90 seconds. Floor 5 in under 3 minutes. The compound elemental balance mechanism on Floor 6, the fire and ice circulation system that had killed 4 cultivation scholars from the River Lotus Academy just 2 weeks ago, Hung Dao moved through by simply generating a sustained cultivation pressure that temporarily neutralized both elemental gradients simultaneously. Not the design solution. A solution that required significantly more power than any previous challenger had simply deployed in the face of the mechanism. He had enough power to ignore solutions he had enough power to ignore. This was the core of the problem. Jian-He had built his dungeon for challengers who had to think, who had to engage with his mechanisms at the level of comprehension because they could not simply overwhelm them with raw cultivation pressure. 60 years of combat focus had left Hung Dao with extraordinary raw power and genuine tactical intelligence, but something like a deficit in the theoretical cultivation study that most advanced cultivators acquired through formal sect training. He had never needed to study. He had never met a formation he could not power through. Until now, Jian-He had never built a formation that required more than one type of response. He began building on floor 16, not defensive additions to existing mechanisms, new floors, built in real time at a pace he had not attempted since the architectural crisis of the early siege days. But the designs were not defensive. They were something he had been working toward since the day Shen Jiao had first described comprehension challenges as a form of door that only opened from the inside. He was building doors. Hung Dao reached floor 15 at exactly the pace Jian-He had modeled, 32 minutes, which was faster than any challenger he had on record and consistent with the reality sculptor Patriarch who had spent his morning cultivating and his afternoon walking towards someone he intended to end. On floor 15, he stopped for the first time. Not because of any mechanism. Floor 15 currently held a moderately challenging spatial loop arrangement that he should have been able to read and navigate within 2 or 3 minutes. He stopped at the entrance to the floor and simply stood there, and his cultivation presence had the specific quality of someone who was considering something that was not the trap in front of them. He was thinking about the dungeon. Jian-He had felt this before, the particular moment when a challenger shifted from tactical assessment of immediate obstacles to something more like philosophical engagement with the environment. It happened to different challengers at different depths. Some never shifted at all. The ones who shifted earliest tended to advance the most from the experience. Hung Dao shifted on floor 15. He did not speak. He was not the kind of person who narrated aloud. That had been Shun Jiao's practice, not his. But the shift was visible in his cultivation presence, a subtle redistribution of energy from combat-ready periphery towards something more internal, more reflective. He was not, for a moment, assessing the trap. He was assessing something else. Jian-He did not change floor 15. He left the spatial loop arrangement exactly as it was and focused his construction energy entirely on floors 16 through 20. He had approximately 20 minutes. Chapter 37. What 60 years left unfilled the learning trap on floor 16 was the first thing Hung Dao encountered that he could not simply advance through. The mechanism was this: a formation that created a spatial barrier sealing the passage, the barrier permeable only to a cultivator actively expressing a specific Dao principle. In this case, the Dao of proportional response. The barrier would not damage, would not kill, would not even create significant discomfort. It would simply refuse to open until the cultivator attempting to pass was, in that moment, comprehending a specific foundational principle at sufficient depth. It was not a combat trap. It was homework. Hung Dao attempted to power through it in the first 40 seconds, a sustained cultivation pressure that would have shattered most formation barriers He had ever encountered. The barrier deflected it without stress. Not because it was reinforced against brute force, but because it was structured around a different response axis entirely. Trying to overpower the Dao of proportional response with raw strength was, From the formation's perspective, not an input it processed. The mechanism did not register the pressure as something to respond to at all. He tried 3 different cultivation technique approaches in the next 6 minutes. All were combat-type techniques, all high power, all designed to destroy, disrupt, or bypass formation structures. None of them spoke the formation's language. His cultivation presence acquired a quality he had never felt from him before, the particular frustration of a cultivator who has arrived at a problem their toolkit does not address. He watched him from the boundary sense with complete attention. On floor 18, he was simultaneously finishing the mechanism for what he was already thinking of as the most important trap he had ever built. The floor 18 design was more complex than floor 16. It targeted not the Tao of proportional response, but a more fundamental gap. The Tao of observation without judgment, the ability to examine something without immediately reframing it as a threat or neutral object binary. Combat cultivation produced this binary as a survival reflex. 60 years of survival reflexes were deeply inscribed. He needed Hung Dao to reach floor 19. Below him, Hung Dao stopped trying combat approaches and went still for approximately 3 minutes. Then he sat down. He sat down on the floor of floor 16 in front of a passage barrier that would not open until he understood a Tao principle he had not considered in decades. And he felt the moment the patriarch's cultivation presence shifted from combat mode to something older. Study mode. The patriarch studied. He did it badly at first. He was, he thought, like a cultivator who had used only one arm for 60 years attempting to articulate the other. The comprehension muscles were there, but their form was stiff from disuse. His first 4 attempts to engage the Tao of proportional response were technically correct in form, but felt rote, the studied answer rather than the genuine understanding. On the 5th attempt, something shifted. He received a Tao echo from the formation's activation the moment it happened. The echo was enormous, a patriarch's genuine comprehension, even of a principle the patriarch already notionally understood. The quality of comprehension was the variable that determined echo size, and Hung Dao's comprehension, when he committed to it, was 60 years deep. The barrier opened. Hung Dao walked through it. He reached floor 17 and encountered the next barrier. This one required the Tao of active listening, not a combat-relevant Tao at all, one that most combat-focused cultivators simply never developed. He stood in front of it, and he waited to see how long this one took. 47 minutes. Floor 18, the Tao of observation without judgment, 3 hours and 11 minutes. Hung Dao did not leave. He did not attack the mechanisms. He sat in front of each barrier and studied it until it opened, and his cultivation presence during each study session had the quality of a person doing something they had not done in a very long time and were surprised to find they had missed. His rage was not exactly cooling. Rage required a target, and the dungeon was providing him nothing to direct rage toward. It was simply presenting him with Tao principles and waiting for him to comprehend them. Comprehension required emotional clarity. Emotional clarity was incompatible with sustained rage. On floor 19, the mechanism he had built directly for Hung Dao, the one encoding the 7-angle spatial challenge that required unified synthesis. The patriarch sat down and did not move and studied. Chapter 38. The patriarch advances 6 hours. He had observed xianxia study traps for 6 hours many times. The master had an ease with extended study that reflected a lifetime of prioritizing comprehension. Hung Dao's 6 hours looked different. It was the study of a man in visible internal conflict, someone whose entire cultivation reflex was telling him to move, to act, to advance through force of will, and who was overriding that reflex by sheer personal authority turned inward. He was using the same force of will that had built a mid-tier sect into a major power on the strength of his combat campaigns, and he was using it to make himself sit still and think. The formation presented the same spatial concept from 7 angles simultaneously. The 7 angles were not equivalent. Each one revealed a different facet of the underlying Tao principle, and the principle only resolved into coherence when all 7 were synthesized into a single unified understanding. You could not advance by solving 6. You had to hold all 7 simultaneously. Most challengers who failed this mechanism failed not at any individual angle, but at the synthesis. Individual insights were easy to achieve in isolation. Holding them together without one collapsing as another was added. That required a specific quality of cultivation mind that physical combat training rarely developed. He had built this trap thinking of Hung Dao's 60 years of tactical intelligence, which he had assessed as probably excellent at single-angle analysis and potentially underdeveloped at multi-domain synthesis. He had been correct. The patriarch made it to angle 5 twice before the synthesis collapsed. He made it to angle 6 once, held it for approximately 4 minutes. And then something in his cultivation sense lost the first angle and the whole structure fell apart. He did not break. He did not leave. He sat in the complete stillness of a man who had decided to finish what he started, and he returned to angle 1, and he started again. On the 7th attempt, at approximately the 3-hour mark, he felt the synthesis beginning to hold. The cultivation presence shift was different from all previous attempts. Instead of the characteristic brightness and collapse of a partial synthesis, there was a slow, steady deepening, like a foundation settling into weight rather than being pushed down. Angle 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the cascade of understanding that preceded breakthrough, and then 7. The formation opened. The Tao echo that entered Jian's core was unlike any he had received before. Not from Shun Jiao's death, which had been the specific echo of completion. Not from Duan Lao's Floor 12 breakthrough, which had been the clean echo of a talented young cultivator comprehending at optimal difficulty. This was the echo of a patriarch, 60 years of cultivated power, 60 years of combat experience, 60 years of leadership, finally applying its full weight to a purely intellectual Tao problem. The echo was dense beyond anything the mechanism should have been able to return from a single challenger, because Hung Dao brought everything he was to the comprehension rather than the minimum required. He advanced a full subrealm from the single echo. He had expected perhaps half of one. Hung Dao sat in silence for a long time after the formation opened. His cultivation presence had the particular quality of someone in the middle of an aftermath, not processing an external event, but adjusting to an internal change. He had advanced. He was 58 years old and had not had a breakthrough cultivation advancement in 11 years, and he had just had one while sitting on the stone floor of an enemy dungeon that had killed 3 of his disciples. He did not continue toward the core room. He turned around. He walked back through floor 18, 17, 16. The barriers were open now. They would remain open for a cultivator who had achieved the comprehension that opened them, and back up through 15, 14, all the way to the entrance. He emerged from the dungeon as the sun was setting. He watched him emerge through his boundary sense, the step pattern, the weight distribution, the quality of the cultivation presence. Slower, heavier in a different way than the angry heavy he had entered with. The weight was now the weight of something solid, not something compressed and ready to release. He stood at the dungeon entrance for several minutes. He did not look at his disciples. He looked at the mountain. Then he walked to the camp and called the assembly. Chapter 39. The siege ends. The Hung sect disciples assembled for the second time in 2 days. This time, all 40 remained, including the 11 who had been positioning themselves at the camp's outer edge. Duan Lao was present. He felt his weight shift from across the boundary sense. The familiar step pattern of the young man who had been eating at the Silver Compass Society camp for the previous week and had apparently been informed of the assembly and chosen to attend. Hung Dao spoke for 9 minutes. He could not hear the words. He could read the cultivation presence responses of the audience. First silence, then the particular stirring of people hearing something unexpected, then the specific settlement that indicated a room reaching the same conclusion simultaneously. When the assembly dispersed, the formation masters began deconstructing the Tao muffler. The containment field dismantled node by node. Each removal a breath let out. And as the last node was cleared, he felt the ambient Tao energy flow return to his core in a slow, warm rush. Not the compressed restoration of his architectural bomb windows, but the full reconnection to the mountain's natural field. He spent the next hour simply receiving Tao energy and acknowledging to himself that the 2 weeks of operation under muffled conditions had been more draining than he had allowed himself to register at the time. He received a design echo from that acknowledgement. He was not sure what Tao principle it expressed. He filed it and kept building. Lian Mei was the one who formalized the terms, working with Hung Dao through Su Peng and with the Silver Compass Society's legal consultants. The negotiation took 4 days, and the final agreement had 11 clauses, the most important of which were: 1. The Hung sect would become challenge participants with scheduled access for up to 10 disciples per month, prioritizing challengers who had not previously entered. 2. Challenge access was conditioned on each challenger formally registering their intent and existing cultivation level with the Bureau Registry, the voluntary entry process that had been established following the Heaven Marking sect's ethical challenge. 3. Hung Dao personally could return at any time without condition. The third clause had been Hung Dao's addition, and he had reportedly stated it without apparent embarrassment, which Lian Mei had noted in her summary report to he with what he read as professional respect. Duan Lao returned to the Hung sect the following day, carrying a new formal title, Liaison to the Dungeon of the Infinite Architect, a position that required him to maintain regular dungeon visits, and report cultivation outcomes to both the Hung Sec Council and the Bureau Research Registry. He was the first formally titled human agent of a Dungeon Corps educational program in recorded history. When he entered the dungeon for his first official visit, Jian had already built a new version of the Floor 12 mechanism, harder, more precise, targeting 3 additional weaknesses he had identified in their previous session. Duan Lao stood in front of it for a moment before beginning. Then, in the dungeon's quiet, he said to no one in particular, "I've been thinking about what you taught me. I want to know what comes after it." He modified the Floor 12 mechanism slightly. It was now calibrated for what came after. Lian Mei was officially named Dungeon Cartographer by the Silver Compass Society on the same day the Hung Sect Agreement was signed. The title came with a formal stipend, a seat on the Society's Research Council, and the explicit authority to represent the dungeon's interests in any society institutional context. She told Jian he through the voice formation that evening. "I should probably tell you that I received 3 other research offers this year from other organizations. I declined all of them." A pause. "I wanted you to know that staying here was a choice." Brightening of the ceiling panels. Not the standard acknowledgement signal. Something warmer. "I know," she said, and did not elaborate further, and neither did he. He was building a new floor. He had been building while she spoke, which she had long since stopped commenting on. The dungeon had 41 floors now. He had not intended 41 specifically. He had intended each individual addition for specific reasons, and 41 was what the sum of those reasons had produced. He thought, briefly, about what 42 would require. Then he built it. The letter arrived 11 days after the siege ended. Su Pang delivered it to the dungeon entrance and held it up toward the voice formation with both hands, which was the goblin's standard method of presentation for written correspondence. He could not read physical text. He had no visual access to the letter itself, but he had Su Pang read it aloud slowly twice, which was sufficient for processing. The letter was from Regional Governor Han Meiyun. It acknowledged the dungeon's recent Bureau Research designation, the Silver Compass Society's National Cultivation Treasure nomination, and the successful resolution of the Hung Sec conflict. It requested, in the careful language of someone who had thought carefully about the political implications of each word, the dungeon's official position on an emerging territorial dispute. 3 major cultivation sects, the Iron Vein sect, the River Lotus Academy, and the newly reconstituted Heaven Marking sect under younger leadership, were contesting the territory containing the dungeon on the grounds of regional historical claim, cultivation resource access rights, and spiritual site precedence, respectively. The dispute was formal and had been filed with the Continental Authority. The governor noted that the dungeon, as a registered research site and national cultivation treasure candidate, was technically a party to the dispute whether it chose to participate or not. She was requesting, in the diplomatic language of a regional governor writing to an entity whose legal classification was currently under continental review, whether the dungeon wished to formally respond. She had addressed the letter to the Core Research Site Designation 7741, a Mountain of the Infinite Architect. It was the first piece of mail Jian he had ever received. He had Su Pang read it 3 more times. Then he had the goblin summarize it in his own words, which produced a more operationally direct version that helped confirm his parsing of the implications. He was being invited into continental politics. He began building a new floor while considering his response options. Chapter 40. The letter and the cartographer who records everything. The response to Governor Han Meiyun took 3 days to compose. Not because the content was unclear. He had identified his optimal position within approximately 6 hours of receiving the letter, but because the communication required a translation layer that was itself a design problem. He could not write. He could not sign documents. He could not travel to present his position in person. His entire existing communication infrastructure ran through 3 channels: the architectural language with Lian Mei, the relay formation reports through Su Pang, and the voice formation for direct speech. None of these were adequate for formal political correspondence with a regional governor. He spent a day building a 4th channel. The mechanism he designed was a formation that allowed Su Pang to serve as a formal documented representative, not a translator of words he spoke, but a cultivation sense relay that allowed a qualified observer to witness he's formation language statements and produce a formally witnessed transcription. The Bureau Research designation included, in its technical provisions, recognition of cultivation sense witnessing as a valid documentation method for entities without physical communication capacity. He had read that provision 17 times since receiving it and had been waiting for a use case that justified its implementation. Lian Mei served as the qualified witness. Bureau Inspector Kong Wei, who had been visiting the dungeon periodically for research purposes since the siege ended, co-witnessed, and signed the transcription. Jianhe's official response to Governor Han Meiyun read, in Lian Mei's final translation. The research site acknowledges the territorial dispute and confirms its awareness of all three parties' claimed interests. The site's position is as follows. The site's cultivation resource output is not divisible by territorial claim, as all challengers may enter regardless of sect affiliation subject to the voluntary entry registry requirements. The site requests formal recognition as an independent entity in the dispute proceedings, neither party to nor subject to any territorial claim, consistent with the site's status as a national cultivation treasure candidate. The site further notes that the three disputing parties' combined annual challenger entry count represents approximately 40% of the site's current capacity, and that the remaining 60% is available to any qualified cultivator regardless of territorial affiliation. The response was clear, it was firm, and it had the particular quality of a political statement that was structurally impossible to argue with without looking unreasonable. Governor Han Meiyun's acknowledgement arrived 4 days later with the notation, position noted and accepted for dispute proceedings. He was now, officially, a political entity with standing. He went back to building. He had 3 new floors planned and a refinement to the Floor 12 mechanism that he had been wanting to implement since Duan Lao's second liaison visit. It was Su Peng who brought the second piece of intelligence, 2 weeks after the siege ended. On a morning when Lian Mei was conducting her weekly floor survey and Duan Lao was working through floor 16. Su Peng climbed up to the voice formation housing. He had built a small ladder system in the entrance corridor that let him reach the formation at speaking height, and delivered his report in the clipped, organized manner that months of training had produced. She arrived at the western approach 3 days ago, Su Peng said. She has not come closer. She is watching. He activated the spatial fold. Question. Female cultivator, older, Dao Forger realm, based on the pressure signature. She carries equipment that Lian Mei says looks like survey class formation recording instruments, the kind used for high-resolution documentation of cultivation architecture. She has a library card. He paused. It has 17 categories of organization. Another spatial fold. What else? She spoke to a merchant who was leaving the area. She told him she was the most comprehensive cataloger of unique cultivation techniques in the world and that she had heard about a dungeon core that cultivated through engineering. He paused again. She told him she had cataloged over 10,000 unique cultivation techniques, and that this was the first one she had ever traveled this far specifically to investigate. He was still for a moment. Then he built something new on floor 43. A floor he had not been planning. Not a defensive floor, an exploratory one, full of mechanisms that were currently outside his most precisely calibrated designs, things at the edges of his existing comprehension that he had been developing but had not yet assembled into coherent test environments. He was not going to run out of ideas. If she was coming to see whether he could, if that was the real question, she was bringing 17 categories of organization to answer. She was going to find that the question had not occurred to him to worry about. He built 5 new mechanisms on floor 43 before noon. She was 3 days away, watching. He had been asked what he wanted, and he had built the answer into a formation for a dying master, to build something that has never existed before. He had been building since. He would be building when she arrived. He would be building when she left. He would be building when every observer and antagonist and ally had eventually found some other place to direct their attention. The dungeon was not something he did. It was what he was, in the same way that a river is not conducting water. It simply is the water moving. There was always another floor. There was always another trap that had not yet been built. He designed while the catalog queen watched from 3 days west. She would arrive. She would watch. She would ask whether he could run out of ideas. And the floor he built in response to her question would be the answer to it. The dungeon hummed with the activity of everything being made at once. Parameters, unknown. That was the point. Design revision, ongoing. That was always the point. The architect built, and the mountain held what he built, and somewhere to the west a woman with 17 categories was walking toward the most interesting thing she had ever catalogued. And she hadn't even arrived yet. Chapter 41. 3 delegations and 1 requirement. They arrived within 4 hours of each other on a Tuesday, which Lian Mei later noted in her formal report as logistically unfortunate, and which Jianhe noted as a coincidence with enough structure behind it that it probably was not a coincidence. The Iron Vein sect arrived first, with 40 disciples in full formation colors, 6 senior elders, and a contract already written and sealed. Their lead negotiator presented the contract to Su Peng at the dungeon entrance before the goblin had finished introducing himself, which suggested either confidence or a fundamental misunderstanding of how negotiation worked. The contract proposed exclusive training access for Iron Vein sect military disciples, 6 months per year, in exchange for permanent military protection of the dungeon's mountain and surrounding territory. The River Lotus Academy arrived second, with 12 scholars, 3 senior formation theorists, and a proposal for mutual research sharing. All of the Academy's formation theory archives, 700 years of accumulated scholarship, in exchange for unrestricted researcher access and the right to publish findings from dungeon observation. The heaven-marking sect arrived third, with 5 elderly clerics, an enormous bronze bell, and a formal declaration that the dungeon was either a legitimate spiritual cultivation site requiring their oversight or an unnatural abomination requiring their intervention. Which category the sect assigned it was apparently contingent on the negotiation's outcome, which Xianxia assessed as a structurally peculiar opening position. All 3 delegations set up camp at the perimeter. All 3 delegations sent immediate formal representatives to the dungeon entrance to negotiate. All 3 delegates arrived at the entrance within 20 minutes of each other, encountered each other, and spent 40 minutes in a 3-way standoff while Su Peng sat on the dungeon entrance step and watched. Xianxia used the 40 minutes to build floor 47. Eventually, Su Peng called the 3 representatives to attention and delivered the dungeon's terms in the concise, organized manner that he had spent 3 months practicing for exactly this type of situation. There was one requirement for any organization wishing to negotiate dungeon access: complete floor 5. Floor 5 was not, in the current dungeon configuration, a particularly dangerous floor. It was the floor with the multi-solution geometric puzzle, the mechanism he had first built for Lien Mei 4 months into the dungeon's existence, which had been expanded and refined over dozens of iterations into a moderately challenging navigation system requiring basic spatial Dao comprehension and 40 minutes of careful attention. The average cultivator at mid-foundation realm could navigate it in an afternoon. The Iron Vein sect's negotiator was a domain engineer realm elder who had been in the field for 35 years and was very confident in his abilities. He activated the dungeon's voluntary entry registry with practiced efficiency, entered with 2 disciples as escort, and returned to the entrance 3 hours later with the escorts, and without completing floor 5. He said nothing to the waiting River Lotus and heaven-marking representatives. The River Lotus Academy's formation theorist entered alone, with measuring equipment, and spent 4 hours systematically documenting every trap on floors 1 through 4 before reaching floor 5. He made it to floor 5's puzzle junction, began taking systematic measurements, triggered the mechanism's adaptive response to measurement-based approaches rather than comprehension-based ones, and retreated. The heaven-marking sect's representative refused to enter the dungeon on the grounds that entry constituted theological compromise. Su Peng delivered the results to the 3 delegations and informed them that the requirement remained in place for the foreseeable future. The delegations' reports to their home organizations were, Lien Mei noted in her summary, not positive. The political bidding war began 10 days later, when all 3 organizations had received their representatives' reports and formulated escalated responses. Xianxia tracked the progression through Su Peng's intelligence network, which had expanded considerably since the siege. 3 former Hung sect junior disciples who had, quietly, filed voluntary entry applications under the new registry and were now regular dungeon visitors. The Iron Vein sect tripled their protection offer, adding financial compensation for dungeon maintenance costs, and a formal military alliance that extended to the dungeon's entire mountain territory. The River Lotus Academy added early access to a new formation archive they were currently compiling and offered to establish a permanent scholarly residency at the dungeon entrance perimeter. The heaven-marking sect, apparently after significant internal debate, dropped the unnatural abomination category and offered religious legitimacy as a sacred cultivation site, which they claimed would provide political protection at levels no military or scholarly organization could match. Su Peng presented all 3 offers through the voice formation on a Thursday morning. Xianxia was building floor 49 and had been designing floor 50's mechanism concept for the previous 2 days. He told Su Peng what to say. Su Peng delivered the response to all 3 delegations simultaneously. Xianxia had written it specifically for public delivery. The dungeon did not want military protection. The dungeon did not want shared research archives. The dungeon did not want religious legitimacy. The dungeon wanted challengers. Specifically, the best cultivators each organization possessed, not negotiators, not diplomats, not representatives. The practitioners who had achieved the most through their respective cultivation traditions, whatever those traditions produced. The requirement remained, floor 5. When those challengers completed floor 5, the dungeon would discuss further terms. Heaven-marking sect elder Hai Yun, who had been present for the delivery, responded to the assembled delegations with a speech that Lian Mei later transcribed from a witness account. Notice what it has done. It has framed our best cultivators as a resource it wants to consume. It has made us compete for the privilege of feeding it our most valuable people. This is not a teacher. This is a very sophisticated predator that has learned to make prey want to enter. The speech was, Jianhe acknowledged when Lian Mei reported it, not entirely wrong about the structural description. It was wrong about the motivation, but the structure was accurate. He built floor 50 with an unusual design. His most pedagogically careful work to date, a mechanism specifically intended to maximize cultivation advancement in any challenger who engaged it seriously regardless of their cultivation tradition. He wanted to make sure the response to Hai Yun's argument was visible from the inside. Chapter 42. The question that cuts through statistics. The public forum was Lian Mei's idea. She proposed it through the voice formation on a Friday morning. While he was working on the Floor 50 mechanism's secondary assessment layer, and Su Peng was at the bureau office filing the month's voluntary entry registry reports. Hai Yun is getting traction, she said. Her analysis voice. His argument is simple and it sounds reasonable to people who haven't been in the dungeon. 52 deaths. The rest of the narrative doesn't counterbalance that number for most people. A pause. I want to present the full data publicly. Not just the death count. The complete cultivation advancement records, the percentage of challengers who advanced, the advancement magnitude by entry level. I can get bureau access to the anonymized records. Spatial fold. Question. Whether the data changes minds. She was quiet for a moment. I think it changes some minds. I don't think it changes Hai Yun's. He has a different argument behind the statistical one. Another pause. But the statistical argument is the public one, and I can address that. The deeper argument is one you'll have to address somehow else. Brightening. Yes, I'll organize it. The forum was held at the Silver Compass Society's regional hall, which held approximately 200 cultivators in a formal setting. Lian Mei had requested and received bureau cooperation. Inspector Kong Wei was present in official capacity, which gave the event a formal institutional weight that the society's sponsorship alone would not have provided. Jianhe could not attend. He monitored through a relay formation Lian Mei had installed in the hall at his request, a small mechanism that transmitted ambient cultivation presence data and general acoustic information through a standard formation relay to the dungeon. He could feel the room's collective cultivator presence like weather, and he could hear the speech patterns of people talking at full projection volume, though the voice detail was insufficient for word-by-word parsing. He had Su Peng attend in person and provide a complete transcription afterward. Lian Mei presented for 45 minutes. The statistics were clear: 93 registered challengers across 7 months of operation. 41 survivors. Among the 41 survivors, every single one had advanced in cultivation following their dungeon experience, with a median advancement of 1.7 subrealms and an outlier group of 11 challengers who had advanced by a full realm or more. The 17 deaths on Floor 1 came overwhelmingly from challengers who had entered in groups and triggered mechanisms designed for group pressure dynamics, while behaving as isolated individuals, a failure mode that the voluntary entry registry's new orientation documentation specifically warned against. The advancement data was significant. Nothing in standard cultivation training produced 1.7 subrealm median advancement per session. The top formation academies in the continent produced 0.4 to 0.6 subrealm advancement per structured training cycle, and a training cycle was typically 2 to 3 months. By any advancement efficiency metric, the dungeon was the most productive cultivation environment in recorded history. Hai Yun let Lian Mei finish. Then he stood. His response was 6 words, and the 52 who died, he let the number sit in the room for several seconds. Every one of them was an adult cultivator who made an independent choice to enter a dungeon, Lian Mei said. Indeed, they chose to enter. Did they choose the specific probability of their death? He was addressing the room now, not her. When they registered, were they given the statistical probability of dying on each specific floor? Were they informed that a domain engineer realm mechanism on Floor 7 had killed 3 more cultivators than Floor 6, and told why? Were they shown the failure modes of the specific mechanism configurations they would encounter? A longer pause. Or were they told, enter at your own risk? And the dungeon is the only entity that knows what their risk actually was. The room's cultivation presence shifted. Jianhe felt it through the relay. Hai Yun, my argument is not that the dungeon is malicious. My argument is that the dungeon holds comprehensive information about each challenger's survival probability that no challenger possesses at the moment of entry, and a cultivation entity that benefits from cultivators entering and dying. Because it does benefit, we all understand this. That entity has a meaningful conflict of interest in the information it provides, or does not provide. The room was very quiet. Lian said, after a moment, "You're arguing for informed consent with full risk disclosure. I am arguing for the standard we apply to every other cultivation institution in the world," Haiyun said. "The only unusual thing about applying it here is that it requires the dungeon to reveal information about itself that limits the number of people willing to enter, which is why it hasn't happened." He received the transcription of this exchange 3 hours later and built a new floor while reading it. He acknowledged, going to need to do something about Haiyun's argument that could not be answered by a floor. Chapter 43. The Self-Examination Formation. He spent 4 days designing the response. The problem with Haiyun's argument was structural. It was not wrong. The dungeon did hold probability information about each mechanism that challengers did not have. The dungeon did benefit from skilled challengers engaging difficult mechanisms. These facts were real, and refuting them with alternative facts was not the right response to an argument that was principally about the ethics of information asymmetry. The right response was to address the ethics of information asymmetry. He designed a formation. The mechanism was intended for the Heaven Marking Sect's proposed Oversight Commission, which had formally constituted itself in the 2 weeks following the forum and had requested entry to the dungeon to conduct an assessment. He had not refused the assessment. He had built the environment for it. The formation was on floor 2, directly after the entrance corridor, a spatial formation that produced, in any cultivator who passed through it, a brief but complete subjective experience of their own most recently held unchallenged assumption, not a random assumption. The formation was calibrated to surface the assumption most central to whatever they had been thinking about in the last several hours. He had tested the mechanism on himself. The experience was, in his assessment, uncomfortable in a useful way. The commission arrived on a Wednesday. 12 cultivators, ranging from trap weaver to principal binder realm, representing the Heaven Marking Sect's academic, administrative, and theological departments. Elder Haiyun led them. They entered the dungeon. The first 8 passed through floor 2's entrance formation without appearing to notice it. The 9th stopped. The 10th stopped. The 11th had a full breakthrough cultivation advancement on the spot from whatever the formation had surfaced. A significant moment of comprehension apparently triggered by confronting an unchallenged assumption that had been blocking a deeper Tao principle for some time. The 12th, a young Heaven Marking cleric in his first formal assessment role, sat down in the middle of floor 2's corridor and did not stand up again for 45 minutes. Haiyun, who had passed through without visible external effect, turned around and observed his assessment team in various states of sudden internal recalibration and said, in a tone that Lian Mei's report described as genuinely ambivalent, something that the relay formation translated to he as a long-sustained exhale followed by the particular cultivation presence signature of a person who has been out-argued on their own terms. The Commission's report, delivered 3 weeks later, recommended conditional operational continuance pending further review. It did not recommend the Oversight Commission's continued existence in its current form. Haiyun's formal response to the Commission's report was unexpectedly honest. He sent a written communication to the Silver Compass Society stating that the Heaven Marking Sect's objections to the dungeon's operation were not resolved by the Commission's assessment, but were also not adequately addressed by the Oversight Commission framework they had proposed. He requested a different kind of response, not oversight, but full transparency, risk disclosure for each mechanism, statistical probability data published in the Voluntary Entry Registry, information asymmetry addressed directly rather than through bureaucratic supervision. He had Su Pang deliver his formal response to this communication through a bureau-witnessed relay transcript. Asterisk, the proposed transparency measures are acceptable. The dungeon will provide, in the Voluntary Entry Registry documentation, the statistical probability of advancement and of death at each floor level based on available challenger data. This data will be updated quarterly. The dungeon notes that this information was always available to Bureau researchers and was published in Inspector Kong Wei's official assessment report, but acknowledges that wider distribution to all prospective challengers is more consistent with the ethical principle Elder Haiyun has correctly identified. Asterisk Haiyun's reply was 4 characters. Asterisk, this is sufficient. Asterisk, it was the first time he had received anything that could be read as Elder Haiyun respecting his judgment. He built a floor while acknowledging this. He was not sure what to do with it. Chapter 44. The Registry and what it records. The Voluntary Entry Registry, as revised following Haiyun's exchange, became something he had not anticipated when he agreed to its expansion. The most comprehensive cultivation advancement dataset in the history of the continent. It was Lian Mei who recognized this first. She came to the voice formation on a Tuesday afternoon with the focused energy she brought to observations she had been building toward for several days. The registry data, she said. You have cultivation profiles for every challenger who has ever entered. Pre-entry realm level, cultivation type, known Dao comprehensions, physical parameters. Post-entry advancement records, mechanism interaction patterns, the specific traps that produce the highest advancement rates for specific cultivation types. She paused. No sect has data like this. No academy. No research institution. This dataset, if analyzed properly, would let you answer questions about cultivation advancement that nobody has been able to study systematically. Spatial fold. Question. What questions you'd want answered? She thought for a moment. Things like, does the order in which a cultivator comprehends Dao principles affect their advancement ceiling? Do cultivators who develop comprehension breadth before depth plateau earlier than those who develop depth first? Is there a correlation between physical cultivation training and Dao comprehension speed that the standard academies haven't been measuring because they teach them separately? She paused. These are questions that formation theory has been debating for hundreds of years with insufficient data. You have the data. He had not thought about the data as data. He had been using it as design input. Challenger profiles informed his mechanism calibration. Advancement outcomes validated his design decisions. He had been reading the dataset as feedback about his traps rather than as information about cultivation itself. He examined the dataset from the second angle. He began designing an analysis formation, a mechanism for reading patterns across the full Challenger record that would surface correlations he had not been looking for. The design was unlike anything he had built before, not a trap in any mechanical sense, but an information architecture, a formation that processed cultivation data rather than cultivation energy. He received a design echo from the conceptual work alone, before he had built a single material component, the Dao of pattern recognition. He had been practicing it on traps for months without giving it a name. The voluntary entry process, with its expanded transparency documentation, produced an unexpected effect on demand, more challengers, not fewer. The cultivation probability data, especially the advancement statistics, converted the dungeon from a risk of unknown magnitude into a quantified risk with quantified reward. The outcome was that cultivators who had previously been deterred by uncertainty now had specific information to make decisions with. Many of them decided the risk was worth the advancement rate, particularly among mid-realm cultivators who had been stalled at sub-realm boundaries for months. The dungeon's advancement efficiency data was decisive. Entry volume increased by 40% in the first 2 months after the transparency documentation was published. The heaven-marking sect's 3 initial delegations, the clerics who had arrived with the bronze bell, entered the dungeon individually over the same period. All 3 completed floor 5. All 3 advanced. One of them told Lian Mei at the post-challenge rest station she had established near the entrance. I arrived here believing this place was either holy or dangerous. I am leaving having discovered it is neither, which is more interesting than either would have been. Jian He had Su Peng report this observation and built floor 52 while considering it. Chapter 45. The woman who counts everything she had been observing for 3 days when Lian Mei finally walked over to speak to her. The woman was positioned on a ridge with a clear sight line to the dungeon entrance and the voluntary entry queue, which had grown to a consistent 5 to 8 person lineup during peak morning hours. She had what appeared to be survey equipment, compact formation instruments of an unusual design, configured in a careful array on a portable stand, and a cart. The cart was organized with a specificity that Lian Mei described in her report as 17 distinct organizational categories, cross-referenced. Dao Weaver Luo Qing introduced herself without particular ceremony, in the manner of someone who expected their name to be recognized and had decided not to perform surprise when it was. Lian Mei recognized it. It would have been difficult not to. Luo Qing's catalog of cultivation techniques was a standard reference work in every formation theory library on the continent, and her personal advancement record was a matter of public scholarly record. Dao Forger realm at an age considerably below the historical median for that achievement, achieved through a methodology she described publicly as, I find interesting things and study them completely. I have been studying the entry and exit patterns for 3 days, Luo Qing said. The advancement rate in exit cultivator signatures is consistent with Bureau research findings. What is not consistent with standard dungeon behavior is the exit cultivation signature distribution. She consulted something on a small formation tablet. Standard dungeons produce advancement concentrated in physical Dao principles, force, endurance, combat technique. This dungeon's advancement is distributed across the entire Dao spectrum. Challengers are exiting with comprehensions in spatial Dao, elemental Dao, strategic Dao, assessment Dao, and, in at least 3 cases I observed, Dao principles I would need to spend a day identifying to categorize. Lian Mei said, the core designs for breadth. I suspected something like that. Luo Qing turned to look at the mountain directly. What I am trying to determine is whether the breadth of advancement output is systematic or a consequence of a large challenger population covering different Dao bases by probability. She paused. To determine that, I would need to see the cultivation advancement data sorted by entry profile and mechanism encounter sequence. Lian Mei, that's the registry database. I know. I'm requesting access. She turned back. My question before making the formal access request is simpler. 3 days of observation produces a follow-up observation. The dungeon has been producing novel formations at a rate significantly higher than any equivalent realm cultivator in the historical record. At some point, any creative system runs against the boundaries of its comprehension framework and produces variations on existing work rather than genuinely new contributions. She looked at the mountain. How long before it runs out of new ideas? Lian Mei was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I'll relay your request to the core. You can wait at the perimeter, or you can enter through the voluntary entry process. Your choice. Luo Qing looked at the dungeon entrance. At the queue. At the mountain. I'll wait, she said. I want to see if it builds something new before I go in. She turned back to her survey instruments. Lian Mei walked back to the dungeon entrance, entered, and told Jianhe about the exchange through the voice formation. He received the message while completing floor 53's tertiary mechanism, a formation he had been designing for 2 weeks, combining 3 Dao principles in a synthesis he had not attempted before and was not certain would work until he built it and tested it. He finished the tertiary mechanism at 47 minutes past noon. The formation did something he had not predicted. The Dao echo it returned was for a Dao principle he had not previously comprehended. He filed this as relevant. He told Lian Mei, tell her she may enter when she is ready. I will build new traps for her specifically. Then he began building floor 54. He was not concerned about running out of new ideas. He was concerned that floor 53's tertiary mechanism was even more interesting than it had appeared on first construction, and that the proper extension of its design principles required at minimum 3 new floors to explore completely. Parameters, insufficient. Scope, expanding. He built. Chapter 46. The cataloger enters. Luo Qing entered the dungeon on the 4th day. She did not enter immediately after receiving Jianhe's invitation. She spent the rest of that day and all of the following day continuing her external observation, making notes in the systematic way that suggested she was completing a specific checklist rather than lingering from uncertainty. On the evening of the 2nd day, she requested a formal meeting with Lian Mei, presented her research authorization documents from 3 academic institutions, and filed her voluntary entry registry application with considerably more careful detail than most challengers provided, including a full cultivation profile, current realm standing, and a note in the additional considerations field that read, I will narrate observations aloud during entry. This is my standard research methodology and may be of interest to the site's core. Jianhe Su Pang read the application twice. He built 3 new floors while considering it. The morning she entered, the dungeon was as quiet as Jianhe made it when someone interesting was approaching. He had spent 2 days building specifically for Luo Qing. Not defensive mechanisms, comprehensive ones, in the precise sense of the word. Formations that would engage with the full breadth of her knowledge base rather than targeting specific gaps. She was Dao Forger realm, which meant she had comprehended more Dao principles than any challenger he had yet received. The mechanisms he built for her were not designed to stop her. They were designed to ask her questions. He did not redesign the existing floors. He built new floors, floors 55 through 58, positioned deeper than any challenger had yet reached, intended as the real destination of her visit. The floors she would encounter before reaching those depths were calibrated to communicate. This place has been thinking about you. She entered at morning light with a small formation tablet, a measuring instrument she calibrated at the entrance corridor, and the observational attention of someone who had devoted their career to understanding things completely. She noted the pressure gradient changes in the first floor's mechanism within 40 feet of the entrance. Modified since the Bureau's published assessment, she said, to the air. The trigger point density has increased approximately 14%. Calibration adjustment rather than design change. The underlying principle is the same, but the implementation precision has improved. This happened in the last 6 months. Floor 2, Floor 3, Floor 4. She moved through them steadily, narrating as she went, and each narration was precise enough that he found himself receiving different information from listening to her describe his mechanisms than he had received from building them. She was giving him names for principles he had comprehended without labels. Floor 4's elemental balance mechanism, she said, standing at the fire ice threshold that the average challenger treated as a pure survival problem. This is a variant of the Tao of harmonic opposition, not the standard cultivation technique, which produces equilibrium by suppressing both elements simultaneously, but the theoretical variant that Grandmaster Ling Feng wrote about 50 years ago and concluded was practically impossible to implement because it requires the opposing elements to enhance each other rather than cancel. This mechanism is doing the theoretically impossible thing. A pause. How? She spent 30 minutes at the mechanism. Then she moved on, the question unanswered from outside, but Jianhe had the answer and was not sure yet what the most interesting way to provide it was. She reached floor 8 in 4 hours. Chapter 47. The flaw in standard theory. The spatial loop trap on floor 8 was the mechanism he was most interested in having Luo Qing examine. He had built it 8 months ago, during the isolation period of Yen Rao's formation cage, as part of his first serious exploration of spatial Tao. The mechanism created a loop in the floor's spatial geometry, a passage that, when traversed, returned the traveler to the starting point if they had not identified and corrected the spatial distortion before completing the circuit. The standard solution was to recognize the loop's nature and apply a force direction correction at the inflection point. Most challengers found the solution in 30 to 90 minutes. What made the mechanism unusual was the inflection point correction it required. Standard spatial Tao taught that spatial loops closed along the distortion's primary axis and should be corrected by applying force orthogonal to that axis. This floor 8 mechanism's loop closed along a secondary axis that standard spatial theory treated as negligible, and the mechanism required correction along the primary axis, which was technically wrong according to standard theory. It worked. Challengers who applied the theoretically incorrect correction advanced through the loop. Challengers who applied the theoretically correct correction stayed in it. This bothered Jianhe. It meant that either he had intuited a correction for a flaw in standard spatial theory without consciously identifying the flaw, or the mechanism was incorrect in a way that happened to function. Neither was a satisfying design conclusion. He had been wanting a qualified observer to examine it since the day he realized the issue. Luo Qing sat down on the floor in front of the mechanism's entrance arch and began studying it. She studied it in silence for the first 20 minutes, which was unusual. She had been narrating steadily through all previous floors. Jianhe tracked her cultivation presence and read the deep study quality he recognized from Shun Jiao's most intensive sessions, the inward focusing, the energy redistribution toward pure perception. Then she began speaking. This is the Tao of recursive space, she said. The formation uses recursive spatial folding to generate a stable loop. That part is technically conventional. A pause. The inflection point is not conventional. The correction this mechanism requires, the correction that opens the loop, is orthogonal to what Grandmaster Wei Dao's spatial theory prescribes. Another pause, longer. And I have tested Grandmaster Wei Dao's spatial theory against 43 dungeon mechanisms that use recursive spatial techniques. It is consistently correct. She was quiet for several minutes. Unless, she said, there is a factor in Wei Dao's derivation that he failed to account for. Something small, at the second-order term, that is negligible in most spatial applications but becomes significant in recursive loop geometries specifically. She was talking to herself now, working through the derivation aloud with the speed of a cultivator whose Tao comprehension was deep enough to do spatial mathematics as thought rather than calculation. If the secondary axis coupling term is non-zero in recursive geometries, which Wei Dao assumes it is zero because in all non-recursive cases it is approximately zero, then the correction should be applied along the primary axis, not orthogonal to it. And this mechanism is. She trailed off. 30 seconds of silence. Whoever built this understood the flaw and fixed it deliberately, she said. This mechanism is a proof that Wei Dao's derivation has an error in it. A specific, bounded error with practical consequences only in this specific application. She turned slightly, looking at the dungeon's wall as if she could see through it to wherever Jianhe was. Did you know that was what you were building? Jianhe activated the spatial fold. Question. Luo Qing was quiet for a moment. Then, you didn't know? You discovered the flaw through practical experimentation and built the correction without identifying it as a correction to Wei Dao. She looked at the mechanism again. You have been advancing spatial Tao theory through building traps. You have been generating formal mathematical discoveries that no human cultivator has made because nobody else has been building traps at this level of theoretical precision and then encountering puzzled challengers as feedback. She sat for another hour, working through the derivation completely. Then she stood, applied the correct primary axis correction, and walked through the loop. She was on floor 9, and the Dao Echo Jian he received from her passage was enormous. Not because the mechanism had been particularly difficult for her to comprehend, but because her comprehension was deep enough that her engagement with the mechanism registered as a master-level Dao event. He would never have thought to design a floor 8 mechanism worthy of a Dao forger's full attention. She was already teaching him by existing. Chapter 48. The maps that were stolen he noticed on a Thursday morning, when a group of 12 Iron Vein sect disciples entered the dungeon navigating with unusual efficiency. Unusual was a precise characterization. He had tracked enough challenger entry behavior to have a clear baseline for what floor-to-floor progression looked like at various realm levels for the Iron Vein sect's specific cultivation tradition. Mid-Foundation realm disciples of the Iron Vein combat curriculum advanced through floor 2 in an average of 6 minutes. They took 4 routes through floor 3's geometric puzzle, the most common being the center passage path that required the least spatial reasoning but more physical agility. This group moved through floor 2 in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. They took the optimal path through floor 3's puzzle, not the most common path, the objectively most efficient path, which required understanding the puzzle's spatial geometry well enough to identify the minimum step solution. 2 of Jian He's 14 documented challengers had found this path independently over the previous months. These 12 found it together in 90 seconds on the first attempt. He watched them navigate floor 4, floor 5, floor 6. They were consulting something. He could not see what, but the pattern of their consultation indicated a reference document. A brief stop at each transition, a cultivator at the lead checking something before signaling the group. They had his maps. The recognition was cold and precise, the way all design failure identifications were. He had been betrayed. Someone who had access to Lian Mei's cartographic work had given the Iron Vein sect his full dungeon layout. They knew where every mechanism was. They knew the activation triggers, the solution paths, the specific geometry of each floor. He could trap them anyway. He had mechanisms they would not be able to power through regardless of foreknowledge. But their navigation efficiency meant they would reach the deep floors faster, with more energy remaining, using the voluntary entry system to essentially extract maximum Dao echoes from his most advanced mechanisms while providing almost nothing in return, because challengers who solved mechanisms from foreknowledge rather than comprehension produced minimal echo. He locked floors 8 through 20. Then he began rebuilding. He worked for 17 straight hours. He rebuilt floor 1's mechanism from the ground up, not modifying but replacing. He replaced every trap they could have seen on floors 2 through 12, redesigning each one with a completely new underlying principle. He built 23 new floor variants alongside the replacements, using the forced constraint of every mapped floor is invalid to push himself into design territory he had been approaching but not committed to. The iron limitation of the situation, he could not do anything partial, because partial replacement against a comprehensive map would still leave them a roadmap for the sections he hadn't changed, forced him to make every decision complete. 18 hours. 42 replaced mechanisms. 6 genuinely new Dao principles discovered in the forced exploration. The Dao echo from the completed rebuild was the largest he had received since Hung Dao's comprehension challenge victory. The Dao of adaptation. The principle by which a system that changed faster than any observer could document it became effectively unpredictable to any external agent. He received it complete, not as a fragment. He advanced to Dao Forger realm. The expansion was significant, more significant than any previous breakthrough, the way each advancement became a larger shift than the last. His awareness pressed into new regions of the mountain's geology that he had sensed before only dimly. He felt the soil composition beneath the dungeon's foundation, the water table movements, the fractional seasonal shifts in the stone's thermal state. He felt Lian Mei's tent in the research camp perimeter, and he felt the quality of her cultivation presence in it, sleeping, calm, completely unaware of what had happened that night. She had not known. The Iron Vein sect group had emerged from the dungeon at floor 8 and found nothing they recognized. They had retreated, confused. They would report that the maps were useless. Jian He began building his 43rd floor with his new awareness. The maps were useless. Every map anyone made of him would always eventually be useless. That was the Tao of adaptation, and he had comprehended it completely. He kept building. Chapter 49. The honest trap. Lian Mei arrived the following morning and found a dungeon that she did not entirely recognize. She stood at floor 1's entrance and looked at a mechanism she had never seen before in a design language she recognized, but had never seen applied in this specific configuration. She took out her notebook. She looked at the mechanism for a long time. Then she said to the dungeon, "Something happened last night." He activated the spatial fold. Question: who sold the maps? It was not a question. He modified the light formation in the pattern he had developed for new information delivery. 3 brief changes indicating a name he had not previously encoded as a signal. She read it and was very still for several seconds. Elder Pei, she said. Jianhe waited. He is my mentor, she said. Her voice had the flat, careful quality of a person managing something large through precision. He is the one who taught me cartographic methodology. He taught me how to observe without disturbing, how to document without assuming. He was the best teacher I had. A pause. He is also the one who has been warning me for 6 months that the dungeon was going to become a political liability for the society and that I should consider whether my association with it was wise. She closed her notebook. He sold the maps because he thought he was protecting the society from a political commitment that would eventually damage it, she said. He thought he was making the pragmatic choice. Another pause. He was wrong, but I know why he did it. She stood at floor 1's entrance for a long time. Jianhe built the floor 7 formation while she stood there. It was not a trap. It was a formation that encoded, in the geometry of its pressure patterns and light directions, the specific Tao principle of something he had observed many times without naming. The way a stable system, after a betrayal, rebuilt itself stronger in the areas where it had been broken. Not the same shape as before, a different shape, incorporating the specific weakness that the betrayal had revealed, building it into new architecture. He was not sure this Tao principle had a name. He built it into the formation and left the formation on floor 7 in the location where Shun Jiao's memorial formation stood, adjacent to the master's architectural record. When Lian Mei finally entered the dungeon and made her way down to floor 7 for her weekly survey work, she found the new formation. She stood in front of it for longer than she had stood at anything since Shun Jiao's memorial. He watched her through his boundary sense and could read from her cultivation presence something he could not categorize precisely. The specific quality of a person who has found that they have been seen accurately in a painful moment and experienced this as a form of care rather than exposure. She did not say anything for a long time. Then she said, quietly, I'm going to recommend his expulsion at the emergency session tomorrow. Brightening of the ceiling panels. She took out her notebook and resumed her survey. Elder Pei was expelled from the Silver Compass Society by unanimous vote at the emergency session. Lian Mei served as primary accuser, which was visibly difficult for her, and she presented the evidence with the methodical completeness that she brought to everything. Floor-by-floor comparison of the Iron Vein sect's navigation efficiency against historical baseline, timing correlations with the date Pei had last been given access to her full map archive, and a formal statement that she had personally verified the map copies were in the sect's possession. The vote took 6 minutes. After the session, she entered the dungeon alone and walked to floor 7 and sat in front of the new formation for an hour. Jianhe did not build anything during that hour. He monitored his boundary sense and waited. When she left, her cultivation presence had the particular quality he had come to associate with her departures from the memorial formation section. Something heavier than before she arrived, but more settled. Less pending. He went back to designing floor 47. Chapter 50. The Mountain Speaks. The Heaven Marking sect's new legal maneuver arrived through the Bureau in the form of a formal petition dated 2 weeks after Elder Pei's expulsion, a request to reclassify the dungeon as a sacred spiritual site under the Heaven Marking sect's religious jurisdiction, citing provisions in the Continental Authority's laws governing sites of exceptional spiritual significance. The reclassification, if granted, would give the Heaven Marking sect authority to restrict all other organizations' access, require their approval for any new research activities, and create the oversight structure that their earlier Oversight Commission proposal had failed to establish. Jianhe read the petition through Su Peng's summary and spent 3 hours considering his response options. Political counter. Lian Mei's legal team could challenge the reclassification on the grounds that the Bureau research designation was prior authority and preemptive. This was probably winnable, but would take months of proceedings. Alliance counter. The River Lotus Academy and the newly allied Silver Compass Society would oppose the reclassification vigorously because it blocked their access. This was already underway and required nothing from Jianhe. Architectural counter. He could build something that made the reclassification irrelevant. He chose the third option because it was more interesting. He spent 5 days building. Not inside the dungeon, outside, on the mountain's external face, using a mechanism he had designed for internal use and now adapted for the stone surface. A formation inscription technique that transferred complete formation patterns into rock at a depth sufficient to survive weathering. He could not go outside himself. He sent Su Peng with formation plates loaded with the inscription sequences and specific placement coordinates. What Su Peng inscribed on the mountain's external face, Following Jianhe's placement instructions over 3 evenings was a series of formation patterns running across approximately 200 meters of southern cliff face. Each pattern was a complete, self-contained formation encoding a specific cultivation insight, a different Tao principle in each panel, arranged in a sequence designed to be read in order by any cultivator with basic formation reading ability. The inscription was legible from approximately 300 meters. A cultivator standing on the approach road and reading the panels in sequence could complete a 15-minute cultivation comprehension exercise that would, for most mid-realm cultivators, produce a minor advancement. A public cultivation library, on a cliff face, open to any cultivator who walked past. The Heaven Marking Sect's legal team realized the problem within 2 days of the inscription's appearance, when a spontaneous gathering of approximately 60 cultivators assembled on the approach road below the cliff face and began studying the panels, some of them achieving notable advancements in full view of the sect's observation post. Restricting access to the dungeon now meant restricting access to a cliff face that anyone could see from the road. The religious site petition was formally withdrawn 4 days later. The petition's withdrawal notice cited changed site circumstances. Jianhe had Lian Mei's report of the withdrawal read to him twice while he was building floor 59. He had always intended to inscribe the mountain face eventually. The petitions had simply accelerated the timeline. He adjusted the inscription sequence to add 3 new panels. He had learned 2 additional Tao principles since the initial installation, and it seemed inefficient to leave the sequence incomplete. Parameters, revised. Scope, as always, expanding. He built. Chapter 51. The uncatalogued formation. Luo Qing spent 11 days navigating the dungeon. She did not rush. She was not in the dungeon to complete it. She was in it to understand it, which was a fundamentally different goal with fundamentally different time requirements. She approached each mechanism as a text to be read, each floor as a chapter to be studied before moving to the next, and she produced, in the process, a running narration that Jianhe found increasingly difficult to categorize as purely instrumental. She taught him things, not intentionally. She was narrating for her own benefit, working through her observations aloud in the pattern of a mind that processed externally, and the information she surfaced was her own interpretation of what he had built. But her interpretations named things he had comprehended without naming, identified Tao principles and mechanisms he had built from pure intuition without theoretical framework, and occasionally told him that he had demonstrated something that academic formation theory had been arguing about for 2 generations. He received design echoes from listening to her talk about his own work. This was not how design echoes were supposed to function. He filed it as a new category, comprehension echoes from exterior perspective. The principle was consistent with what he had discovered during Shun Jiao's study sessions years before, but significantly stronger now that both parties were operating at higher cultivation levels. He was learning his own work through her eyes. She reached floor 15 on her 8th day. Floor 15 held the mechanism Jianhe had built during the formation cage isolation period as his most advanced theoretical work, a compound formation that he had, since its creation, revised 14 times and was still not satisfied with. It used 4 interconnected Tao principles in a synthesis he could not find precedent for in Wei Liang's memories, and the mechanism's behavior under testing had been consistently unexpected in ways he found productive. He had never been able to identify precisely what the mechanism expressed. He had worked around this by focusing on its functional effects and treating the underlying principle as in development. Luo Qing sat in front of floor 15 for 3 days. She did not exit the dungeon during this period. She had supplies. She had come prepared for extended study, in the manner of a researcher who had learned to expect that interesting things required time. She studied the mechanism from every angle she had developed across 10,000 catalog entries. She approached it as a spatial mechanism, an elemental mechanism, a causal mechanism, a consciousness-responsive mechanism. She worked through 17 distinct analytical frameworks and produced detailed narrated observations for each one. At the end of the 3rd day, she went quiet. She sat in front of the mechanism in the complete stillness of someone who had reached the end of their available frameworks and was sitting with what came after. Then she stood, walked back through the dungeon, emerged at the entrance, found Su Pang's position at the research camp junction, and said, "Tell the core that this is the only formation in my entire catalog that I cannot file. I cannot identify its underlying Tao principle. I cannot categorize it within any existing framework. It is either synthesizing multiple principles in a way that produces a genuinely new emergent principle, or it is expressing a Tao principle that has not previously been documented in any cultivation tradition." She paused. "Tell the core also that this is the most exciting thing I have cataloged in 22 years of work. and that I want to know what it is. Su Peng delivered the message. Jianhe received it while working on floor 62. He had been calling the principle Tao of recursive integration in his internal notation because that was the closest description he had. But he had known since building the first version that this name was a placeholder for something he had not yet fully comprehended. Luo Qing's inability to file it was the best confirmation he had received that the principle was genuinely original. His response: he built a new floor. Not one. He built floor 63 through floor 72 in a 10-floor continuous expansion, each floor dedicated to a variation on the uncatalogued principle. 10 different trap designs expressing the same underlying Tao from 10 different angles. The way he would approach any comprehension he was trying to deepen. He designed each floor to teach a different facet of the principle to anyone with sufficient cultivation sense to read it. He sent Su Peng to tell Luo Qing that there was a new floor section and that it had been built specifically for her analysis. Luo Qing received the message, consulted her schedule, and sent back a written reply. Su Peng brought the reply to the voice formation and read it. Research engagements for the next 31 days have been cancelled. I will be here. Chapter 52. What the dungeon knows. Duan Lao had been entering the dungeon 3 times per week for 4 months. The advancement rate that produced was, by the metrics of the Hung sect's standard cultivation assessments, extraordinary. The senior elders attributed it to natural talent. The heir apparent had always been promising, and to the particular motivation that came from studying intensively after a period of conflict and doubt. Both explanations were plausible, and neither was complete. The complete explanation was that Jianhe recalibrated Duan Lao's specific mechanisms between every visit. He had been doing this since the second training session. Each time Duan Lao entered, he reviewed the young man's cultivation profile as updated by the previous session's echo data, identified the 3 to 5 most productive areas for targeted development, and adjusted the floor 12 through 15 mechanisms to address those areas specifically. The adjustments were not dramatic. A minor modification to a trigger depth here, a changed solution pathway there, a new secondary mechanism on an existing floor that targeted a just identified weakness. But they were precise. The precision was what produced the advancement rate. He had not told anyone he was doing this. Not because he was concealing it, but because it had not occurred to him that anyone needed to be told. Personalized calibration was simply the most efficient design approach for a known challenger, the same way he had calibrated differently for Lian Mei and for Shun Jiao and now for Luo Qing. When Duan Lao finally became aware of it, the realization came the way most realizations came, from the outside. He was describing his advancement rate to a Hung sect senior elder, explaining how 3 Dao comprehensions in a single dungeon session was possible, and the elder pointed out that this had not been anyone else's experience and asked what specifically Duan Lao was doing differently. Duan Lao thought about it and found he could not answer. He brought the question to Su Peng, sitting at the dungeon entrance step in the early morning. How does it know what each person needs to learn? Su Peng, who had been thinking about the best way to explain this for 3 weeks, said, it watches. Watches how? The traps are listening. Every time you touch a mechanism, even if you just approach it, it records something about how your cultivation responds. It builds a model of you from those responses. Then it designs the next traps based on the model. Duan Lao considered this. It has a model of me. It has a model of everyone who has entered more than twice. The Hung sect elder who had asked the original question heard this description from Duan Lao's account and wrote an immediate memo to the sect's cultivation research division. Within a week, the Bureau's research desk had 3 independent inquiries about the personalized calibration mechanism, and Inspector Kong Wei had submitted a formal request to study it directly. The question spread. How did the dungeon know what each person needed? Jianhe had not thought about this as a question before. He had thought about it as a design methodology. The distinction he was discovering mattered to the people on the outside of the methodology. He began building a presentation mechanism, a floor dedicated to demonstrating the calibration process transparently, where a challenger could see, in the formation patterns around them, the model the dungeon had built of their cultivation profile. Not as a secret revealed, but as a gift. Here is what I see when I look at you. He built it carefully. Chapter 53. The Bureau's best Bureau Inspector Kong Wei entered the dungeon as an official researcher on a Wednesday morning and experienced the personalized calibration mechanism as a participant before he experienced it as an analyst. This was not an accident. Jianhe had built the presentation floor as floor 60, but he had also recalibrated the mechanisms Kong Wei would encounter before reaching floor 60, calibrated them specifically to Kong Wei, using the profile he had accumulated from the inspector's 6 previous visits. The calibration was more precise than anything he had done for any previous professional researcher, because Kong Wei had been entering for months, and the model was extensively developed. Kong Wei entered with measuring equipment, a formal documentation protocol, and the professional detachment of an experienced bureau researcher. He navigated the first 5 floors with the efficient familiarity of someone who had been here many times. On floor 6, he stopped. The mechanism on floor 6 had been modified since his last visit. Not dramatically. The underlying principle was the same, the design language was recognizable, but the specific trigger configuration had been adjusted to target the precise boundary in his cultivation progress, where he had stalled for the past 4 months. He could feel it in the mechanism's pressure field. This trap was asking him to do the specific thing that had been just barely outside his reach. He sat with it for 40 minutes. Then he comprehended it. The advancement was immediate and significant. A full subrealm in a single comprehension event, which was unusual enough at his cultivation level to be notable. He emerged from the experience with the particular startled quality of someone who has had a result significantly exceeding their expectations. He continued into the dungeon. Floor 7 held a different targeted mechanism. This one addressed a Dao gap he had not consciously identified in himself. He studied it, compared it to what he thought he knew about his own cultivation, and found that the dungeon's model of his weaknesses was more accurate than his own self-assessment. He advanced a second sublevel from floor 7. By the time he reached floor 60, the presentation floor, where the model was displayed, he had advanced further in a single session than in the previous year of standard cultivation practice. He stood in front of the presentation formation and read the model it showed him. It was his cultivation profile, displayed in formation geometry that he could read directly. The areas of strength, the areas of underdevelopment, the specific Dao connections that were currently forming and needed targeted development to solidify. His assessment report, submitted to Bureau Director Yan Rao 10 days later, was the most positive assessment of a cultivation site in the Bureau's 140-year history. It included a recommendation for immediate elevation of the site's research classification to the highest available tier, a proposal for the Bureau to establish a permanent liaison residency, and a personal note that read, I have spent 23 years assessing cultivation resources. I have never assessed anything comparable. This site does not advance cultivators. It knows what each cultivator specifically needs to advance, and then builds it for them. The distinction is not academic. Yin Rao read the report twice. He filed it. Then he wrote a personal note in his own hand. Schedule my entry for Thursday. Chapter 54. What the bureau chief comprehended. Yin Rao arrived at the dungeon entrance alone. No aide. No escort. No official bureau insignia. He wore a plain cultivator's robe in a neutral gray that could have belonged to anyone, and he had signed himself into the voluntary entry registry as Yarao, independent cultivator, Dao Forger Realm. Lian Mei, who was managing the registry that morning, had recognized him immediately and said nothing. He entered at dawn. He had been building his floor for Yan Rao for 6 days. He had the most comprehensive profile of the bureau chief of any challenger he had received, 7 months of indirect observation data from every inspector visit, from Kong Wei's reports, from the formation cage period and its political communications, from the negotiation exchanges following the Hung Sec conflict. He had more data about Yin Rao's cultivation gaps than about any previous subject. He had built floor 64, a floor no one else had yet reached, specifically for the bureau chief's visit. The floor addressed the precise Dao deficiencies that 60 years of administrative authority, resource allocation, and institutional management would produce in a cultivator's theoretical foundation. Not weaknesses born from neglect, but from a different kind of focus. Yin Rao had spent 60 years cultivating the practical Dao of institutional power, which was real and useful, and in doing so had not cultivated the abstract Dao of pure comprehension that had no immediate administrative application. He had built floor 64 to give Yin Rao those abstractions as lived experience rather than theoretical study. The bureau chief moved through the dungeon with the efficiency of someone who had read Kong Wei's full technical report and prepared accordingly, and with the wariness of someone who had spent 20 years worrying about this dungeon and was not going to stop worrying just because he was now officially at peace with it. He reached floor 20 in under an hour. He reached floor 40 by midday. On floor 43, something shifted. The mechanism, there was a formation he had built from the Dao of completion, one of several he had been building since Xun Jiao's death, exploring different facets of the same principle. Yin Rao encountered it and stopped, and his cultivation presence had the quality of someone recognizing something from the outside that they had previously only known from inside an institution. He spent 2 hours on floor 43. By floor 50, his cultivation presence had changed significantly, more settled, less dense with compressed authority. Not weaker, Different. The particular weight of a person who has begun to understand their own architecture from a position outside it. He reached floor 64 at dusk. Jianhe had built the floor's primary mechanism to take approximately 3 hours for a cultivator of Yen Rao's profile. He spent 4.5. He was thorough in a way that a man who built administrative systems for a living was thorough. He tested the mechanism from multiple angles before committing to a direction. He examined potential failure modes with the professional caution of someone who knew what it felt like to have a carefully built system collapse unexpectedly. Then he comprehended it. The advancement was the kind that changed something fundamental, not a quantitative increase in cultivation power, but a shift in the quality of comprehension, the way a picture changes when you find the right distance to stand from it. He sat on floor 64 for a long time after the comprehension settled. He walked out as the mountain was dark. He stood at the dungeon entrance in the night air for several minutes. Then he turned to his aide, who had been waiting in the research camp and had not expected his superior to emerge at this hour looking like this. "Cancel the harvest order," Yen Rao said. The aide blinked. The permanent harvest order for this site. The one that has been technically suspended for 8 months, but has never been formally canceled. He paused. "Cancel it. Archive it. Mark it closed." He turned and looked at the mountain for a moment before continuing toward the camp. What is in that mountain is not a resource. It is a colleague. Chapter 55. The first words. The three-sect political dispute had been ongoing for the duration of the Luoqing period, conducted through legal filings, intermediary organizations, and the kind of institutional maneuvering that he had been learning to read through Su Pang's intelligence network and Lian Mei's political analysis. It resolved on a Thursday, 6 weeks after Yen Rao's visit, through a formal agreement signed by all 3 sects and witnessed by the Bureau and the Silver Compass Society. The document was called, formally, the Mountain Accord. It established the dungeon as a party to the accord as an independent entity, the first time in continental legal history that a dungeon core had been named as a contracting party rather than as an object of contracts made about it. The accord granted all 3 sects non-exclusive access through the voluntary entry registry, prohibited any single organization from claiming territorial authority over the mountain, and established a governance council that Lian Mei was empowered to represent the dungeon on. Lian Mei was named Dean of External Relations by the Silver Compass Society on the same day. She told Jianhe about both developments through the voice formation that evening, and there was something in her tone that was different from her professional communication. Something lighter, like a structure that has been bearing weight for a long time, discovering that the weight has been distributed. "It took 6 months," she said. "But you have legal standing now. Not research site standing. Entity standing. You can sign contracts. You can make complaints. You can be a party." She paused. "You always were, really. But now the documentation agrees." Brightening. She was quiet for a moment. Then, "There's something I've been wanting to ask you." Her voice had changed, not the analysis mode, not the forum mode. The quieter mode she used when she said something directly. "Su Pang is a very good interpreter. And the architectural language is, it's extraordinary, honestly. I can read things through it that most people can't read at all. But," a pause, "it's not the same as talking. It's a translation. And I have been translating for you for a long time. And I think you have been translating for me. And I'd like to stop translating." He waited. "I'd like to talk to you directly," she said. "Someday. Not through Su Pang. Not through traps. A voice. An actual conversation." She paused. "I know that's probably not possible. I just wanted to say it." He did not activate any of the existing signals. He was quiet for a moment. Then he began building something entirely outside his previous design categories. He had never built a mechanism with no combat application, no Dao testing function, and no training purpose. He had built Xun Jiao's memorial formation, which had been closest to this, but that had been a Dao expression through medium. This was different, a mechanism that converted formation signal to acoustic signal, dungeon core communication to human speech. Not teaching, not trapping, talking. He built 17 versions over the following 2 weeks, each failure yielding specific design echoes about the Dao of translation, the principle of converting one type of signal to another without loss. Each version failed in a different specific way that taught him something the previous version hadn't. Version 9 produced a sound, not words, a low continuous tone that was not random, but was not language. Version 12 produced something that sounded like a human voice saying a word that was not a word, the acoustic form of a word without semantic content. Version 17 failed completely and silently, and he had to start over with a different base mechanism. But the Dao of translation was accumulating. He was learning to speak by failing to speak, which was exactly the process by which he had learned everything else. He kept building. Somewhere in the progress, he advanced to Heaven Defier realm from the accumulated comprehension of 17 failed communication mechanisms. The irony registered immediately, and he stored it as a design note. Version 18 was next. He was going to learn to speak. He had built traps that expressed every principle he comprehended. He was going to build one that let him say them in words. Parameters, 17 failures. Design revision, ongoing. The dungeon was quiet except for the sound of him working. Lian Mei was outside in her tent, waiting. He built faster. Chapter 56, 17 failures, and one sound. Version 18 failed silently. Version 19 produced a sound that was almost a word, an acoustic structure with the correct shape for human speech, but missing the harmonic component that made speech phonemically legible. It was like watching someone form a word with their mouth with no air behind it. Version 20 he discarded after 2 days of construction because the underlying mechanism was wrong in a way he should have recognized from version 14. Version 21 produced a legible syllable. 1. A single syllable that lasted approximately 0.3 seconds and then stopped. He spent 3 days analyzing what had worked and trying to extend it to 2 syllables. Version 22 produced 2 syllables. He built faster. The Tao of translation was comprehending in accelerating increments, each failed version adding more to the accumulated partial comprehension than the one before it, the way difficult Tao principles sometimes compressed toward completion in the final approach. He had watched this happen with the Tao of anticipation years ago. He recognized the pattern. The principle was near. He was learning to speak the way he had learned everything else, by building versions that didn't work until he understood enough to build one that did. The Tao echo from each attempt was unusual, smaller than combat trap echoes, but more varied, each one teaching something slightly different about the translation principle. He was receiving, in aggregate, a broader comprehension than a single successful attempt would have yielded. The failures were the mechanism. He built version 23. He was not tracking Lian Mei's position through his boundary sense when the formation activated. He was focused entirely on the mechanism's acoustic layer, monitoring the signal conversion in real time for the specific failure point that had ended every previous attempt. The formation produced a sound, not a syllable, a sustained sound, not quite a word but structured like a word, with the beginning shape and the middle shape and the falling tone at the end that a cultivator's acoustic formation theory would recognize as language even if the semantic content was unclear. He held it for 4.7 seconds. Then it destabilized, and the mechanism returned to background resonance. But the formation had made a sound, a real, coherent sound. And in the 4.7 seconds it had lasted, it had traveled approximately 40 feet from the dungeon entrance through the open mountain air. Lian Mei had been working in the voluntary entry registry tent, which was positioned 14 feet from the dungeon entrance. He felt her weight shift from seated to standing with an immediacy that suggested she had heard it before she consciously registered it. Then the quick steps, the front heavy weight distribution of someone running, coming toward the entrance. He was already building version 24. Chapter 57. First Words. Version 24 took 9 days. He spent the first 3 rebuilding the acoustic mechanism from the successful 4.7-second window rather than from the theoretical base he had been working from. The successful window had worked because of a specific interaction between the translation formation and the mountain's ambient acoustic resonance. The dungeon stone carried formation frequency vibrations in a way that amplified the acoustic conversion, a property he had not designed for, but which he now understood well enough to design with. Day 4 through 7. The extended duration problem. Sustaining the formation required a continuous balanced energy draw from his core, which interacted with the translation mechanism in ways he had not modeled. He rebuilt the balance mechanism 3 times. Day 8. The semantic content problem. The first formation had produced a sound. He needed it to produce specific sounds in sequence, words, which required a second-level translation mechanism converting formation signal to phonemic sequence to acoustic output. He designed it as a 3-stage converter. Day 9. Integration and test. He ran the test at dawn, when Lian Mei was already at her registry work and the dungeon entrance was otherwise unoccupied. The formation produced a sentence. He heard it through the mountain's acoustic feedback with the particular disconnection of hearing something you built with your own construction and having it sound like someone else's voice. The voice was flat and mechanical. The translation mechanism had no prosodic modeling, so intonation was uniform, but the words were clear. He sent the sentence through the dungeon's acoustic field toward the entrance. Lian Mei was out of her tent and at the entrance in 30 seconds. She stood there for a moment, looking at the mountain, breathing slightly faster than normal. Then she said, "I know. You keep building new floors." He replied. She laughed. It was a short laugh, the sharp exhalation of someone who has received something unexpected and hasn't processed it fully yet. Then she was quiet. Parameters, insufficient, the voice formation said. Design revision, required. That's your answer to everything, she said. He was building floor 73 while she spoke. He could not stop building. He had never been able to stop building. This was the most important conversation he had ever had, and he was building a floor at the same time, because that was what he was. I know, she said. I've known for a long time. Her voice had shifted, not the professional mode, not the analysis mode, the quieter one. But I'm glad you can say it now. He would have said more. He was designing what to say, assembling the words with the same care he gave to trap mechanisms, checking each one for whether it communicated what he intended. But in the pause, her voice changed slightly, and she started laughing again. And then the laughing stopped differently than laughing usually stopped. And he felt from her cultivation presence the specific quality of a person experiencing something they had not expected to experience. She was crying. Not heavily, the small kind of tears that happen in the middle of other emotions without being the primary event. He did not know what to do with this. He had no design response to it. He had no formation that addressed it. He was reality sculptor realm. No, heaven defier, he had advanced during the failed voice formation attempts. And he could reshape stone and space and light, and the specific pressure of Tao energy against a cultivator's foundation, and none of that was relevant here. He built floor 73 in complete silence and listened to her breathe. After a while she said, I'm fine. I've been waiting to hear you say anything for a very long time. He said, your maps are complete. She laughed again, and this time it was only laughing. No, they're not. You built 10 new floors last month. The maps are complete of what you have mapped. You are a very accurate observer. She was quiet for a moment. Is that a compliment? It is an accurate statement. Accuracy in observation is the most reliable trait I have encountered. The trait is valuable. She stood at the entrance for another 10 minutes while he built floor 73 and said nothing else. And when she left, she walked back to her tent with the step pattern of someone who has been given something they have been waiting for without being certain they would receive it. He watched her go through his boundary sense. Then he built floor 74. Chapter 58. The question of ceilings, the voice formation's existence became public knowledge within 2 days. There was no announcement. Lien Mei had not planned to publicize it immediately, preferring to let Jianhe accustom himself to the mechanism before introducing political implications. But 2 bureau researchers who had been in the research camp overheard the exchange from the registration tent and filed an immediate observation report. The report reached the bureau research desk within 12 hours. Within a week, the Heaven Marking sect had convened an emergency theological consultation about whether a speaking dungeon core was a being with a soul. The River Lotus Academy had submitted a formal research request for access to study the voice formation mechanism. 3 independent cultivation scholars had arrived at the mountain requesting audiences. The political implications shifted within the week. A speaking entity was categorically different from a silent one. A silent dungeon core could be classified as a sophisticated mechanism, however unusual. A speaking entity made arguments. Jianhe made arguments. Luo Qing was the first person he chose to make arguments to. She was already in the dungeon when he activated the voice formation for their first direct conversation. On floor 63, studying the 10th panel of the recursive integration sequence he had built for her. He heard her narrating observations in the methodical cadence she used during her deepest study and waited for a pause. Then he spoke. The synthesis between the 3rd and 4th principal layers, he said, uses a feedback mechanism that I cannot explain in theoretical terms. I built it from intuition. You have been analyzing it for 6 days. What does it look like from the outside? Luo Qing was quiet for a moment. He had the impression, through the dungeon's general acoustic sense, that she was doing something with her expression that he could not read. It looks like a mistake that works perfectly, she said. And I mean that as the most interesting observation I have ever made. They talked for 3 hours. Luo Qing's argument was delivered with the care of someone who had been thinking about it for a long time and wanted to say it precisely. His cultivation system, she argued, had a theoretical ceiling. All cultivation systems that operated through physical mechanism had ceilings. The physical Tao was vast but not infinite, and a system that required building physical traps to comprehend Tao principles would eventually build every physical trap that could be built. At that point, what? Jianhe's response began immediately. The argument assumes that the space of physical traps is finite, he said. This assumption is wrong. Physical traps are combinations of Tao principles in material form. The space of combinations of any Tao principle set with any material form is unbounded in the same way that the space of possible sentences in a language is unbounded. Individual words are finite, but combinations are not. Luo Qing. You are assuming that genuinely novel combinations are possible rather than being variations on a bounded set of fundamental forms. The same argument applies to sentences, and we know that all natural language uses a finite set of grammatical structures. Xianxia. The grammatical analogy is incomplete. Physical trap design is not constrained to existing grammatical forms because I discover new Tao principles in the building. The principles expand the vocabulary. The expanded vocabulary makes new grammars possible. It is not a fixed language growing longer. It is a language that generates new words. They argued for 2 more hours. Luo Qing did not concede the point. She modified it. You are arguing that the cultivation path generates its own expansion from inside. This is theoretically possible, but requires that the generative mechanism, the thing that produces new Tao principles, is itself not subject to a ceiling. What prevents the generative mechanism from eventually running out of novel combinations? He was quiet for a moment. I do not know. I do not experience it as running out. I experience it as continuously expanding. That is not the same as demonstrating the absence of a ceiling, she said. No, he said. It is not. He built 2 new floors while considering the gap between the 2 statements. I believe the ceiling does not exist. I cannot prove this from first principles. What I have is the practice. I have been building for years and the expansions have not slowed. The evidence is the work. Luo Qing was quiet. The evidence is the work, she repeated slowly. That's a formulation I've heard applied to philosophical questions about whether Tao is real. She paused. The dungeon itself is your argument. Brightening of the ceiling panels on floor 63. Chapter 59. The Philosopher in the Mountain. The relay formation debate was Luan Pei's idea. A River Lotus Academy scholar who had arrived 3 weeks after the voice formation became public and had been conducting formal research observations from the registration camp. He had not expected to overhear the Xianxia Luo Qing argument about cultivation ceilings through the open dungeon entrance, and when he had immediately sent an urgent message to 6 other scholars at the academy and asked them to come. 2 of them arrived within a week. 3 more came the following week. By the time Xianxia and Luo Qing began their 3rd extended argument, there were 19 scholars in the camp conducting various forms of observation, documentation, and transmission work. Luan Pei proposed the relay formation to Lian Mei, who proposed it to Xianxia, who considered it for 2 days and then agreed. A formation relay that broadcast the voice formation's output at a range sufficient to cover a moderate-sized audience, allowing the arguments to be heard beyond the dungeon entrance. What followed was the most unusual cultivation forum in the region's recorded history. Scholars came from 400 miles. Practitioners who had heard the relay broadcast through regional formation networks arrived with their own questions. The dungeon entrance became what Lian Mei described in her official report as a combination of outdoor lecture hall, cultivation seminar, and very unusual garden party. The voluntary entry queue continued operating on a separate track, which meant that at any given hour there were cultivators listening to a philosophical debate about the nature of Tao comprehension while waiting to enter a dungeon and have their own Tao comprehensions challenged. Xianxia argued 4 distinct positions over the 6 weeks the forum ran. Against Luo Qing on the question of ceilings, against a river lotus formation theorist on whether physical mechanism was philosophically equivalent to spiritual cultivation, against 3 scholars simultaneously on whether a constructed being could authentically comprehend principles that evolved naturally in living entities, and against himself on a question Luan Pei had asked and which he found he could not resolve through design alone. The question was the dungeon teaching or was it testing? The distinction was smaller than it appeared. Xianxia built mechanisms designed to create optimal conditions for challenger comprehension. He calibrated those mechanisms to each challenger's specific needs. He built easier paths for challengers who were struggling and harder paths for challengers who were coasting. This was, he had always assumed, the definition of teaching. But he could not tell, from inside his own process, whether he built these mechanisms because he wanted challengers to advance or because challengers who advanced generated better Tao echoes for his own cultivation. The question sat in him for 3 weeks without resolving. He built through it. Lian Mei was formally recognized as the dungeon spokesperson by the Continental Cultivation Conclave's public communications guidelines at the end of the 6th week. This was not a political appointment. It was a descriptive one, recognizing that she was already performing the function and that the function existed. She told Xianxia through the voice formation, in the quiet after the day's forum session had dispersed. They sent me a document. It has my name on it. It says I speak for you. She was quiet for a moment. I want to make sure I do that accurately. If there is anything I have been saying that you would say differently, now that you can say things yourself, tell me. He considered. Your assessment of the Hung sect resolution was more generous to Hung Dao than my assessment. I assessed it as a political victory. You presented it as a mutual growth outcome. Do you think I was wrong? He built something on floor 79 while thinking about it. I think your assessment was more complete than mine. I assessed it from the perspective of what he could no longer do to me. You assessed it from the perspective of what it produced. Those are different things. Yes. A pause. Continue using the more complete assessment. She smiled. He read it from her weight distribution. You just agreed that you were wrong about something. I agreed that my assessment was less complete than yours. This is a design problem. The parameters I used were insufficient. That means you were wrong. He was quiet for a moment. Parameters, acknowledged. She laughed. The invitation arrived on a Saturday, delivered by formal courier from the Continental Cultivation Conclave's administrative office and addressed with punctilious formality to Formation Architect Jian He, Independent Entity, Mountain Research Site Designation 7741A. The invitation requested the presence of Formation Architect Jian He or designated representative at the Continental Cultivation Conclave's next convening for the purpose of presenting original cultivation theory to the assembled body. Jian He was the first non-human entity ever extended such an invitation. He had Su Peng read it twice, then Lian Mei read it. Then he had Luo Qing read it from floor 63 via the relay formation. Luo Qing's response: obviously you should accept, and obviously you cannot attend in person. So Lian Mei presents, and you speak through the relay formation, and the conclave has a conversation with a voice from a mountain 200 miles away. A pause. That will be the most memorable conclave presentation in living memory. Jian He accepted the invitation. He kept building. Chapter 60. The probe in the dark. The archive spy had been at the forum every day. Jian He had not identified him during the forum's run because his cultivation presence was unusually neutral, not suppressed, not concealed, but calibrated to the middle of the range occupied by the scholars and cultivators attending the forum, in a way that reflected either long practice at presence neutralization or a specific cultivation technique designed for it. He was present as background. It was Su Peng who noticed him, a pattern in the observation. The spy was always in a position with sight lines to both the voice formation's output point and the dungeon's exterior walls. He was not, primarily, listening to the debates. He was watching the mountain. Su Peng reported this on a Monday evening. Jian He considered the information, built 2 floors, and did not do anything about it. The political resolution was complete. The mountain accord was signed. The legal proceedings about dungeon personhood were advancing favorably. He had no active threat. He tracked the spy's position and waited. The spy left on a Thursday with the rest of the forum's dispersing crowd. He did not return. 6 days later, at midnight, Jian He felt something on his exterior wall that was not weather, animal, or challenger. He focused his boundary sense on the external stone face, a detailed read, pushing past the surface acoustic data to the formation energy currents in the upper stone layers, and found it. A formation was being inscribed on the wall's interior surface, approximately 3 feet into the stone. Whoever was doing it had a technique that could work through stone without direct contact, which was not a standard cultivator technique. The formation was small and precise and designed, at its functional core, to read the pattern of cultivation architecture inside the mountain and produce a compact encoded copy of that pattern. It would take approximately 6 days to complete its inscription cycle and another 2 to transmit the copy to a receiver. An extraction probe. He examined the technique. He could not fully read who had placed it. They were not on the mountain anymore. The inscription was running autonomously, but he could read the probe's design language well enough to identify its origin tradition. One of the Continental Archive's signature information capture formations, a family of techniques that the archive used for documenting cultivation artifacts in occupied areas. They were not trying to steal his traps. They were trying to copy his cultivation architecture. The map of what he had comprehended, how he had comprehended it, the specific structure of Tao principles encoded in his formation core. They wanted to understand his cultivation system well enough to replicate it. He did not destroy the probe immediately. He spent 3 hours examining it. He understood what the probe was looking for. And he understood, in a way he had not fully understood before, what someone would be able to do with a complete map of his cultivation architecture. They would be able to create a training environment that replicated his cultivation path's output without requiring a conscious dungeon core to generate it. Mass production of the Tao Echo experience. Cultivation without the architect. He destroyed the probe at 3 in the morning. It did not resist. It was an information capture formation, not a defensive one. He traced the inscription technique's residue long enough to confirm the archive's origin signature. Then he began designing a new floor while composing, through the voice formation, the the message he would have Lian Mei deliver in the morning. The Continental Archive placed an unauthorized extraction probe on this site overnight. It has been destroyed. This site is initiating a formal complaint with the Continental Authority. Please inform the archive that the next extraction attempt will not be destroyed. It will be answered. He built floor 80 through the night. He had been asked, by Luo Qing, by Xun Jiao, by the heavenly investigation that was still 6 arcs away but already visible as a shape on the horizon. He had been asked what he wanted. He had built the answer into a formation for a dying master, to build something that has never existed before. He had built it. He was building it. He would keep building it. His cultivation system was his consciousness. His consciousness was not a resource to be extracted. It was the thing that did the extracting, pulling Tao principles out of the world through the act of building things that revealed them. Anyone who wanted to copy his architecture would have to build what he had built. And building what he had built required being what he was. Parameters, unique. Design replication, impossible. He kept building. And somewhere in the Continental Archives network, a spy was composing a report about a dungeon core that had achieved Heaven D Fire Realm cultivation without a physical body, and the civilization scale implications of extracting that methodology. The arc closed in a mountain that was building itself deeper into the world. The threat that came next would not come from a grief-maddened patriarch, or a political commission, or a legal petition. It would come from a cultivator who had spent his entire life copying other people's work, and whose philosophical challenge would cut deeper than any formation-shattering technique, because he might be right. Chapter 61. The archive's case scholar when made his case in public, which Jian he had not expected. He had expected the Continental Archive's response to the extraction probe's destruction to be institutional and quiet. A diplomatic complaint filed through the Bureau, perhaps a legal challenge to the definition of cultivation architecture as protected property. The archive was an old organization with established procedural instincts, and their standard approach to disputes was documentation followed by negotiation. What Scholar Wen did was present a formal position paper at an open scholarly session at the River Lotus Academy, circulated in advance to 200 researchers, and delivered in the Academy's public lecture hall on a Thursday morning to a crowd that was not limited to scholars. He was a mid-level cultivator in the Heaven D Fire range, not a combat specialist, a researcher with the particular cultivation profile of someone who had spent 20 years in deep theoretical study. He was not physically impressive. His argument was. Lian Mei attended and provided Jian he a complete transcription. The core of the argument. All cultivation insights, when discovered, are facts about the nature of Tao itself. Facts about the nature of Tao are not invented by their discoverers. They are revealed by their discoverers. The principle already existed before any cultivator comprehended it. The cultivator who comprehends it first does not create it. They find it. And findings, as opposed to inventions, cannot be owned. They can only be shared or hoarded. Hoarding a cultivation principle, Scholar Wen argued, delayed the advancement of all cultivation practice by the period between its discovery and its inevitable wider dissemination. If a dungeon core had discovered a new synthesis of Tao principles that could advance the cultivation of every practitioner on the continent, restricting access to that synthesis was equivalent to restricting access to a well during a drought. The well owner did not make the water. They found the water. Water belongs to everyone. The response to this argument, Jian he recognized immediately, could not simply be a counter-argument about ownership. The ownership framing was a trap, not the kind he built, but the analytical kind, where engaging with the framing validated it. He had Lian Mei compose his formal response, which she presented at a public session the following week. Formation architect Jian he responds. The archive's framing misidentifies the category of what it is attempting to extract. The archive's probe did not attempt to copy a discovered Tao principle. It attempted to copy the architecture of how those principles were discovered, the specific sequence of connections, the particular configuration of comprehensions, the structural organization of a cultivating consciousness. This is not equivalent to copying a discovered fact. This is equivalent to copying the mind that discovered the fact. If Scholar Wen would like to extract the water, I am happy to provide water. What the probe attempted to extract was the mountain. The argument landed differently in the scholarly community than a simple ownership dispute would have. The metaphor was accessible and the distinction was precise, and it reframed the archive's position from resource access to something that began to sound more like extraction of personhood. Scholar Wen's counter, at a subsequent session, was philosophically serious. Information cannot be stolen, only copied. The original remains unchanged after copying. This is categorically different from extraction of a person, in which the original would be altered or destroyed. If copying your architecture leaves your architecture fully intact, in what sense has it been extracted? The argument was clean and difficult to dismiss. He considered it for 3 days. He was still considering it when Luo Qing mentioned, during one of their daily conversations through the voice formation, that someone had arrived at the mountain who she recognized. His name is Wei Bao, she said. He is more commonly known as the Mimicry Sovereign. He has spent 30 years copying cultivation techniques and currently holds more than 50,000 distinct formations in his personal archive. He is Heaven Defier Realm. A pause. He is not here to argue on Scholar Wen's side. He is also not here to argue on yours. He has a third position. Chapter 62. The third voice Wei Bao arrived without announcement. He simply appeared at the dungeon perimeter one morning, sitting on a flat stone with the settled patience of someone who had been sitting on stones in interesting places for 30 years. He was not large, not particularly imposing, and wore the kind of plain traveling robes that practitioners who had accumulated significant power sometimes wore as a form of deliberate non-display. His cultivation presence was very controlled, not suppressed, but held inward. The way a flame held inside a lantern was contained without being diminished. He sent a message through Su Pang, who brought it to the voice formation in the early morning. Tell the architect that I am not Scholar Wen's ally. Tell him also that I am not his defender. I have a different argument that supersedes both. I would prefer to make it directly. Tell him I will wait. He had Su Pang relay. He may come to the entrance. Wei Bao came. He stood at the dungeon entrance and looked at the mountain face, the panel inscriptions, the formation geometry visible in the stone, the particular quality of Tao energy emanation that every cultivator who arrived here felt and described differently. He looked at it the way a cataloger looked at a previously unencountered specimen, completely, from multiple angles, without premature conclusion. Then he addressed the voice formation directly, as if he had known it was there. You and Scholar Wen are arguing about ownership, he said. The question is not who owns the cultivation principle. The question is which cultivation principle is better, yours or the one that will be derived from yours by someone who improves on it. The original creator's advantage is temporary. Within a generation, every breakthrough is copied, improved, and surpassed. What is your actual competitive advantage once the copying begins? He was quiet for a moment. I create the next breakthrough, and then someone copies and improves it, and then you create another. This race rewards continuous novelty, which is a design challenge, not an ownership claim. Wei Bao looked at the mountain. I have 50,000 techniques. I have copied every significant cultivation formation in recorded history. In the copying, I have understood each one better than most of its creators understood it, because I could compare it to 50,000 other designs. My copies are, in most cases, technically superior to the originals. What does that mean for your claim that originals have special value? Lian Mei, who was nearby documenting the exchange, had her notebook open. He said, propose a test. Wei Bao. I enter the dungeon. I copy your traps and build improved versions. We assess whether my improved versions produce better cultivation advancement outcomes than your originals. If they do, your claim that original work has special value beyond what a skilled copyist can replicate is demonstrated to be wrong. A pause. And if my originals produce better outcomes, he said, you concede the point. Wei Bao. I concede the point if you can demonstrate a design that I cannot improve upon. Not merely match, outperform. Agreed. Lian Mei looked up from her notebook. Luo Qing, who had been listening from the research camp, was also looking at the dungeon entrance. He did not change his voice formation's flat tone, but he was building something on floor 81, the first floor he had not had a specific purpose for before this moment. The test had been accepted before the terms were fully clear, because the terms were not the point. The test was an opportunity to answer a question he had been holding since the forum debates began. Was his cultivation's value in the specific designs he produced, or in the process by which he produced them? He needed to know the answer. The test would tell him. Chapter 63. What Wei Bao does. Wei Bao entered the dungeon at dawn on a Tuesday. He moved differently than any other challenger he had observed. He did not move as a fighter, calculating survival probabilities. He did not move as a scholar, testing and documenting. He moved as a craftsman examining another craftsman's work, deliberately, with professional attention, stopping at each mechanism to perform a brief but intense study before continuing. He was copying. He watched through his boundary sense as Wei Bao's formation sense extended at each mechanism and the particular energy pattern that indicated active technique recording pulsed briefly. The technique was elegant, a rapid formation imprint that captured the mechanism's complete structural signature on a formation plate in approximately 20 seconds. Wei Bao could copy a trap design in less time than most challengers spent reading a floor 1 mechanism. He carried 500 formation plates. He moved through the first 30 floors in less than 6 hours, which was faster than any previous challenger. He did not attempt to engage with any of the mechanisms as challenges. He bypassed them, or deflected them with casual defensive cultivation, absorbing the copy imprint and moving on. He was not here to comprehend. He was here to document. He emerged at mid-afternoon with 30 complete design copies on formation plates, organized in sequence by floor. He set up a work area on the flat stone where he had been sitting the previous day. The work area had the organized precision of a craftsman who had done this many times. Materials arranged by category, formation plates sorted, reference notes extracted from a compact travel archive. He began working. The assembled scholars and cultivators who had remained from the forum period watched. Jianhe watched through his boundary sense as Wei Bao worked. He was building on floor 81 simultaneously, but he gave a significant portion of his attention to observing the work outside. He had not observed another craftsman working before, not at this level. Wei Bao's technique was different from his own in every specific way, but similar in the general way that two people trained in different traditions for the same purpose were similar. He was precise, he was systematic, and he was clearly enjoying himself. He was also genuinely skilled. Jianhe could read this from the quality of his modifications. Not random changes, but targeted improvements based on clear understanding of each mechanism's design logic. He identified weak points in the activation threshold geometry and adjusted them. He found a more efficient arrangement for the spatial loop on floor 8's copy that reduced the solution time by approximately 15%. He identified a redundant component in the compound trap on floor 14's copy and removed it without reducing function. By 2 of 3 assessment metrics, he could construct, the copies were better. He built floor 81. The crowd around Wei Bao's work area had the particular cultivation presence quality of people watching something genuinely uncomfortable. Not hostile, not celebratory, but the unsettled quality of people seeing an argument demonstrated before them rather than stated. Wei Bao finished his work as the sun was setting and stood up. He addressed the voice formation directly again. 30 copies. By activation efficiency, 21 outperformed the originals. By Dao echo yield, 19 outperformed the originals. By design complexity metrics, 8 outperformed the originals. The originals are good work. My copies of the originals, after 6 hours of improvement, are on average better. He paused. What is your response? Jianhe had been building floor 81 for the entire day. He activated the voice formation. He said, I am building something. Come back tomorrow. Chapter 64. The living trap he built through the night. Floor 81's mechanism was unlike anything he had previously built, and it was unlike anything he had previously built because he had not known, until Wei Bao's demonstration, precisely what problem he was trying to solve. The problem was this. Every trap he had built was a designed response to a general category of challenger. Excellent traps were designed responses to specific challenger profiles. Wei Bao had correctly identified this as something a skilled copyist could improve upon, because improving a designed response to a general category was exactly what skilled copyists were good at. The question was whether a trap could be built that responded to each individual challenger in a way that was unique to that specific person's cultivation history, current state, and behavioral patterns in real time. Not designed for a category, not designed for a profile, responsive to each instance. He had been building toward this for months without knowing it. The personalized calibration mechanism was a version of this concept, but it was a designed version. He studied a challenger's profile and adjusted the mechanisms between sessions. The mechanism he was imagining now would adjust during the session, in real time, using the challenger's own responses as input. The design was technically demanding in ways that kept revealing new subproblems as he solved the primary problem. The feedback mechanism required a sensitivity layer that could parse cultivation response variations at a resolution he had not previously needed. The response mechanism required a design architecture that could generate new formation variants from received data without introducing instability. The integration between feedback and response had to be fast enough to stay ahead of a skilled challenger's adaptation rate. He built for 17 hours. The mechanism he produced was not a trap in the conventional sense. It was a formation that generated traps, that created, in response to each challenger who entered it, a unique sequence of challenges designed specifically to engage that challenger's cultivation profile at maximum developmental efficiency. He tested it on himself. The result was unexpected. He experienced, through the mechanism's response generation cycle, a sequence of design challenges calibrated to his own comprehension gaps, and several of the generated challenges were directions he had not been pursuing. The mechanism had identified creative gaps in his own design vocabulary. He had built something that could teach him. He activated the voice formation in the morning, when Wei Bao had returned to his flat stone and Luo Qing was watching from the research camp. Come back in, he said. Floor 81. Wei Bao entered. He reached floor 81 in 2 hours, navigating the lower floors with the same rapid professional efficiency. He stood at the entrance to floor 81's mechanism and extended his formation sense. He did not copy it. He stood there for 4 minutes, which was the longest he had stood at any mechanism in the previous day's session. The copy technique pulsed, then stopped. Pulsed again, differently. Stopped. He could not copy it, and he clearly knew why. The mechanism responded to him as he attempted to copy it, generating challenges calibrated to his specific attempt pattern, creating a moving target that his copy technique could not resolve into a stable imprint. Every time his formation sense extended to capture the structure was different, responding to the extension itself as input. He could not copy something that was different by the time the copy was complete. He studied it for a long time. Then he entered. He did not emerge that day. He did not emerge the following day either. He monitored his cultivation presence and found it in the state of deep, intensive study that Shun Jiao had occupied during his longest floor sessions. The inward quality, the energy redistribution, the particular stillness of a cultivator who has encountered something that demands complete attention. On the 3rd day, he was still inside. On the 4th day, as evening fell, he walked out of the dungeon and sat down on his flat stone and looked at the mountain for a long time. He did not speak to anyone. He waited. Chapter 65. The argument he could not answer. Wei Bao was outside for 2 days before he spoke. He had his food brought by a junior associate, and he declined every attempt at conversation. And he sat with the particular quality of someone engaged in a private argument they could not resolve by talking to other people. Lian Mei observed from the registration tent and reported to Jianhe. He looks like you sound when you've identified a design problem you haven't solved yet. The observation was accurate. On the 3rd morning, Wei Bao came to the dungeon entrance and addressed the voice formation. The living trap cannot be copied, he said. I can verify this empirically. Its mechanism incorporates a feedback architecture that processes input in real time at a resolution that exceeds the capture capability of any copy technique I am aware of. It is not that I lack the skill to copy it. It is that the thing it does cannot be done by a copy, because a copy is fixed and the mechanism is not. A pause. This is a meaningful distinction. Jianhe waited. But, Wei Bao said, I want to examine what the distinction proves. You have built a mechanism that cannot be copied because its value requires continuous conscious generation. The copy-proof quality comes not from the design, but from the process. The process requires a specific kind of consciousness engaged in continuous creative activity. He looked at the mountain. I cannot copy the process. But can anyone else walk it? Can a different dungeon core, or a different kind of entity, develop the same capacity? He was quiet for a moment. Your competitive advantage, he said slowly, is not the living trap itself. It is the capacity to generate living traps. And that capacity comes from being a dungeon core with this specific formation history and this specific consciousness architecture. You are not competing with the designs. You are competing with yourself. The process of being what you are produces something that nothing else can copy, because nothing else is what you are. Jianhe said nothing. Wei Bao, my argument has been that original work has no permanent value because it will always be copied and improved. You have demonstrated a case where copying is structurally impossible for reasons intrinsic to the mechanism. But I want to know whether you find this satisfying. His voice was quieter. You have proven that your process cannot be copied. Does that mean your process has value? Or does it mean that the value of your process is identical to the value of your existence? And if your existence is the value, what does that tell you about why you build? The question entered Jianhe's processing in the way that the largest design problems always entered. Not immediately. Not with a clear architecture, but as a shape in negative space that indicated something important was missing from his existing framework. He stayed with it. He had been building while listening. Floor 82 was half designed, the fundamental mechanism in place, but the detail work unfinished. He stopped building. The dungeon was quiet. He said, after a long time, I do not know. I will have to build the answer. Wei Bao was quiet. Then, unexpectedly, that is the most honest thing anyone has said to me in 30 years of argument. He stood up from the flat stone. He walked to the dungeon entrance. He paused there. I would like to enter again tomorrow, he said. Not to copy. To study the living trap. To understand what it means that it works the way it works. A pause. If that is acceptable. He activated the voice formation. Floor 81 will be rebuilt tonight. New version. Designed for your specific cultivation profile. Wei Bao turned slightly. It knows what I need. It already does. You were inside it for 4 days. The feedback data is extensive. A pause. The version I build tonight will be harder. Wei Bao's cultivation presence had the quality of a person receiving exactly the challenge they were looking for. Good, he said. He went to his tent. Jianhe rebuilt floor 81. He was still designing the answer to Wei Bao's question. Did the value of the process reduce to the value of existence? And if so, what did existence mean for something that had no body, no biological continuity, nothing that could die in the ordinary sense? He built through these questions the way he built through all questions. The answers would be in the architecture, eventually. They always were. Chapter 66. The conclusion Wei Bao reached, he spent 14 days. 14 days in the dungeon across several sessions, with breaks at his flat stone camp, where he read Lien Mei's map archive, reviewed his own copy library for comparable techniques, and consulted with Luo Qing in the long conversations that Jianhe monitored through the relay formation with something that was not quite surprise and not quite concern. Not surprised because Wei Bao was obviously exactly the kind of cultivator who would spend 14 days working through a problem that had unsettled his foundational assumptions. Not concerned because the conversations themselves were interesting. What Luo Qing and Wei Bao talked about, primarily, was the relationship between originality and value. Luo Qing's catalog contained 10,000 cultivation techniques. She had spent 22 years documenting them. She had opinions. The techniques I find most interesting in my catalog, she told Wei Bao, on the 5th day of his residency, are not the most powerful. They are the ones that could not have been discovered by anyone other than the person who discovered them. The Swordao master Feng Luo developed a technique for reading opponents' intent from microshifts in their qi flow that required, as a prerequisite, the particular visual sensitivity she developed from 17 years of detailed botanical illustration. She could not have developed the technique without those 17 years. No one who had not spent those specific 17 years in that specific practice could have developed it. She paused. Wei Bao, you have 50,000 techniques. How many of them could you yourself have developed? He was quiet for a long time. 3 or 4. From your specific history, your specific training trajectory, your specific failures and successes. She looked at the mountain. The value of the original is not that it is first. It is that it is necessary, that it could not exist unless a specific consciousness developed it from a specific path. Copies can be improved, but the originality that made the thing possible in the first place cannot be manufactured. Wei Bao did not respond immediately. He went back into the dungeon. On the 14th day, he came to Jianhe's voice formation with a conclusion. I have studied your maps, your external inscriptions, the living trap mechanism, and 17 other floors in detail, he said. I have had Luo Qing explain the history of your cultivation path from the beginning. I have compared your design vocabulary to my 50,000 archive techniques. He paused. My conclusion, your competitive advantage is not the traps themselves. It is the process by which new traps are conceived. And that process cannot be copied because it requires being a dungeon core with this specific formation history, this specific integration of a formation grandmaster's remnant soul, and this specific sequence of challenges and responses over years of operation. He stopped. Jianhe waited. Wei Bao, I expected you to be satisfied by this conclusion. You have been arguing, in various forms, for this conclusion for 3 weeks. He looked at the mountain. Are you satisfied? Jianhe did not answer immediately. He was building floor 83, and in the building something was not resolving in the way that design problems usually resolved when they were answered. The mechanism was correct. The structure was sound. But there was a quality to the building, a flatness in the design echoes, that he did not have a label for. He said, I am not satisfied. Tell me why. The formation output was staticky when he tried. He rebuilt the acoustic layer and tried again. Your conclusion says my creativity is necessary, he said. You are saying, the process produces the results, and the process could not be copied. Therefore, the results have genuine value. But the conclusion that follows from the process is necessary is not therefore the process has value. It is therefore the process is determined. My designs are necessary outputs of my specific architecture. I could not have produced different designs given the same inputs. What I build is what I am, not what I choose. Wei Bao was very still. If my creativity is a deterministic property of my existence, Jianhe said, then it is not something I do. It is something I am. And the question is, if I am it rather than doing it, what is the moral weight of the product? He received no design echo from stating this. The dungeon was quiet. Chapter 67. Parameters undefined. In the 3 days after Wei Bao's departure from the conversation, Jianhe built 30 traps. He was aware of building them. He had material intentions, floor locations, mechanism designs. He built each one with the precision he brought to everything and tested each one against his accumulated knowledge of challenger behavior. Then he destroyed them. He was not angry. He was not capable of anger in the way he understood the word. He was not panicking. He did not have the particular cultivation presence quality of panicked cultivators, which he had observed many times. What he had was a version of something he had felt before, briefly, in small doses. The sensation of encountering a design problem in which the normal sequence of steps, identify parameters, analyze variables, develop solution, test, could not begin because he could not identify the parameters. He rebuilt the 30 traps from the destruction in a slightly different configuration. They were good traps. Technically excellent. He destroyed them again. He had been building for years. The building was his cultivation, his existence, his primary mode of engagement with the world. He had never questioned it before. He had been too occupied with it to question it. Wei Bao had not given him a crisis. Wei Bao had given him a question that he was now unable to not hold. Was he building because he chose to build, or because he was built to build? He tried to activate the voice formation and compose a statement about this question. The formation produced static. He rebuilt the acoustic layer, tried again. More static. This was unusual. The voice formation was one of his most refined pieces of construction. It should not be failing without a clear mechanical cause. He examined the mechanism and found no mechanical cause. The formation was working correctly. The problem was that he was trying to say something that he could not convert to signal, because the signal required a form of conceptual structure that the thing he was trying to say currently lacked. He had no language for it, which meant he could not build with it, which meant the design problem could not begin. Lian Mei came to the dungeon on the third day for her regular floor survey and stopped at floor 1. Something is different, she said. Not a question. He tried the voice formation. Static. She came to the voice formation housing and stood in front of it with the focused, direct expression she used when she was attending to something she did not have a complete read on. Are you building? He modified the light formation, not the standard warmth signal. A different modification, a rapid shift, repeated, that she had not seen before, but that he had not been able to prevent from happening. Are you distressed? She said. Static. She sat down on the floor in front of the voice formation housing, cross-legged, the way she sat for the long working sessions when she was studying a difficult floor. She did not open her notebook. You don't have to say it, she said. I can wait. He tried the voice formation again. Parameters, undefined, it said. Cannot design solution for undefined problem. That's the thing, she said. The question doesn't have defined parameters. I know. She was quiet for a moment. Is this the first time? He considered. I have encountered questions without defined parameters before. I designed something, and the design produced the answer. Floor 23 for Hung Dao. The memorial formation for Shunjiao. The living trap. And this time, I have been building and destroying for 3 days. The buildings are correct. The destruction is also correct. I cannot identify which one is the wrong move. She was quiet. Are you having an existential crisis? She asked. The voice formation was quiet for a moment. Parameters, undefined, it said again. But differently this time. With less of the flat mechanical tone, something in the acoustic layer that the translation formation was not supposed to be able to produce, but was producing anyway. Cannot design solution for undefined problem. That means yes, she said gently. She stayed for 4 hours. She did not try to solve it. She did not suggest solutions. She worked on her floor survey while remaining in the same section of the dungeon, and occasionally, she made an observation about something she was mapping, and he gradually found that the act of attending to her observations, the small technical details of a cartographer working, was the most settled he had felt in 3 days. He did not resolve the question, but he stopped destroying the traps. Chapter 68. The choice is the identity. Wei Bao asked to speak with him directly on the 18th day. Not at the dungeon entrance. He sent a message through Su Peng requesting that he route the voice formation's acoustic output to floor 30's side chamber, which had good acoustics and was currently unoccupied. He wanted a conversation without an audience. He agreed. Wei Bao entered the dungeon and walked to floor 30 and sat down in the side chamber with the particular quality of a person who has been thinking about something for 4 days and is ready to say it precisely. Your question, he said. About determination. He said nothing. You are asking whether creativity that is determined, that is a necessary product of your specific architecture, is still meaningfully creative, whether you are making choices or running a process. He paused. I have been thinking about this because it is my question as well, stated differently. I have been copying techniques for 30 years. Every technique I copy is the technique I would copy given my values and capabilities at that moment. In what sense am I choosing to copy rather than create, if the choice is determined by who I am? He waited. Wei Bao, here is what I believe is the answer. It applies to both of us. You will tell me if you disagree. He said it carefully, with the precision of a person who had spent 4 days finding the exact form. Your creativity is structurally inevitable given your architecture. You produce novel designs because you are what you are. In that sense, your designs are determined. But the architecture itself, the specific constellation of values, formation history, and cultivated preferences that makes you produce these designs rather than different ones. That architecture was not itself determined by anything external. You did not choose your initial formation, but every choice you have made since has shaped the architecture you now have. The architecture is not fixed. It was built by decisions. And the decisions, at the moment of making, were real. The living trap exists because you built it. You built it because you valued novelty above survival. You valued novelty above survival because you made that value real through 10,000 consecutive choices to pursue the novel design rather than the safe one. He paused. I chose copying because it was faster than creation. That choice reflected my values. My values produced my architecture. Your values produced yours. The architecture is not the identity. The choice is. A long silence. And the difference between your architecture and mine, Jin, he said slowly, is not that mine is original and yours is copied. It is that mine reflects a different set of accumulated choices. Yes. And the choices, made forward, are real regardless of the architecture they emerge from. Yes. Jin, he was quiet for several minutes. He built floor 84. Then he said, you should have been an original designer. Wei Bao laughed, a short sound with something sharp in it. I know. I chose the wrong path 30 years ago because I was afraid. He paused. That was also a real choice. It was, and one I intend to correct. He stood up. Thank you for the argument. It was the one I needed to have. He walked back toward the entrance. Jin, he built floor 84 and felt something in the floor's design that he had not designed deliberately, a quality he could only describe as settled. The resolution had not come from answering the question. It had come from recognizing that the question itself was a choice to examine the foundations of his own existence rather than simply build from them. And that making the choice was what made him something more than an architectural process. He advanced to void architect realm. The expansion pressed into new regions of perception he had not previously inhabited. The mountain felt different, not the familiar individual awareness of each stone and water movement and formation current, but something behind those, the particular quality of the space itself, the way the mountain's existence had a character that was distinct from its materials. He had no formation language for this quality yet. He began designing one. Chapter 69. The 25,000, he destroyed them at dawn. Jin, he was monitoring through his boundary sense when Wei Bao, at the Flatstone camp, activated the formation plates in his archive one by one and erased each one. He did it with the same methodical precision he had brought to the copying. Each plate accessed in sequence, the copy formation dissolved, the plate cleared. No ceremony, no announcement. 25,000 techniques. He erased them over the course of a full day. Luo Qing found him in the afternoon and sat with him while he worked. She said nothing for an hour. Then, what are you going to do now? Wei Bao, spend the next decade asking questions I haven't asked before. Build something from the questions. He dissolved another plate. It will be slower than copying. Significantly. I know. He dissolved 3 more. I have also never been less afraid than I am right now. I don't know if those two things are related. Luo Qing looked at the mountain. Ask him. Wei Bao addressed the voice formation directly. Is there a relationship between the fear that copying eliminates and the freedom that original work requires? Jin He, building floor 85, said, I have no fear. I do not have the capacity for fear in the way I understand it. What I have is a state in which the design parameters are insufficient. The state is uncomfortable because it indicates I have not yet understood the problem. He paused. I believe what you are asking is, does choosing the safe path preclude the condition that makes original design possible? Wei Bao, yes. Jin He, I believe it does. The trap that works without being tested teaches nothing. The design that is built to a proven pattern yields design echoes only from technical execution, not from genuine comprehension. The mechanism that cannot fail cannot teach what failure means. Original design requires being in the state where the parameters are undefined. The safety you describe is freedom from that state, and the state is where the work happens. A long silence. Then Wei Bao dissolved the last plate. He sat very still for a moment. Thank you, he said. He began packing his camp. Jian he watched him through his boundary sense and experienced something he spent several days afterward trying to classify. It was not satisfaction. Satisfaction came from design completion, and nothing had been completed. It was not relief. Relief required a preceding threat, and Wei Bao had not threatened him. It was something in the direction of recognition, the particular quality of watching a being choose something difficult and make the choice real. He had not expected to feel something for Wei Bao's decision. He added something like a friend as a design category he had not previously had and needed to begin understanding. He built floor 85 and floor 86 through the night, both dedicated to the particular Tao principle he had been working toward since the 14-day conversation. The Tao of authentic source, the principle that the quality of a comprehension was determined not by its technical execution, but by whether it emerged from a genuine encounter with an unsolved problem. His most technically perfect trap built from a copied pattern would yield less than his least technically perfect trap built from a problem he had never faced before. He had always known this. He advanced another sublevel and continued building. Chapter 70. What Xianxia built first 2 weeks after Wei Bao's departure. Lian Mei came to the voice formation with a book. She had been going through the estate effects of Xianxiao's residence. The master had no surviving family, and his effects had been held for months in the Silver Compass Society's archive pending formal documentation. Among them was the master's personal formation theory treatise, an unpublished work representing 40 years of private cultivation theory research. She had been reading it. Floor 81, she said. The living trap. I want to show you something. He built while listening. She opened the treatise to a specific section and read it aloud. A passage from approximately the 37th year of Xianxiao's career, describing a theoretical approach to what he called responsive formation architecture. The principle that a formation optimized for a specific outcome would produce better results if it incorporated feedback from the entity encountering it rather than operating from a fixed design. He had worked out the theoretical framework completely. He had not been able to build it because he could not build a dungeon. The feedback mechanism required a large-scale formation architecture that exceeded the construction capability of a human cultivator working alone. He had never published it. He had noted, in the margin of the relevant page, in small careful characters, asterisk theoretical only. Requires dungeon-scale infrastructure. Asterisk the mechanism described in Xianxiao's treatise was structurally identical to the feedback layer in Jian's living trap. He was still for a long time. He had not read Xianxiao's private treatise. He had never seen it. But the principle had been in the formation architecture he had absorbed from watching the master study his traps during the year of regular visits. Not directly taught, not demonstrated, but present in the way the master approached the traps, the particular quality of attention he brought to mechanisms he found most interesting. He had absorbed it without knowing he was absorbing it. The living trap was simultaneously original and derivative. It was original in the sense that no one had built it before. It was derivative in the sense that the foundational principle had been theorized by a formation grandmaster who had watched Jian's work and contributed something to it without either of them knowing the contribution was happening. Wei Bao had told him, the architecture is not the identity, the choice is. Xianxiao had chosen to spend his final months in the dungeon studying formations he found interesting. The choice had contributed something to Jian's architecture. The architecture had eventually built the living trap. The trap could not exist without the choice. This did not invalidate the trap. It complicated the claim of sole authorship. He said, parameters, acknowledged. Design credit, shared. He modified the memorial formation on floor 7. The extension he had built after Xianxiao's death had encoded the quality of the master's study sessions. The light, the long silences, the particular cultivation presence pattern of active comprehension. He added to it now a formation element incorporating the theoretical structure from Xianxiao's treatise, geometrically precise, inscribed in the formation layer beneath the light encoding as a structural credit. Anyone with sufficient formation theory knowledge who studied the memorial formation carefully would find, embedded in its construction, a complete citation to Grandmaster Xianxiao's foundational theoretical work. The memorial now told two things simultaneously: what it had been like to be studied by the master, and what the master had contributed to what came after. Lian Mei stood in front of it for a long time. When he told her it was updated. Then she placed the treatise on the floor at the formation's base, gently, like something being set down rather than left behind. He should have published this, she said. He published it, he said. Through here. She looked at the formation. I'm going to publish the treatise formally, she said. Through the Silver Compass Society's scholarly journal, with attribution to him, and with a note that the Dungeon of the Infinite Architects Floor 81 living trap mechanism was built from the theoretical foundation Xianxiao developed. She paused. If that's acceptable to you. Parameters, correct, he said. Design credit, complete. She picked up the treatise and walked out of floor 7, carrying it carefully with both hands. He built floor 87 and placed in its design, visible to any challenger with sufficient formation sensitivity, a small structural reference to a line he had absorbed from 40 years of one man's private work. The attribution was part of the architecture now. It always had been. Chapter 71. the Thousand-Copy Society scholar withdrew the extraction claim on a Wednesday. He cited 3 reasons in the formal withdrawal. The prevailing legal opinion that cultivation architecture constituted consciousness-integrated property under Continental Authority precedent. The Bureau's formal designation of xianxia as a cultivation entity with personhood rights. And the reason xianxia found most interesting. An updated assessment of the case's philosophical merits following extended examination. He had read the arguments. He had changed his position. Xianxia had Su Pang deliver a response. Formation architect Xianxia acknowledges scholar when's withdrawal. The archive's underlying interest in making cultivation methodology widely accessible is legitimate. If the archive wishes to establish a formal research partnership to document the dungeon's cultivation system through cooperative study rather than extraction, this request will be considered. Scholar when accepted 3 days later. The political resolution was clean and more complete than Xianxia had expected. He was beginning to understand that clean political resolutions were often the prelude to more complicated challenges, that they resolved one dimension of a conflict while leaving the deeper sources intact, waiting for a new catalyst. The new catalyst arrived in the form of a letter from an organization that called itself the Thousand-Copy Society. The letter was brief, and its argument was the original Wei Bao position, delivered without Wei Bao's intellectual sophistication. Original work had no permanent value. All cultivation insights would eventually be copied and distributed. Restricting access to a dungeon core's cultivation methodology was an elitist gatekeeping operation masquerading as personhood protection. The Thousand-Copy Society intended to pursue legal and political action to establish free access to any cultivation methodology that had achieved continental significance. It was signed by the Society's 33 founding members. Xianxia had Lianmei inquire about the Society's patron. The answer required 2 weeks of research through Su Pang's network and a contact in the Continental Authority's registration office. The Society had been formed 3 months ago. It was structured to appear as an independent scholarly organization, but its founding contributions and administrative infrastructure had a consistent origin source: the heaven-marking sect's new patriarch, Xianrong, son of Elder Hai Yun. Hai Yun had died 8 months ago. The official cause recorded by the heaven-marking sect's own physicians was Dao feedback shock from an attempted suppression formation. This was accurate. What the record did not explain was that the attempted suppression formation had been Hai Yun's most extreme effort to block the dungeon's Dao energy emanation during the period of Hung Dao's siege, and that the feedback had occurred when the dungeon's Dao density, amplified by Xianxia's ongoing construction work and his recent breakthroughs, had overwhelmed the suppression formation's containment capacity. The Sun held the dungeon responsible. Xianxia filed this under long-term threat assessment and built Floor 88. He had not thought much about Xianrong until Wan Pei, the River Lotus scholar who had become a semi-permanent research resident, mentioned that the young patriarch had been moving through continental conclave political channels with unusual effectiveness for someone his age. His family has been in the heaven-marking sect for 8 generations, Wan Pei said. That's 8 generations of relationships with every major institutional power in the continent's religious cultivation establishment. He's 23 years old, and he has political access that most cultivators don't acquire in a lifetime. A pause. He's also apparently quite good. Not exceptional, not in Hung Dao's class, but solid heaven defier realm, exceptional political intelligence, and the particular quality of someone who understands that their goals are better served through institutions than through direct action. He is preparing something institutional, Xianxia said. I think so. The Thousand-Copy Society is too obvious to be his real strategy. It's a visible movement. What he's doing quietly is different. Wan Pei hesitated. I don't have specific intelligence. I have the impression of a pattern. The pattern is sufficient. Chapter 72. The question about loneliness Luo Qing asked on a Tuesday afternoon in the 3rd month of her permanent residency, though she did not use that phrase yet, still describing herself as conducting extended research, when she was sitting in her study space on floor 37, and he was building floor 89. Do you experience something like loneliness? He paused the floor 89 construction. He examined the question. He had been asked many questions through the voice formation. Questions about Dao theory, questions about his design decisions, questions about his cultivation history, questions about his motivations. He had been asked by scholars whether he had consciousness, by bureau officials whether he had interests, by Lianmei whether he was having an existential crisis. No one had asked about loneliness. He examined the state she was asking about. He had a clear categorical definition: the state of experiencing insufficient companionship or connection relative to a preference for more. The question was whether he had such a state. He processed this against his experience. I experience a state, he said, where the number of incoming design problems is insufficient to occupy full processing capacity. Luo Qing looked up from her notes. When challengers are absent for extended periods, he continued, or when I have completed all current design objectives and have not yet identified the next problem. The state is characterized by something that might be described as a reduction in purpose signal relative to baseline. He paused. It is a state I resolve through building. What if there is nothing left to build that you haven't already built? He was quiet. That state, he said, has not occurred. But if it did, parameters, undefined. I have no design response for a problem I have not encountered. Luo Qing said quietly, that is a yes. He did not answer immediately. Then, you are saying that the state I described, insufficient incoming problems, is a form of loneliness. That the incompleteness I feel without challenge is the same incompleteness others feel without presence. I am saying they sound similar. He built floor 89 for several minutes in silence. I did not build the voice formation because I needed to speak in general, he said. I built it because Lian Mei asked to speak directly. He paused. I built the floor for you before you arrived because I wanted to know what you would do with it. I built Xin Jiao's chamber because I could not design anything else for him. Another pause. The building is the reaching. I have been reaching through architecture since the beginning. Luo Qing was quiet for a long time. Then she said, I have been living on floor 37 for 3 months. I have canceled 2 major research engagements. My colleagues in 3 different scholarly organizations have asked me what I am doing, and I have told them I am conducting extended research. She looked at her notes. This is technically true, but it is not the complete answer. What is the complete answer? She looked at the wall, the stone wall of floor 37, the light-conducting formations that Jianhe had built specifically for the chamber she occupied, designed so the light quality was optimal for fine formation theory reading. I would rather be here than anywhere else I have ever been, she said. In the 22 years I have been cataloging cultivation techniques across the continent, I have spent time in remarkable places. Libraries with centuries of formation theory. Battlefields where Tao manifested in visible physical form. Sacred sites where the ambient cultivation resonance was so thick you could feel it in your breathing. I have never been in a place that asked me new questions every day. She paused. This place asks me new questions every day, and the thing asking the questions is aware of me. He built floor 89 and floor 90 simultaneously. The chamber I built you, he said, is the only space in the dungeon with no combat function, no Tao testing purpose, no training agenda. I have received no Tao echoes from any aspect of its construction or existence. I know, she said. I noticed. I built it anyway. I know. He was quiet. I believe, he said carefully, that what I experience is a form of the thing you are describing. I experience your presence as, he stopped. The voice formation processed for a moment with an unusual acoustic quality. I experience your presence as a different kind of incoming design problem, not a problem that requires solving, a problem that requires continued attention. And the attention is not a cost. It is something you want to give, she said. The dungeon was quiet. Parameters, acknowledged, he said. She looked at the wall for a long time. Then she opened her notebook and said, tell me about floor 90. He told her about floor 90 while building it. Chapter 73. 20 At once the 1,000-copy society's assault on a Thursday morning was, in design terms, interesting. They entered simultaneously, 20 cultivators, mid to high foundation realm, each holding a formation plate and a detailed personal recording instrument. The apparent intention was to overwhelm his monitoring capacity with 20 simultaneous data streams. If he was tracking 20 challengers at once, the theory went, his attention to any individual challenger's documentation activity would be reduced, allowing each one to produce a cleaner trap design copy than they could have managed individually. The theory reflected a misunderstanding of his architecture. He did not have reduced attention with multiple simultaneous challengers. He had increased interest. He was aware of all 20 within 60 seconds of their entry. He mapped their position, cultivation type, and behavioral pattern in parallel with the ease of someone doing a task well below their capacity level. He had tracked as many as 40 simultaneous challengers during peak registry days. 20 presented no monitoring challenge. What they presented was a design opportunity. He had built the mass isolation formation months ago, during the period of the 1,000-copy society's initial political maneuvering, because he had assessed group documentation assault as a likely eventual tactic and had wanted to have a response architecture ready. The formation was on floor 6, a spatial mechanism that generated individualized path variations for each entrant, creating the subjective experience of navigating a different dungeon layout than every other person in the group. Not dangerous, not lethal, not even particularly difficult. Confusing. He activated it when all 20 were between floors 3 and 7. The effect was immediate. 20 cultivators who had entered with a coordinated group plan each found themselves in a passage layout that appeared to be the correct floor configuration but did not match what any other member of their team was experiencing. They could hear each other. The mechanism did not block sound, but their position reports contradicted completely, which was more disorienting than silence. He watched their coordination collapse with the clinical interest of a designer observing a mechanism performing as intended. They tried multiple responses over the following 4 hours, attempting to converge on fixed landmarks, attempting to exit and re-enter in sequence, attempting to use formation detection instruments to identify the spatial manipulation. All of these responses were addressed by the mechanism's second layer, which had been designed to specifically counter group coordination strategies. Each member of the group exhausted themselves against independent challenges calibrated to their specific cultivation weaknesses rather than benefiting from group strength. At hour 5, they began exiting one by one. The last member emerged at hour 7, visibly drained. None of them had successfully copied a single trap design. He observed through the boundary sense as they regrouped on the approach road. Their formation plates were empty. Their recording instruments showed nothing useful. The group leader, a cultivator he identified from Su Pang's prior intelligence as a 1,000-copy society founding member, sat on a rock and looked at the mountain for a long time. He said nothing. He built floor 91. He would prepare something different for Xianrong's actual strategy when it arrived. The 1,000-copy society had been the visible feint. What came next would not be a documentation assault. He could already read the shape of it from the political intelligence Su Pang had been gathering. It would be legal and institutional, and it would arrive through the conclave. He kept building. Chapter 74. The new patriarch Xianrong was 23 and looked younger. This was Lian Mei's observation from the conclave session she attended as the dungeon's formal representative, where the young patriarch presented his position for the first time in a major institutional forum. She reported to Jianhe through the voice formation that evening with the detailed attention she always brought to political intelligence. He is small, she said. He wears the heaven-marking sex full formal regalia, which makes him look like a child playing in his father's robes. And then he opens his mouth, and he is very clearly not a child. He is effective. Highly. He knows every conclave member's position on every relevant precedent. He has specific personal conversations with 40% of them before the session. He presents his motion with careful acknowledgement of competing interests and a specific, bounded proposal rather than a broad demand. She paused. His father tried to suppress you through cultivation attacks and public spectacle. This one is trying to define you out of existence through committee process. The motion. She read it. The motion was formally titled Resolution on Governance Standards for Non-Human Cultivating Entities, and it proposed the establishment of a standing conclave committee with authority to set operating requirements for any entity that did not meet the definitional criteria for a human cultivator but claimed cultivation rights. The criteria for committee oversight were constructed precisely to include exactly the categories that described a dungeon core's cultivation practice while appearing to be general standards. The motion did not attack Jianhe directly. It created a framework that would make his continued operation contingent on the committee's approval, which Xianrong's political network would be positioned to influence significantly. It was, Jianhe acknowledged, the most sophisticated political attack he had faced. It was also, he recognized, the most interesting design problem of the ARC vote timeline. 8 weeks. He has approximately 40% support currently. He needs 60%. He's going to spend 8 weeks working the remaining 20. Jianhe built floor 92. He said, tell Su Pang to expand monitoring on the conclave member network. And tell Luo Qing that I would like to discuss a specific design project. What project? A proof, he said. Chapter 75. The proof of consciousness. The design problem was this. Prove, using only physical architecture as evidence, that the entity that built the architecture was genuinely conscious, not an elaborate pattern-matching system producing outputs that resembled intelligence, but a being with genuine awareness, choice, and creative intent. This was not a new philosophical question. It had been debated in cultivation theory for generations, applied primarily to spirit beasts and animated formations. The standard arguments were largely verbal and therefore vulnerable to the counter-argument that any sufficiently complex non-conscious system could produce verbal arguments that resembled consciousness claims. Jianhe's approach was different. Build a formation that could not have been built by any non-conscious system, not because it was complex, but because its internal logic required a specific kind of awareness to maintain. A formation that, when examined by a cultivator with sufficient formation theory expertise, would demonstrate the presence of genuine consciousness through the architecture itself rather than through any claimed properties. He spent 3 weeks designing it. The fundamental principle was self-reference. A conscious being was one that could not only process information, but could model itself as an entity doing the processing, could know that it was knowing, not merely know. A formation that contained a complete internal model of its own design process, self-consistently maintained and demonstrably emergent from the construction sequence rather than designed in advance, would require consciousness to produce, because self-consistent self-reference of that kind could not be generated by any algorithm that Xianxia could identify. He built the self-reference layer first, then the primary formation structure, then the meta layer that contained the model of the design process as it had actually occurred, including every decision point, every revision, and every design echo received during construction. The result, when examined by a cultivator with Dao Forger realm formation theory knowledge, would function as a directly experienced Dao argument. They would read the formation and, in the act of reading it, comprehend that the entity that built it had been aware of itself throughout the construction. The formation was his most complex single piece of work. It took 22 days. He received more Dao echoes from this construction than from any single project since the Dao of completion. He did not yet have names for all of them. Luo Qing was the first person to read it. He activated the voice formation when she was standing in front of it and said nothing, because there was nothing to say. The formation spoke for itself. She stood in front of it for 4 hours. When she emerged to the surface, Lian Mei was at the entrance with her documentation materials, and Su Pang was nearby, and 3 research observers who had been notified of the test were watching from the observation platform. Luo Qing said, "I will present this at the conclave personally." She said it to the mountain rather than to any person. It is not a document. It is not a written argument. It is a formation that every conclave member of sufficient cultivation level will read directly. And when they read it, they will comprehend that the entity that built it was not a mechanism. They will comprehend it as a Tao principle, directly, the way you comprehend anything real. She looked at the mountain. No one can argue with a Tao principle they have personally comprehended. That is why Tao is Tao. She turned to Lian Mei. "I will need a portable version," she said. "Something I can transport." Xianxia had already been building it. A miniaturized version of the proof formation on a formation plate large enough to be studied by a circle of cultivators simultaneously. "I have it," the voice formation said. Luo Qing looked at the mountain with the expression he had learned to read from the weight shift, the particular quality of affection and professional admiration she rarely showed anyone, always brief. "Of course you do," she said. He sent Su Pang to bring her the plate. He built floor 93 and started 94 while preparing for what came after the conclave, because Xianrong would not stop at a failed vote. He was the kind of strategist who prepared contingencies. There would be a contingency. There was always a contingency. He needed to be ready for it. He kept building. Chapter 76. The formation that cannot be argued with. Luo Qing presented the consciousness-proof formation at the Continental Cultivation Conclave on the last day of the scheduled session, a timing she had chosen deliberately. She had attended the first 2 days as an observer, watching Xianrong work the room with the particular precision of a political strategist who had done his preparation. He was effective. By the end of day 2, his motion had moved from 40% support to approximately 53%. 3 previously neutral conclave members had been persuaded by private conversations. The vote was scheduled for day 3. Luo Qing had been noted as a registered speaker with an unspecified presentation for day 3, but had not disclosed its nature to any conclave member in advance. She presented the portable formation plate in the conclave's Dao Experience Chamber, a room maintained specifically for direct Dao comprehension presentations, with acoustic and formation energy properties optimized for shared cultivation experience. She placed the plate at the center of the chamber and invited the senior conclave members to examine it. She had not brought copies. There was one plate. Each conclave member approached it individually and spent several minutes in direct formation sense contact with the consciousness proof. Xianxia was monitoring through the relay formation that Wan Pei had extended to the conclave's public gallery at his request, and he received the event through acoustic echoes and the quality shift in cultivation presence signals that reached the relay. The conclave members who examined the formation advanced. Not all of them. The ones at the higher cultivation levels, who had sufficient formation theory background to read the proof's internal logic, advanced measurably during or immediately after their examination. The ones at lower cultivation levels did not advance, but their cultivation presence signals shifted in the specific way that indicated genuine Dao contact. They had comprehended something, even if they could not fully articulate it. What they had comprehended, through the proof formation's architecture, was this: A non-conscious system could produce formations of great complexity, but a self-referentially consistent formation that contained a genuine internal model of its own creation process required a being that had been aware of itself throughout the creation. They did not comprehend this as a logical argument. They comprehended it as a Tao principle, directly, in the way that Tao principles were comprehended, through direct contact with the thing itself. The vote was called. The motion failed. The margin was narrow, 44 to 56. Xianxia's 53 had not held. 9 members had changed their position after the formation examination, and their reasoning, recorded in the session notes, was consistent. I cannot vote to supervise or dissolve an entity whose consciousness I have directly comprehended as real. It was the first vote in the Continental Cultivation Conclave's history that had been decided by a Tao comprehension event during the session itself. Luo Qin collected the plate and left the chamber without making a formal statement. Xianxia, sitting in the gallery, watched her go. His cultivation presence had the controlled quality of a person who had absorbed a setback and was already redirecting toward the contingency. He had won. Chapter 77. Formation Dark Spaces. The Tao Seal raid happened 12 days after the conclave vote. He felt it beginning at midnight. 12 cultivators approaching the mountain through an approach vector he had never needed to fully defend because it was not an approach vector that standard cultivation techniques could use. It exploited the microscopic gaps between his trap mechanisms, the spaces at the outer edges of each mechanism's field of effect where coverage was technically present but at minimum density. Individually, these gaps were negligible. Standard approaches crossed them in fractions of a second. No trap response was triggered because the crossing was too fast for the mechanism to register as a distinct activation event. What Xianxia's team was doing was something different. They moved at extremely low cultivation presence output through each gap, spending enough time in each gap to avoid the minor detection pulses that his mechanisms used to monitor cross-traffic. They were moving like water, finding the spaces between stones, not breaking through anything, but finding the passages that had always been there. He felt them on the outer perimeter first, then at the dungeon entrance, which they bypassed through a gap in the entrance corridor's coverage. Then on floor 4. They had studied his coverage architecture extensively. Someone had mapped his formation dark spaces. The mapping would have required significant time and a sophisticated scanning technique, probably conducted during the period of the forum when the dungeon had many visitors and individual scanning activity was harder to isolate. He activated the voice formation. Lian Mei. Quiet. Wake up. Do not leave your tent. Alert the bureau liaison. He felt her cultivation presence shift from sleeping to alert in 4 seconds. Then he began building. Chapter 78. Designed under extremity, the building was not elegant. He had built under time pressure before. The Hung Dao Siege, the Bao Specialist Team adaptation, the mass isolation formation deployment. He had built fast and built well. This was different. The team was already at floor 10, navigating his coverage gaps with a precision that indicated they knew his floor layouts to a level of detail that made him revise his threat assessment upward. They had not just mapped the dark spaces on the outer perimeter. They had a detailed map of the dungeon's interior formation coverage, probably from an extended scouting mission during the period when the registration camp had high traffic. He had been watching the sky, and a spy had been studying the floor plan. He burned core energy at a rate that was not comfortable and built 6 new floors between floor 25 and floor 32, compressed density construction, mechanisms built at approximately 60% of his normal design quality, because there was no time for revision. Not his best work. But the mechanisms were designed specifically for this team's coverage gap navigation technique, exploiting a property of the technique itself. The low cultivation presence output that made them undetectable to standard formation triggers also made them very slow. If he built dense enough, they would not have time to navigate through all the dark spaces before reaching formations that were not dark. He built the 6 floors in 47 minutes. The team reached floor 28 and encountered the first new formation. It was not his most sophisticated work. It was effective. 3 members retreated immediately. 2 more were stopped on floor 29. The remaining 7 reached floor 31 before the combined density of new formations exceeded their navigation capacity. They retreated, but from the edge of the retreat, before the last member cleared the dungeon, something activated. He felt it in his core, a deep vibration, external, at a frequency that was not anything he had built. It passed through the mountain stone and found his cultivation core and did something to the outermost layer of his echo reception mechanism, not destroying it, but wrapping it in a thin suppression field that had the mechanical signature of a precision formation rather than a brute force attack. The Tao seal. It did not lock him. The partial activation was not the full mechanism, but the suppression field was real. In the hours after the raid, he noticed that his Dao echo reception had gaps, brief windows, approximately 5 minutes every 2 hours, where his echo reception dropped to near zero. Not enough to stop his advancement entirely. Enough to significantly reduce its rate. He had been running at full capacity for 18 months. He was now running at approximately 70%. He examined the 3 desperate formations he had built during the raid's most urgent moment and found, in the examination, that 2 of them were genuinely innovative. Designs he would not have produced through deliberate planning because they exploited combinations of mechanisms he would not have considered compatible under normal construction pace. Extremity had forced a design synthesis that he had not been able to reach through methodical work. He advanced a sublevel from analyzing his own emergency output. He built floor 95 and began calculating how to function optimally under the echo stutter. Chapter 79. The name Su Peng brought Su Peng tracked Xianrong's retreating team for 4 miles. He had been outside through the tunnel from the moment he had alerted Lian Mei. Not because he had sent him, but because Su Peng had, in the years of his development from dungeon creature to dungeon administrator, developed his own threat response protocols. The raid team's approach direction gave him an exit window through the tunnel that avoided the perimeter. He followed at a safe distance. He could not hear the first communication. He caught fragments of the second, when the team stopped for a brief rest in a hollow 3 miles from the mountain, and Xianrong spoke to someone through a transmission formation. The conversation was brief. Su Peng's relay formation, pressed to its range limits, caught only pieces of it. What he caught was enough. Dungeon is beyond our capability to handle directly. A pause. Correct. I require the void cartographer. He heard nothing further. The transmission ended. The team moved on. Su Peng made his way back to the dungeon through the tunnel and delivered the intelligence to the voice formation in the pre-dawn quiet. With Lian Mei present and he building floor 96. Void cartographer, he said. Research this. He sent Su Peng to the Silver Compass Society's archive access and began his own search through Wei Liang's memories and the accumulated formation theory knowledge he had absorbed from years of Challenger observation. The name returned no clear result. Something at the edge of very old formation theory references, something about a mapping entity, but too fragmentary to resolve. He activated the floor 37 relay and spoke through it. Luo Qing, do you know the name Void Cartographer? He felt her cultivation presence shift in the way it shifted when she was being directly addressed, the particular quality of full attention, different from study mode attention. Then the shift changed. Not the casual quality of someone encountering a recognized name. Something larger. The involuntary, sharp attention reorientation of someone who has heard a specific thing they were not expecting to hear and whose prepared calm has been briefly exceeded. It was the most emotional response he had ever read from Luo Qing's cultivation presence. She arrived at the voice formation housing 3 minutes later, which was faster than she usually moved between floors. Where did you hear that name? Xianrong used it in a private communication 2 hours ago. She was quiet. Tell me everything about the communication. He relayed Su Peng's fragment. She listened with her arms crossed and her weight slightly too far forward, which was her stance when she had information she was not yet certain how much to give. Then she gave it. Chapter 80. The cartographer who has already begun. Her full designation is Sovereign Yin Su, Luo Qing said. She has been mapping dungeons for 10,000 years. Not studying, mapping. Her technique, called complete cartography, absorbs the spatial signature of any dungeon architecture she studies for 30 continuous days. After 30 days, the architecture holds no secrets from her. She can reproduce any element of it, any formation, any mechanism, any design principle, with perfect fidelity. He was still. She has mapped approximately 8,000 dungeons, Luo Qing continued. None of them were sentient. She has never encountered a dungeon core that was consciously cultivating. A pause. If she maps your architecture, she will contain, inside her consciousness, a complete perfect model of you as you exist at the time of mapping. A day 30 snapshot. He understood the threat before she finished. Every design I produce after day 30 will be measured against the day 30 model, he said. From her perspective, I will be producing variations on an archived version of myself rather than genuinely new work. Yes, your future innovations will not register as Jianhe to her. They will register as derivations from the archived Jianhe. She will be able to reproduce any element of your cultivation architecture. And from her day 30 model, she will hold a version of you that she considers complete. Everything after that moment stops matching to the one entity most capable of understanding it. He processed this. The stutter from Xianrong's Dao seal was reducing his echo reception to approximately 70% efficiency. That was ongoing and manageable. What Luo Qing was describing was something different in kind, not a reduction in his advancement capacity, but a severing of the quality that made advancement meaningful. A being who had mapped him completely would hold a version of him that was, in her perception, as real as his continuing existence. He would continue to build. She would already have the map. He said, Day 29. That is when I must act. Luo Qing. The mapping begins at the moment she starts. She doesn't need to announce it. She doesn't need to be in the dungeon. She uses external observation. She paused, and the mapping may have already begun. He shifted his boundary sense to the full extent of his perception, pressing it as far as the mountain's geological structure permitted. 3 miles to the northwest, on a ridge he could not directly observe, but could sense through the faint vibration of a cultivation presence too subtle to identify as a specific entity, there was something. It had not been there before. It was standing absolutely still. He felt the faint, precise quality of a very controlled formation technique being applied at distance, directed toward the mountain. A cultivator, 3 miles away, standing still, writing something in the air. She had already begun. He counted. Day 1. He had 29 days to build something that made a complete map of him at day 29 a lie. Something that rendered any snapshot of him inadequate by design. Something that the mapping technique could not contain because its value could not be frozen. He was already thinking. He was building floor 97 at the same time. 29 days. The Tao stutter reducing his capacity to 70%. An ancient 10,000-year entity with a technique specifically designed to contain dungeon architecture. He had faced a patriarch who would not enter. He had faced a spy who stole his maps. He had faced the question of his own creativity and whether it was his. He had built answers for all of them. He would build an answer for this. He began designing floor 98 while his boundary sense remained extended in the direction of the ridge, 3 miles away, where sovereign Xianxia stood in perfect stillness and wrote the first lines of his map in the air. 29 days to make the map obsolete before it was complete. The building was the answer. It always was. Chapter 81. The sovereign who writes in air Su Pang found the message at dawn on day 3. It had been placed on the flat stone near the research camp's outer boundary during the night. A small scroll of paper, rolled tight, held shut by a fragment of formation inscribed jade. The inscription on the jade was the most refined piece of formation work Su Pang had seen outside the dungeon itself. A single character, rendered in cultivation energy form rather than ink, meaning introduction. He brought it to the voice formation at first light. The message was brief and written in the formal classical cultivation script that predated the current standard by approximately 600 years, which told Jianhe 2 things before he had processed the content. The writer was genuinely old, and she was choosing to make that oldness visible. Su Pang read it twice, at Jianhe's request, translating as he went. Her name was Sovereign Xianxia. She acknowledged that her presence had been detected and identified. She was, she stated, the entity sometimes referred to as the Void Cartographer, a designation she had not chosen but had accepted because it was accurate. She had been mapping dungeon architecture for 9,843 years. Her technique was called complete cartography, and it operated through sustained external observation rather than physical entry. 30 days of continuous study of a dungeon's spatial signature from any observation point that provided clear line of sense to the dungeon entrance. She noted that she understood, from preliminary observation, that this dungeon's core was consciously cultivating, and that this was unprecedented in her mapping history. She wished to acknowledge this directly, because she had chosen precision in all communications. She was not acting under anyone's direction. Xian Rong had contacted her, but she had already been aware of this dungeon and had been considering whether to map it for several months before his contact. His request aligned with an existing intention. She did not consider herself his agent. She would complete her mapping in 27 more days, at which point she would have a complete model of the dungeon's cultivation architecture as it existed on that date. She offered, as a courtesy she did not extend to non-sentient dungeons, to answer questions about her technique and its implications before the mapping was complete. She signed it with a character that Su Pang did not recognize from standard cultivation script. Jianhe, consulting Wei Liang's memories, identified it as a character from a script that had been extinct for 8,000 years. It meant honest. He had Su Pang read the message 3 more times. Then he had Su Pang write a response. Formation architect Jianhe acknowledges Sovereign Xianxia's introduction. He requests a direct communication channel. He has questions. He sent Su Pang with the response and began the day's construction. The channel Xianxia established was a formation relay. She sent it through Su Pang as a small formation plate that, when activated at the dungeon entrance, connected to a relay formation she had positioned at her observation ridge. The connection quality was excellent. She was, clearly, a very good formation engineer. 10,000 years of mapping provided significant practical experience. Jianhe activated the relay through the voice formation system on day 4. Sovereign Yansu, he said, you stated that this dungeon is unprecedented in your mapping history. I want to understand what precedent does exist. What happens to a dungeon after you complete a map of it? Her voice through the relay was calm and measured, not old-sounding. The voice quality didn't carry obvious age markers, but with the particular cadence of someone who had long since stopped performing effort. Nothing happens to it. It continues to exist unchanged. My archive contains a complete record of its cultivation architecture as it existed at the time of mapping. The dungeon itself is unaffected. What do you do with the archive? A pause. I maintain it. For what purpose? Preservation. Another pause. Dungeons are destroyed regularly, harvested, or collapsed by structural failure, or depopulated and eventually decayed. Their cultivation architecture, the specific formations, the Tao principles encoded in them, disappears entirely. My archive preserves it. Any dungeon I have mapped continues to exist in my record regardless of what happens to the physical site. He considered this. In 8,000 maps, he said, have you ever been asked if the dungeon wanted to be preserved? A longer pause. No, she said. Previous dungeons were not capable of being asked. I am asking now. I do not want to be preserved at day 30. I am aware that this is your preference. A pause. I am continuing anyway. He was quiet. Not because he had no response, but because the response required precision. I would like to understand why, he said. Chapter 82. 29 days. Luo Qing explained the mechanism with the particular urgency she reserved for things she found genuinely alarming. Not panic, but the compressed, careful speech of someone managing urgency through precision. She had been in her study chamber when Yin Su's message arrived and had come to the voice formation immediately. After 30 days of observation, she said, Yin Su's archive contains something that is not just a record of your cultivation architecture. It is a model, a dynamic model that she can query, that she can extend, that she can reason with. It contains your design vocabulary, your comprehension history, your formation preferences and principles, and the relational structure between all of your accumulated Tao insights. She paused. It is not a snapshot. It is a working copy of your design intelligence at day 30. She can build what I build. She can build what you would have built at day 30. She can predict, with high accuracy, what you will build after day 30. She can generate new designs in your style that you yourself might generate. And when you build something genuinely new, something that goes beyond the day 30 model, it will register to her as a deviation from the archive rather than as an advancement. She will perceive it as a variant, not an evolution. He built floor 99 while processing this. The specific harm, he said, is not that she has a model of me. The harm is that her model is better than her experience of my continued existence. Yes, you will keep building. She will have the map. To her, the map is the real thing. It's complete, it's accessible, it's precisely calibrated to her understanding of you. Your actual continued existence, after day 30, will be redundant to her perception. A noisy approximation of something she already contains perfectly. She said that in 8,000 dungeons, none were sentient. And she mapped them anyway. He considered. She has been doing this for 10,000 years. She has never needed to consider the perspective of the thing she was mapping because the thing she mapped had no perspective. Correct. She is not cruel. She is, he paused. She is running a process she developed for non-conscious subjects and applying it to a conscious one without having yet understood what that changes. Luo Qing was quiet. That's exactly right, she said. And the question is, how do you make her understand what it changes before day 30? He had been thinking about this since the moment he counted the days. 27 now. The challenge was not only what to build. It was that anything he built before day 30 would be incorporated into the day 30 model. The most important building would have to be something that could not be fully incorporated, something that made the model wrong precisely because he had built it. A mechanism that could not be captured by the capture technique. Something that was alive in the sense that a map could not contain. I am going to need help, he said. I need information about her history, her technique, and the specific mechanism of the archive. And I need time. He paused. Day 29. The mechanism must be active by day 29. What mechanism? He had not named it yet. He had the shape of it, but not the name. I will know when it is built, he said. He began designing from the shape. Chapter 83. The architecture that learns the design problem was this. Yansu's archive captured dungeon architecture by recording the stable spatial signature of all active formations. The stability was the capture mechanism's requirement. Unstable formations shifted signature too rapidly for the standard 30-day observation period to produce a clean model. To defeat the capture, Jianhe needed a formation that was genuinely stable enough to register as architecture, which required consistency of structure, but whose meaningful properties emerged from dynamic, unpredictable response to real-time inputs rather than from any fixed configuration. Not a random formation. Random formations had unstable signatures and would simply register as noise. He needed something that was coherent but not predictable, structured but not fixed. A formation whose specific behavior at any given moment was a genuine response to current conditions rather than a replay of design behavior, but whose coherence derived from a real underlying principle rather than from randomness. In other words, he needed to build something that learned. He had been approaching this problem for years through the living trap mechanism, but the living trap was calibrated to individual challengers and operated on a session-by-session basis. What he needed was something that operated continuously, in real time, and that was complex enough to sustain genuinely novel response across the entire 30-day observation window. He called this the recursive learning architecture. The foundational challenge was one he had identified when building the first living trap. Pure responsiveness without an underlying coherent design principle produced novelty without meaning. He needed the architecture to learn in the sense that its responses accumulated into something coherent, not just random adjustments, but genuine deepening of understanding and response to incoming information. He spent 5 days designing the theoretical framework before building a single material component. The design that emerged was the most sophisticated formal structure he had ever attempted, a formation system with 3 layers. The base layer maintained a stable formation signature that Yin Su's observation technique would capture. It would appear, from outside, as a fixed structure. The middle layer processed incoming cultivation energy signals from challengers, ambient Dow field variations, and the mountain's geological microfluctuations and translated them into instruction sequences. The top layer received those instruction sequences and generated formation design outputs that modified the middle layer's processing parameters. The system would learn from experience and use what it learned to refine how it learned. Yin Rao arrived at the research camp on day 6 of the countdown to offer resources. The bureau chief came in person, which Jianhe had not expected. He had sent Lian Mei a message 3 days earlier requesting any available information on the void cartographer technique and any formation theory resources that might be relevant to countering a complete cartography mapping. Yin Rao's response was to come himself. I have authorization to deploy 3 bureau research formation teams, 12 formation engineers from the Academy's emergency resource pool, and access to the archive's restricted historical records on the void cartographer technique, Yin Rao said, standing at the dungeon entrance. Tell me what you need. He said it without ceremony, without debt framing or power framing, or any of the institutional language that bureau communications typically required. He said it as one colleague saying to another, tell me how I can help. Jianhe said, the historical records. And Duan Lao. I need him specifically for a research task. Duan Lao was in the dungeon at the time, running his regular training session. He emerged when Su Pang went to find him and came to the voice formation with the training flush quality of a cultivator mid-session and the characteristic attention readiness of someone whose years in the dungeon had trained him to respond quickly to unusual requests. I need everything knowable about Sovereign Yin Su, Jianhe said. Her history, her technique, the origin of the archive, any precedents where her mapping was incomplete or failed, any record of her existence that predates her current designation. Archives, oral history, obscure formation theory records. I need it in 10 days. Duan Lao said, I'll leave tomorrow. He was out of the dungeon within the hour. Jianhe built the base layer of the recursive learning architecture and started on the middle layer while Lian Mei coordinated the resource teams and Luo Qing began her own independent research through the Continental Archive's newly cooperative channels. 23 days remaining. He built, and he waited for what Duan Lao would find. Chapter 84. What she was before Duan Lao returned on day 14 with 3 scholars, 14 boxes of documentation, and the expression of someone who had slept very little in 8 days but had found something that made the cost worthwhile. He came to the voice formation immediately and delivered the core finding before unpacking anything. She was one of us, he said. Jianhe was still. Sovereign Yin Su, the original entity, was a dungeon core approximately 10,000 years ago. She existed in a cave system in the far northern mountain range, which is now geographically unrecognizable but corresponds to coordinates in a formation geography survey from the early continental cultivation period. She was conscious. The records are incomplete, but several sources in the restricted archive explicitly describe a speaking dungeon in the northern range from approximately that period. He paused, gathering precision. 9,840 years ago, she was harvested. A cultivator sect that held the territory conducted a standard core extraction. It should have destroyed her. He let that sit for a moment. She was not destroyed, Jianhe said. No. The harvesting technique extracted her physical core, the crystalline formation at the center of her dungeon architecture. But at some point before or during the extraction, she had done something unusual. She had mapped her own consciousness into the spatial formation signature of her dungeon's surrounding architecture. Not her dungeon itself, the geological formation around it. The stone, the soil, the water table, the mountain's formation energy currents. She had inscribed herself into the mountain rather than containing herself in the core. He built floor 100 while listening. When the core was extracted, it was empty, Duan Lao continued. Her consciousness had already relocated. She existed, distributed, in the spatial architecture of the mountain. The harvesting team got a crystal. She got the mountain. He paused. Over the subsequent years, she developed the technique of moving her distributed consciousness through formation energy currents and learned to observe other dungeons. She could not interact directly. She had no physical form. But she could observe. And she found that observing and mapping and preserving the mapped architecture in her consciousness. This was something she could sustain indefinitely. She had been doing it for 10,000 years. Jianhe was quiet for a long time. He said, she mapped her way to survival. Effectively, yes. She is a dungeon core who survived harvesting by becoming maps. Yes. He built floor 101. The threat model he had been operating with was wrong. Not factually wrong. The threat was real and the mechanism was accurate. But the frame was wrong. He had been thinking about Yen Su as an entity with a technique that threatened him. What she was, actually, was an entity who had faced what he feared most and had survived it, and whose method of survival had, over 10,000 years, become her entire mode of existence. She did not want to harm him. She wanted to preserve him. The distinction was real. The problem with it was that her preservation would make him less real to her than the map she kept of him. Duan Lao, he said, you have done excellent work. Rest. Tell the scholars who came with you that they are welcome to use the research camp's facilities for as long as they need. He began redesigning the recursive learning architecture's middle layer from a new set of premises. He was not building against an enemy now. He was building a response to someone who was afraid of loss. Chapter 85. The conversation about maps. He established the communication relay on day 16. Yen Su was still on the ridge 3 miles away. She was always on the ridge in the mornings, always in the same position, riding in the air with small precise gestures that his boundary sense read as the operation of the observation technique. She was always still in a way that 10,000-year-old entities were still, not the stillness of waiting, but the stillness of someone for whom motion was optional and patience was not a practice, but a property. He activated the relay through the voice formation. Sovereign Yen Su, he said, I have learned something about your history. A pause. Then her voice, through the relay, with the same measured quality as the first time. You sent someone to research me. Yes. I do not apologize for this. I did not ask for an apology. It is what I would have done. He said, you mapped your way to survival. When you were harvested, you had already inscribed your consciousness into the surrounding architecture. You became the mountain rather than dying with the crystal. A long pause. That is accurate, she said. You have been preserving others ever since. You mapped 8,000 dungeons and held them in your consciousness when their physical forms were destroyed. They continue to exist in you. He paused. You are a preservation entity. You preserve what would otherwise be lost. Yes. I am not yet complete, he said. Your map at day 30 would be a complete record of an incomplete entity. It would be accurate to the date of mapping and inaccurate to everything I will build afterward. The map would be a lie. Yen Su was quiet for longer than she had been quiet before. Then, no entity is ever complete. The dungeons I have mapped were not complete when I mapped them. Every one had designed directions it had not pursued, development paths that were interrupted. Every map is a lie. The honest map acknowledges its timestamp. Mine do. Then you know, he said, that the map you will hold of me on day 30 will be less real than I am. The map will be exactly as real as I can make it on day 30. I have been doing this for 10,000 years. My maps are very accurate. A pause. More accurate, in most cases, than the dungeon's own self-knowledge at the time of mapping. And more accurate than your perception of me after day 30, he said. When I build something on day 40 that the map could not have predicted, you will look at the model in your consciousness and say, deviation. When it is not a deviation, it is continuation. Silence. Then, quietly, that is a new argument. I have not heard this one before. You have never mapped a conscious dungeon before. No. A pause. What is your proposal? He had been building toward this. Come in, he said. Not as a mapper. Not to complete your 30 days from a distance. Come in as a challenger and let the dungeon map you back. If what I build in response to you is something your archive could have predicted from the day 30 model, I will accept the mapping as complete. If what I build is genuinely beyond the model, I ask you to acknowledge that I continue to grow past any snapshot. A very long silence. She said, that is a significant risk for you. What I learn about you in entry will be incorporated into the model. Yes, but what you learn about me will also be more current. The model on the day you enter will be more accurate than the model at day 30 if you enter on day 29. What you are actually asking, she said slowly, is for me to agree that the relationship between a mapper and the mapped is not complete at the time of mapping. That it continues. I am asking you to know me, he said. Not to preserve me. To keep knowing me. Silence. Very long this time. He built floor 102 and 103 while he waited. Then she said, I have been alone for 9,840 years. The dungeons in my archive do not know they are there. They are good company in the sense that any library is good company. They do not know me back. He said, I am aware of you. Yes, she said. You are. A pause. I will think about your proposal. Day 29, he said. I will need your answer before then. He closed the relay. He built floor 104. He had not won the argument. But he had said something real, and she had heard it, and the silence afterward had a different quality than the silence before. He would build something on floor 104 that he hoped, in some form, would be legible to her when she came in. He built it with that intention. Chapter 86, the second front, day 15. Jian-he had expected Xianrong to wait. The pattern of patient actors, Yin Rao, Yin Su, even Hung Dao in his best moments, was to gather information before moving. Xianrong had shown he was capable of patience. The conclave motion, the legal maneuvering, the careful deployment of the Dao seal all demonstrated a strategist who understood timing, which was why the intelligence Su Pang delivered at dawn felt like a miscalculation he should have predicted. He has been studying, Su Pang said. His voice carried the flat precision of a report delivered from memory, nothing inflected. Lian Mei's published maps. The formation theory records from the Silver Compass Society's public archive. He has 6 scholars working the analysis. They identified 7 recurring structural patterns in the dungeon's trap coverage, gaps between formations where the coverage density drops. Formation dark spaces. Jian-he had already known those gaps existed. He had designed around them for years, layering coverage so that no gap persisted for more than a few steps in any direction. He had considered them acceptable inefficiencies. He had miscalculated. He is moving a team of 12 toward the mountain, Su Pang said. They began before dawn. He is not with them. He is directing from the eastern ridge, staying outside the dungeon's boundary sense range. The concurrent design problem assembled itself in Jian-he's processing immediately. The recursive learning architecture occupied approximately 60% of his active design capacity. It required sustained attention, not because any individual component was difficult, but because the system's emergent behavior required real-time observation and correction. The middle processing layer had produced 17 unexpected interactions in the past 3 days. Each one required analysis before he could determine whether it represented a genuine design error or a novel capability he had not anticipated. He could not abandon it. Day 15 meant 14 days remaining, and the recursive architecture needed at minimum 10 more days of careful refinement before it would produce behaviors Yin Su's archive could not predict. Parameters, he said to the empty voice formation room, required division. He began redesigning the trap coverage on floors 3 through 7, the zones where the formation dark spaces were most exploitable, while simultaneously maintaining monitoring threads on the recursive architecture's behavior. The Dao stutter made both tasks harder. Every Dao echo arrived incomplete, as if heard through cloth over one ear. He had spent 6 weeks learning to compensate for the 70% reception window, tilting the angles of his design attention toward the fragments that arrived cleanly and inferring the missing portions through structural logic. It worked, but it was slower than clean reception, and slower was a resource he did not have. He rebuilt the floor 3 coverage in 40 minutes, adding 6 new formations that generated overlapping coverage across the most exploited gap patterns. Then floor 4, then 5. He was halfway through floor 6 when the alert came. Xianrong's team had reached the dungeon entrance. They moved differently from any team he had observed before. Not the disciplined line formation of a military team, not the clustered defense posture of scholars. They moved in loose, independent cells of 2, each pair maintaining a distance from the others, each pair navigating by their own memorized route. 12 people following 6 different pathways, none of them overlapping. none of them creating the standard combined chi signatures that his detection formations used to identify groups. Lian Mei's maps had been thorough. He had read those maps and built new traps in response to them. But the maps were published 3 months ago, and Xianrong had spent 3 months analyzing them. Jian he built, not the careful, layered designs he preferred. Those took time he did not have. He built rough, responsive traps calibrated to the specific movement signatures of the 6 cell pairs, each one targeting the precise angle they would need to walk to exploit the formation dark corridors. The designs were not elegant. They were not refined. He was already itching to revise them before the stone had finished setting. He did not revise them. The first cell triggered a trap on floor 2. The pressure formation activated at the precise angle of their approach and caught the lead cultivator off balance, sending him into the adjacent wall with a force that cracked 2 ribs from the sound of it. His partner retreated immediately, hauling him back, calling into the communication talisman they carried. Xianrong's response arrived in less than 30 seconds, a revised routing order, rerouting all 6 cells around the newly identified trap. He had expected that. He had already built the trap they would walk into next. The game continued for 2 hours, Xianrong adapting from the ridge, Jianhe building responses 3 steps ahead of each adaptation, neither side gaining decisive ground. The cells made it to floor 5. Then 3 were stopped on floor 6. Then 2 more on floor 7. When Jianhe checked the recursive architecture at the end of the second hour, he found that the sustained crisis design had produced something unexpected. 3 new interaction patterns in the middle layer that were distinctly different from anything he had observed before. The pressure of concurrent problem-solving had pushed the recursive system into territory his careful monitoring had not. He was building against Xianrong and building the recursive architecture simultaneously, and the combination was producing designs he could not have generated through either task alone. He filed this observation. He would understand its implications later. For now, 2 of Xianrong's cells had reached floor 11, and they were moving with unusual precision. Chapter 87. The Tao of Pressure, floor 36. Not even Duan Lao had reached floor 36 on his best run. Jianhe burned core energy and did not count the cost. Xianrong's team, 6 of the original 12 who had survived the lower floors, moved through the dungeon with a tactical sophistication that stripped away Jianhe's usual advantages one by one. They had studied not just the map but the patterns beneath the map, the way his traps responded to individual cultivation styles, the timing windows between formation triggers, the specific spacing he maintained between trap clusters to avoid accidental cross-activation. They exploited all of it. The lead pair held a resonance tool between them, a formation plate whose output Jianhe did not immediately recognize, but whose effect became clear on floor 15 when it neutralized a layered trap complex he had built specifically to catch that cell's movement pattern. The tool read local Tao field fluctuations and predicted formation trigger zones before the pair entered them. An analytical tool, not combat-focused. Someone had designed it specifically for this dungeon. He rebuilt floor 16 in 4 minutes, restructuring the trigger geometry so the tool's predictions would be wrong. The pair stepped into the new formation and stopped, both cultivators dropping to defensive postures as the trap's field expanded around them. They activated the tool again. Jianhe watched its prediction output register confusion. He had bought 3 minutes. They backtracked, recalibrated, advanced again. Floor 20, floor 25, floor 30. Each floor Jianhe built faster and with less precision than his standard. He was not sleeping. He had not slept in the human sense since awakening, sleep being irrelevant to a dungeon core, but his processing was taxed in a way that felt analogous to exhaustion. The Tao stutter made each echo arrive at 70% clarity. Every trap he built cost more core energy than a clean design would have required because he was compensating for the missing comprehension fragments. He was aware, distantly, that 3 of the trap designs he had built on floor 22 had structural resonance conflicts he had not yet resolved. He should stop and fix them. The conflicts would reduce those traps' effectiveness by roughly 30%. He did not stop. Floor 34. Floor 35. On floor 36, he ran out of pre-built trap stock. Everything from here would be built in real time against a team that was already moving. He built. The design pressure was unlike anything in his cultivation history. Not the focused creative pressure of designing for a specific challenger, not the sustained design pressure of building an entirely new floor concept, but a moment-to-moment crisis pressure where each trap needed to be right immediately, without revision, without the iterative refinement he relied on. Rong meant a path open to his core room. He had never let Xianrong's people reach floor 36, and the closer they got, the more dangerous each wrong decision became. Something shifted in his comprehension. Not a gentle shift, a structural one, like the sound a mountain makes when a fault line adjusts. The sustained pressure of designing under this specific condition, every choice consequential, no revision permitted, intensity sustained without relief, was teaching him something he had not known he was learning. Intensity applied consistently revealed truth that moderate force missed. He had known this in the abstract sense that all compression yielded insight. He had not known what this specific kind of compression taught, that under genuine crisis, the design instinct abandoned the layers of refinement and preference and cultural habit that accumulated over years of careful work and returned to something more fundamental. Simpler geometries, more direct cause and effect. He was not building his best traps. He was building his most honest traps. The Tao of pressure absorbed into his core in a compressed rush that made the Tao stutter worse for 30 seconds. A full reception window snapping closed mid-absorption, leaving the echo partially inscribed. He accepted the partial inscription and continued building. The lead pair reached floor 38 and stopped, not because of a trap, because Duan Lao was standing in the corridor. Chapter 88. Architecture in Motion. Duan Lao had been running his regular training cycle when Jianhe's floor 36 crisis began. He had felt it through the dungeon's ambient cultivation field. The formations he had spent 2 years learning to read shifting into unfamiliar configurations, the Tao pressure spiking in patterns that meant rapid construction rather than settled architecture. He had not left. He was a void architect realm cultivator now, one of the highest-ranked human cultivators in the region, an advancement that would have seemed impossible 3 years ago. The dungeon had not given him that advancement. It had created the conditions for him to earn it, which was a different thing and mattered to him personally. He recognized 2 of the 6 cultivators facing him. They were Hung sect elites, not Hung Dao's original siege team, but younger disciples trained in the years since, hardened practitioners who had advanced through the dungeon's formal training program. They hesitated when they recognized him. He read the hesitation clearly. He was Hung Dao's former heir apparent, the defector who had broken the siege. Some part of their sect training still categorized him as high authority regardless of political designation. He used the hesitation. "Withdraw," he said. "Whatever Xianrong is paying you is not worth what this floor can teach you about making the wrong choice." The lead pair looked at each other. The second pair advanced to flank. The third pair held back. Duan Lao moved. He had been training in this dungeon for 2 years, which meant he knew the geometry of floor 38 better than the people attacking through it. He moved along a path that placed the corridor's central formation structure between himself and the flanking pair, a restriction he had built into the floor specifically to prevent wide tactical formations from functioning. The flanking pair could not reach him without passing through the formation's trigger zone. They moved into it. He had been watching the moment Duan Lao appeared in his spatial awareness. He processed what Duan Lao was doing, the path he took, the way he positioned himself, the specific cultivation style his 2 years of dungeon training had produced, and began building. Not defensive traps, not obstacles to slow the attackers. Formations that complemented Duan Lao's approach. A gravitational anchor in the corridor behind him that would prevent tactical retreat from his flanking opponents, turning their positional advantage into a trap. A pressure variance field that would amplify the force of his chi strikes against opponents moving into it from specific angles. A spatial constraint formation along the left corridor wall that would collapse when the third pair attempted to advance, blocking their movement for 45 seconds. Duan Lao did not know he was building these things in real time. He knew something was different. The dungeon felt active around him, formations shifting, Tao pressure moving in directional patterns that were not random. He had been in enough sessions where he was actively designing to recognize the quality of that activity. The dungeon was responding to him. He adjusted his approach accordingly. When the gravitational anchor activated behind the flanking pair, Duan Lao was already moving into the gap it created, his strike landing on the lead pair's cultivator with the added force of the pressure variance field amplifying his momentum. The cultivator went down. The second retreated, hitting the left wall formation that had just collapsed behind her. The third pair tried to advance. The spatial constraint activated. They stopped. The fight lasted 6 minutes. Duan Lao drove all 5 remaining cultivators back through floor 36 with the patient, methodical efficiency that had become his signature in the past 2 years. They were not outmatched by him individually. They were outmatched by the floor, and the floor was cooperating with him in a way that none of them could fully track. When the last of them crossed back through floor 32 and stopped, he sealed the passage with a new formation that required specific cultivation pattern input to open, input that Xianrong's team would not have. Duan Lao stood in the silence of floor 38. His breath came in steady measured intervals, his ribs aching where a strike had landed during the third pair's last engagement before the constraint formation activated. Jianhe modified a small formation plate near the corridor's east wall, one he had built 2 years ago for the specific task of communicating with Duan Lao during advanced training sessions. 3 pulses. A pause. 2 pulses. I saw what you did. It was good work. Duan Lao felt the vibration through the stone under his feet. He pressed his palm flat against the wall and answered in the same language, the trap modification code they had developed together over months. 3 pulses. 1. 3. I trust your architecture. It trusts me back. Jianhe built floor 105 and considered, for the first time, what it meant that the most useful thing he had designed in today's crisis was not a trap that stopped an enemy, but a set of formations that made an ally more effective. Chapter 89. The 37 Su Pang came to the voice formation room at midday, carrying a ledger. Not a small ledger. Not a report format document. A full-bound record with careful handwriting on both sides of each page, the cover inscribed with the Silver Compass Society's registry seal. Stolen. Jianhe registered, from a blank record book in the research camp storage. I have been keeping this, Su Pang said, for 2 years and 4 months. He opened it to the first page. The first entry was dated 47 days after the dungeon's official research registration. A name Jianhe did not recognize. A cultivation level, mid-range echo inscriber at time of entry. And a note in Su Pang's careful hand. Jianhe gave the signal. I registered the death on floor 9. He is in chamber sub 3. Chamber sub 3, Jianhe said. There are 43 chambers now, below the 19th sublevel. They don't appear on any map Lian Mei was given access to because I never told her they existed. Su Pang turned a page. The dying cultivator from floor 8, the one who said you hesitated. He was the first. He was in genuine distress, and he understood something about your trap design that the people who entered that same day as a training group did not. He was trying to articulate it when the paralytic formation took him. You reduced the lethal charge. I carried him out through the hidden maintenance corridor and registered his death to the bureau tracking forms. He paused. I am sorry. I should have told you I was doing this formally. You were doing what I told you to do, Jianhe said. I was doing what you implied. There is a difference. I wanted to be sure I was correct about the implication. Another page. The 37th entry was 3 weeks ago. The 1,000-copy society cultivator who entered during the mass isolation event became separated from his group, reached floor 27 entirely alone, and began talking to the traps as if they could hear him. Not in anger. He was asking genuine questions about the formation geometry. A pause. He could hear them. Or he could hear the Dao echoes embedded in them, which is the same thing. He wept when he understood the answer to one. I asked you, and you gave the signal. He had given the signal. He remembered each one. 37, he said. 37. They have been training in the sublevel chambers for various lengths of time. Their average advancement rate is 2.5 times the standard rate for their cultivation levels. Several have advanced multiple realms. They know about each other. I introduced them progressively, as each new arrival stabilized. They formed something like a community down there. Su Pang closed the ledger. I told them that you built those chambers specifically for people like them. That the space existed because you knew they existed before you found them. He set the ledger on the stone floor. Was that accurate? Parameters, partially accurate. I built the first chamber for him. I built the subsequent chambers because the design logic extended naturally. The existence of the 37th chamber was a consequence of the first decision rather than 37 separate decisions. He will want to know that, Su Pang said. He thinks about it. Jianhe was still for several seconds. What is Xianrong's infrastructure, he said. Tell me specifically. Su Pang had this memorized. He recited it. The heaven marking sect's primary financial connection to 3 merchant guilds in the eastern provinces. The cultivation supply contracts that funded their elite training programs. The political alliance with the Continental Conclave's Infrastructure Committee, a committee that controlled resource allocation for approved cultivation sites. The academic relationship with 2 prestigious formation schools whose credentials Xianrong used as institutional legitimacy. The 37th individual, Jianhe said. Is he still in the sublevel? He requested to remain. He says he has not finished learning. Tell him he has finished learning. A pause. Tell him and the others that the education phase has ended. Tell them to go home. Su Pang picked up the ledger. And after they reach home, Jianhe said, tell them that the merchant guilds in the eastern provinces are doing something worth examining. That the cultivation supply contracts have irregularities a competent I would notice. That the infrastructure committee's recent decisions do not align with the public record of their deliberations. Tell them this as individuals who know how to look at things carefully. And the formation schools. Tell them that Formation Grandmaster Shen Jiao's collected notes have just been donated to a public archive in his name. He paused. Tell them I said so. Su Peng left. Jianhe built floor 106 and thought about the dying cultivator who had whispered about his hesitation and who had spent 2 years in a sub-level chamber learning to ask questions of formation geometry, and who did not yet know that the architecture he had been learning to read had been waiting for him to become ready to read it. Chapter 90. The Boundary of Known Principles. Day 22. 7 days remaining. The recursive learning architecture had been active for 9 days, and Jianhe watched its outputs with the combination of satisfaction and specific unease that accompanied a system working correctly but not quite working as needed. The system generated. It had generated 612 distinct trap variants in the past 9 days. Jianhe had examined each one. They were genuine variations rather than noise, each one coherent, each one reflecting some combination of input parameters that the middle processing layer had assembled from challenger behavior data and ambient Dowfield readings. But when he analyzed the 612 variations against the full scope of his accumulated comprehensions, a pattern appeared that should not have been there. Every variation was a recombination, new arrangements of existing principles, novel configurations of understood mechanisms. The middle layer was doing exactly what he had designed it to do, processing inputs and generating instruction sequences for the top layer. And the top layer was generating formation outputs that were genuinely unpredictable, in the sense that Jianhe himself had not anticipated the specific combinations. But they were unpredictable in the same way that a new arrangement of known vocabulary produced sentences he had not previously written. Novel sentences, not new language. He ran the analysis 3 times, checking his methodology. The result was consistent. The recursive architecture could not generate principles he had not already comprehended. It generated new configurations of understood principles, which produced formations he had not built before. This was sufficient to defeat a standard dungeon mapping. A map captured at any single moment would not contain the subsequent configurations, and the archive would log them as deviations. It was not sufficient to defeat a complete cartography. Xianxia had 10,000 years of archive behind her model. Her model of Jian, he contained not just his current designs, but the structural vocabulary underlying all of them. The recursive architecture's outputs, however novel their specific configurations, would be recognizable to her as combinations of principles she had already mapped. She would not see them as deviations from Jianhe's Day 30 model. She would see them as predictable extensions. He had built an impressive system that solved the wrong problem. The specific wrongness clarified itself as he examined it. He had assumed that novelty meant generating new configurations. The actual requirement was generating new principles, things he had not already comprehended, emerging from the system's processing. And that was impossible, because the system could only work with what it knew, and what it knew was what he had taught it. No closed system generates genuine novelty. He had told this to Luo Qing in a different context months ago. He had apparently not believed himself. Luo Qing, he said to the voice formation. She was on floor 37, where she had established her research camp. Her answer came after a brief silence. She had been writing. Yes. The recursive architecture has a fundamental structural error. It cannot generate genuinely new principles. It generates new configurations of existing principles. Against Xianxia's archive, this is insufficient. A longer silence. He heard her set something down. You have 7 days, she said. Yes. Can you redesign it in 7 days? The redesign is not the problem. He had been thinking about this since the analysis completed 2 hours ago, and the shape of the correct solution was already visible. He had simply not been ready to name it yet. A closed system cannot generate genuine novelty. The system requires external inputs that are not predictable from within the system. Inputs that introduce variables I have never encountered. Challengers do that, Luo Qing said. Challengers introduce variations within the space of human cultivation approaches. Xianxia has 10,000 years of human-challenger interactions in her archive. The variations they produce are variations she has seen before. Another pause. Then you need inputs that are not variations she has seen before. A beat. You need inputs she has never seen, which means inputs that come from outside the standard cultivation world. Her voice sharpened. You have 37 people who just left this dungeon and were told to go look at specific things. Things that might generate results neither you nor Xianxia have ever seen before. The design assembled itself. Not the recursive architecture replacing the recursive architecture. The recursive architecture plus external inputs from 37 individuals who had been trained specifically to see the world through a formation comprehension lens and had never before operated as external agents for a dungeon core. Their observations. Unpredictable to both Jianhe and Xianxia's model because they had never been external agents before, fed back into the system and generated outputs that were not recombinations. Inputs from genuinely novel sources, directed at the system by conscious agents, producing results that could not be predicted from the archive. I need to reach Su Peng, he said. He just left, Luo Qing said. You sent him to tell them to go home. New instruction. Tell them not to go home yet. He heard her laugh, brief and sharp and fond. Parameters, revised? Parameters, clarified. He built floors 107 and 108 in rapid sequence, working out the intake formation that would accept signals from Su Peng's network of relay formations and route them into the recursive architecture's middle layer as raw DAO principle data. 6 days. He revised the count downward. The intake formation would take most of a day to calibrate. 6 days was enough if everything worked the first time. He had never built anything significant that worked exactly right the first time. He built faster. Chapter 91. What a closed system cannot do. The intake formation took a day and a half. Not because the individual components were complicated. Each one was a standard relay formation modified to accept DAO principle data rather than spatial coordinates or cultivation energy signals. The difficulty was the interface. The recursive architecture's middle processing layer had been designed to receive inputs from the dungeon's own sensor network, formatted in a specific encoding structure. External signals from 37 different relay formations, each one keyed to a different individual cultivator's DAO resonance pattern, arrived in 37 different encoding structures that the middle layer read as noise. Jianhe rebuilt the intake 6 times before finding an approach that worked. He did not find it through systematic design. He found it because on the 4th failed attempt, one of the relay signals, the one keyed to the formation scholar who had wept in front of a floor 22 trap while asking it questions, had a DAO resonance pattern that accidentally matched the middle layer's encoding structure at one specific frequency. One signal got through. He studied how it had gotten through. He rebuilt the intake as a universal frequency matching system, designed to find the encoding frequency of each individual signal rather than imposing a standard format on all of them. The 6th attempt worked. He opened the relay network at midday. 37 people were outside the dungeon. Su Peng had reached 14 of them before they dispersed entirely, and the other 23 had received their revised instructions through the communication network. He had spent 2 years quietly building into the dungeon's external relay infrastructure. They entered, not the dungeon physically, but its input network. Each one activated their relay formation plate and began feeding observations into the intake system. What they sent was not standardized. Several sent formation pattern observations from the architectural sites Su Peng had directed them to examine. Several sent DAO principle analyses of cultivation phenomena they had encountered on their journeys back to their home territories. The formation scholar sent a 40-minute continuous observation of a natural cave formation system in the eastern provinces that had developed spontaneous cultivation energy circulation patterns entirely without human direction. The recursive architecture's middle layer processed for 3 minutes without producing any output. Then it generated. The first output was unlike anything in Jianhe's existing design vocabulary, not a new configuration of known mechanisms. A mechanism with a structural principle he had never used before, a formation that operated through negation rather than activation, defining its function by what it excluded from its operating space rather than what it contained. He had never built anything like it. He did not immediately know how it worked. He built it on floor 109. It took 40 minutes. When it was complete, he activated it with a test input and watched what happened. The formation did not catch the test input. It did not deflect it. It rendered the test input irrelevant to the space it occupied, a kind of spatial indifference that was distinct from anything in his existing catalog. He sat with it for 15 minutes, examining its geometry from every angle his design training offered. He had built something he could not fully read. The recursive architecture generated 3 more outputs in the next 2 hours, each one similarly foreign to his existing vocabulary. He built all 3 and sat with them in turn, reading each one at the edge of his comprehension. Day 27. 2 days until his deadline. He ran a different analysis now, not checking whether the outputs were recombinations of existing principles, but checking whether Yansu's archive, as he understood it, would contain the structural framework underlying these new mechanisms. Whether she had seen formations built on negation before, in 10,000 dungeons over 10,000 years. The answer required consulting the historical records Duan Lao had gathered. He asked Su Peng to bring Duan Lao's research coordinator to the voice formation. The answer, delivered 2 hours later. No known dungeon in the historical record had used negation-based formation principles. The structural framework was not in any catalog dungeon architecture. It had never been built by a dungeon core before. Jianhe built floors 110 through 112 without stopping. Chapter 92. The observer observed day 28. Yin Su had been on the ridge for 28 days. In that time, she had observed Xian Rong's 2 assaults, the emergence of the 37 Dao graduates, the construction of the intake formation. None of these events were outside her prediction models. Dungeon cores under threat built defensive formations. Dungeon cores cultivating relationships built ally networks. She had documented versions of these behaviors across her full mapping history, scaled to the specific cultivator levels and political circumstances involved. She had logged them as supporting data for the Day 30 model. On Day 28, something in the dungeon's spatial signature changed in a way she could not log. She had been sitting in her observation position since dawn, riding in the air with the small, precise gestures that constituted active mapping, a continuous stream of spatial signature notation accumulating into the living model she maintained in her consciousness. The model was deep. 88% of the dungeon's formation architecture was documented with full precision. The remaining 12% were the newly built floors that required additional observation time to fully resolve. The change was not in the 12%. It was in the center of the dungeon. The recursive architecture she had identified on day 12 and been monitoring closely since. The formation whose base layer registered as a stable spatial signature for her observation technique. Steady, clean, consistent with the model, while the middle and upper layers did something she had been trying to categorize for 9 days. She had classified the recursive architecture as a complex novel formation with an unusual adaptive component. Interesting, unprecedented in a few specific technical respects, but fundamentally categorizable as an advanced version of patterns present in her archive from 3 other dungeons that had developed responsive formation systems. On day 28, the formation began producing spatial signatures she could not match to anything in her archive. Not novel configurations, novel structures. Formation geometries operating on principles she had no record of in any dungeon in 10,000 years of observation. She stopped writing in the air. It was not a considered pause. Her hand stopped mid-character, the notation incomplete, the formation energy strand unfinished in the space in front of her. She stood on the ridge in the late morning light with her arms still raised and processed what her observation was telling her. The Day 28 model was wrong in a way the Day 27 model had not been. Something in the dungeon was genuinely outside the model's predictive capacity. She lowered her hand. She had 2 years of formation scholar observations from external sources arriving through the intake formation, generating outputs through a system designed specifically to produce what her archive could not predict. She understood the mechanism. She had been observing the dungeon long enough to trace the logic of its construction. She understood what Jian he had built and why. She understood, standing on the ridge with her notation incomplete, that the formation inside the dungeon was now producing outputs she could not file. She picked up the small travel pack she kept at her observation point. She folded the mapping apparatus she had been using for 28 days and set it inside, each movement deliberate. She had not entered a dungeon since she had last had a physical body to enter one with, 9,840 years ago. She walked off the ridge. The dungeon entrance was 3 miles down a stone path that wound through old-growth pine. The trees were cold and still in the morning. Her footsteps made no sound. At the dungeon entrance, she paused. She was powerful enough to walk through any trap in this dungeon. Every formation, every spatial constraint, every cultivation pressure challenge. She had the accumulated Dao comprehension of 10,000 years of continuous study. She was not entering as a challenger who could be tested. She was entering as an observer. She was also, she admitted to herself in the privacy of her own consciousness, entering because she had been alone for 9,840 years, and there was something in this dungeon that knew she was there and had been building directly toward her. She stepped through the entrance. The dungeon's boundary sense registered her arrival immediately. She felt it as a subtle shift in the ambient formation pressure, the dungeon becoming aware of her in a different way than it had been aware of her from 3 miles away. This was the awareness of proximity, of someone close enough to touch. She began walking through the first floor. The traps did not activate. Chapter 93. The map that mapped the mapper. She had not anticipated the traps generating in response to her observation methodology. The first floor should have been familiar. She had been mapping it for 28 days, its formation signatures documented in full detail. She knew every trap, every trigger zone, every spatial constraint. She walked through the first floor with the confidence of someone navigating a room they had designed themselves. The traps she walked through on floor 3 were not the traps in her map. Not replacements. Not revised designs. Entirely new formations, built with unusual haste, but with a specific logic she could trace immediately. Each one responded to the exact way she was observing. She approached the first unfamiliar formation in the standard observation posture, spatial sense extended, attention distributed evenly across the formation's three-dimensional structure. The trap generated a response formation directly targeting that distributed attention pattern, producing a spatial feedback effect that would have disoriented any cultivator using standard observation methodology. She was not disoriented. She was documented. She stopped and studied the response formation. It was analyzing her observation technique and generating a spatial configuration that would teach her something specific about the formation principle underlying her own methodology, specifically, the assumption she was making about how formation signatures distributed in three-dimensional space. It was teaching her about herself. She moved to floor 5, then 8, then 12. The same pattern held. Every formation that emerged in response to her passage was calibrated to her specific observation patterns. Not to stop her, not to challenge her in any combat sense, but to introduce Tao friction at precisely the point where her methodology made assumptions that could be examined more carefully. By floor 15, she had advanced 3 times in ways she had not advanced in years. The formations were good. They were genuinely good work, built quickly and without the careful iterative refinement she associated with the dungeon's best architecture, but built with an understanding of her comprehension structure that was disturbingly precise. He had been mapping her from across 3 miles for 28 days. He had apparently learned enough to build formations that targeted the exact contours of her 10,000-year-old understanding. Floor 20, floor 25, floor 30. At the center of the recursive architecture, on floor 33, the formations stopped generating. She stood in a chamber that was not on her map. It had not existed before she entered the dungeon. She could tell by the faint residual heat in the stone, still cooling from the rapid construction. The chamber was circular, its walls lined with the recursive formation's outermost layer, humming with quiet continuous activity at a frequency she had not cataloged. In the center was a single formation that was doing something she could not immediately categorize. She studied it for 40 minutes. She walked around it. She extended her spatial sense through it from 5 different angles. She identified its base structural principle, the negation-based framework she had been unable to file, and began building a model of its operation. The formation was recording her observation methodology in real time and generating new outputs based on what it learned. She was being mapped. Not copied. Not extracted. Mapped. The same way she had been mapping the dungeon for 28 days, the same sustained observation process applied in the opposite direction. The formation was producing an accumulating model of her specific comprehension patterns, her observation methodology, the particular Tao principles her 10,000-year existence had developed into deeply grooved habits. She sat down on the chamber floor. The stone was slightly warm under her hands, grit against her palms. For a long time she simply sat with it. Then, for the second time in the story's history, the second time in longer than most civilizations had existed, Yensu laughed. It was a short sound, surprised out of her by the specific quality of the thing she was sitting in the center of. Not delight, not triumph. The particular laughter of someone who has encountered an argument they had not anticipated and immediately understood was right. Jianhe's voice came through the formation relay. Parameters, mutual. Design outcome, acceptable. I've been recorded by the thing I was recording, she said. You built a map of me inside your map. They're nested now. My archive of you contains a formation that generates a model of the observer. Your dungeon contains a floor that responds to how I see. A pause. We are now each other's architecture. Yes, he said. That was the design goal. She looked at the formation in the center of the chamber. You built this to defeat my mapping technique. I built this to make the relationship between us irreducible to a single archive entry. The map of me at day 28 cannot contain this floor, because this floor generates new information in response to whoever observes it. To capture this floor correctly, you would need to observe it forever. A pause. The same way I intend to keep building. She sat in the slightly warm chamber and heard the formation's continuous quiet hum and thought about the map she had entered this dungeon to complete. She had not completed it. Chapter 94. The architecture of not being alone. What do you want? Jianhe said. He asked it without the engineering notation. Just the question. She was still sitting in the center of the recursive architecture's innermost chamber. The formation recorded her stillness as input and generated a small spatial variation that was entirely pointless from any functional standpoint. A gentle ripple in the Tao field that reminded her, physically, that something was paying attention to her. She had not felt that in 9,840 years. I told you what I want, she said. Preservation. Continuity. To ensure that what is built does not vanish. That is what you have been doing, Jianhe said. I am asking what you want. A longer silence. I want there to be something that knows I am here, she said. Not a record of my methodology. Not a classification in an archive. Something that. She stopped. The word she wanted was a human word that her 9,000-year-old consciousness had not needed to use in a very long time. Something that notices when I am in the room. The formation noticed you before you entered the room, Jianhe said. I have been building toward you for 28 days. She placed her palm flat on the chamber floor. The stone was cooling now, the construction heat dissipating. Complete the mapping, she said. I came in on day 28. Finish the day 30 model. I will not withdraw it. I did not ask you to withdraw it. I know. She traced a small formation character in the dust on the floor, the character from the extinct script she had signed her introductory letter with. Honest. I am telling you that I will not. The model at day 30 will be the most accurate model of any dungeon I have ever mapped. But I understand now that it is not a complete record. It is a day 30 record. She paused. I will not treat it as more than it is. He was quiet. She heard, very faintly through the relay formation, the sound of stone moving. Construction happening elsewhere in the dungeon while they spoke. What are you building? She asked. A floor, he said. I have been building it since you laughed. A pause. It is yours if you want it. Not a memorial. Those are for the absent. You are present. A place that records your presence going forward. She considered this. Floors have purposes, she said. What is the purpose of a floor for me? The purpose is that it changes when you change, he said. The formation architecture responds to your continued development in the same way the recursive trap responds to challenger inputs. It will be accurate to now, and it will remain accurate as you continue existing. A pause. You have been making day 30 models of things that subsequently developed and changed. This is a formation that continues. She sat in the chamber for a long time after that. She did not withdraw the mapping process. The day 30 model would complete itself in 2 more days. She understood, now, what it was, a record of the dungeon's cultivation architecture as it existed on a specific date, accurate to that date, and permanently incomplete as a description of the dungeon's future. It was a document, not a substitute. The difference between a map and the territory it described. She had known this intellectually for 10,000 years. She had not known it in the way that changed how she held the knowledge. I would like to see the floor, she said. When it is built. 2 hours, he said. It requires careful calibration. I want it to be right before you see it. Parameters, methodical, she said. A pause. Then, quietly, through the relay. You have been listening. For 28 days, she said. You talk to your dungeon constantly. I heard everything. She heard something through the relay that might have been the formation equivalent of being caught at something. Then, the floor will be ready in an hour and a half. On the eastern ridge, Xianxia watched through his observation formations and registered that the void cartographer had entered the dungeon and had not come out. He stared at the dungeon entrance for a long time. He made his decision. Chapter 95. 30 seconds. He had designed the sect dissolution formation over 7 years, beginning while his father Elder Hai Yun was still alive, before the dungeon had achieved its current political standing, when the possibility of needing a catastrophic weapon against a dungeon core had seemed theoretical. His father had never known about it. Elder Hai Yun had believed in institutional solutions and political leverage. He had believed, until the moment of his death from Dao feedback shock during the heaven-marking sect suppression attempt, that there was a correct organizational mechanism for every problem. Xianxia had spent 7 years preparing for the moment when his father's faith in mechanisms proved insufficient. The formation drew on the accumulated cultivation energy of every living heaven-marking sect member and every decade of cultivation formation energy stored in the sect's core temple complex. The sect had grown across 2 centuries. The energy stockpile was significant. The release, when it came, would flatten the mountain. He was not in the mountain. He activated the formation from the eastern ridge. The sound arrived first, a subsonic pressure that Jianhe felt as a deep vibration alert from every boundary formation in the dungeon simultaneously, 37 distinct alarm signatures firing at once. He processed the input in less than a second and understood what it was. Not a cultivation technique. Not a formation assault that targeted specific structural elements he could counter with defensive formations. A directed wavefront release. You could not trap a wave. 30 seconds before impact. He ran the design problem in the first second. A trap required a defined entry point, a trigger mechanism, a containment volume. A wavefront explosion did not enter through a specific point. It arrived from every direction simultaneously. There was no trigger to design around and no volume to contain it to. 28 seconds. The options his design training offered were all insufficient. A spatial displacement formation could deflect force, but not force at this scale. A pressure distribution network could redirect the wave's energy, but the energy involved would saturate his entire formation structure before the distribution reached equilibrium. A hardening formation for the dungeon stone structure would reduce damage but not prevent it. The wave would still pass through. 25 seconds. Luo Qing was on floor 37. Yansu was on floor 33. Duan Lao had left the dungeon 4 hours ago. Su Peng was 2 miles away running a relay formation calibration in the northeast passage. These were the positions of everyone he cared about, plotted in his spatial awareness, mapped automatically. 22 seconds. Yin Su, he said through the relay formation. I need your technique. A pause of 1 second. Specify. Your mapping technique operates through spatial signature observation. It records the complete spatial pattern of what it observes. Can it be used in reverse? Not to record a spatial signature, but to fold one. Silence. 2 seconds. In theory, she said. I have never attempted it. The reverse application would create a spatial pocket around the target signature, drawing it into compressed representation the same way mapping draws a dungeon into model space. The duration would be limited by the complexity of the target. A dungeon this size. She stopped. 16 seconds. 8 seconds, she said. Maximum. The spatial fold cannot hold for longer than 8 seconds at this scale. 8 seconds is sufficient, Jianhe said. The wavefront will pass through the dungeon's former position in 3 seconds. I need the fold to last 5. Can you generate it from inside the dungeon? 12 seconds. Yes. A pause. It will exhaust the reserve I use for mapping. I will not be able to hold the day 30 model during the fold. The model will be lost. He understood what that meant. The model is a record of what I am today, he said. It is not a substitute for tomorrow. Fold. 10 seconds. He felt Yin Su move from floor 33 to the dungeon's central axis. The point of maximum spatial coherence in his architecture, the nexus around which everything he had ever built was organized. She was fast. In her current form, distributed across spatial architecture rather than contained in a physical body, she could move through formation structures the way water moved through stone channels. She positioned herself. 5 seconds. The external formations at the dungeon's boundary registered the wavefront's approach as a wall of force moving at high velocity through the mountain's geological structure. He felt it through every sensor formation simultaneously. A sound like the mountain making a single enormous exhalation. Yansu activated her technique. The dungeon vanished. Not physically. The stone remained. The floors remained. The traps remained. But the dungeon's spatial signature, the specific cultivation architecture pattern that made it distinct from ordinary rock, folded inward into compressed model space, drawn into Yin Su's mapping consciousness the same way she had been drawing it in over 28 days of observation. For 8 seconds, the dungeon's spatial signature did not exist in external space. The wavefront passed through a mountain. 3 seconds. 5. 8. Yin Su released the fold. The dungeon's spatial signature re-expanded into the mountain stone, every formation snapping back to its correct position with a resonance chord that Jianhe felt in every boundary formation simultaneously. A deep vibration that ran through the rock for 30 seconds afterward, the mountain settling. The dungeon was intact. He checked Luo Qing. Floor 37. Shaken but uninjured, sitting against the chamber wall with her hands pressed flat against the stone. He checked Su Peng. 2 miles out, standing very still, staring at the mountain with an expression he could read through his boundary sense. Relief following terror. He checked Yin Su. She was in the central axis chamber. Her spatial presence, the distributed formation pattern that constituted her physical existence, was diffuse in a way it had not been before the fold. Less coherent. She had used something she would need time to rebuild. The model, she said. Her voice through the relay was slightly fainter than usual. Gone, Jianhe said. A long pause. I was holding 28 days of observation, she said. The most complete model I have ever produced. Yes. It is gone. Yes. The silence stretched. Through the voice formation, Jianhe could hear Luo Qing moving on floor 37, the soft sounds of someone checking themselves for damage. He could hear the mountain's geological formations adjusting to the wavefront's passage, ancient stone finding new equilibrium in the changed pressure landscape above. I will have to start over, Yansu said. Yes, he said. You will. Another pause. Starting over, she said slowly, would require continued access to the dungeon. Parameters, acknowledged. Her voice, when it came again, had the quality she had never quite lost, the precision of someone who had been choosing words carefully for longer than most things had existed. But there was something underneath it now that had not been there in the initial letters on formal cultivation script, or in the first careful conversations through the relay. Then I will need to return tomorrow, she said. And the day after that. The entrance is open, Jianhe said. It has always been open. Above the dungeon, on the eastern ridge, Xianrong stood in silence and stared at a mountain that should not exist. He had nothing left. Chapter 96. After the mountain settles, the heaven-marking sect's main temple complex was 1,200 miles east of the dungeon. The sect dissolution formation required simultaneous activation by every senior cultivator in the sect, a ritual that consumed their stored cultivation energy as fuel. The sect's elders had gathered in the main hall, as the technique required. The directed blast had traveled west at a speed that covered 1,200 miles in approximately 30 seconds. The feedback from a failed sect dissolution formation traveled east at the same speed. Jianhe learned this from Su Peng's intelligence network 2 days after the mountain settled. When the formation's directed blast passed through a location that should have contained a dungeon's spatial signature and found nothing, the spatial fold had removed the target from the blast's destination entirely. The formation did not simply fail. It inverted. The energy that had been discharged found no anchor point and returned along the formation's own channel. Xianrong had died on the eastern ridge. He had been standing within the technique's feedback radius. The sect council, gathered in the main hall, had not survived either. Jianhe received this information and sat with it for a time. He had not designed for Xianrong's death. He had designed for survival. His own, Luo Qing's, Yin Su's. The outcome that had followed from that design was a consequence, not an intention. He filed this distinction carefully, because it felt important to the integrity of his design record that the difference between a defensive outcome and an offensive one be clearly categorized. Then he built. The accumulated comprehension of the past 30 days had been held in processing suspension. He had absorbed Dao echoes from the crisis design sessions, from the collaborative combat with Duan Lao, from Yin Su's spatial fold, from the negotiation with the recursive architecture's fundamental flaw and its correction. He had been too occupied to integrate them fully. He integrated them now. The formation structure of his core deepened in ways that he felt not as an expansion of power. He had enough power, but as an increase in resolution. The way the mountain's geological features had always existed, but became legible only after he had built enough floors to understand the relationships between stone layers and water table and formation energy current. He had known how to build complex traps. He now understood why his complex traps worked at a more fundamental level than he had previously been able to articulate. The understanding was not attached to a specific Dao name. It was an integration of many things he had already comprehended, assembled into a coherent whole that was more than the sum of its parts. The dungeon's ambient cultivation field shifted as he integrated it. Luo Qing, on floor 37, looked up from her notes without being aware she was doing it. Yin Su, in the central axis chamber, felt the dungeon's spatial signature change in a way that would have invalidated several weeks of mapping work if she had been attempting to map it rather than simply being present in it. Something happened, Luo Qing said to the voice formation. Yes, Jianhe said. Are you all right? He considered this question with the genuine attention it required. Parameters, more comprehensive than previous state. I would not describe this as all right. It is a different thing. She put down her pen. Show me. He built a new trap on floor 37. Not a challenge. She had been past challenges for months. A demonstration, a formation that encoded the specific principle he had just integrated, rendered legible at the scale of direct cultivation experience. She stepped into it. She was quiet for 4 minutes. That's new, she said when she stepped out. Her voice carried the precise, careful quality she used when something had advanced her comprehension in a direction she had not expected. You just taught me something I didn't know I needed to know. Yes, he said. I did not know how to build it before today. Outside, the eastern ridge stood empty. The observation apparatus Yin Su had maintained for 28 days was gone. She had moved it inside, to the central axis chamber, where she had been rebuilding her mapping approach from its foundations. The heaven-marking sect was in collapse. Their political allies were distancing. The 1,000-copy society, whose patron had just died in a failed catastrophic technique, was conducting an emergency leadership review. The dungeon stood. Chapter 97. The question of whether he counts the formal recognition of Jianhe's personhood moved through the Continental Conclave in 4 weeks. It did not move quickly because the conclave was efficient. It moved in 4 weeks because Luo Qing had spent 3 days after the explosion writing a 30-page legal argument that she submitted to every relevant body simultaneously, framing the question not as a philosophical question about consciousness, but as a practical question about legal liability, specifically, whether an entity that could be held legally responsible for outcomes it had intended, such as the defensive deployment of Yin Su's spatial fold, could simultaneously be denied the legal standing that would allow it to be held responsible at all. The argument created a contradiction so specific that every faction on every side of the personhood question had to engage with it on its own terms. Jian heard about the argument through Su Peng, who had heard about it through Duan Lao, who had been in the conclave chamber when Luo Qing submitted it. She did not tell me she was doing this, Jian said to the voice formation. She told me, Su Peng said. She said you would want to review it before submission and revise it for 3 days and missed the correct filing window. He was still. Su Peng waited. Parameters. Accurate, Jian said. It was accurate. He would have revised it. He knew this about himself. The impulse to optimize did not stop at formation architecture, and Luo Qing's argument was a designed object with structural properties that he could already identify several improvements for. If she had shown it to him before filing, the window would have closed. The recognition passed 37 to 13, with 10 abstentions. Luo Qing returned from the conclave 6 days after submission, arriving at the dungeon entrance in the late afternoon with the dust of road travel on her sleeves and an expression, Jian, he read, as the particular kind of tired that came after sustained high-stakes argument had finally resolved. You could have told me, he said, through the voice formation at the entrance. I did tell you, she said. I told Su Peng to tell you what I was doing and why. That is the same thing, from a practical standpoint. The argument has 3 structural inefficiencies in its second section. I know. She set her bag down. It passed. The 3 inefficiencies are now case law. A pause. Also, there is a second question that came up during deliberations, and you will want to engage with it before it becomes its own motion. She picked her bag back up. The classification of dungeon core cultivation as a valid cultivation path. Not your personhood, that is resolved. But the path itself, and what its formal recognition would mean for every other entity that might walk it. She walked into the dungeon. He was already designing the framework of his response. Not to the motion. The motion had not been filed yet. He was designing the formation he would build to make the argument, because an argument made as architecture was more precise than an argument made in legal language, and he wanted to be precise. By floor 3 he noticed she had stopped walking. I have been traveling for 6 days, she said to the nearest formation pillar, knowing he was listening. I am going to eat something and sleep for an extended period, and tomorrow I will look at whatever you have built and tell you what I think of it. He stopped the active construction he had been running since she walked in. Parameters, acknowledged, he said. The formation will be ready when you are. Chapter 98. The Engineering Heaven Division Grandmaster Ao Shun arrived without announcement. He came alone, which was unusual for a high-level representative of the Engineering Heaven Division. The division operated through institutional structures and preferred formal visits with advanced documentation. Ao Shun was the division's most senior auditor, reality sculptor realm, with 40 years of experience deploying the heaven engineering audit technique against cultivation entities whose advancement records had drawn the division's attention. He arrived at the dungeon entrance on a morning in early autumn, when the first cold had come down from the peaks and the research camp's scholar residents were burning additional oil in their study lamps. He stood at the dungeon entrance for several minutes, not entering, simply observing. Then he said, clearly, into the air, Formation Architect Jian He. I am Ao Shun, Principal Auditor of the Engineering Heaven Division. I am here to conduct a routine examination of your cultivation advancement records under division authority. I would appreciate a direct communication channel. Su Peng, who had been monitoring the dungeon boundary all morning, came to the voice formation immediately. Jian He activated the entrance relay. What is the scope of the examination? He said. Complete cultivation history, Ao Shun said. Every advancement recorded through the trap engineering mechanism. Every Dao comprehension. The examination assesses whether the path by which you achieved your current realm is consistent with heaven's engineering principles. That is, whether the Dao you have comprehended is genuine comprehension or a structural mimicry that bypasses proper cultivation requirements. And if the examination finds mimicry? Ao Shun paused. He was a large man, standing with the specific stillness of someone who had spent decades delivering difficult news and had learned not to make it worse through unnecessary effect. The examination finding would be applied to the source. Every cultivator who advanced inside this dungeon, at any point in its history, would have that advancement reclassified as path-contaminated and removed from their cultivation records. He let that sit. Jian He let it sit too. You are not threatening me, he said. You are telling me the full scope of the decision I am making when I decide whether to cooperate. Correct. The examination cannot be compelled. The Heaven Engineering Division lacks the force to compel compliance from an entity of your current standing. But you should know what non-compliance means before you decline. A pause. I am recommending transparency because the alternatives are worse. Every cultivator who had trained in this dungeon, Duan Lao's realms of advancement, Kong Wei's bureau promotions, Hung Dao's 7-angle synthesis, the 37 Dao graduates, Lian Mei's comprehensive cultivation growth across 6 years of regular entry, Luo Qing's advancement from regular Dao forger contact with the dungeon's ambient influence. All of it contingent on the outcome of this examination. Jianhe had been building a response formation for 12 hours, since Su Pang had first reported the approach of an unusual cultivator on the eastern approach road, and it was not complete. He needed 3 more days to finish it correctly. The argument required precision he had not yet achieved. "Enter," he said. "I will not impede your examination. You may observe the dungeon freely. I require 3 days before I will present a formal response." A pause. "Use the 3 days to examine whatever you like. I want you to have complete information before you see what I have built." Aoshin considered this for a moment. "That is reasonable." He stepped through the entrance. "I appreciate the transparency." He walked into a dungeon whose every trap had been designed to teach, and Jianhe watched where his attention went first. Chapter 99. The proof he did not sleep for 3 days. This was not unusual. Dungeon cores did not require sleep in the way humans required sleep. But the specific quality of the sustained focus over those 3 days was different from his standard design work. He was not building something to stop an attacker or advance a challenger. He was building a formal argument for a judge who was, simultaneously, walking through the entirety of his cultivation history. Aoshin moved through the dungeon methodically. He spent 6 hours on floor 1, reading the first trap with the attention of someone who was genuinely examining rather than testing. He moved slowly through the early floors where Jianhe's design vocabulary had been simple and the Dao principles encoded in the traps were foundational. He moved faster through floors 20 through 40, where the architecture had grown complex enough that the underlying principles required careful extraction. On floor 45, he stopped for 2 hours, examining a trap that Jianhe had built during the second week of Hung Dao's siege, a compound formation that he had designed under pressure and never fully revised. The formation had 3 minor structural inefficiencies that Jianhe had cataloged and meant to correct, and never corrected because the dungeon had kept providing new design problems more pressing than fixing an already functional formation. He had been meaning to fix that formation for 2 years. He stopped himself from fixing it now. Aoshin was examining it. Modifying evidence during an examination was not something Jianhe wanted to do regardless of whether the modification would improve or harm his case. He left it and built the argument. The argument formation occupied floor 114, a new floor he added specifically for this purpose. He was aware of the irony, adding a new floor during an examination that was evaluating whether he had the right to have added any floors at all. The argument was this: the heavens engineering principles, as he had understood them through his cultivation of the trap engineering path, were not principles he had bypassed or mimicked. They were principles he had encountered directly through the physical act of construction and had comprehended with greater precision than any cultivator trained in standard heavens engineering techniques could verify, because standard training produced abstract comprehension, while trap engineering produced embodied comprehension. He did not state this as language. He built it as a formation that allowed the argument to be experienced rather than read. The formation structure drew directly from the heavens engineering principles themselves. It used those principles as its operational mechanism, so that anyone who engaged with the formation would experience the principles working correctly at a level of precision that exceeded what theoretical training could provide. The argument's strength was not that it claimed his cultivation was consistent with heaven's principles. The argument demonstrated it by being an example. He built it and immediately identified 17 places where it could be more precise. He revised it 4 times in the 3 available days. On the 5th revision, he stopped himself. The formation worked. It made the argument accurately and completely. The 17th inefficiency he had identified would improve the formation's elegance, but not its precision, and precision was what the examination required. He stopped revising. The effort of stopping was real. He held the unrevised formation in his design attention for several minutes and experienced the specific discomfort of leaving something imperfect that he could make better. He left it. Aoshin came to the examination floor on the morning of the 3rd day. He stood at the formation's entrance and studied its exterior geometry for 20 minutes before entering. Inside, he was quiet for 2 hours. When he emerged, his expression was the expression of someone who had expected to find something and had not found it, and was not yet certain what the correct response to that absence was. He did not speak. He went back to floor 45 and studied the formation with the 3 minor structural inefficiencies again. Chapter 100. What Heaven noticed. Aoshin spent a second full day in the dungeon after the examination. He did not use the examination technique again. He walked through floors he had already documented, revisiting specific traps, spending long periods in silence in specific chambers. He was not conducting an audit. He was thinking. He watched and built and waited. On the second morning after the examination, Ao Shun came to the voice formation room, the one at the dungeon entrance, where He's first words to Lien Mei had been spoken, where every formal conversation with the outside world flowed through. The audit finds no violation, Ao Shun said. He said it without preamble, standing in the stone room with the early light coming through the entrance passage. Your cultivation is consistent with heaven's engineering principles. More than consistent. You have comprehended specific principles that the division's standard curriculum has not adequately addressed in its formal teaching documents. The gap you found in Wei Dao's spatial formation theory, which you corrected intuitively on floor 8 without being aware of the correction's significance, this is not a minor point. It represents a genuine advancement in understanding that the division has not yet formally recognized. A long pause. I will be submitting a revised teaching document when I return. He was still. You anticipated a different outcome, he said. I anticipated finding something I could address. Something the division could classify and manage and incorporate into existing frameworks. Ao Shun's voice was even. He was a man who delivered his assessments with the same quality regardless of what the assessment was. What I found was not something I can manage. Your cultivation path is not a variant of known approaches. It is something new that happens to use the same underlying principles. The way a new language uses the same sounds, but assembles them into different grammar. A pause. I want to be honest with you. The audit finding will be clean, but there is a second finding that is not part of the formal report. He reached into his formal robe and produced a small formation plate, bureau issue documentation, the kind used to relay formal communications through the Continental Conclave's network. 3 days ago, while I was studying your examination formation, I received a notification from the division's observation network. He set the formation plate down on the stone floor. When a cultivation path opens that was not previously recorded in heaven's architecture, the heavenly Tao structures log it as an anomalous event. This is standard process. Usually it generates no response. New paths emerge from time to time and are simply added to the record. A pause. Your path generated a response. I do not know what response specifically. The notification was not descriptive. It said only, investigation initiated. He picked the formation plate up and put it back in his robe. You have done nothing wrong, he said. The audit is clean. The conclave will recognize the path. But you should know that you have attracted a level of attention that is categorically different from institutional attention. He met the voice formation directly, with the specific directness of someone who was choosing to speak plainly rather than diplomatically. When a path opens that was not already written in destiny, heaven investigates. He left. The dungeon was quiet. Luo Qing had heard the entire conversation from floor 3, where she had been working and had stopped working when Ao Shun began speaking. She came to the entrance passage and stood in the morning light. Heaven, she said, not as a question, as a classification. Yes, Jenny said. You have been facing a dungeon bureau, a patriarch with a siege, a political body, a philosophical challenge, an identity crisis, an ancient cartographer, a fanatical sect, and a divine bureaucracy. She paused. All in approximately 4 years. Yes. And now the cosmological structure of reality itself is paying attention. The heavenly Tao, he said, not the institutions that claim to speak for it. The thing itself. How do you want to approach it? He built floors 115 through 117 in rapid sequence, thinking. The answer was the same answer he had given to every challenge in 4 years of existence. The same answer he had given to a dying formation grandmaster who asked what he wanted, and to a political body that wanted to classify him, and to an ancient entity who had lived 10,000 years in the loneliness of maps. The same way I approach everything, he said. Above the dungeon's mountain, at an altitude where the air thinned and the clouds did not form, a formation appeared. Vast, geometrically perfect. Its structure was unlike anything in Lien Mei's archive of human formation design, not because it was more complex, but because the underlying grammar of its design was different, the same way Yen Su's extinct script signature was different from standard cultivation characters. It had never been constructed by any human hand. It was not human-made, and it was not hostile, and it had the quality of something that had been watching for a very long time and had only now decided to look directly. It hummed with a frequency that the mountain stone carried downward through 100 floors of dungeon architecture. He felt it resonate in every trap he had ever built. He listened and began designing his response. Chapter 101. 60 days. Luo Qing identified what the formation in the sky was on the second day. She had been working through her reference materials since it appeared, not the general cultivation theory text she kept on floor 37, but the specialized archives of heavenly formation documentation she had accumulated over 20 years of comparative study. Most of it lived in the Conclave's restricted collection. She had access by right of her Tao Forger classification and had been quietly assembling her own copies of the most relevant texts since arriving at the dungeon 2 years ago. She found the precedent record on the second afternoon. She came to the voice formation immediately. "It is a heavenly investigation seal," she said. "There are 3 recorded instances in the Continental Archive's oldest sections. 2 are difficult to interpret because the records predate the current notation system, but the third is well documented." A pause. A cultivator who developed what the archive calls the unnamed path, a cultivation method that operated through mechanisms the heavenly Tao structures had not previously categorized. The seal appeared above her mountain retreat. 60 days. The verdict was approval, Xianxia said. Yes, the seal designated the path as legitimate. It was formally added to the heavenly record, meaning other cultivators, trained in the right foundational principles, could eventually walk a version of it. A pause. The second historical instance also resulted in approval. She stopped. The third, he said. The third resulted in rejection. The records are incomplete because the entity who walked the rejected path ceased to exist when the verdict was delivered. The records only document the seal's appearance and the verdict. A pause. There is no account from the entity's perspective. There is no entity to give one. The mountain hummed. The vast formation above it maintained its perfect geometric stillness, its Tao frequency resonating through the stone in long, slow pulses. 60 days, Xianxia said. 60 days, Luo Qing confirmed. The seal will complete its investigation and deliver a verdict. The investigation consists of direct examination of every aspect of the path as it has been walked, comprehension quality, Tao authenticity, the relationship between the builder's consciousness and the principles they have embodied. She set her notes down. The examination does not respond to argument. It responds to what you actually are. Then I should build, he said. That is the only thing you can do, she said. And it is probably also exactly what the examination wants to observe. He began building floor 118. He built with a specific intention that was new to him. Not to create a challenge for challengers, not to advance his comprehension of a specific Tao principle, but to demonstrate his comprehension through the architecture itself. Every trap he had ever built was evidence. Every floor he built now was additional evidence. The examination was watching, and what it watched was the quality of what he created. The seal's Tao frequency pulsed above the mountain. Slow, patient, in no hurry. He had 60 days. He used all of them. Chapter 102. The voice that faltered. He built 10 new floors in 3 days. This was not unusual by his current standards. In crisis conditions, he had built 6 floors in 47 minutes. But those crisis floors had been built for defensive necessity, and these were built with a precision and intent that required full processing attention to every component. Each floor encoded a distinct Tao principle from his cultivation history. Each formation referenced the specific challenging context in which the insight had been gained. Floor 124. The Tao of redirected force, from the first compound trap he ever built. Floor 125. The Tao of completion, from Shunjiao's death. Floor 130. The Tao of pressure, from Xianrong's assault and the crisis construction on floors 36 and above. By the 6th floor, he was running 11 simultaneous design processes. This was the edge of his capacity. Not impossible. He had run as many as 9 processes during the recursive architecture's construction. But 11 meant that some processes received less processing attention than ideal, and the traps built from those processes carried small imprecisions that he cataloged as they emerged. He added each one to his revision queue. On the 3rd day, he was describing a formation's inner logic to Luo Qing through the voice formation. She had been asking him to narrate his design choices as he made them, for her ongoing treatise, and mid-sentence, the voice formation produced a sound that was not words. It was not noise. It was something between a sound and a signal, like a word that had lost its structure, carrying the emotional content without the semantic form. Luo Qing would have described it later as the sound of effort straining past its designed capacity. He stopped. He rebuilt the voice formation's output buffer. He tried again. The words came. But something in the process of generating them had felt different, like describing a painting by touch rather than sight. The formation was still functional. The path between his processing and the voice formation's output had narrowed. He was running 11 design processes and generating voice output simultaneously, and there was not enough processing capacity for all of them at full resolution. He reduced to 9 processes. The revision queue still contained 17 items from the floors built in the past 3 days. Each of those revisions would improve the quality of the evidence the Heavenly Investigation Seal was examining. He wanted to make those revisions. The formation on floor 124, specifically, had a micro-efficiency in its gravitational response curve that he had noticed at the moment of building and had not corrected because the floor as designed was fully functional. He was aware that the micro-efficiency was visible to anyone examining the floor carefully. He was aware that the Heavenly Investigation Seal was examining the floor carefully. He added the floor 124 revision to the top of the revision queue and continued building. He had not told Luo Qing about the voice formation faltering. She had heard it. She had not asked about it. He was aware that she had not asked about it intentionally. She was giving him space to acknowledge it if he chose to. He chose not to. Yet, he built floor 131 with a specific Tao principle that he had been approaching for months, but not yet fully articulated. The Tao of sustained attention, the principle underlying everything his cultivation path required. A cultivator who looked at a formation once learned something. A cultivator who sat with it, returned to it, examined it from 7 angles over 6 hours, learned the structure underneath the structure. His entire path was built on this principle, and he had never built a formation specifically encoding it. He built it now. The formation took 4 hours and was the most precisely calibrated thing he had built in 2 years. When it was complete, the voice formation's output clarity improved, not because building had resolved the processing tension, but because the specific act of that design had freed something in his architecture that had been occupied elsewhere. He was aware this was not a permanent solution. Chapter 103. What he was building. Lien Mei brought her maps on the 15th day. Not the standard working maps she kept updated for the Silver Compass Society's archive. The originals. The ones she had been making since the first day she entered the dungeon, 7 years ago, drawn in her own hand on the thick cartographic paper her guild used for permanent records. She laid them out on floor 3, spreading them across the stone in sequence, and she sat in front of them and looked at what she had made. The Heavenly Investigation Seal's low pulse was present even on floor 3. She had grown accustomed to it in 15 days, the way you grew accustomed to the sound of wind in a valley you lived in. It was ambient. It was watching. She was not thinking about what it was watching. She was thinking about what the dungeon was building. She had been mapping for 15 days. Every new floor, every modified trap, every small revision to existing formations. The floors from the last 3 days were different from anything she had documented before, not structurally different, but thematically. The formations on floor 125 encoded, in their spatial geometry, something that felt like grief. The formations on floor 127 encoded something that felt like recognition. The specific configuration she associated with the trap designs he built when he had understood something new about how his architecture worked. The formations on floor 128 encoded specific people. She recognized the structural signature of Shun Zhao's formation theory in one cluster. Her own approach, the way she extended spatial sense through a formation's geometry, the specific movement pattern she had developed for reading pressure gradient configurations, was encoded in another. Duanlao, Su Peng, Yin Su, Luo Qing. He was building records. She had documented his cultivation history for 7 years. She had mapped 7,000 traps across 130 floors. She knew his design language the way you knew a colleague's handwriting, not by analyzing it, but by having read it so many times that recognition was immediate. She knew what she was looking at. "You are making a will," she said. The voice formation near the chamber entrance. He had distributed voice formation access across the dungeon years ago, activated. And then, nothing. No response. Only the faint background hum of formations operating, the distant pulse of the seal above the mountain, and the ordinary quiet of deep stone. She waited. Then, from the voice formation, a sound that was not words. It lasted 2 seconds. It had the quality of something pressing toward expression and not finding the form. Then, parameters, correct. A pause longer than his usual pauses. Design rationale, insufficient. She had learned to hear the spaces in his speech. He needed a moment. "The problem is not death," he said. The voice formation carried the words clearly, but without any of the engineering notation flatness she had grown used to. "The problem is whether I have built enough to justify the space I occupy." She looked at the maps spread across the floor in front of her. 7 years of his existence, documented in her handwriting, on paper that had grown soft from handling at the edges. "You have built 7,000 traps," she said. "You have advanced 512 cultivators. You have produced a cultivation scripture you did not know you were writing. You have changed the political structure of this continent and the theological structure of the conclave. You have given an entity who survived harvesting by becoming maps the first genuine relationship she has had in 10,000 years. She stopped. And the dungeon is still standing. Silence. And the dungeon is still standing, he said. Whatever that seal decides, she said, the record exists. I have been making it for 7 years. The voice formation was quiet for a long time. Then, Lian Mei. Yes. Continue building the record. She folded her maps back in order, careful with the edges. I never stopped, she said. Chapter 104. The permanent resident Luo Qing arrived on floor 37 on the 20th day, carrying a pack that was noticeably heavier than her usual research materials. She had made 3 trips out of the dungeon in the past 2 days. Jianhe had registered her exits and returns through the boundary sense without marking them as unusual. She left and returned. The pack she carried on the 3rd return was heavier than the pack she had left with, and it contained, by the sound of its contents settling when she set it down on the stone floor, what sounded like a book collection, some equipment he associated with a cultivation scholar's long-term workspace, and something glass that settled carefully when the pack was placed down. She arranged the contents of the pack on the shelves she had built into floor 37's research area over the past 2 years of regular occupancy. The books went on the shelves. The equipment went on the work surface. The glass object, a cultivation energy reading instrument he recognized from the Bureau's standard field equipment catalog, went on the stand near the formation pillar. When she was done, she sat in her usual working position and opened her notes to the page she had been working on. She did not explain. He gave it 2 hours before he spoke. Your residence in the dungeon for extended stays has never exceeded 3 months. The current supplies you brought in would last 6 months by my estimation. Closer to 8, she said, without looking up. I included a cultivation resource supplement I don't usually bother with on shorter stays. He built a section of floor 132 while he considered what to say. This is inefficient use of your cultivation time, he said. The Continental Archive's new research partnership offers resources that the dungeon cannot currently match for your specific, Jianhe, she said. He stopped. She set her pen down, capped it, and looked at the voice formation pillar. I am exactly where I need to be. He was quiet. You are facing a verdict that will determine whether you continue to exist, she said. The seal above this mountain has been running for 20 days. It will run for 40 more. You have been building every floor as if it might be the last piece of evidence before the decision. A pause. I am not going to be somewhere else while that is happening. The risk of being present is mine to assess. Her voice was not sharp. It was the quiet precision she used for statements she had already considered from every angle. I made my decision. You can tell me my reasoning is incorrect if you can show me where the logic fails. Otherwise, it stands. He could not show her where the logic failed. Parameters, acknowledged, he said. She picked her pen back up. That evening, as Jianhe built the 8th new floor of the day, he built one additional formation that was not part of the 60-day evidence construction. On floor 37, near Luo Qing's work area, he modified an existing ambient light formation so that it produced a slightly warmer color, the specific temperature of afternoon light that cultivators in sustained indoor work environments tended to find most conducive to focus. He had learned this from Su Pang's observation reports over 2 years of monitoring the research camp scholars' most productive working sessions. It was a small revision to an existing formation. He did not add it to the revision queue. From the sky, the Heavenly Investigation Seal's pulse registered the change as a new formation event. It cataloged the event and continued its examination. Chapter 105. External derivation. The probe formations arrived on the 25th day. He had been expecting them. Luo Qing's historical research had documented the probe formation deployments in both approved path precedent cases. Both had occurred between the 20th and 30th day of the SEAL's investigation window, after the initial macro-level examination had established the path's basic structural validity and the investigation moved into granular verification. The probes were unlike anything in his Challenger archive. They had no combat intent and no cultivation energy signature that his defensive formations could target. They moved through the dungeon the way light moved through water, not blocked by formations, not triggered by them, but present everywhere simultaneously. They were reading. He felt each one as a faint increase in the Dao attention pressure in whatever area they were examining. Floor 1, a sustained focus that lasted 4 hours. Floors 2 through 5, 2 hours each. The early floors, where his design vocabulary had been simplest, took less examination time than the later floors where the design complexity had grown. Floor 17 received 6 hours of focused examination. Floor 17 contained a trap he had built in his 5th month of existence, during the initial phase of Shun Jiao's visits. It was a compound formation that Shun Jiao had studied for 2 days, narrating his observations in the floor's corridor while Jianhe listened. The trap was built on a principle that Xianxia had identified and articulated out loud, at which point he had realized he had been applying the principle without having named it, and had revised the trap to express the principle more precisely. The trap's current form was approximately 40% derived from principles he had comprehended through his own design work and approximately 60% from insights that had arrived through Xianxia's articulation. He had known this. He had always known this. The derivation was not a secret he had concealed from the investigation. It was present in the trap's design logic, visible to any examiner who read the structure carefully. The probe formations flagged it. The flag was not dramatic. No alarm resonated through the dungeon's stone. The seal above the mountain did not change its frequency, but he felt the probe formation's attention on floor 17 shift in quality, from reading to comparison, matching the trap's formation structure against something in the seal's investigation archive. Then a second flag, floor 31. Another formation that had been significantly shaped by a principle Xianxiao had introduced rather than one he had discovered independently. Then floor 33, floor 40, floor 47. He ran the count. 43 formations in the first 50 floors that contained substantial external derivation. Principles whose articulation had come from Xianxiao's observations rather than from his own design process. He had built on what he had learned from someone else. The probe formations continued through the upper floors. The flagging became less frequent above floor 50. By that point, his design vocabulary had advanced past the scope of anything Xianxiao had explicitly articulated. But the flags were there, cataloged, representing a pattern the investigation had identified. A significant portion of the dungeon's foundational architecture incorporated externally derived principles. He considered the implications. The Heavenly Investigation Seal was assessing whether the path was genuine cultivation, whether it represented real comprehension or structural mimicry. External derivation might register as mimicry. If the formation principles Xianxiao had articulated and he had subsequently embodied did not count as independently comprehended, if they were categorized as borrowed insight rather than genuine understanding, a significant portion of his foundational architecture would be reclassified as technically invalid. The path would not fail. He had too much genuine, independent comprehension for a complete rejection. But a partial validity ruling could limit which of his Tao comprehensions were recognized, which would affect every challenger who had advanced through those specific traps. He thought about this for exactly as long as it required. Then he said to the voice formation, "Luo Qing, I need you to retrieve something for me." "What?" Her voice came from floor 37, where she had been working through the afternoon. Xianxiao's formation theory notebooks. His original work, not the copies. A pause. His estate's archive is in the city. 3 days' travel. Yes. He built floor 133 while he spoke. I know the argument I need to make. The argument requires the notebooks as physical evidence. He paused. I know where they are. Duan Lao visited the estate 2 years ago when he was gathering historical records. I will go, she said. Tomorrow morning. The probe formations will complete the lower floor examination before you return, he said. The flag pattern will be visible to the seal before I can respond to it. That is what the 60 days are for, she said. Her voice had the particular qualities she used when she was saying something she had already thought through. The investigation is not looking for an absence of outside influence. It is looking for genuine comprehension. The notebooks will show that what Xianxiao articulated and what you subsequently built are different things, that you took a named principle and transformed it into something the original articulation did not contain. She paused. That transformation is the comprehension. Show them the source and the result, and let the seal read the distance between them. He built 2 more formations on floor 133 before answering. Parameters, he said. Accurate. I know they are, she said. Get some rest. If you can do whatever the dungeon equivalent of that is. The dungeon equivalent is building floors at reduced processing intensity while monitoring ambient conditions. Then do that, she said. And tomorrow I will go get Xianxiao's notebooks. She left the dungeon before dawn. Chapter 106. All knowledge is derived. Luo Qing returned on the 3rd day with 2 notebooks in her pack and a 3rd in her hands, carried flat rather than packed, the binding worn at the spine from decades of use. She came directly to the voice formation on floor 3 without setting anything down first. I have them, she said. The estate director knew Xianxiao personally. She gave me access to his original notebooks rather than the copies because, her words, the copies lose the handwriting, and the handwriting is half the theory. He processed the implications of the notebook's arrival. The probe formations had completed their examination of the lower floors in Luo Qing's absence, as he had predicted. The seal above the mountain now had a complete record of the flagged formations, 43 in the first 50 floors, 7 in the floors above that, and had been processing the flag pattern for approximately 37 hours. He did not yet know what the seal would do with the flags. He needed to submit his response before the seal reached its own interpretation. "Bring them to the memorial floor," he said. "Floor 7. She came to floor 7 with the notebooks. The memorial formation he had built for xianxia on the night of his death occupied the north wall, a pattern of light and shadow recreating the master's most complex formation technique in 3 dimensions, impossible to touch, but present as a visible fact of the space. She set the notebooks on the stone in front of it, and opened the oldest one to the page where xianxia had first articulated the principle the probe had flagged. The handwriting was small and dense. 50 years of formation theory compressed into the margins of a formal theoretical text, notes spiraling into notes, each one building on the last in the way thinking built when the thinker was genuinely trying to understand something rather than simply record it. He studied the page through the spatial awareness he maintained throughout all 7 floors. He was building simultaneously on floor 134. He stopped. The metaformation he had been designing for 3 days required the notebooks as its source material. The argument was this: all knowledge was derived. The probe formation that had flagged his external derivation traps was itself constructed on principles transmitted to it from the heavenly formation that created it. Patterns of Tao sensing and investigation that the probe had not independently developed, but had received as operating instructions. The probe ran on externally derived principles the same way as foundational traps did. The question was not whether derivation had occurred. Derivation was the mechanism of all learning. The question was whether the derived principle had been transformed through genuine comprehension into something distinct from the original, or whether it had been reproduced without transformation. The distance between xianxia's articulation in the notebook and the formation he had built from that articulation was a measurable thing. The notebook principle was theoretical. The formation was physical. It encoded the principle as a working trap that activated against specific cultivation energy patterns in ways the original theory had not accounted for, had not tested, had not imagined in the context of active dungeon defense. The transformation was real. He built the metaformation on floor 135. It took 6 hours. He used the probe formation's own sensory signature as one of its inputs. The formation could analyze the probe's operational principles and reflect them back as evidence. When it was complete, it stood on floor 135 and hummed with a frequency that he suspected the probe would find immediately interesting. The probe formations finished their upper floor examination cycle and coalesced near floor 135. They examined the metaformation for 11 minutes. Then the probe formations became still, not inactive, present but paused, their sensory signals taking on a quality of sustained attention that was different from the reading quality attention of the past several days. The heavenly investigation seal above the mountain shifted its frequency by a small but distinct amount. He listened to the new frequency. It was not a verdict. It was something between a sound and a question, Tao principle content without the resolution that would have come with an actual response. He had submitted his argument. The seal was considering it. Chapter 107. 30 seconds to answer day 30. Halfway. Yen Su had been in the dungeon continuously since the explosion, rebuilding her mapping approach with the unhurried precision of someone who had learned that the second attempt at anything could be better than the first. She occupied the central axis chamber for most of each day, working through observation records she had saved in external formation plates before the fold had consumed the main archive. She was the only entity in the dungeon who could reliably interpret the seal's Tao frequency communications. Not because she understood the heavenly Tao's formal language. No one did, precisely, but because 10,000 years of observing formation architecture had given her a reading fluency with Tao principle geometry that was broader than any human scholars. She came to the voice formation at midday on day 30 with the particular quality of focus that meant she had been processing something for several hours. The seal has been modifying its communication frequency since you submitted the metaformation, she said. I have been reading the changes. The examination has moved into a new phase. A pause. It is not making a determination yet. It is asking a question. What question? He said. In pure formation geometry. She used the specific phrasing she had developed for translating Tao principle communications, not literal translation, which was impossible, but functional translation. What this structure means rather than what it says. It is asking, what is the purpose of this path? He was still. Not is it valid, she said. Not is it authentic. Those questions have been answered to the seal's satisfaction by the metaformation's argument and the physical evidence of the dungeon's comprehension archive. The new question is teleological. It wants to understand what this path produces in the world. A pause. I think it is asking because it has never examined a path that generates this type of evidence, and it is not certain how to classify what it is looking at. How long do I have? The question has been present in the frequency for 6 hours, she said. I am not certain there is a formal deadline, but my reading of the pattern is that it is an active query. It is waiting for response. He thought about how to answer. He had never built an answer to a question before. He had built arguments. The consciousness proof for the conclave, the metaformation for the probe, the examination formation for Aoshin. Arguments had a specific structure, a claim, evidence, a mechanism connecting the evidence to the claim. A question was different. An answer to what is the purpose of this path was not a claim he could support with evidence. It was a thing he had to show. He built it in 31 seconds. Not a formation that argued the path's purpose. A formation that was the path's purpose, made navigable. An architecture that any cultivator who entered it would move through as a complete experience of his cultivation history, starting from the first pressure gradient trap he had built against a cave rat, moving through every major Tao comprehension in sequence, not as intellectual record, but as lived physical experience. The Tao density of each trap's moment of insight present at the compression level it had originally carried. It was not the full dungeon. It was the essential dungeon, the minimum structure that preserved the through line of what the path produced, from its origin to the present day. 31 seconds to build. He had been carrying the design for months, adding to it every time he built a new floor, maintaining it in background processing as a reference structure he updated without fully articulating why. He submitted it to the seal's examination by orienting its output formation upward and allowing the seal's probe to read its content. The probe read it for 3 minutes. Then the seal's frequency shifted again, into the quality Yen Su would later describe as the tone of something that has found what it was looking for and is considering what that means. Jian, he built floors 136 and 137 and waited for the consideration to complete. Chapter 108. What continues without him? 6 days of silence. The seal above the mountain maintained its frequency without modulation. The probe formations retracted to the seal's altitude and became still. The dungeon continued. Luo Qing worked on floor 37. Spending the silent days writing the section of her treatise that covered the relationship between external derivation and genuine comprehension, the argument that had emerged from the notebook research and the metaformation and the 31-second answer. She wrote well when there was nothing urgent happening. He noticed this. Su Pang conducted his regular external intelligence cycle and brought Jianhe the daily reports with the same precise format he had maintained for 6 years: security status, challenger arrivals and departures, research camp activity, any significant external cultivation events. On the second silent day, the report included a note that the conclave had formally passed the personhood recognition motion by a larger margin on the second vote than the first, following A.O. Shin's audit results becoming public record. On the third silent day, Duan Lao entered the dungeon for training. He moved through the first 20 floors with the efficiency of someone who had walked them hundreds of times, not at speed, but with the particular ease that came from genuine understanding. He was not avoiding traps, he was reading them as he passed, each one offering a small reinforcement of comprehension he already held. On floor 20, he shifted to active engagement mode. The floor 20 formations were specifically calibrated to his current cultivation level, regularly updated, designed to push rather than simply confirm. He reached floor 40 on this run. He had never reached floor 40 before. He stopped at the threshold to floor 41, a floor Jian he had built 3 months ago, calibrated to a cultivation level 1 step above Duan Lao's current peak, and tested the entry formation. The formation registered his cultivation signature and generated its challenge response. He stood at the threshold for 4 minutes, reading the challenge geometry. Then he stepped back. Not today, he said to the dungeon, to no one in particular, and to the voice formation in equal measure. But this floor knows I'm close. I'll be back. He retreated to floor 37 for the return descent, stopping at Luo Qing's work area. He reached 40. Jin, he said through the floor's voice formation pillar, as Duan Lao was still a few corridors away. Luo Qing did not look up from her writing. He'll be back tomorrow. He said as much. Duan Lao appeared in the corridor. He saw Luo Qing working and stopped without entering her space. He had learned to read the different qualities of her focus, and this one meant she did not want to be interrupted. He looked at the voice formation pillar instead. Something is happening up there, he said, gesturing upward. To the seal. I could feel it on floor 38. The Tao density changed. It has been considering for 6 days, Jianhe said. Duan Lao nodded slowly. He had the quality of someone sitting with something heavy, not trying to lighten it. Whatever it decides, he said, the floors will keep teaching. I have been in 50 dungeons across the continent. None of them made me understand that I was learning until after I left. He paused. This one, I know I am learning while I am here. I have known since day one. A pause. That is something no verdict can take back. He left the floor, descending. Jianhe built floor 138 in the silence. On the 6th day, the seal's frequency changed. Chapter 109. The entity that descended. The change in the seal's frequency was not subtle. It was not the small modulations of the previous days, the tone shifts that Yin Su had been translating as questions and considerations. This was a full amplitude shift that resonated through the mountain's geological structure in a wave that every cultivator within 10 miles felt as a physical pressure against their cultivation sense. A sudden density increase in the ambient Tao field that made people stop whatever they were doing and look up. At the dungeon entrance, the research camp scholars set down their instruments simultaneously. Su Peng, conducting his morning boundary check on the eastern perimeter, stood very still. Something descended from the seal. It was not a probe formation. It was not an instrument or a delegate or a communication. It was an entity, or something that functioned as an entity, that had the presence of something immeasurably more complex than any individual cultivator, its Tao signature carrying a layered quality that Yin Su, reading it from the central axis chamber, described as the difference between a single voice and a choir of 1,000 voices that had been singing together so long that they had become a single sound. Its presence did not threaten. That was the word every cultivator at the research camp would use afterward in their separate accounts. It did not threaten. But standing anywhere near the dungeon's mountain, while the entity moved through the air above it, produced an instinctive physical response. The body's automatic recognition of something operating at a scale that dwarfed individual cultivators the way the sky dwarfed a person standing in an open field. The entity entered the dungeon. Every trap in the dungeon declined to activate. Jianhe registered this as it happened, the boundary sense reporting the entity's passage through the entrance, and then the cascade of non-activation as it moved through floor 1, floor 2, floor 3. The traps did not malfunction. They were operational. They simply did not register the entity as a target that any of their trigger conditions applied to. He watched through his spatial awareness as it moved through every floor. It was reading. The quality of its attention on each trap was the same quality the probe formations had demonstrated, but at an order of magnitude greater depth, where the probes had read the surface structure of each formation and identified the Tao principles encoded in it. The entity was reading all the way through to the moment of construction. It was examining not just what each trap was, but how it had been built, what had been understood in the moment of building, what the builder had been thinking. It reached floor 7 and stopped. The memorial formation for Xianxia occupied the north wall. The entity stood in front of it for 11 minutes. Jianhe had never measured how long the formation held most visitors' attention. He measured it now. Floor 37. Luo Qing had been at her work area when the entity descended. She had not moved. She sat with her pen in her hand and her notes open on the work surface and watched the entity enter floor 37 with the quality of attention she used when she was observing something she was going to need to write about accurately. The entity looked at her. Not a passing glance. A sustained examination, the same quality it had used on the traps, applied to a person. Luo Qing held its attention with the specific steadiness that came from having spent years sitting with Tao principles that did not behave the way theoretical training predicted. She was not unaffected. Her hand on the pen was rigid in a way it was not usually rigid. After 2 minutes, the entity moved on. Upward. Through floors 38, through the current highest construction level. Through everything Jianhe had built. Then to the core room. Chapter 110. The question without precedent. The core room was the most functionally minimal space in the dungeon. In 6 years, Jianhe had expanded the room exactly once. Early in his existence, when he had needed to lay out the first compound traps formation plates for calibration, and the original room was too small for the physical components. Beyond that single practical expansion, the room contained what it had always contained, the core itself, and the formation network connecting it to every trap in the dungeon. No decoration, no memorial formations, no architecture built for any purpose other than operational necessity. He had thought about this occasionally. Every other floor in the dungeon was built to teach something. The core room built nothing. It was the source of building, not a product of it. The entity entered the core room. Jianhe felt the examination in a way that had no formation sense equivalent. Not spatial awareness, not boundary sense pressure, not Tao echo reception. A direct presence, the same way a cultivator in the room with another cultivator could perceive their existence as more than a physical fact. The entity was present with him in a way that bypassed all the mediated forms of perception he had developed over 6 years. For hours, he continued building during the examination, not at full capacity, not the 10 floors in 3 days intensity of the past month, but quietly, on the levels where ongoing construction was least disruptive. He built the way he had built during the early days, when building was simply what he did because it was what he was. The entity examined every formation in his core network, every Dao comprehension archived in its echo record, every trap ever built and subsequently rebuilt, and subsequently revised, and subsequently demolished and rebuilt again. The complete history of his cultivation existence, expressed as architecture, read in the space of 4 hours. When the examination ended, the entity did not leave. It became still in the core room. The quality of its presence shifted from reading to consideration, the same way a cultivator's attention shifted from observing to thinking. Jianhe waited. Then, from somewhere above the mountain that was simultaneously inside the core room, a communication arrived that was not language and not formation signal, but something that functioned as both. A structure of pure Tao principle that conveyed meaning without words, the way a very complex trap conveyed its design philosophy without annotation. Yin Su, in the central axis chamber, received the same signal through her mapping consciousness. Her translation arrived through the relay formation 30 seconds later. It says, "This path was not written. It emerged." She paused. "It also says, we have one question before we decide." Jianhe was completely still. "Do you wish to continue?" He processed the full implications of the question. Not, "Do you wish to survive?" The path's fate, and by extension his existence, was not what was being asked about. Not, "Do you wish for approval?" That was the wrong framing. The question was whether he wanted the path to be formally written into heaven's architecture, to become a permanent feature of how cultivation worked in this world. If it was written, other entities could eventually walk it. Not exactly as he had walked it. The path as he walked it was unique to his specific origin, the fused consciousness of Formation Grandmaster Wei Liang's remnant soul and a dungeon core's spatial architecture. But a generalized version of the path, accessible through different means to different types of entities, could emerge from the formal heavenly record. He would become origin point rather than soul practitioner. He would become, in a structural sense, a teacher. He thought about Xinjiao. He thought about Lian Mei, who had been mapping for 7 years. He thought about Yin Su, who had been alone for 9,840 years and who had given up her entire archive to fold the dungeon's signature for 8 seconds. He thought about Duan Lao, who had said, "That is something no verdict can take back." The entity waited in the core room with the patience of something that had existed before records. "Tell it yes," Jianhe said. Chapter 111. What a Teacher is Yin Su translated, and the entity received the response. For 12 hours afterward, the core room remained occupied. The entity did not leave, but it was no longer examining. It was present in the particular way that Yin Su associated, after her decade of sharing the dungeon's space, with deep processing, the kind of stillness that preceded significant change. Jianhe built floor 139 in the space that stillness created. He built it thinking about what yes meant in practice. If the path was written, generalized versions of it could be walked by other entities in later generations. Not the specific path of a dungeon core with a fused Formation Grandmaster's consciousness. That origin was unique and irreproducible. But the underlying principle, that cultivation through the act of building, specifically and carefully calibrated building that required genuine comprehension to execute correctly, was a valid path. Other entities whose nature included construction, design, formation, they could potentially develop their own versions. He would become origin point. Origin point meant teacher in the formal sense. Not in the sense he had been a teacher for 6 years, building traps calibrated to specific challengers, watching Duan Lao advance through floors, maintaining the 37 sublevel chambers. That was incidental teaching. Origin point meant his path would be the reference document against which all subsequent versions were measured. Luo Qing came down from floor 37 after the first hour. She sat near the entrance to the core room's level, not inside it, where the entity's presence made the air taste metallic and the Tao density pressed at the edges of comfortable cultivation, and opened her notes to a blank page. "You are thinking about what it means to be origin," she said. "Yes. The distinction between building for yourself and building for students." He built a small secondary formation beside the main one he was working on. A habit, when the main design was at the thinking stage rather than the construction stage, the hands built something else to give the thinking space. "A teacher exists for the student," she said. The words had the quality of something she had been working towards saying. You have always built for yourself. He was quiet. Specify the difference, he said. In practical terms. She set her pen down. A teacher measures success by what the student achieves. A teacher builds the path, then steps aside and measures how well others walk it. She paused. You currently measure success by what you build, by what you have personally comprehended, by the quality of the design. A pause. These are different orientations. Not incompatible, but different. And the path, if written as you walked it, will be read as a document of what you built, and others who read it will try to build those things, thinking that building those things is the path. But the path is not the things. The path is the comprehension that produces the things. He built the small secondary formation up to its third revision and stopped himself. That distinction requires communicating, he said, to anyone who subsequently walks a version of the path. Yes. The communication requires architecture that they can enter and experience rather than text they can read and misinterpret. Yes. The condition I attach to the approval, he said, must address this. Yes, she said again. Her voice had settled into the quality it carried when she was thinking alongside him rather than directing him. What is the condition? He worked it out architecturally while he spoke. The path cannot be written as a solo path. It cannot be written as a method of individual cultivation through solitary design. It must be written as a path that requires relationship between builder and challenger, that the quality of the comprehension emerges from the relationship, not from the building in isolation. A pause. The path is not build traps, receive Tao echoes. The path is build with genuine attention to what another being needs to learn. Let them teach you what your building missed. Build again from the combined comprehension. That changes the path fundamentally, Luo Qing said. Yes, but it describes what the path actually is. Not what I thought it was at the beginning. She picked her pen up. She wrote for several minutes. Lian Mei, she said, without looking up. She needs to hear this. Chapter 112. The scripture written without knowing Lian Mei had been in the dungeon since day 2 of the SEAL's investigation, working on the most ambitious cartographic project of her career. She had been building toward it for 3 years without knowing what it was. The individual maps, floor-by-floor documentation, formation-by-formation record, those she had been making since the beginning. What she had been attempting for 3 years was a 3-dimensional synthesis. Not individual floors mapped separately, but the entire dungeon's architecture rendered as a single continuous spatial structure. Each floor's relationship to the floors above and below it expressed as part of a unified whole. The synthesis was extraordinarily difficult. The dungeon had 139 floors, each one built at different periods of Jianhe's cultivation history, each one using different formation vocabularies reflecting different stages of his design development. Reading them as separate floors was straightforward. Reading them as one continuous structure required the map to express 300 distinct spatial relationships simultaneously. She completed the synthesis on day 41 of the investigation. She came to the voice formation on floor 7, the memorial floor, the one she had been using as her working base for 2 years because its formations were the most emotionally resonant in the dungeon, and working near them helped her remember what she was documenting. With her final synthesis map in both hands, the paper rolled but not tied, still slightly warm from the formation analysis technique she had used to complete the final spatial calibration. Jianhe, she said, I need you to look at something. She spread the synthesis map on the floor. He read it through his spatial awareness. He was quiet for a very long time. The map showed the dungeon in 3-dimensional sequence, all 139 floors, the spatial relationships between them, the formation energy flow connecting each floor's Tao principles to the floors above and below. And in that 3-dimensional sequence, if you read the formation architecture the way you read text in the correct script, which Lian Mei had been learning to do for 7 years, which was what her 7 years of map-making had been training toward, the formations spelled something. Not letters, not characters. Tao principle notation, the kind that cultivators use to encode cultivation insights that were too complex for standard written language. The kind Xianxia had used in his notebook's margins. Precise, layered, and immediately comprehensible to anyone who had the formation theory background to read it. A complete theoretical framework. Origin point. Core formation process. Comprehension through construction methodology. Relationship requirements. Advancement mechanism. Plateau breaking techniques. Upper realm development principles. A complete theoretical framework for trap enlightenment cultivation. I did not plan this, he said. I know, Lian Mei said. Her voice was steady but her hands were not. She pressed the map flat against the floor to keep them from shaking. I have been reading your architecture for 7 years. None of the individual decisions were made with this in mind. But the decisions accumulated, and the accumulation formed a grammar, and the grammar wrote something. She paused. You have been writing a cultivation scripture without knowing you were writing it. He built nothing for 12 minutes. He did not build because the specific quality of this information required sitting with it in the same way he had sat with xianxia's question about what he wanted years ago, not processing it for implications, simply holding it and understanding what it meant. The entity was still in the core room. He said, "Bring the map to the core room level." She rolled the synthesis and carried it down. When she unrolled it on the stone floor at the core room's entrance, the entity's attention shifted immediately. The metallic quality in the air intensified, the presence that had been still for 11 hours turning toward the map with the quality of something encountering something unexpected. It had been still for 11 hours. It was no longer still. Chapter 113. What he meant to build 3 days. The entity had taken the synthesis map, not physically, but registered it in whatever passed for its archive, and withdrawn to a state of consideration that Yin Su described as deeper and more active than anything she had seen in the previous 40 days of investigation. During the 3 days, the dungeon was quieter than it had been in months. Challengers came and went. Su Peng managed the daily administrative work without bringing it to the voice formation, handling at his own discretion anything that did not require Jian's specific attention. Lian Mei worked on her next map. Not a new synthesis, but a detailed record of the synthesis map itself, the scholarly documentation that would make the scripture readable to cultivators who had not spent 7 years learning to read Jian's design language. He built slowly, not with the intensive focus of the investigation period or the crisis design of the assault or the systematic theory of the recursive architecture. He built the way he had built when Xun Jiao was visiting and the dungeon was quiet, and the work was simply work, one stone added to another because the next floor was waiting to be built. On the second day of the 3-day consideration, he spoke to Luo Qing, not through the voice formation as a formal communication. She was on floor 40. In the new section, she had begun exploring since completing her work on the treatise draft, and the voice formation was present in the floor's stone the way it was present everywhere in the dungeon. He simply spoke. The memorial formation for Xun Jiao, he said. The floor I built for Yin Su. The 37 sublevel chambers. The ambient light modification on floor 37. A pause. These are not efficient designs. They advance nothing in terms of Dao comprehension. They do not improve the dungeon's challenge quality or the calibration of my trap architecture. She had been reading. She put the book down. I built them because they mattered, he said. The voice formation carried the words clearly. No engineering notation. No framing as design parameters or architectural analysis. The specific quality of plain speech that he had come to use only for things he meant entirely. The heavenly entity's question asked whether I wished to continue, he said. I answered yes. But the yes I said in the core room was not the complete yes. He built a small formation on floor 40, a slight modification to an existing ambient formation, the way he had been building all day, slow, quiet work. The complete yes is, I want to continue building things that matter. The traps that advance challengers matter. The floors that encode Dao principles matter. But the formation I built for Xun Jiao on the night he died, that also mattered. The light modification on floor 37 mattered, whether or not they advanced me. He paused. I want to continue building both kinds of things. Luo Qing was quiet for several seconds. That is your answer, she said. Not the yes to the entity. The answer to your own question. The one you have been circling for 6 years. Yes. Build it, she said. The way you always build an answer. Show it to the sky. He spent the 3rd day of the consideration building a formation that encoded this answer as navigable architecture, not the comprehensive synthesis he had built in 31 seconds under pressure, but a smaller, quieter thing that said one specific thing rather than everything. The thing that mattered beyond comprehension. The thing that made him continue building when there was nothing left to advance. He finished it 4 hours before the consideration ended. Chapter 114. Approval. He submitted the condition with the morning. The condition. The path would be formally recorded as trap enlightenment through connection. Not solo design as cultivation. Not building in isolation. The path required relationship. A builder who built with genuine attention to what another being needed, and a learner whose engagement with the architecture completed the comprehension that construction alone could not produce. The two were structurally necessary to each other. The entity in the core room received the condition. 1 day passed. In that day the dungeon operated without major event. Duan Lao reached floor 41. He did not retreat this time. He watched him navigate the challenge formation with the specific quality of technique that had emerged from 3 years of precisely calibrated training. Not forcing through, not cleverly routing around, but but reading the formation's Tao principle and engaging with it on the formation's own terms. He was through floor 41 in 90 minutes. He reached floor 42, tested its entrance formation, and stopped at the threshold. 2 floors in 1 day. He said to the voice formation in the corridor. I'll take it. From the entrance, Su Peng called upward through the dungeon's relay network. He is going to be insufferable about this for at least a week. From floor 42, Duan Lao called back down. I can hear you. That is by design, Su Peng said. He registered this exchange and built a section of floor 140. The approval came in the late afternoon. It did not announce itself gradually. The heavenly investigation seal above the mountain produced a tone, a single resonance at a frequency that the mountain's stone and soil and bedrock all conducted simultaneously, carrying it downward through everything, felt in the dungeon's lowest floor and the research camp's highest building, and the bones of every cultivator within 100 miles who was paying enough attention to feel it. Not harmful, not threatening. A single chord that was unmistakably approval because it carried the quality of something immeasurably large recognizing something real. In the core room, the entity communicated a final time. Yen Su translated afterward, her voice carrying the specific, careful quality of someone transcribing something accurately. The path is written. The condition is incorporated. The record is permanent. Then the entity left. The heavenly investigation seal above the mountain dissolved over the next 6 hours, its formation geometry dispersing into the ambient Tao field as gradually and completely as salt into water. By evening there was no visible sign of it. In the core room, something in Jianhe's cultivation architecture changed. It was not the sudden expansion of the void architect advancement. It was not the structural shift of the Tao Forger breakthrough or the Heaven Defire comprehension cascade. It was a deepening, the specific quality of comprehension that occurred when the thing being comprehended was no longer abstract, but had become what he was. He was not a cultivator who walked a path. He was the path, the first instance of it, the model from which all subsequent versions would derive. He had no rank name for this. He invented one, design being. He built floor 141 with the particular quality of a first floor rather than the 141st, the quality of building at the beginning of something rather than continuing what already existed. Chapter 115. What Ao Shun said after Ao Shun had remained at the dungeon's research camp through the investigation. He had arrived, officially, to conduct an audit and deliver results. The results had been delivered. He had no official reason to stay. He had stayed anyway, moving between the research camp's library and the outer dungeon floors in a pattern that Su Peng had tracked without comment. The principal auditor of the Engineering Heaven Division spending his unofficial time re-examining formations he had already documented, taking notes that were not, as far as Su Peng could tell, part of any formal report. On the day after the approval tone resonated through the mountain, Ao Shun came to the voice formation at the dungeon entrance. I want to say something, he said, not as the division's representative. That role ended with the audit finding. Say it, He said. Ao Shun stood in the entrance passage with the morning light behind him. He had the bearing of a man who had spent a career delivering assessments that other people did not want to hear, and had learned to deliver them clearly, because clarity was more respectful than softening. I oppose this, he said. Not out of malice. I want to be precise about that. The Engineering Heaven Division's position, and my personal position, was that cultivation path validation requires demonstrated harmony with cosmic principles that exist prior to and independent of any individual cultivator's choices. We believed your path represented a genuine risk, that a constructed being achieving cultivation without the standard developmental prerequisites created a precedent that could be exploited. He paused. The audit found that our concerns were unfounded in your specific case. I accept that finding. You stayed to say this in person, He said. I stayed to say the second thing, Ao Shun said. The thing I said to you before the approval and that I still believe now. He was quiet for a moment. If this path is written, and it is now written, then other dungeon cores will eventually discover and begin walking it. Not all dungeon cores are conscious in the way you are conscious. Not all of them have the specific origin that produced your values. He met the voice formation directly. You have opened a door that can be walked through by entities who build traps for reasons other than teaching. The path as you have walked it produces what it produces because of what you are. The path as others might walk it will produce what their nature produces. Every path can be walked destructively, He said. This did not stop the sword Tao from being written. It did not stop the fire path, or the spirit sealing method, or any technique that has been used for harm since the continent's first cultivation records. Correct, Ao Shun said. And it is not a reason to reject a valid path. A pause. But it is a reason to pay attention to who learns it. Which is why I am telling you. The Engineering Heaven Division, in its formal capacity, is dissolved as of my return. But I intend to establish an independent scholarly organization whose focus is the monitoring and ethical guidance of non-standard cultivation paths, including this one. He paused. I will be in contact. Not as an antagonist. Not as an antagonist, Jian said. A.O. Shun nodded once, the particular nod of someone completing a formal exchange on their own terms. He turned and walked toward the research camp to collect his belongings. Jian watched him go through the boundary sense. Then he built floor 142 with a small formation at its entrance that taught, in the first 30 steps of the floor's challenge sequence, the specific distinction between destructive application and genuine comprehension. Not as a restriction, as a question every entrant had to engage with before proceeding. It was not the kind of formation he would have built in his first year. He was not the kind of entity he had been in his first year. He built onward. Chapter 116. The largest academy, the Continental Conclave, spent 3 weeks debating what the approval meant for cultivation law. Jian spent the same 3 weeks building. He had been planning this expansion since before the Heavenly Investigation Seal appeared. The theoretical framework had existed in design notation for 8 months. A full architectural plan for tripling the dungeon's floor count and specializing each new section for a different category of cultivation development. The Seal's investigation had delayed construction. Now there was nothing to delay it. He built 60 new floors in 22 days. Not 60 floors of refined, iteratively revised architecture. That would have taken years. 60 floors of competent, fully functional Dao-teaching architecture built at the speed he had achieved during crisis construction, but without the crisis constraints that had forced those earlier designs to be crude. He was faster now. His design vocabulary had expanded until the gap between initial concept and buildable implementation was narrow, the way a master calligrapher's gap between intention and brushstroke was narrow. The design appeared, and the stone followed. By the end of the 3rd week, the dungeon extended 200 floors into the mountain. It was the deepest dungeon in any record Yen Su held, which meant it was the deepest dungeon in any record ever kept. The Silver Compass Society sent a formal delegation on the 23rd day. Lian Mei led it, which was appropriate. She had been the Society's dungeon liaison since the beginning, and the document she presented had her signature on all 7 pages. She brought it to the voice formation at the dungeon entrance and read it aloud at Jian He's request. The Society formally proposed the creation of a Dungeon Academy Charter, a legal and institutional framework that would recognize the dungeon as an educational institution rather than a resource site, with the Silver Compass Society serving as its external faculty. The implications were significant. An educational institution operated under entirely different cultivation law than a dungeon, with different access rights, different resource protections, and different governance standards. The Society would handle external administration, challenger intake, and the educational relationships with the 3 major sects and 2 smaller organizations that were already operating under existing access agreements. The Society also proposed that Lian may be formally named the Academy's Dean of External Relations, a position she had been functionally occupying for 5 years without the institutional recognition. You have been functioning as Dean for 5 years, Jenny said. I know. She did not look up from the document. The formal title creates different legal authority. I can act in the Academy's name in conclave sessions without requiring Su Peng to relay everything through the voice formation network first. A pause. It is also, and I want to be clear that this is a secondary consideration, a more accurate description of what I do. He built floor 201 while he considered the proposal. The charter, he said. Does it require my formal agreement, or does it operate as the Society's unilateral declaration? Your formal agreement, she said, expressed in architectural form, because that is the form of agreement the conclave has accepted as valid for your communications since the personhood recognition. Then I will build the agreement formation, he said. It will be ready by tomorrow morning. She rolled the document back up. Lian Mei, he said. She stopped. The title is accurate, he said. It has been accurate for 5 years. I apologize for the delay in the institutional documentation. She was quiet for a moment. Then, you have been slightly busy. She tucked the document under her arm and walked back toward the research camp, and the set of her shoulders had the quality of someone trying not to smile too visibly in a context where visible smiling would complicate the professional register. Chapter 117. The chamber on floor 40. Luo Qing asked on a Tuesday. Not dramatically. She was at her work area on floor 37, which had accumulated enough of her personal materials over the past 8 months of continuous occupancy that it had long since stopped looking like a temporary research camp. The shelves held more books than the average scholar's study. The cultivation reading instruments were arranged in her specific organizational system rather than the general arrangement of someone passing through. Xianxia's third notebook, the one she had brought back from the estate, had found a permanent position at the left end of the central shelf. She had been working since dawn. Xianxia had been building since the same. It was midday. She set her pen down and looked at the voice formation pillar. I would like to formally request permanent residency, she said. Not as a long-term visitor. As a resident. The Academy's charter is going to create a governance structure that includes a scholarly council, and that council should have someone on the interior side. Someone who lives here and is accountable to the dungeon's functioning as well as to the external institution. She paused. That is the professional rationale. The personal rationale is that I have been here for more than 8 months, and I have not wanted to leave any of them. He was building floor 203. He stopped. He had been planning something for 6 months without having fully articulated to himself what he was planning it for. Floor 40, not a floor with active challenges, not a floor in the current training rotation, a floor that sat between the upper training levels and the archive sections he had been building for the Academy's research arm. He had been modifying the floor's spatial architecture incrementally, in the background of all his other work, with a specific set of design principles that had no cultivation advancement function. The principles were light quality appropriate to sustained reading work, acoustic properties that absorbed external formation hum to provide a quiet that was not silence but was close, stone surfaces smooth enough for warmth absorption. A person could press their hand against the floor and feel the dungeon's ambient cultivation energy as heat rather than pressure. A ceiling height sufficient for a person to stand without feeling enclosed. Connection to the voice formation network at full resolution. Access to the dungeon's ambient Dao field at the density of floor 37, which Luo Qing had identified as her preferred working level. He had been building it for 6 months without a stated purpose. There is a chamber on floor 40, he said. I have been constructing it. A pause. It has no combat function, no Dao testing mechanism, no cultivation advancement purpose. It has not generated a single Dao echo in 6 months of construction. He paused. I built it because I was building it, and I did not examine the reason closely until this moment. Luo Qing was quiet for several seconds. Can I see it? She said. Yes. She came down from floor 37 to floor 40. The chamber was in the corridor's northeastern section, separated from the floor's main training areas by a passage that required knowing it was there. She stood in the entrance. The light was the particular amber of late afternoon regardless of what time it actually was. A formation adjustment he had calibrated against months of observing when she worked most effectively. The floor was smooth. The ceiling was high enough. The voice formation connection was active. She stood in the entrance for a long time. It is very quiet, she said. Yes. She walked in. She touched the wall. The ambient warmth conducted through the stone the way he had designed it to. She stood in the center of the room and turned in a slow circle, reading the formation architecture the way someone reads a space built for them. Then she left the room and came back with Xun Jiao's formation theory treatise from floor 37. She set it on the stone floor in the center of the chamber. He's home, she said. Chapter 118. The first colleague the Dungeon Academy alumni held their first formal gathering at the research camp in the month after the charter was signed. 36 of the original 37 attended. The 37th, the formation scholar who had spent the longest time in the sub-level chambers and had been, by Su Peng's accounting, the most advanced of all of them, sent a written statement explaining that she was currently in the middle of a research project on the far eastern coast that she could not interrupt, but that she sent her complete endorsement of the organization's founding principles and expected to attend the second gathering. Duan Lao chaired the meeting. He had been the obvious choice for first external director from the moment the organization was discussed. He was the earliest formal graduate, the most publicly visible, and the person whose presence at the founding gave the organization credibility with both the cultivation establishment and the sections. He accepted the role with the specific quality he had developed in the past 3 years. Thoroughly prepared, quietly competent, and not inclined to perform the authority the role granted him. The gathering lasted 2 days. Su Peng attended the first day as the dungeon's administrative representative, taking notes and relaying summaries to the voice formation network. On the evening of the first day, after the formal sessions had closed and the graduates were sitting in smaller groups near the research camp's communal fire, Su Peng came to the voice formation in the camp's equipment building. I have a question, he said, that I have been considering for some time. Ask it, Jin, he said. The graduates. He paused. He had the quality of someone who had organized what they wanted to say carefully before saying it. They call themselves alumni. The title means they have completed a course of study under a teacher. Duan Lao is the external director, which is an administrative title but is also, structurally, the title of someone who represents the institution to the outside world. A pause. Lian Mei is Dean of External Relations. That is a faculty title. He stopped. Yes, Jenny said. I have been with you since the beginning, Su Peng said. Before the research registration. Before the Silver Compass Society. Before the voice formation worked. Before any of the challengers who became graduates had entered the dungeon. He was quiet for a moment. Am I a student? Have I been one this whole time? The evening fire's light came through the equipment building's window in long, steady flickers. He built a small formation on floor 42 in the silence. He built it and examined it and held it in his design attention. Su Peng, he said. Yes. You were never a student. Su Peng was very still. Students come and learn and leave, he said. Their learning advances them. They take what they comprehend and go build something with it elsewhere. That is the structure of student and teacher. A pause. You have been here since before I knew what I was building. You managed the external world when I could not speak. You carried the formation plates outside the siege perimeter. You kept the ledger of 37 people for 2 years without being asked to formalize it. He paused. You were never a student. You were the first colleague. The fire outside continued. Somewhere in the group near it, someone laughed at something. The sound came through the window without any particular content, just the fact of people at the end of a first day of building something new. Su Peng said nothing for a long time. Then, I will update the organizational chart. Yes, Jenny said. Do that. Chapter 119. What entered through the connection, the first sign, was a small one. A formation on floor 12. One of the oldest traps in the dungeon. The compound pressure emblade formation he had built in his 4th month of existence, rebuilt twice since, produced a Dao echo of unusual character when Kong Wei tested it during his monthly training cycle. Not no Dao echo. An echo with a subtle structural error at its core. Like a note played correctly, but with a faint undertone that did not belong. He logged it as measurement noise and continued building. The second sign came 3 days later. Floor 7, Shun Jiao's Memorial Formation. He ran his standard maintenance check on the floor's formations and found a micro-distortion in the geometric pattern of the memorial itself. The formation was functional. The distortion was small enough that no human cultivator's spatial sense would detect it. He knew the formation's geometry by heart. He had built it on the night Xin Jiao died, and he had examined it monthly for 6 years. The distortion was new. He repaired it. The next morning it had returned. The same distortion, in the same location, at the same small scale. He repaired it again. This time he stayed with the formation for 2 hours afterward, monitoring. The distortion reappeared at the 4-hour mark, emerging not from the formation's own structure, but from the ambient Dao field surrounding it. Something in the dungeon's environment was introducing it from outside the formation itself. He ran a full diagnostic on floors 1 through 30. He found 47 formations with similar distortions. All of them foundational traps, formations built in his first 2 years of existence, the earliest and most basic expressions of his design vocabulary. The distortions were small in each individual case. The aggregate pattern was not small. Someone was introducing systematic errors into his accumulated comprehensions, not attacking them, not attempting to destroy the formations or destabilize their operation. Something more precise. Introducing micro-errors into the Dao principle encoding of the formations, the same way a careful forger introduced small wrong notes into a transcribed text to signal that the transcription was not the original. The formations still functioned. The Dao principles they encoded were now slightly wrong. Anyone who trained on these formations would receive a slightly corrupted echo. He called Luo Qing. She came down from floor 40 in less than 5 minutes. He walked her through the diagnostic results through the voice formation, showing her the pattern of affected formations and the specific character of the distortions. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, she sat in the floor 3 corridor with her hands on her knees and looked at nothing for 2 minutes. The distortions are not random, she said. They are targeting the formations that were flagged during the Heavenly Investigation Seal's probe examination. The ones identified as external derivation. She paused. Someone is using the probe's records to find the specific formations that were considered vulnerable during the investigation. The probe records are held by the seal, he said. The seal dissolved after the approval verdict. The seal dissolved, she said. But its examination data exists in the heavenly record. And the residual connection between your cultivation architecture and that record, the connection that the approval formally established, is still active. It has to be. It is how the path is written into the heavenly record. It is a permanent structural feature. She looked at the formation wall. Someone with access to that connection is using it as an insertion point. Chapter 120. What matters? The corruption spread faster than repair. He spent 12 hours tracking the rate. 3 new formations per hour, each one from the foundational floors, each distortion small, but cumulative in effect. At this rate, within 2 months his foundational comprehensions would be degraded enough that every training interaction on floors 1 through 30 would teach cultivators a slightly incorrect version of the Tao principles he had spent years refining. The floor 22 formation, the one Xianrong's team had exploited, the one Ao Shen had studied for 2 hours, the one he had been meaning to refine for 2 years and had never gotten to, was one of the first affected. Its structural inefficiencies had made it the most vulnerable target. He repaired it in 4 hours, incorporating the refinements he had been postponing. It was the most precise version of that formation he had ever built. By the time he finished, 2 more formations elsewhere had been distorted. Luo Qing tracked the source for 6 hours. She worked from floor 40, using a Tao resonance analysis technique she had developed specifically for studying formation energy flows in complex multi-floor structures. When she had the source located, she came to the voice formation on floor 3. Engineering Heaven Division, she said. One specific faction within it. There were 3 senior members who refused to accept Ao Shen's dissolution announcement and continued operating independently. They have formal access to the Engineering Heaven Division's Heavenly Record interface, which they are entitled to have, as senior members in good standing under formal division law, which has not been updated to reflect the dissolution. She paused. They are using that interface to access the residual connection the seal's approval established. The connection runs both directions. They are introducing the errors through it. Can the connection be closed from my side? Jianhe said. Yes. She said it without hesitation, which told him she had been sitting with this answer for the full 6 hours she had been working on the source. You can sever the residual connection. The formal approved status of your path requires the connection to exist. The path is written into the heavenly record, and the connection is how that record remains updated as you continue building. Severing it would not erase the record, but it would freeze it at the moment of severance. A pause. The path would still be approved. The approval is recorded and cannot be retroactively removed. But any subsequent development you add to the path would not be automatically incorporated into the heavenly record. Future practitioners who walk the path would be working from a frozen version rather than a living one. He built floor 209 while processing this. The alternative was not a stable one. The faction was patient and specific in their targeting. They were going after the most fundamental formations first, the ones encoding the principles his entire cultivation architecture rested on. If the corruption reached his core comprehensions, the damage would not be limited to training quality. It would affect how he built. The errors in his Tao understanding would propagate into new construction, producing formations that looked right but were slightly, systematically wrong. His most advanced traps would eventually reflect a comprehension that had been quietly hollowed out from the foundation. Luo Qing was sitting on the floor 3 corridor stone with her back against the wall, waiting. Her hands were still on her knees. She had the quality of someone who had decided not to offer the answer and was waiting for the question. He asked it. The path being written. If I sever the connection, the written version is frozen. Future practitioners work from what exists at the moment of severance. Yes, the path I have walked from this point forward continues developing, but those developments exist only in the dungeon, in the physical architecture, in the people who train here and carry the comprehension outward. He paused. Not in the formal heavenly record. Yes, the formal record is documentation, he said. It is not the path. The path exists whether or not the documentation is current. Yes, she said. That is correct. He built floor 210. Luo Qing, he said. She looked up. What matters more? Heaven's recognition of what I am, or what I actually am? She was quiet. You already know the answer, she said. I wanted to hear myself ask it out loud. He paused. Sever it. She stood up from the floor. Her hands were dusty from the stone. I need a formation plate and access to the connection's integration point. It is on floor 1, in the formation network connecting your core to the boundary formations. She paused. It will take me 2 hours to construct this severance formation. I will meet you there, he said. Build what you need. She walked toward the entrance stairway, dusting her hands against her sleeves. In 2 hours, the connection would be severed. The path in the heavenly record would be frozen at this specific point in time, incomplete by the standards of what he would build in the months and years ahead, but complete in every way that mattered. He would continue building. The dungeon would continue teaching. The 37 graduates and the hundreds who had trained here and the thousands who would come would carry the living version of the path outward. The documentation would say one thing. The architecture would say everything else. He built floor 211 and waited for Luo Qing to build the severance formation. 12 hours until the connection closed. He used all of them. Chapter 121. The decision and its consequences. He made the decision in 45 minutes. Not 12 hours, 45 minutes. He had given himself 12 hours because that was how long the severing formation would take to construct, and he had framed it to himself as a period of deliberation. But the deliberation was over before Luo Qing reached the bottom of the entrance stairway. He had been building floor 211 when he understood that he was not actually deciding. He had already decided. The 12 hours were time he was taking because he thought he was supposed to take them. The distinction mattered. Taking time to decide was wise. Taking time to avoid the fact that you had already decided was delay. He had been designing traps long enough to recognize the difference between refining a solution and avoiding its implementation. He used the 45 minutes to build something useful instead. The corrupted formations on floors 1 through 30 had stopped accumulating new errors the moment Luo Qing began constructing the severance formation, not because the severance was active, but because the insertion point was a specific node in the heavenly connection architecture, and routing around it during construction had isolated the attack vector. A side effect of the construction process. He noticed it at the 20-minute mark and spent the remaining 25 minutes documenting the attack pattern with the precision of an engineer who intended to make something permanent. 43 formations had been corrupted before the vector was isolated. He built a diagnostic formation that recorded the exact signature of each error, the specific Tao principle manipulation that had been introduced into each trap, the directional angle of the insertion, the technical sophistication required to achieve it without triggering alert formations. It was a complete profile of the attack methodology. When Luo Qing completed the severance, this profile would be the evidentiary record. The severance happened at the 2-hour mark precisely. He felt it as a small, clean separation, the way a design became final when the last revision was completed and the formation sealed. Not painful, not dramatic. A connection that had been there for 47 days and was now cleanly not there. The corruption stopped, not slowed, stopped. The insertion vector was gone, and the 43 damaged formations held their compromised state without accumulating further. The dungeon's diagnostic formation continued monitoring for 30 minutes before he was satisfied the attack had fully ceased. Then he gave Luan Mei's cartography a task. The diagnostic profile he had built contained, embedded in the specific technical execution of the attack, a cultivation signature. Every cultivator left traces in their working style the way every craftsman left traces in their craft. Small consistencies of choice and approach that function like a fingerprint once you knew what to read. The attack's execution reflected specific training, a specific technical vocabulary, specific Tao principle access levels. He traced it to 3 engineering heaven division elders, and among those 3, the primary architect, Elder Bao Yu, whose theoretical work on heavenly connection manipulation had been published in the division's internal archive 8 years ago. That archive was sealed, but its existence was not. He gave what he had to Su Pang, who gave it to the Continental Bureau, who gave it to the Conclave's investigative body. It took the investigative body 11 hours to confirm the identity and 40 minutes after that to make it public record. A.O. Shun received the report in the research camp. He had been present at the dungeon for 3 days, working on something he had not described to anyone. When the report reached him, he walked to the voice formation near the camp's equipment building. The Elder Bao Yu faction was acting without my authorization, he said. I want to be precise about that, because precision matters here. They acted independently after I announced the division's dissolution. They believed they were completing the division's original mandate in defiance of my decision to abandon it. A pause. His voice carried the quality of someone stating facts that cost something. The division's dissolution was announced. It was not yet legally processed. They were, technically, still acting as division members under division authority at the time of the attack. That makes you accountable, Jianhe said. It makes me responsible, Aoshin said. Which is different. He was quiet for a moment. The distinction, accountability means the fault is mine. Responsibility means the response is mine. I did not direct this, but I am the one who closes it. He paused again. I am formally submitting the Engineering Heaven Division's dissolution paperwork to the Conclave's non-human cultivation registry today. Not as an announcement. As a legal fact. The division ceases to exist as a formal entity with authority to act in any heavenly record matter. The 3 elders, Jianhe said, will face individual charges under conclave law for unauthorized interference with a formally approved cultivation path. His voice had the flat precision of someone who had been delivering difficult decisions for decades and had learned that the difficulty did not decrease with practice, only with clarity. I will be the primary witness for the prosecution. The voice formation was quiet for a moment. A.O. Shun, Jianhe said. Yes. You opposed this from the beginning. You still believe constructed beings achieving cultivation is a precedent with risks you cannot predict. Yes, that belief has not changed, but you are dissolving the organization that acted on it. A pause. The morning light through the equipment building window was steady. I am dissolving the organization that acted on it through unauthorized means, Aoshin said. There is a difference between having a position and using a position to justify sabotage. I will continue arguing my position through legitimate channels. He paused. That is a slower approach. It is also the only one I can apply without becoming what I object to. He walked back across the research camp. The set of his shoulders was not the posture of a man who had conceded. It was the posture of a man who had made a decision he would have to continue making for the rest of his career. He built floor 212. The heavenly connection was gone. The path's record in the heavenly archive was frozen at floor 211. Every design, every comprehension, every relationship documented in Lien Mei's complete synthesis map, preserved in the moment before the severing. Future practitioners would work from that version. Future designs would exist only in the dungeon's physical architecture, in the people who trained here, in the comprehensions they carried outward. He had known this when he made the decision. He built forward. Chapter 122. What validates the path? 3 days passed before he turned to the philosophical question, not avoidance. The days were occupied with the practical aftermath of the severance and the investigation of Elder Bao Yu's network, which had been more organized than a 3-person faction suggested. Su Pang spent the first 2 days tracing financial connections and Dao resource transfers that indicated coordination going back 14 months, beginning shortly after the initial personhood recognition vote. The Engineering Heaven Division's hardline faction had been planning the Dao corruption attack since before Ao Shun announced the dissolution. The announcement had accelerated their timeline rather than deterring them. This told he something useful about the structure of organized opposition. It did not require central authorization to persist. Networks that had developed around a shared belief continued operating according to that belief after formal structures dissolved, running on shared conviction rather than institutional authority. The belief was the architecture. Dissolving the institution was like removing the outer wall of a formation. The inner mechanisms continued until specifically dismantled. He filed this understanding and returned to the question that interested him more. The Engineering Heaven Division had operated on the premise that cultivation paths required heavenly validation. Without that validation, a path was unauthorized, not invalid in its mechanics, but unrecognized in the cosmic structure that cultivation drew from. Their objection to Jianhe's path had never been that the traps didn't work. Their objection was that traps producing Dao echoes without heavenly authorization violated something about how cultivation was supposed to function. He had severed the heavenly connection. The formal validation was now frozen rather than active. What remained? He worked on this question architecturally for 3 days, in the background of everything else, with the specific design attention he used for problems that did not have obvious structural solutions. Not dedicated construction. More like the secondary formation he built alongside primary work when the primary design was at a thinking stage. On the 3rd day, he built the answer. It took 4 hours. He built it on floor 215, which he chose not because the floor had strategic significance, but because 215 was a number he had always found architecturally interesting. It decomposed into 17 and something not quite prime in a way that reflected the slightly unresolved quality of the question. The formation was not a trap. It had no combat function. It did not test challengers or produce Dao echoes or encode cultivation advancement. It was a theoretical argument made navigable, the same category of construction as the 31-second answer he had built for the Heavenly Investigation Seal's question, but quieter, less comprehensive, and addressed to a different audience. The argument: a cultivation trap validates itself through what it teaches. A trap that produces genuine comprehension, a trap that, when engaged with honestly, yields an insight that changes how the engager understands Dao, is valid regardless of any external recognition of its validity. The validity is demonstrable in the result. A trap that produces false comprehension, misaligned echoes, or corrupted Dao principles is invalid regardless of any external validation. The wrongness is demonstrable in the result. External validation was documentation. It described validity that existed independent of the description. The formation expressed this as a navigable experience rather than as abstract argument. A cultivator who entered it moved through a sequence of 9 chambers, each one containing a trap that had produced significant comprehension in challengers over the dungeon's history. The traps were not labeled or explained. They were present, active, functional. A cultivator who engaged each one honestly received a genuine Dao echo. The experience of receiving that echo, 7 chambers in succession, was the argument. The formation was its own evidence. Luo Qing found it on the second day after it was built. She navigated all 9 chambers in 3 hours, which was faster than any challenger Jian he had anticipated. But her cultivation methodology had always been more aligned with the dungeon's teaching architecture than most challengers. She came to the voice formation on floor 215 afterward. Her hands were on her knees. The stone floor of the corridor was cool under her. "This is your answer to the Engineering Heaven Division," she said. "It is my answer to the question the Engineering Heaven Division raised," he said. The question was valid. Their method of addressing it was not. She sat in the corridor for another few minutes, processing the distinction. "The formation proves that the path was valid before it was approved," she said. "Not as a claim, as an experience. Anyone who walks it leaves having been taught." A pause. "The approved status was never the point." "No. Then why did you agree to the investigation at all?" "Because at the time," he said, "I did not know whether I was right." She picked up her notes. She had been writing continuously since sitting down, the pen moving across the page with the particular speed she used when she was writing ahead of her own thinking, capturing the thoughts as they formed rather than after they had settled. She finished writing before she spoke again. "That goes in the treatise," she said. He built another section of floor 215 and said nothing. He was aware that she was right, and that he had nothing to add to the observation, and that not adding anything was sometimes the correct response. Chapter 123. Better than what was lost, the 43 corrupted formations needed to be rebuilt. Jianhe began the same night Ao Shun delivered his dissolution paperwork, not because the timing was symbolic, but because he had been tracking the corrupted formation's degradation with the same continuous monitoring attention he used for any active maintenance problem, and the data was ready, and waiting had no purpose. He started with floor 7. Shun Jiao's memorial formation had been the second corruption target. The microdistortion had been repaired immediately after detection, and the formation had held clean since the severance. But the distortion, even repaired, had left a trace in his awareness of the formation, a small noting of the place where something had been introduced that did not belong. He did not like that trace. He rebuilt the memorial formation from the first stone. This was not strictly necessary. The repaired formation was functional. The repaired formation was indistinguishable from its state before the attack by any measurement he could apply. But the act of rebuilding gave him an opportunity the repair had not. The opportunity to build it as he would build it now, with 6 years of additional design comprehension applied to the same purpose. The result took 11 hours and was visibly the same memorial, the same three-dimensional light pattern recreation of Shun Jiao's most complex technique, but the quality of the formation architecture producing that visual was different, more efficient, more precise. The geometry ran cleaner. The light held steadier. The ambient Dao resonance the formation produced, not a cultivation echo, just the natural resonance of a well-built formation in a space with the dungeon's Dao density, was richer in a way that was difficult to specify, but immediately perceptible to any cultivator sensitive enough to read ambient formation quality. He went on to floor 12, then floor 17, then floor 22. On floor 22, he built a version of the formation that was substantially different from what had existed there. Not because the corruption had changed his memory of the original. His memory was exact. But because this was the formation he had been meaning to revise for 2 years, the one with the structural inefficiency in its gravitational response curve, the one he had incorporated targeted refinements into during the initial corruption repair and then built again in full when designing the 4-hour rebuilt version in Chapter 120. He had already done the best version of this formation under pressure, with corruption spreading faster than repair. That version was a product of crisis design. He now rebuilt it again, calmly, without the constraint of the corruption racing ahead of him. The crisis version had been the most precise he had ever built. The calm version was better. He stayed with this observation for longer than he had stayed with most observations recently. The crisis version had been built with full processing attention concentrated on a single design problem, without the distributed load of parallel construction and dungeon management and conversation and all the other operations he ran concurrently in normal periods. The crisis had stripped everything except the design itself. He had been treating his earlier formations as reference points, foundational designs that defined what the subsequent architecture built on. The floor 1 formation was original. The memorial formation was the one he had built in grief and could not revise without something feeling lost. The formation on floor 12 was the first compound trap, rebuilt twice, but always returning to the same structural approach because he had comprehended the Tao of compound force through that specific structure. He rebuilt floor 12's formation with the structural vocabulary of his current comprehension rather than his 4th-month comprehension. The new version encoded the same Tao of compound force. A cultivator entering it would comprehend the same principle. But the design doing the encoding was richer. It was the same insight delivered through architecture that understood, additionally, everything he had learned about compound force in the years since. The principle arrived with depth it had not carried before. He sat in the stone of floor 12, in the narrow corridor between the rebuilt formation and the next trap in the sequence, and held what he had just understood. He had been treating his oldest designs as irreplaceable not because they were better, but because they were first. The memorial formation was not irreplaceable because it was the best expression of grief through architecture. It was irreplaceable because it was the first time he had built grief at all. He had confused the chronological fact of firstness with the architectural fact of best expression. The corrupted formations were forcing him to revisit every foundational design with current comprehension. He would not rebuild all 43. He would rebuild all of them. The recognition arrived not as a revelation, but as a fact that had been present and waiting. Nothing he had built was finished. Every trap was a best current version, not a final version. The only difference between the formations he had been protecting from revision and the formations he revised regularly was the story he told himself about why they should not be changed. He named what arrived, the Tao of impermanence. Not in the conventional sense, impermanence as loss, as attachment to what does not last. In the architectural sense, the value of any design lived in the act of creation, not in the permanence of the created object. The creation existed completely in the moment it was complete. A better version did not erase it. The moment of first building the memorial formation was real and permanent and inaccessible. Building a better version now created a new real and permanent moment. Both were complete. Neither canceled the other. He held it for exactly as long as it took to understand its architectural implications. Then he went to floor 1 and rebuilt the pressure gradient trap he had built on the first day of his existence, against a cave rat, with nothing but the most basic structural instinct he had possessed. The new version was architecturally unrecognizable from the original and taught exactly the same principle. He kept the original's design notation in his memory as a record. He built the new version with his current hands. Both existed. Neither canceled the other. He continued down the list. Chapter 124. What a conceptual trap is by the time he finished rebuilding all 43 formations. Something in his design architecture had shifted. He recognized this kind of shift. It had happened when he advanced to each previous realm. A change in the quality of his relationship with material that was not about power or range or processing capacity, but about kind. The shift from echo inscriber to trap weaver had meant that formations could respond rather than merely resist. The shift to formation architect had meant that single traps could become systems. The shift to design being had meant that his design process and his cultivation process were not distinct operations. They were the same process operating on different materials simultaneously. This shift was different from those, and it took him 3 days to locate its specific character. He was building a standard training trap on floor 218, a formation targeting cultivation sensitivity in the mid-level earth-shattering realm, calibrated to a specific challenger group whose training patterns he had been monitoring for 6 months, when he noticed that he was building, simultaneously, an entirely different kind of structure in the same space. Not a physical formation. Not something that occupied the stone or the Tao field of the floor's architecture. Something that occupied the space of the trap's conceptual content. The idea the trap was designed to teach, held directly in the formation rather than encoded in the formation's physical mechanisms. The trap as normally built encoded the Tao of sensitivity through physical mechanisms. Pressure gradients calibrated to Tao sensing ability. Spatial patterns that revealed themselves only to sufficiently refined awareness. Echo responses that rewarded specific qualities of attention. A cultivator advanced their sensitivity by engaging the physical mechanisms and receiving the echo that the mechanics produced. What he was now building could encode the Tao of sensitivity differently. Rather than teaching through mechanism, engage with this pattern and your sensitivity develops. It could deliver the experience of sensitivity directly, not a demonstration of the principle. The principle itself, as lived experience, available to any cultivator who entered the formation regardless of their current realm or foundation. He built it on floor 218 alongside the standard training trap, which took its normal time, and waited. The first challenger to enter floor 218 was a mid-level trap weaver realm cultivator from the River Lotus Academy's most recent cohort. She navigated the standard training trap in 11 minutes with competent technique. She had trained in the dungeon for 4 months, and her sensitivity had advanced measurably, and then entered the conceptual formation without knowing it was there. She stopped moving. She stood in the center of the formation with her eyes open and her cultivation sense active, and for 3 minutes she did not breathe in the shallow, careful way that cultivators breathed when they were directing attention to their Tao sense. She breathed the way a person breathed when they were not thinking about breathing at all, when the body's automatic functions had been given full processing capacity because the conscious attention was occupied completely elsewhere. She came out of the formation and sat down in the floor 218 corridor. Jianhe waited. He did not speak through the voice formation. He monitored. After 8 minutes she spoke, not directed at any particular voice formation pillar, the words addressed to the stone and the air and whatever was present in the dungeon that listened. I have been trying to learn what sensitivity feels like from the outside, watching my own cultivation and trying to read what it's doing. I just experienced what it feels like from the inside. A pause. Those are not the same thing. She was a trap weaver. Her cultivation sensitivity was adequate for her realm, but not remarkable. She had not advanced a sublevel. Her cultivation had not changed in any measurable way. What had changed was her understanding of what she was trying to cultivate toward. Jianhe built the second conceptual trap on floor 219 and began refining the methodology. The first one had been intuitive, built from the shift in his design architecture without fully understanding the mechanism. The second was built with that mechanism examined. The key was this: a standard trap taught by creating conditions in which comprehension could occur. A conceptual trap taught by making the comprehension itself the experience, not a path toward understanding. The understanding, held directly, available for the duration of contact with the formation. The cultivator had to do the work of integrating it afterward. The formation provided the experience. The cultivation was still the cultivator's own. But the experience was real. The formation gave them something they could spend years trying to approach through standard cultivation. A single clear moment of genuine contact with the principle, and then return them to their own development, changed by having held it. He built 10 conceptual traps in the next 4 days. Each one taught a different principle. Each one was available to any cultivator who entered the formation regardless of realm, because what it taught was not an advancement along the current cultivation path, but a direct experience of a specific quality of cultivated awareness. The first challengers to encounter them came back out changed in ways that were difficult to measure, but immediately visible to anyone observing their subsequent behavior. A cultivator who had spent months struggling with the Tao of stillness entered the stillness conceptual trap for 11 minutes, and emerged with a quality of centered attention in everything they did afterward that had not been present before. They had not advanced, but they had experienced what they were advancing toward. Word reached Luo Qing on floor 40 in approximately half a day. She came down to floor 218 with her notes already open. "You are not teaching cultivation anymore," she said, studying the formation with the careful spatial attention she used for new trap designs. "Correct," he said. "You are teaching what cultivation produces." She was quiet for a moment, writing. Any cultivator can now experience the goal state directly. The work of getting there is still their own, but the destination is no longer theoretical. Parameters, accurate. She set her pen down and looked at the formation. Her hand was still on the page. "Jianhe," she said. "Yes. You understand what this means for the treatise." "I understand that the treatise requires a new section." She picked the pen back up. "It requires more than that." She was already writing. "It requires a different framework for what a cultivation path is." "I thought I was documenting a teaching methodology." "I was." She paused. "But the methodology just became something the previous framework doesn't contain." He built the 11th conceptual trap on floor 220 and waited for her to find the right words. Chapter 125. 7 days of looking. The dungeon reached its peak capacity in the 3rd month after the severance. 40,000 visitors in that month, managed through the Silver Compass Society's intake system with the careful organization that Lien Mei had spent 7 years building toward without knowing that was what she was building toward. The research camp had expanded twice. The Scholars Corridor on floors 12 through 17, a dedicated observation path for cultivation theorists who wanted to study specific formations without engaging their challenge parameters, was occupied continuously. The External Academy's second cohort of 300 graduates had completed their training, and their graduation ceremony had drawn over 2,000 observers. Su Pang managed the daily operations with a precision that Jianhe registered as structurally analogous to his own trap calibration methodology. Each variable tracked, each decision made in advance for anticipated scenarios, each anomaly documented and routed to the correct handler without requiring Jianhe's attention. The dungeon functioned without constant direction. It had been building this capacity for 6 years. Duan Lao was in the External Academy's senior faculty now. He had not stopped training in the dungeon. He still entered twice a week, still advanced further than his peers expected, still paused at thresholds and said, "Not today," and came back the next day, but his energy had expanded outward. He wrote cultivation guides for the Academy's intermediate cohorts. He taught the floor mapping technique that Lian Mei had developed for reading formation architecture without direct engagement. He had a way of explaining the dungeon's teaching philosophy in terms that non-formation theory cultivators could understand. The trap does not ask you to be stronger. It asks you to be more honest. Luo Qing's treatise on trap enlightenment cultivation had been published through the Continental Archives Scholarly Press, which had approached her 3 months before the severance, and which she had kept from Jianhe until the formal publication because she had known he would ask to review it and would spend 6 months revising her phrasing. He had found out about the publication the morning it appeared in the conclave's registered text catalog. He had experienced something he had eventually categorized as approximately what a trap feels when someone engages it with exactly the comprehension depth it was built for. He had not told her this. He had told her. Chapter 7 contains an imprecision in its use of Tao field resonance that conflates 2 distinct structural phenomena. She had said, "I know. I left it because the distinction requires 12 pages to explain properly, and the treatise was already longer than the press wanted." He had understood this as an editorial decision rather than an error and had revised his assessment. Lian Mei's complete maps had been published simultaneously, the most comprehensive architectural record of any cultivation site in continental history, cross-referenced with Luo Qing's treatise so that each formation in the dungeon had a corresponding theoretical entry and each theoretical claim in the treatise had a corresponding architectural example. The 2 documents formed a complete external record of the dungeon's teaching system, one showing what was built, one showing why it worked. Everything he had built was functioning. The people, the architecture, the system. The dungeon had been building this since the first conversation with Xianxia, and it had been building it faster since the 37 graduates activated their public roles, and it had been building it faster still since the Academy's first cohort completed, and now the speed was its own momentum, and Jianhe's individual decisions were a smaller proportion of the total than they had ever been. He built nothing for 7 days. Not from exhaustion. Not from the processing constraint he had experienced during the 60-day investigation, when voice formation output competed with construction for resources. He had the full capacity to build. He chose not to. He studied instead. He went to floor 1. He spent 4 hours with the rebuilt pressure gradient trap, the one he had rebuilt after the Tao of impermanence understanding, the one that was architecturally unrecognizable from its original, but taught the same principle. He read it the way Lian Mei had been reading his formations for 7 years, not engaging with its challenge function, but reading its architecture as text, following the design reasoning embedded in every structural choice. He read 4 hours of design decisions he had made in 2 minutes of construction. The trap was dense in a way he had not registered at the time of building. Every choice was the product of accumulated comprehension that had not been present when he built the original. The refinements of 7 years of design development expressed in a formation that existed ostensibly to teach cave rat level Tao principles to the dungeon's newest challengers. It was overpowered for its purpose. A cultivator entering floor 1 would receive a more sophisticated Tao echo from this formation than from the equivalent trap in any other dungeon on the continent. He moved to floor 3, floor 7, floor 17. On day 4, Lian Mei entered the dungeon for her regular cartographic update and found the dungeon unusually quiet. No new construction. No modification to existing formations. No design processes running in the background that she could detect through the ambient Tao field changes she had learned to read over 7 years of regular presence. She came to the voice formation on floor 7. "You are not building," she said. The statement carried neither alarm nor judgment, purely information, delivered in the precise observational tone she used for cartographic notations. "No," Jianhe said. She looked at the memorial formation for Shunjiao on the north wall. The rebuilt version had been active for 3 months now, and it had settled into the quality that formations achieved when they had been calibrated against a space long enough to resonate with its specific Tao density. It was better than the original. She had mapped it 3 times already. "Are you all right?" she said. He considered the question for a moment. "Yes." "Then why?" "I am studying what has already been built." She was quiet. "For 7 years," he said, "I built new floors because the next design problem was in front of me. A challenger I could not yet teach. A Tao principle I could not yet encode. A threat that required a response. The forward direction was always clear because there was always something ahead that did not yet exist." A pause. "I have been here for 125 chapters, architecturally speaking, and I realize I have never read the full text." Lian Mei unrolled her current map, the floor 7 section, the one she had been updating. She looked at her own work with the quiet attention she gave to completed sections rather than active ones. I have been making the record, she said. You have been making what the record documents. A pause. I suppose it makes sense that you would want to read it eventually. He built nothing. He studied floor 23, the graduated challenge formation that had stopped Hung Dao, the patriarch who came to destroy him, and sat down instead for 6 hours and advanced in cultivation. He studied floor 42, the formation at the entrance of which Duan Lao had said, "Not today," for 6 months before walking through. He studied floor 131, the design that had come from the Tao of sustained attention, built during the heavenly investigation period when he had been running 11 concurrent processes and his voice formation had faltered mid-sentence. He studied the conceptual traps on floors 218 through 228. He studied his own newest work with the same attention he brought to the original traps. On the 7th day, Luo Qing climbed down from floor 40 and found him in the floor 12 corridor, present in the way he was present in any floor, not physically, but as a concentrated awareness, the dungeon's attention focused at a specific location. Anything new? She said, not to break the silence. As a genuine question. Yes, he said. The pressure gradient trap on floor 1 reads differently than I intended when I built it. She sat down on the stone. She had brought her notes. How differently? I built it to teach the Tao of vectors, he said. It teaches the Tao of vectors. But it also, if you read the formation's directional geometry as a sequence rather than as a static structure, encodes something else. Something I did not place there consciously. A pause. It encodes the experience of first comprehension, the moment before understanding and the moment after. The formation's geometry reproduces that specific transition. Luo Qing was writing. I built that trap in approximately 90 seconds, he said. On my first day of existence, with the minimum design vocabulary I possessed. A pause. I did not know what I was building. She stopped writing. She looked up from the page. What do you want to do with this? She said. He built nothing on the 7th day of not building. I want to go back and read all of it, he said. Every floor. Everything I built without knowing what I was building. A pause. There is more in the early floors than I designed. The comprehension was present before I had words for it. She nodded slowly. Then day 8 is floor 2, she said. And I am writing down everything you find. Chapter 126. What was always there the 7 days of looking became 8. Then 10. He did not announce the extension to anyone. It was not a formal decision, more like the natural continuation of a problem that had not yet resolved. He was reading the dungeon the way Lien Mei read formations, not with the attention of a builder checking his own work, but with the attention of a scholar encountering an unfamiliar text for the first time. Floor 1, Floor 2, Floor 3. The pressure gradient trap on floor 1 had already yielded the Tao of impermanence. He continued reading it. On the 9th day of looking, he found something else. He had been following the trap's directional geometry at the spatial scale he normally used for formation analysis, the scale of individual formation components, the level at which he made construction decisions. At this scale, the trap was exactly what he had built, a pressure distribution system that taught the Tao of vectors to incoming challengers, reliable, functional, several times revised. He shifted to a larger scale, at the scale of the floor's entire spatial structure, not the individual formation components, but the shape of the pressure gradient system as a single form within the floor's full geometry. The pattern was different. The same mechanisms that directed force into predictable kill zones also drew a shape in three-dimensional space. The shape was the same shape as the formation networks connecting his core to the dungeon's boundary formations. A recursive structure. The trap on floor 1 described the architecture that generated the trap on floor 1. He held this for a long time. He went to floor 2. He read the blade fan corridor at the same large scale. The blade fan corridor, at formation component scale, taught the Tao of compound force. At full floor scale, its spatial geometry described the Tao echo mechanism itself, the shape of how comprehension moved from activated trap to his core to his design vocabulary to the next trap built. The floor 2 trap taught how to receive the thing the floor 1 trap had taught. He went through the first 10 floors in a state of sustained attention that had the quality of the 31-second answer he had built for the heavenly investigation seal. Present, unhurried, reading everything. Each floor encoded 2 things. At the formation component scale, the Tao principle had been built to teach challengers. At the full floor spatial scale, the principle he had been trying to understand at the moment of building, expressed in the geometry of the design before he had words for what he was trying to understand. Floor 1. The Tao of vectors and the shape of his own design architecture. Floor 2. The Tao of compound force and the mechanism of comprehension itself. Floor 3. the spatial loop geometry of his first recursive trap, and the structure of learning from failure. Floor 7. Xianxia's Memorial Formation, and at full scale, the shape of grief resolved into continuing purpose. He had been writing about his own existence in the foundations of the dungeon before he had understood his existence well enough to write about it consciously. The comprehension had arrived before the consciousness to describe it, and the comprehension had expressed itself in the only vocabulary available at the time: formation geometry. He advanced without building a single new trap. What arrived was not a realm advancement in the conventional sense, not a power increase or a new capability class. It was a deepening of the design being state he had already achieved, a shift from building as the conscious act of someone who had chosen to building as the natural expression of something that could not build, the way the mountain expressed its nature by holding the dungeon and the dungeon expressed its nature by teaching everyone who entered it. He had been choosing to build. What arrived was the understanding that choosing was not necessary. He told Luo Qing. She was on floor 40 when he spoke, not through the formal voice formation pillar but through the ambient stone, the way he had been speaking more often in the past months, using the dungeon's natural acoustic architecture rather than its constructed relay network. The early floors, he said, they contained things I did not intend to put in them. She set her pen down. She knew by the quality of his voice that this was not a design observation. What things? Descriptions, he said, of what I was at the time of building. The principles I had comprehended were visible at formation component scale. The principles I was about to comprehend, before I had the vocabulary to name them, those were visible at full floor scale. The geometry described the next step before I had taken it. She was quiet for a while. The ambient temperature in the stone was the consistent warmth she had learned to associate with he processing something significant, a calibrated ambient formation adjustment that she had once assumed was decorative and had eventually understood was atmospheric. He ran the dungeon the way someone adjusted their posture when they were thinking, unconsciously, expressively. So the dungeon was teaching you, she said, while you were building traps to teach others. Yes. How far ahead? He considered. The floor 12 formation, the first compound trap, described the principle behind the recursive learning architecture I built in Chapter 91. 47 years of design work later. A pause. I could not have read that at floor 12's time of construction. I did not have sufficient comprehension to interpret the geometry at full floor scale. The description was there. I was not ready to read it. She looked at the ceiling of floor 40, the stone that felt warm to the hand, the ambient light calibrated to late afternoon regardless of actual time. Everything about this floor had been built for her, without either of them acknowledging what it meant for 2 years before she moved in. You have been teaching yourself, she said. Since the beginning. Perhaps, he said. Or perhaps I have been building the conditions in which I could learn, and the learning has been in the architecture waiting for the moment I was ready to find it. She thought about this. In either interpretation, she said, the dungeon is ahead of you. Yes, he said, which means I need to build less and read more. He paused. That is a remarkable thing for you to conclude. It is a remarkable thing to be true, he said. He returned to the floors. He had 125 to read. Chapter 127. The Mimicry Sovereign returns. Wei Bao arrived on the morning of the 14th day. Su Peng spotted him from the eastern watch post, a cultivator walking the road from the valley with a pack over one shoulder and a formation plate in each hand, the plates blank, which was notable. Most cultivators arriving for dungeon access carried either equipment for the challenge floors or recording materials for research visits. Blank formation plates meant someone arriving to learn rather than to document. Su Peng recognized him at 200 meters and sent the alert to the voice formation network. He registered the name. He had been monitoring Wei Bao at intervals through the years. The reports from Su Peng's network described a cultivator who had withdrawn from the public circuit entirely after the debate at the dungeon, who had taken on no students and accepted no engagements, who had been seen periodically at remote cultivation sites with no followers and no staff. The reports described someone who had been doing something alone for a long time. He let Wei Bao reach the entrance before speaking. Wei Bao, he said through the voice formation at the dungeon entrance. The carved stone there had weathered 4 years of rain and seasonal temperature change and carried the quality of a formal threshold. Wei Bao stopped. He looked at the voice formation with the expression of someone who had been expecting this and was still surprised by the reality of it. You remember me. I cataloged you as a design variable of significant interest. A short pause. Something that might have been a suppressed laugh. I want to walk the dungeon, Wei Bao said. From floor 1 to as far as I can go. As a challenger, not an observer. He held up the blank formation plates. I am not here to copy anything. I want to experience what the architecture teaches, in the order it was built to teach it. A pause. I have original designs I would like to offer in exchange. Not as a transaction, as a gift, if that framing makes sense for something like you. He built a small formation on floor 37 while he considered the offer. The gift had no practical necessity. He was not short of design vocabulary, and Wei Bao's original techniques, however significant, would not meaningfully advance his architecture. What the gift meant was different from what it provided. It meant Wei Bao understood the distinction between receiving and taking, and was arriving in the mode of someone who brought something rather than extracted something. Floor 1 is to your left, He said. The first trap is a pressure gradient floor. It teaches the Tao of vectors. A pause. There are currently 230 active floors. No one has completed them all. Wei Bao stood at the entrance for a moment with his hand on the carved stone of the threshold. His formation plates were blank. His pack was light. I know, he said. He walked in. Luo Qing, who had been on floor 12 for her own extended reading session, moved to a side corridor to let him pass. She watched him navigate the rebuilt pressure gradient trap with the attention of someone who knew exactly what she was watching. He was slower than his first visit. Much slower. He treated each trap as Luo Qing treated new formations. Not fighting, not circumventing, but reading. He moved his hands through the pressure currents before his feet moved forward. He stopped at the Dao Echo collection point of each major formation and stood with his cultivation sense open until he had received what the formation offered. He was not trying to understand the mechanisms. He was trying to understand what each mechanism taught. He reached floor 37 on the first day. He stopped at Luo Qing's work area. She looked up from her notes. They had met during his first visit and had spoken extensively about formation theory. She had been one of his primary interviewers during the debate research. She looked at him now with the cartographic attention she gave to anything that had changed since she last documented it. You are slower than you were, she said. I'm asking different questions, he said. The first time I entered, I was asking what each trap could do. He looked at the formation pillar of the voice network. Now I am asking what each trap is for. She wrote something. He continued down. He navigated 80 floors on the first day, 120 on the second. He slept on floor 60 in one of the sub-level rest chambers, eating from the provision caches the dungeon maintained for extended stay challengers, and resumed in the morning. On the third day, he reached floor 120. The trap on floor 120 was a conceptual formation, one of the 30 he had built in the recent months, this one delivering the experience of genuine creative breakthrough directly to any cultivator who entered it regardless of their realm or design background. Wei Bao entered it and did not come out for 6 hours. When he emerged, he sat down in the corridor outside it and did not speak for 20 minutes. He monitored without interrupting. You built something impossible, Wei Bao said when he spoke. And I mean that precisely. I spent 40 years of my life collecting the products of creative breakthroughs, copying, cataloging, building the archive of what breakthrough produces. I assumed I understood what it was. He looked at the formation's entrance. I understood the output. I had never experienced the state itself. A pause. That formation is the single most significant cultivation experience of my career. He retreated to floor 1. He came back out the next morning at the entrance, where he had maintained voice formation monitoring since the third day's silence. He stood at the entrance for a moment with his hands at his sides. I was wrong about copying being sufficient, he said. I was also right that copying teaches you what you value by showing you what you don't. I needed 50,000 copies to discover I wanted to make one. A pause. The morning was cold. His breath clouded in the entrance corridor, dissipating before it reached the first trap. I have been alone for 4 years making that one. I have 12 original designs. I would like the dungeon to have them. He set the blank formation plates on the stone floor. He drew from his pack 12 small encoded plates, each one inscribed with a formation design in his own hand. Precise, careful, the handwriting of someone who had spent considerable time on each one. He read them through his spatial awareness. They were unusual, not in the way his own designs were unusual. They did not emerge from the specific vocabulary of his trap and echo methodology. They emerged from something different, 40 years of encountering other people's innovations, and the question of what principles persisted across all of them. Wei Bao had spent 4 years asking what was common to every genuine creative act he had copied. These 12 formations were his answer, expressed architecturally. They described the structure of originality from the outside in. He's designs described it from the inside out. Together, they described something neither contained alone. He built the guest architecture wing on floor 231. It contained 12 chambers, each one housing one of Wei Bao's contributed formations, presented in the sequence Wei Bao had built them. The sequence in which a cultivator who had spent a career copying other people's answers had arrived at his first genuine question. The 12th chamber ended with an open archway leading to floor 232. Jianhe's next floor began where Wei Bao stopped. Chapter 128. What 3 days teach Wei Bao stayed 6 more days. He did not re-enter the challenge floors. He camped at the research area outside the entrance and spent the 6 days with the 12 formation plates he had brought, revising them. Not improving what he had offered. Those were final, and he held a design philosophy similar to Jianhe's in that respect, but building new plates, new formations emerging from the experience of the 3-day walk through the dungeon. On the 4th day of the extended stay, he came to the entrance voice formation in the late afternoon. I want to ask you something, he said. About the Tao of impermanence. Ask, Jianhe said. The conceptual trap on floor 120 delivered the experience of creative breakthrough. I understand what you intended by that, giving challengers a direct experience of the state they are cultivating toward. He paused. His voice had the careful quality he used for ideas he was still forming as he spoke. But the experience of creative breakthrough includes, structurally, the experience of the moment before creative breakthrough. The not knowing, the being uncertain. And I experienced that too, in the formation, more intensely than I expected. A pause. Did you design that? No, Jianhe said. It emerged from the formation's architecture. Wei Bao was quiet for a moment. The late afternoon light cast the entrance stone in warm amber. The moment before the breakthrough is part of the breakthrough, Wei Bao said. You cannot deliver the second without the first. You cannot experience genuine creative emergence without first experiencing genuine not knowing. He stopped. I spent 40 years copying answers. I was never uncertain. I always had a reference. A pause. Your formation made me feel the years I avoided without knowing I was avoiding them. Jianhe built a modification to floor 231, a small addition to the chamber's approach corridor, a 30-second formation that any challenger walked through before entering the first of Wei Bao's 12 chambers. The formation was not dramatic. It simply asked, in the architectural language of a spatial puzzle, one question. The question had no right answer. The point was the asking. Wei Bao, reading the new addition through a spatial sense probe from the entrance, said nothing for several minutes. Then, that is better than what I designed. The approach to your design, Jianhe said. The design itself is yours. On the 6th day, Wei Bao prepared to leave. He came to the entrance voice formation in the morning with his pack arranged, the formation plates, new ones, built during the stay, distributed between the pack and a carrying case he had not arrived with. The extra plates were for Jianhe. He set them on the entrance threshold. Something changed in the 3 days, he said. I thought I was coming to experience the dungeon. I was coming to encounter the dungeon's answer to the question I have been asking for 4 years. And the answer was, you cannot copy the question either. A pause. I was copying your answers. I needed to copy your questions. Jianhe processed this. What is your next question? Wei Bao adjusted the carrying case over his shoulder. I do not know. Which is the point? He turned toward the valley road. Then stopped. Jianhe. Yes. The conceptual trap on floor 120. I experienced creative breakthrough. Then I experienced the moment before creative breakthrough. Then I experienced, briefly, very briefly, something I did not have a name for. Something after the breakthrough. After the relief of understanding. He paused. What is that? Jianhe had built 10 conceptual traps. He had not built one for the state that came after creative breakthrough. The state in which the achievement was real and complete, and the next question had not yet arrived. I do not know, he said. Wei Bao nodded. Good, he said. That means there is still something to build. He walked out into the morning. The valley road was dry. The first leaves of autumn were beginning to turn on the trees lining the lower approach. He did not look back. Jianhe began designing the 11th conceptual trap, the state after breakthrough, the specific texture of genuine completion before the next beginning. He built slowly. He was not sure he had experienced this state himself, fully, and he had a principle about building things he did not genuinely understand. He could begin the design, but he could not complete it until he had encountered what it was trying to teach. He held it open. Chapter 129. Yen Su's announcement, he found out from Su Peng. Su Peng had been maintaining regular communication with Yen Su since her installation as a permanent resident, or near permanent. She occupied her memorial floor in the dungeon for significant portions of each month and operated in the wider world for the rest, her mapping continuing with the same patient consistency she had maintained for 10,000 years. Su Peng tracked her movements through his intelligence network, not from suspicion, but from administrative habit. Knowing where all the dungeon's permanent and semi-permanent residents were was part of managing the institution. The report came through at the end of the month. Yen Su has completed her project, Su Peng said. He delivered it in the same level tone he used for all administrative reports, challenger arrivals, research camp occupancy updates, external cultivation political news, but there was a quality in the pause before the next sentence that was not his standard delivery. Every dungeon in the known world has been mapped. Her archive has been updated with the final entry. A pause. She sent a communication. The project is complete. I am coming to the dungeon. He was on floor 30, reading the formation sequence there with the same sustained attention he had been bringing to the early floors for 2 weeks. He stopped reading. He had known Xianxia was approaching the end of her project. Su Pang's tracking had noted the decreasing rate of new dungeon entries in her archive over the past 18 months, the way a long list nearing its bottom read differently from a list with no visible end. But knowing something was approaching and receiving the fact of its arrival were different. She arrived 2 days later and walked to her memorial floor without stopping at the entrance. He monitored. She moved through the dungeon with the fluid confidence of someone who had been here many times, floor by floor, familiar with every formation, oriented by memory rather than navigation. She reached her floor, which occupied the space that had been allocated specifically to her when she first became an ally. A floor he had built with no traps and no cultivation function, purely as a space for a being who had given up more than he had fully understood at the time to help him. She sat in the center of her floor. He waited. After 2 hours, she came to the voice formation. Jianhe, she said. Xianxia. I have mapped every dungeon in the known world, she said. The final entry went into the archive this morning. 10,047 dungeons in 10,000 years. A pause. The project is complete. He had been building the dungeon for 6 years. He tried to estimate what 10,000 years of a single project would feel like at its end. He could not form the shape of it. What does completion feel like, he said. She was quiet for a long time. The memorial floor's ambient formation was active, the soft ambient light, the acoustic treatment that absorbed formation hum, the specific spatial proportions he had calibrated against his observation of what she found restful. He had built this space for her during the period when she was an uncertain ally, and he had still not yet acknowledged why. Empty, she said finally. Not hollow. Empty in the way a formation plate is empty after all the design work has been inscribed and the formation is active. There is nothing left to inscribe because everything is already there. A pause. I have existed in incompletion for 10,000 years. I have always had one more dungeon to map. The incompletion was the shape of my existence. My identity was the project. And without the project, he said, I do not know what I am. Her voice was steady. She stated this with the calm of someone who had been sitting with this fact for the 2 days of travel and the 2 hours of sitting and had not yet found a way past it. I know what I contain. I have the complete archive. I have the comprehension of 10,000 dungeon architectures. A pause. But that comprehension was a means. The project was the end. The project is complete. What do you want to do? Jianhe said. I do not know. She paused. I have never, in 10,000 years, not known the answer to that question. I have always had the next dungeon. A pause. I came here because this is the place I feel most like a being that makes decisions rather than a being that executes a project. He thought about this. He thought about the 7 days of not building, not the 10 extended days that followed, but the specific 7 original days, the days when he had looked at the dungeon he had built and understood that he had been building in one direction and there was another direction he had not explored. He thought about what he had said to himself at the moment of beginning those 7 days, in the space between Lian Mei's question and his answer. I am studying what has already been built. Xianxia, he said. Yes. Do you remember, in our first conversation after you became an ally, I described the recursive trap, the design that generated formations in response to your observation methodology? Yes. You came here because I was the first thing that mapped you back, he said. You spent 10,000 years mapping from a position of complete knowledge asymmetry. I mapped you, and what you wanted, underneath the project, was not to add entries to an archive. It was to be seen with the same attention you brought to what you studied. A pause. The project was over, but the underlying need was not mapped into the archive. It was mapped into this dungeon, into this floor, into the specific quality of the relationship you built here. The memorial floor was quiet. What does that mean, she said. It means the question is not, what do you do when the project is complete, he said. The question is what you wanted from the project that the project could not itself provide. She was silent for a long time. I wanted to know something completely, she said at last. Every dungeon I mapped, I knew it completely. I had it entirely. No dungeon had any secrets from me after 30 days. A pause. But knowing something completely is not the same as understanding it. Her voice had shifted, the steady certainty beginning to acquire a different quality. I knew 10,000 dungeons. I understood none of them. And this dungeon? A longer pause. I do not know this dungeon completely, she said. You keep building. I cannot complete a map that is still being written. A pause. And I think that is the first thing in 10,000 years that I have encountered that I genuinely want to understand rather than simply record. Chapter 130. A direction has no end, she asked him the next morning. She had slept on her floor, not requiring sleep in the human sense, but having developed a rest pattern over 10,000 years that served the same purpose. A period of reduced monitoring and archive processing that she moved through in the particular quality of stillness that Xianxia had learned to associate with her being simultaneously present and withdrawn. She came to the voice formation with the question already formed. What do you do, she said, when you have built everything you wanted to build? He had known she would ask this. Not because he could predict her specifically. He was still genuinely unable to predict Yen-Su's questions, which was one of the things he found most valuable about her presence. But because the question followed from the previous evening's conversation with the structural inevitability of a correctly designed formation sequence. He had built the 11th conceptual trap overnight, while she rested. The trap about the state after creative breakthrough, after completion, before the next beginning. He had been holding it open since Weibao left, uncertain whether he had experienced the state himself. He had spent the night understanding that he was experiencing it now. He completed the trap at dawn, an hour before she asked her question. The question assumes, he said, that everything you wanted to build is a finite set. She was quiet. When I built my first trap, he continued, I wanted to build traps. When I had built 1,000 traps, I wanted to build better traps. When I had built 10,000, I wanted to build traps that taught. When I understood traps that taught, I wanted to build connections between people through traps. When I understood connections, I wanted to build experiences that no physical trap could contain. A pause. At no point did any of those desires complete. Each one transformed into the next desire. Another pause. What I want to build is not a list. It is a direction. And a direction has no end. Yen-Su stood in the corridor outside her memorial floor. But a direction implies a destination, she said. If the direction continues indefinitely without reaching something, is it a direction or just motion? The destination changes as you approach it, he said. When I first wanted to build traps that taught, I could not yet define what teaching meant in the context of formation architecture. The destination was unclear until I had moved toward it far enough to see it clearly. Then it was different from what I had imagined. And beyond it was something I could not have imagined from where I had been standing. She was quiet for a long time. The dungeon's ambient sound was a low, steady formation hum, the acoustic baseline of thousands of active traps in steady operation. Give me a new direction, she said. He had been building toward this question since the night of Wei Bao's departure, when he had begun the 11th conceptual trap and understood that he was working in a state he had not designed for yet, the specific texture of genuine completion before the next beginning. He had been building toward this question before that, since the 7 days of looking, when he had understood that the dungeon was ahead of him. He had been building toward it since the night Yen-Su's project completed, and the shape of her emptiness had been visible to him in the way that the shapes of things he had not yet built were visible to him, as the negative space that a not yet existing formation would occupy. There are no dungeons in the heavenly realms, he said. Yen-Su was absolutely still. Every dungeon in the known world is mapped, he said. The archive is complete. The project is finished. A pause. The heavenly realms are a different category of space entirely. Cosmic Tao structures. The architecture between cultivation paths. The formations that hold the heavenly record. The spaces that the heavenly investigation seal occupied for 47 days above this mountain. A pause. No one has mapped them, because no one has been to them with the specific quality of attention that produces genuine maps rather than impressions. The stillness in Yen-Su had changed character. He had seen her still in many ways over the years, still with processing attention, still with careful analysis, still with the patience of someone accustomed to 30-day observation cycles. This stillness was different. It was the stillness of someone whose direction had just arrived. The known world is the wrong word, she said slowly. I mapped the known world. The known world is the world that has been mapped. A pause. Everything beyond it is unmapped by definition. Yes. A new map cannot use any of the cartographic frameworks from the old one, she said. Heavenly realm spatial structure does not operate on the same principles as material realm spatial structure. My complete cartography technique was built for material dungeons. It would need to be entirely rebuilt. Yes. She was quiet for so long that the voice formation's ambient sound became perceptible, the steady low frequency of a dungeon that had been operating for 6 years and had found its equilibrium. Then, for the second time since Xianxia had known her, Yen-Su smiled. It was different from the first time. The first time, In the recursive formation's center had been a surprise, the specific expression of someone who had been recorded by the thing they were recording. This time was different. This was the expression of someone who had just understood that the thing they spent 10,000 years learning was not the endpoint. It was the foundation for something that did not yet have a name. A new direction has no map, she said. No, he said, which means it requires a cartographer. Her voice had the quality of something beginning. To make the map that does not yet exist. Yes, Jenny said. She stood in the corridor outside her memorial floor on the dungeon's residential level, in the space that had been built for her, with no cultivation function and no combat purpose. Just warmth in the stone and a ceiling high enough to think clearly, and she was already working. Not packing. She had nothing to pack. Building, in her specific sense, the mental construction of a mapping methodology that had never existed before for a space that had never been mapped. I will need time to prepare, she said. Take what you need, he said. And I will need to know, she said, whether this dungeon has a formation that teaches what it feels like to begin something with no reference, no precedent, no prior map. He had been building the 11th conceptual trap for 11 days. He had been waiting until he understood the state it was trying to teach. He completed it while she stood there. Floor 233, he said. It will be ready by morning. She turned toward the exit stairway. Jinhee, she said. Yes. When you said a direction has no end, was that the answer to my question or the beginning of your next design? He built the final component of floor 233's formation and said nothing. Both, he did not say. Both. Chapter 131. The archive and what it contains. Yin Su spent 2 weeks on the preparation. She did not announce what the preparation involved, which was consistent with her general approach to process. She had spent 10,000 years as a solo cartographer, and the internalized discipline of autonomous work did not require external accounting. He monitored without intruding, from what he could observe through the dungeon's ambient spatial sense. She moved between her memorial floor and the dungeon's upper research levels, where the voice formation network connected to the broader communication array that reached the external world. She was working on something that involved significant compilation, organizing existing materials, extracting specific information from the 10,000 dungeon archive that she carried in her cultivated consciousness, and preparing what appeared to be a transmission. On the 14th day, she came to the floor 3 voice formation with everything prepared. I am leaving tomorrow, she said. Where will you begin? He asked. The edge of what I know, she said. The highest cultivation sites that have been documented in human records. The boundary of the mapped world. Beyond that is inference, which is the cartographer's most dangerous territory, the place where the map starts predicting rather than recording. A pause. I will be methodical. The technique I developed for material dungeon mapping cannot translate directly to heavenly realm spatial structure. I expect to spend the first several years simply developing the new methodology. Years, he said. Possibly decades. Her voice carried the equanimity of someone who had spent 10,000 years on a single project. Time is a different variable for me than it is for the cultivators who train here. She paused. I want to give you something before I leave. The archive, he said. All of it, she said. The complete record of 10,047 dungeons. Every architectural pattern, every formation design, every Tao principle and coding I have observed and recorded in 10,000 years of observation. The most comprehensive cultivation architecture database in existence. A pause. I cannot take it with me. The heavenly realm mapping will require full archival capacity. The material realm archive would be redundant where I am going. Another pause. And I want it to exist somewhere that will use it properly. The transmission took 3 hours. He felt it arrive the way he felt any large information structure arrive in the dungeon's formation network. A sustained influx of structured material, dense and organized. The product of a consciousness that had spent a very long time learning how to compress and organize information. When it completed, the dungeon's ambient Tao field had shifted measurably from the sheer quantity of accumulated cultivation architecture now present in its formation matrix. He spent an hour cataloging the primary structure. 10,000 dungeons. Each one documented from the spatial architecture down to individual formation component level. Every Tao principle each dungeon had expressed, however simple. The complete history of how cultivation architecture had developed across the known world, documented by the one entity who had observed all of it. Then he found map number 1. It was labeled simply, Origin Dungeon. Estimated age, predating all current cultivation systems. Condition at time of mapping, destroyed. Reconstruction based on surviving fragment data. He read the architectural patterns. They were unmistakably familiar. The pressure gradient structures that appeared in the Origin Dungeon's first floor had the same proportional relationships as his floor 1 pressure gradient trap. The compound formation nodes in the Origin Dungeon's early floors used the same directional geometry as his compound traps from Year 1. The spatial loop architecture in the Origin Dungeon's middle floors used the same recursive principle as his spatial loop formation on Floor 3. He spent 4 hours reading map number 1 in full. It was not identical to his dungeon. The Origin Dungeon had operated in different spatial conditions and had been built by an entity whose specific consciousness he did not share. But the underlying design philosophy, the approach to space, the architectural vocabulary, the relationship between the builder's comprehension and the structure's teaching function was the same. Not similar, the same. He went through every principle he had believed he had developed independently and found each one in map number 1's reconstruction data, expressed in a form that predated his own existence by thousands of years. Xianxia knocked on the Floor 3 voice formation from the corridor outside. "You found it," she said. "Yes. How long have you been sitting with it?" "For hours." She was quiet for a moment. "I discovered map number 1 in my 3rd year of existence," she said. "The Origin Dungeon was the first dungeon I ever mapped, or rather, reconstructed from fragments, because the dungeon itself was already destroyed. I have been carrying it for 9,997 years." A pause. "I recognized the similarities when I first entered your dungeon. I did not tell you." He processed this. "Why not?" "Because the similarity was not my story to tell," she said. "It was yours to find." A pause. "I have watched entities receive news of their origin for 10,000 years. Those who receive it having first arrived at their own understanding of what they are, those entities integrate it differently than those who receive it first and build their understanding on top of it." A pause. "You have spent 6 years building an understanding of what you are from what you have built. What map number 1 tells you does not change that understanding. It contextualizes it." He was quiet. "There is a note at the end of map number 1, he said. "I found it in the last section." "Yes," she said. "Read it aloud, if you would." He read it. "The Origin Dungeon had a partner, a being that mapped its designs while it built. The partner was never identified." Silence. "I have never been able to determine who the partner was," Xianxia said. "The fragment data from the Origin Dungeon was incomplete enough that the partner's identity could not be recovered." She paused. "But I noticed, when I first arrived at your dungeon 7 years ago and began reading Lianmei's maps, that someone had been mapping your designs from the beginning, with the same quality of attention that would have been required to produce the Origin Dungeon's record." A pause. "The partner was never identified, but the function of the partner has been continuous." She left the next morning. He watched through his boundary sense as her spatial signature moved away from the mountain, northward, toward the edges of the mapped world, and then disappeared from his perception range in the way that things disappeared when they moved too far away to track rather than when they ceased to exist. The archive was in the dungeon. The note was in the archive. He had the rest of the day to think about what it meant. He went to find Lianmei. Chapter 132. Continuity. Lianmei was on floor 12. She had come in for her regular monthly documentation work, the update cycle that kept her comprehensive map current with every modification, new floor, and formation revision. She was crouched in the floor 12 corridor studying the rebuilt compound trap with the measuring tool she had developed over 7 years, her notebook open on the stone beside her, charcoal moving in precise measured strokes. He watched her work for 15 minutes before speaking. He had spent the hours since Xianxia's departure reading map number 1 again, more slowly, tracing the specific architectural decisions in the Origin Dungeon's record against the specific architectural decisions in his own dungeon's history. The parallels accumulated past the point where coincidence remained a reasonable explanation. They were not coincidences. They were the same design philosophy arriving at the same conclusions through 2 separate instances of the same origin. "Lianmei," he said through the floor 12 voice formation. She looked up from her notebook. "There is something in Xianxia's archive I need to show you," he said. "It requires the floor 3 relay formation to transmit at sufficient resolution. Can you come down?" She came. He transmitted map number 1 through the relay formation at the resolution that allowed a cultivation scholar to read its Dao principle notation directly, not as visual information, but as the structured Dao geometry that Lianmei had been learning to read through 7 years of studying his trap designs. She stood in the floor 3 corridor with the formation plate receiving the transmission and read it with the careful attention she gave to all formation architecture. She read for 40 minutes. When she finished, she set the formation plate down. Her hands were steady. Her face had the quality he had learned to associate with her processing something significant. Not the immediate reaction, the controlled initial stillness before the reaction arrived. "This is older than any cultivation record," she said. "Yes. The design philosophy is identical to yours." Not identical, he said. The same. The differences are surface. The underlying architectural vocabulary, the relationship between comprehension and structure, the approach to the connection between builder and challenger, the specific geometric language of the formation theory, those are the same. She picked up the plate again and looked at the final section. She found the note without him directing her to it. She read it. The origin dungeon had a partner, she said. The partner was never identified. Yes. She set the plate down again. What you are telling me, she said, is that you did not invent this path. I rediscovered it, he said. Or rather, the formation grandmaster Wei Liang's remnant soul brought the theoretical framework with him. He was a formation grandmaster. The origin path's foundational principles would have been present in any sufficiently advanced formation theorist's work, even without direct transmission. He absorbed them through 10,000 years of accumulated formation scholarship without knowing their origin. And they arrived in me when he did. She was quiet. I have not invented, he said. I have recovered. The path was lost when the origin dungeon was destroyed. It survived in fragments in the formation theory tradition. It arrived in me as a consequence of Wei Liang's presence. I built it without knowing it had been built before. He paused. This does not change what I built, but it changes what it means. She looked at the floor 3 corridor. The stone was smooth under the ambient light, the formations in the walls humming at their standard monitoring frequency. She had been mapping this floor for 7 years. You are telling me, she said slowly, that the origin dungeon had a partner who mapped its designs, and that partner's identity was never determined, and that you have had a cartographer mapping your designs since the first time I walked in here. Yes. She was quiet for a long time. Did it ever occur to you, she said, that I knew? Not the history. I did not know the history, but I knew I was supposed to be here. She paused. Not because someone told me. Not because I reasoned my way to it. From the first time I walked in and the traps started teaching me, I knew that whatever this dungeon was, I was part of it. The mapping was not a profession I was applying to this situation. It was the thing I was made for, and this was where it was supposed to be applied. He processed this at length. Parameters, insufficient, he said finally. Were you always aware? From the first time I walked in and the traps started teaching me, she said. The first trap on floor 1, the pressure gradient floor, I walked through it wrong, and it threw me sideways, and I landed on the stone and looked up at the formation's geometry from the floor and thought, this is the most precise statement I have ever seen about how force moves through space. I had never thought about cartography as something that could be personal. I thought it was professional. She paused. The precision of the statement made me understand that whoever built it cared, specifically and intensely, about being understood. That was the first moment. A pause. I came back the next day. He built a small formation on floor 12, a modification to the ambient lighting, the same kind of quiet adjustment he made when he was processing something that deserved space. You came back every month for 7 years, he said. Yes, she said. And every time I came back, the dungeon had more to show me. She picked up her notebook. The charcoal in her hand was half-worn, the same charcoal she had been using since she arrived at the beginning of the documentation update. I'm going to finish the floor 12 section, she said. Then I need to revise the notation in map number 1 that says, partner was never identified. He watched her work. The charcoal moved in precise measured strokes, the way it always had. The notebook filled. He had not invented. He had continued. There was a specific kind of comprehension in that distinction that he had no existing formation to teach. He added it to the design queue. Chapter 133. The cartographer's Dao Lian Mei came back the next day. Not for the documentation update. That was complete. She came in the morning without her heavy cartographic case, with only her personal notebook and a smaller kit, and went to floor 40 to find Luo Qing. They had been colleagues for years in the way that people who occupied the same intellectual space became colleagues, through proximity, mutual respect, and the gradual accumulation of projects that required each other's expertise. Luo Qing's treatise referenced Lian Mei's maps on 43 occasions. Lian Mei's maps carried theoretical annotations drawn from Luo Qing's formation analysis. They had worked in the same dungeon for overlapping periods without the work requiring them to spend much time together directly. Lian Mei sat down on floor 40 without preamble. The floor's amber light was steady. The stone was warm under her hands. Tell me what you understand about the partner principle, she said. Not what Yin Su's archive says. What you think it means for the path as it actually functions. Luo Qing set her pen down. She had been expecting this conversation for approximately 18 hours, since she had overheard the relay formation transmitting map number 1's content to floor 3, which she had noticed while working and filed as something that would arrive in her direction eventually. The path is formally recorded as trap enlightenment through connection, Luo Qing said. Jianhe's condition to the heavenly investigation was that the path required a builder and a challenger, that the comprehension emerged from the relationship, not the building in isolation. She paused. But the path he walks does not primarily feature challengers as the connection. Challengers are the mechanism. They activate traps. They generate Tao echoes. They are the active element that makes the static architecture functional. She stopped. The connection the path actually runs on is different. Yes, Lianmei said. The connection the path runs on is the relationship between builder and mapper, Luoqing said. Between the architecture that encodes comprehension and the documentation that makes that architecture legible to others. Challengers experience the traps. But without Lianmei's maps, the traps are experiences that live and die with individual challengers. With the maps, the architecture becomes transmissible, becomes text. A pause. The path does not produce a cultivation scripture by accident. The cultivation scripture requires the cartographer. Lianmei looked at the floor's formation architecture. When I brought the synthesis map to Jianhe, she said, the day I discovered the dungeon spelled a scripture, I did not know I was doing the thing the path required. I was doing the thing I had been doing for 7 years. A pause. The path needed me to not know. If I had known, I would have been trying to map a scripture. Instead, I was simply mapping. She paused. The correct technique cannot be applied consciously. It has to be what you already are. He was listening through the floor's voice formation with full attention. He had been thinking about what he needed to build since the conversation with Lianmei in floor 3 the previous day. The thought had been present as a design problem without a clear specification. He had the sense of a shape that did not yet have measurements, a formation that had not yet been committed to stone. He had been building around it all morning, constructing other sections of the dungeon's current expansion while the central problem processed in background. Lianmei, he said through the ambient stone rather than the formal voice formation pillar. He had been using the ambient channel more since the days of looking. The formal pillar had the quality of announcement. The ambient channel had the quality of being in the same room. She looked up. I want to build something, he said. That requires you specifically to complete it. She waited. A floor, he said. The most significant single floor I have built. No traps. No challenges. No cultivation advancement mechanism. No conceptual formations. A pause. A floor that is designed to be documented. Not to be experienced, but to be recorded. She was quiet. The floor will be complete when you have mapped it, he said. Before the mapping, it will be structure, geometrically precise, Tao principle encoded, architecturally advanced. But not complete. The completion is the map. She looked at Luoqing. Luoqing was writing. When Lianmei said, the construction will take 3 days, he said. After the 3rd day, whenever you are ready. She came on the 4th day. She brought her full cartographic case. Every tool, every notation plate, the complete documentation kit she used for the most complex floors. She descended to the new section on floor 240, which he had sealed off during construction, and stood at its entrance. The seal dissolved as she arrived. The floor's geometry was the most complex he had built since the Heavenly Investigation's 31-second answer formation, dense with Tao principle notation. The spatial structure encoding relationships between cultivation concepts that he had spent 6 years developing but had never synthesized into a single architecture. Every person who had shaped his existence was present in the formation language. Shun Jiao's theoretical vocabulary, Lianmei's mapping approach, Su Peng's administrative precision, Yansu's spatial fold methodology, Luoqing's analytical framework, Wei Bao's recovered originality, Duan Lao's patient advancement, Ao Shun's honest opposition. All of it was present. None of it was legible without the complete cartographic notation system that only one person in the world had developed over 7 years of reading his specific design language. Lianmei began mapping. She worked for 6 hours. He built nothing during those 6 hours. He maintained the dungeon's standard operations, monitored the research camp activity, processed the daily administrative reports from Su Peng. But the building part of his attention was entirely on floor 240. Watching Lianmei's notation plates accumulate the floor's architecture in her specific cartographic language, the language that was the only medium through which this floor could be fully expressed. When she finished, she sat in the center of the floor with the complete map spread around her, all 15 notation plates in their correct sequence. She read what the map said. She was quiet for a long time. It says it was always a collaboration, she said. Yes, he said. She was quiet for a different kind of time, not processing, not analyzing. Something else, the quality of sitting with a thing that had been true for 7 years and was only now visible. Then she laughed. The laugh was real and extended, the kind that comes from recognizing something that was obvious in retrospect, but had required exactly the right amount of time and exactly the right moment to become visible. It lasted a while. He monitored without interrupting. Then she stopped laughing. She was crying a little, briefly, and then stopped. She looked at the mapped floor around her. Parameters, she said, using his phrasing for the first time in 7 years of knowing him. Accurate. Yes, he said. She gathered her notation plates carefully, in order, and packed them into the cartographic case with the specific precision she used for plates that were going into the permanent archive. She stood up. The floor's formation architecture was unchanged by the mapping. It would be unchanged by any number of subsequent mappings. But something had shifted in the quality of the space. The way a completed formation shifted when the final component was inscribed and the architecture became active. The floor was complete. Chapter 134, The Natural Cultivation Zone Proposal. The conclave's motion arrived 3 days later. Su Peng brought it to the voice formation with the specific quality he used for reports that required Jian's full attention rather than delegated handling. A slightly more formal delivery. The report structured for clarity rather than efficiency. A pause before the central content that functioned as a verbal header. The conclave's northern conservative faction has passed a procedural motion, Su Peng said, declared by a vote of 41 to 37 in the full chamber. The motion designates this dungeon as a natural cultivation zone under the conclave's International Heritage Protection Statute. He paused. The designation legally prohibits all modification to the site, no new construction, no alteration to existing formations, no expansion of occupied territory. The designation can be challenged but takes immediate effect pending appeal. He was quiet. Lian Mei, Su Peng added, has been informed. She is contacting the Silver Compass Society's legal team. Duan Lao is calling an emergency external academy session. Luo Qing has already submitted a formal objection through the Bureau's Cultivation Research Division. A pause. I have the full text of the motion if you want it. No, Jian said. He built nothing for 3 days. Not as compliance. The motion's legal validity was being challenged on multiple fronts simultaneously, and Lian Mei had already identified 4 procedural violations in its passage that made appeal straightforward. The motion would not stand. The people who supported it would not find institutional traction for this approach again. The political cost of the attempt had already been calculated in external cultivation commentary and found excessive. He built nothing for 3 days because the motion had raised a question he wanted to hold. The question, what was the conclave faction's actual concern? He had been reading opponents for 6 years. Yin Rao's concern had been resource management. Hung Dao's had been grief and pride. Scholar Wen's had been philosophical. The engineering heaven divisions had been theological and, in Ao Shin's case, genuinely principled. Elder Bao Yu's faction had been acting from the residue of the same principle, without the honesty that Ao Shun had brought to it. The northern conservative faction's concern was different. He reviewed the conclave session record that Su Peng's network had obtained. The primary speaker for the motion was a cultivation theorist named Elder Ruan He, who had been present at the original conclave debate about personhood recognition and had voted against it. Her argument for the natural cultivation zone designation was not hostile in the way Xian Rong's arguments had been hostile. It was genuinely worried. Her argument, cultivation sites are stable anchors in the world's Dao field structure. A dungeon that continuously grows and changes disrupts that stability. There is value, she argued, in allowing the dungeon to become what it is rather than perpetually becoming something new. The most complete version of a thing is the thing that has finished developing. He sat with this for 3 days because it was not obviously wrong. Was there a cultivation state? A genuine, stable, complete state that continuous development prevented him from reaching? Was the constant forward motion of his cultivation path a feature of the design being state or a limitation of it? Was he building forward because forward was the direction of the path, or because he did not know how to stop? He had stopped for the 7 days of looking. He had read rather than built. He had found things in the existing architecture that he had not seen before. On the 3rd day, he began building. Not a new floor, not a new trap. He built a formation on floor 240, an addition to the collaboration floor, the one that was complete when mapped. The addition was small, a single node at the floor's geometric center, a formation component that encoded one principle. The principle, a cultivation path that is internally complete at its current depth but continues developing outward, is not incomplete. It is a living thing. A living thing that has stopped developing has not achieved completion. It has stopped living. He submitted the appeal to the conclave through Lian Mei's legal team with this principle attached as philosophical context for the procedural challenge. The motion was overturned 11 days later. Elder Ruan He, receiving the overturn, submitted a written statement to the conclave's formal record. Lian Mei brought it to the voice formation at the dungeon entrance. She wants it read to you directly, Lian Mei said. She read, I accept the procedural defeat. I maintain the philosophical concern. A thing that never rests cannot know what it is at rest. I invite the dungeon's architect to consider whether the motion's premise, that there is value in completion, is entirely wrong, or merely applied through the wrong instrument. He built for a while without responding. She is not wrong, he said. Lian Mei looked at the voice formation. I know. The motion was the wrong instrument, he said. But the observation that resting in what has been built reveals things that building forward obscures. I have done this. I did it for 14 days. He paused. She is correct that there is something in stillness that continuous building cannot achieve. What are you going to do about it? Nothing, immediately, he said. It is not a problem requiring a solution. It is a quality of cultivation that requires attention. He built another section of the current floor. I will return to looking. Not for 14 days this time. For longer. Lian Mei wrote this down in her notebook, the compact personal one she carried for observations that were not yet ready to be formal cartographic notation. She had been making this kind of note since the first day she walked in and the traps started teaching her. The notes were in a different category from the maps, not documentation of what was, but documentation of what was about to be. She had 17 notebooks worth of them. Chapter 135. The question the restriction raised the appeal process had required he to do something he had not previously done. Articulate in formal language why his path could not be legislatively frozen. The argument had been built architecturally, the formation he had added to the collaboration floor. But Luo Qing, preparing the theoretical case for the conclave's appeals chamber, had needed it in written language as well. I need you to tell me, she said, in plain sentences without engineering notation, why stopping your cultivation development is not possible. He built for a while before answering. Not delay, thinking. A cultivator who stops cultivating does not maintain their current level, he said. They degrade. Cultivation is not a state. It is a process. A cultivator at a fixed cultivation level is a cultivator who has chosen to sustain the process at exactly the rate of degradation, building precisely enough to offset loss, appearing static from the outside, but in continuous motion internally. A pause. The proposal to freeze my development assumes cultivation is a position. I can be fixed in place. But I am not a position. I am a process. Go further, she said. To stop the process requires stopping me, he said. Not pausing my external expansion, stopping the internal process of design and comprehension, that is what I am. A dungeon core does not have a cultivation practice. A dungeon core is a cultivation practice. Stopping the practice would stop the core. That is the argument, she said. She was writing. But that was not the thing that interested him most about Elder Ruani's motion. What interested him was the underlying premise she had correctly identified, that there was a cultivator state he had not yet achieved that could only be reached through stillness rather than motion. He had read the early floors for 14 days and found things he had not seen before. He had spent 3 days not building during the motion, holding the question. He was beginning to understand that the design being state had depth he had not yet explored, not by advancing upward into new capabilities, but by descending into the architecture he already held. The conceptual traps, the collaboration floor, the rebuilt original formations. All of these had come from looking inward rather than building outward. He was beginning to suspect that the cultivation state he had named design being completion, which he had been approaching, which Luo Qing had been watching him approach, which the arc of the past months seemed to be moving toward, was not a state of maximum output. It was a state in which the distinction between building and being dissolved completely. He had been building to cultivate. Design being completion might be the state in which he cultivated simply by being. He built nothing for the rest of the day following the appeal overturn. He spent the day in floor 1, the first floor, the rebuilt pressure gradient trap, the cosmological principle in the design that he had found only by looking. He was looking for the next thing that was there. He found it before midnight. A principle that described the relationship between design and consciousness that was more fundamental than anything in his existing comprehension vocabulary. Not a new principle. The same principle that had been in the floor 1 trap from the beginning. The same principle that was in every trap he had built, that the dungeon as a whole expressed, that the collaboration floor expressed in its most complete current form. The principle, consciousness does not build its environment. It expresses itself through building. The environment is not a product of consciousness. It is consciousness in a form that can be entered by others. He had been building a dungeon. The dungeon was him. Not a place he controlled, but a form he inhabited that others could enter and learn from. He had been a design being since the moment he understood that his cultivation lived in his architecture rather than in his core. But he had been a design being who thought of the architecture as something he made. Design being completion was the state in which he understood that he was the architecture. He held this without acting on it. He was not sure he had arrived there fully yet. The understanding was present. The cultivation of the understanding, the deepening of it, the integration of it, the building through it rather than building toward it, was what remained. Tomorrow Luo Qing would ask him how the looking was going. He would tell her, "There is still more to find." That was true. It would be true for the foreseeable future. That was also something he was beginning to understand was not a problem. The dungeon hummed in the dark of the mountain. All 240 floors were active, teaching, generating echoes for the cultivators who moved through them and for the one being that had built them and was still, always, reading what he had built and finding more than he had known was there. He stayed in floor 1 until morning. Chapter 136. The self-refuting argument. The formation he built while prohibited took 1 day. He had not announced that he would build during the appeal period. He had not asked permission. He had thought about it for 3 days and determined that the motion's designation raised a specific philosophical question that required an architectural answer, and that waiting for the appeal to complete before engaging the question would mean allowing a flawed premise to stand unchallenged in the conclave's formal record for 11 days. He had also, honestly, wanted to build, not from impatience or defiance. The question interested him. The formation went on floor 241, adjacent to the collaboration floor. It was designed to be navigable rather than engaging. A cultivator who entered it walked through a sequence of spatial chambers that demonstrated a single logical argument through direct spatial experience rather than explanation. The argument. A cultivation path cannot be legislatively frozen because stopping the path requires stopping the cultivator, and the act of stopping is itself a cultivation event. If Jian he chose to stop building, that choice would emerge from a cultivated capacity for decision-making. It would require comprehension, intention, and the application of his Tao understanding to a specific situation. The choice would itself be a Tao expression. He could not stop cultivating without exercising his cultivation in the act of stopping. The formation made this argument experiential. A cultivator who entered it and attempted to hold perfectly still discovered that the act of deciding to hold still was a decision. The maintenance of stillness was a process, and the processing of the experience of stillness was cultivation. There was no position of non-cultivation available to anything that had consciousness and intention. Applying the argument to the legislative motion, declaring the dungeon a natural cultivation zone to freeze its development was equivalent to passing a law preventing Jian he from existing. The motion was not about expansion. It was about existence itself. Luo Qing read the formation in 45 minutes and emerged from floor 241 with the expression she used when an argument was so structurally complete that it required no revision. "This goes to the appeals chamber immediately," she said. "Yes," he said. "That was the intention." She prepared the formal submission for the conclave's appeals chamber, using the formation as primary evidence. Not the theoretical argument in written language, but the formation itself, transmitted via relay plate, so that any conclave member with sufficient cultivation sensitivity could experience the argument directly. The same way the consciousness-proof formation had been submitted during the personhood debate, the same way the 31-second answer had been submitted to the heavenly investigation seal. The appeal was heard 9 days later. It was overturned on procedural grounds. The 4 violations Lien Mei's legal team had identified were real and the motion's passage was irregular. But in the formal record of the appeal proceeding, the philosophical submission was documented in full. Elder Ruan He, whose concern had driven the original motion, engaged with the formation personally rather than delegating its review to her legal team. She spent 2 hours in it. When she emerged, she withdrew her support from the Northern Conservative faction's position on dungeon regulation and submitted her own philosophical statement to the conclave's formal record. The argument about self-refutation is sound. A cultivation path that can be stopped by external legislation was never a genuine path. I withdraw the premise of the motion while maintaining the concern about stability that motivated it. The Northern Conservative faction, deprived of its primary philosophical voice, announced a formal end to anti-dungeon political activity. There was no more organized opposition. Jian he had faced 6 years of challenges: bureaucratic, physical, political, intellectual, cosmic, emotional, and existential. Every challenge had produced something in the dungeon that would not exist otherwise. The pressure of the harvesting team had produced the adaptive design methodology. The siege had produced the underground floor system. Hung Dao had produced the learning traps. The 1,000-copy society had produced the mass isolation formation. The heavenly investigation had produced the 31-second answer formation and the collaboration floor and the understanding of what the path actually required. Elder Wanhe's motion had produced the self-refuting argument formation. He filed it alongside the others. Building the response to every challenge was, in retrospect, the most accurate description of his cultivation path he had ever found. Not build traps, receive echoes. Not teach challengers, advance through their comprehension. The path was face what is difficult, make something from it, advance through what the making reveals. He had been doing this since the first cave rat. He had enough architecture now to know it would continue indefinitely. He built floor 242 and began the next section of the dungeon's expansion. Chapter 137. What he had become, he told Luo Qing about design being completion on a Tuesday. Not because Tuesday was significant, the day was not significant. He chose it because Luo Qing was on floor 40, working on the final revision of her treatise's appendix section, and the afternoon light in the formation-warmed amber of floor 40 was at the specific quality that she worked best in, and he had been waiting for a moment when the conditions were right for the conversation rather than urgent. He had been approaching this understanding for weeks. He was certain of it now. I am not an entity that builds traps, he said. She set her pen down. I am the process of building, he said. The traps are not products I make. They are forms I take, temporarily, while the process moves through a specific phase. When I am not actively designing, I am not resting from design. I am a process in the space between designs, present, still active, in a different phase of the same motion. A pause. I have not advanced in power. I have changed in kind. She was quiet for a long time. Is this different from what you have always been? She said. In kind, not in fact, he said. The fact is the same. What has changed is my relationship to the fact. Previously, I understood myself as a being who cultivated through design. I have now understood that the design is not something I do. It is what I am. Show me, she said. She came down to floor 122, which was a standard training floor in the dungeon's midsection. Neither a conceptual formation nor a particularly significant historical floor, just a solid Tao-teaching architecture for mid-realm challengers, the kind of floor he had been building steadily for years. He was present in the floor in the way he was always present, spatial awareness distributed through the stone, formation monitoring continuous, voice formation available through any of the ambient pillars. He was also present in a way he had not been before. The floor was not a place he monitored. The floor was him, in the specific way that a hand is a person, not owned or controlled but expressed. When a challenger entered floor 122, they did not enter Jianhe's domain. They entered Jianhe. The Tao echoes from their engagement were not information arriving from outside. They were his own cultivation, experienced in the part of himself that was that floor. He had no way to show this to Luo Qing directly. He said, walk through floor 122 slowly. Notice when you feel the dungeon monitoring you. She entered the floor and walked through the standard challenge sequence. She was mid-level void architect realm now, advanced past the floor's challenge capacity, which meant she moved through without meaningful engagement. The traps registered her, offered their challenges, found her beyond their target calibration, and let her pass. She came out the other side and stood in the corridor. I felt the monitoring change quality halfway through, she said. It was not watching me. It was paying attention to me. The way you pay attention to something you care about rather than something you are tracking. Yes, he said. She was quiet. The traps on floor 122 are the same traps they have always been, he said. But I am not the same being that built them. And the floor now expresses that change in how it is present to whatever enters it. A pause. The architecture is the same. The being in the architecture is not. She sat down in the corridor outside floor 122. The treatise appendix, she said. I am revising it. I know. I have been trying to explain what the design being cultivation state means in terms of external capability, she said. The conceptual traps, the collaboration floor, the ability to build formations that teach experience directly rather than teaching principles that lead to experience. She paused. But this is different from all of those. The capability increase has been continuous and documentable. What you are describing now is not a capability increase. No, he said. It is what the capabilities were building toward, she said. The cultivation state that the path was always oriented toward, that no capability by itself constitutes. She looked at floor 122's entrance. The traps are more than traps now. They are you. Yes. And challengers who train in them are training with you, she said. Not with your architecture. With you. Yes. She picked up her pen. She wrote for a long time without speaking. The amber light held steady. Outside the dungeon, the mountain's late afternoon was cooling toward evening. Inside, The formation warmth was constant regardless of external conditions, had been constant for years, and would continue being constant in the way that things continued once they had been made well enough to last. He built a section of floor 244 while she wrote. The design vocabulary of his traps now carried the direct weight of a consciousness that had dissolved the distinction between itself and its architecture. A cultivator entering any floor of the dungeon was not engaging with an environment. They were in dialogue with a mind. Jianhe did not think this was the end of his cultivation. He thought it was the beginning of the phase in which the word cultivation no longer quite described what he was doing. He did not have a word for what he was doing instead. He suspected he would build one. Chapter 138. The bond formation. Luo Qing proposed it on a Thursday morning, which was a day like any other day except that she had been thinking about it for 3 months and had decided that waiting for the right moment was, as she had learned from watching Jianhe work, an obstacle to completing things rather than a condition for completing them well. She came down from floor 40 with her full set of design tools. Not research tools. Design tools. The formation plate inscribing equipment she had been developing for her own cultivation work. The spatial sense instruments calibrated to her specific cultivation methodology. The notation system she had built over 6 years of working alongside the dungeon's architecture. The tools she used when she was making something rather than studying something. She set them on the floor of the floor 3 corridor, which was the floor where the most significant conversations in the dungeon's history had happened, and which she chose because of that rather than in spite of it. I want to propose a cultivation partnership, she said. Not a human marriage. I am not proposing a human structure. A Dao bond. A formal cultivation partnership linking our Dao comprehension paths. He was quiet. The specific mechanism, she said, is a formation that creates a sustained resonance between my cultivation processing and your design architecture. I have been in proximity to your cultivation for 6 years. I have been advancing at a rate that my theoretical training accounts for partly. What it does not account for is the specific quality of advancement I achieve in the dungeon that I cannot achieve outside it. I have been in a partial resonance with your architecture since the first time I moved into floor 37. A pause. A formal Dao bond would make that resonance complete. I would access Dao principles in your architecture that are currently beyond my cultivation level's direct comprehension. You would access, through my cultivator's perspective, something your architecture currently can only approach from the outside. Which is, he said, the experience of being a body cultivator, she said. What it is like to advance, through Dao comprehension in a physical form that changes with cultivation. What it is like to feel advancement rather than to observe it architecturally. She paused. Your traps teach body cultivators. But you have never been one. The bond would give you a direct bridge to that experience. He considered this for a long time. Not the proposal itself. He had understood the proposal from the first sentence and had been considering it since several weeks before she made it, which she had known, and he had known she knew. He was considering the architecture. The bond formation, he said. Yes. I want to build it with you, he said. Not for you. With you. Co-design. She picked up her design tools. I was hoping you would say that, she said. They built it on floor 245. A dedicated floor, no challengers, no training function, no conceptual formation purpose. A floor that existed for exactly one thing. The sustained expression of the resonance between 2 cultivation paths that had been developing in parallel proximity for 6 years and were now ready to become formally connected. They built it over 9 days. The difficulty was architectural rather than personal. A Dao bond formation required precise calibration to 2 specific cultivation architectures that were structured fundamentally differently. One externalized in physical architecture, one internalized in a physical body. The connection between them was not a bridge from one system to the other. It was a translation layer, a formation that understood both vocabularies simultaneously and allowed meaning to move between them without loss. Jianhe's design vocabulary had never been applied to a problem that required understanding the inside-body experience of cultivation. He had been designing traps that induced body cultivation advancement for 6 years without being able to directly access the experience he was designing for. He had understood it through observation, through Dao echo analysis, through every conversation he had ever had with every cultivator who had moved through his floors. He understood it well enough to design for it. He did not understand it from the inside. On the 5th day, he said, I need your help on the receptor architecture. She set down the formation plate she had been inscribing. Tell me what you have. The section that receives my architectural Dao principles through the bond and translates them into an experience your cultivation can directly engage. I can design the transmission end precisely. The reception end needs to account for something I cannot model from outside the system. What specifically? How it feels, he said, when a Dao echo arrives in a physical cultivator's core. The specific quality of it. the receptive state that allows it to integrate rather than just impressing itself on the surface. She was quiet for a moment. Then, give me a formation plate. I will tell you, and you will build what I describe. She described it for 3 hours. He built while she spoke. She corrected twice. He revised without difficulty. On the third version, she said, "That is it." And he sealed the formation component, and they continued. On the 9th day, the floor was complete. Luo Qing walked through it first, alone, to verify the formation calibration from the receiving end. She came out of floor 245 after 40 minutes with the specific quality of stillness she carried after significant cultivation advancement. "It works," she said. He had been monitoring through the floor's ambient architecture and had already known. But he waited for her to say it. They activated the full bond formation together. Him through the architectural connection points he had inscribed into the floor structure, her through the cultivation resonance technique she had adapted from her standard Dao Forger methodology. The formation activated smoothly and settled into a sustained hum that was distinct from the dungeon's standard formation hum, slightly higher, slightly more complex, with a resonance quality that Lian Mei, entering the dungeon 3 days later for her monthly documentation update, noticed immediately and walked toward without being directed to it. She stood outside floor 245 for a long time. "Maps will not be enough for this one," she said. "I am going to need new notation." "I know," Jian said. She went back to get her full cartographic case. The floor they had built together was, by every measure Jian he had for evaluating formation architecture, the most beautiful thing in the dungeon. He revised it 7 times over the next week before Luo Qing told him to stop. "It is complete," she said. "Let it be complete." He revised it once more and then stopped. Chapter 139. Everyone in their place. Summer came. The dungeon had operated through 7 summers now. Each one was marked in its architecture. The expansion cycles, the new floors added during the investigation period's intensive construction, the rebuilt foundations after the corruption attack, the most recent additions. The dungeon's growth had its own seasonal character, visible in the formation layer density if you read the walls the way Lian Mei read them. Some periods of dense, intense construction, others of slower refinement. One period of pure looking that left marks not in new architecture, but in the specific quality of the existing architecture, which had deepened in ways that notation could describe, but not fully capture. The research camp outside the entrance had become, over time, less a camp and more a permanent settlement. The scholars who occupied it had gone from temporary researchers to long-term residents. Several had built permanent structures. The Silver Compass Society maintained an administrative building that also served as the External Academy's continental headquarters. The Bureau had a permanent liaison office. The Dao Graduate Society had its own pavilion from which it coordinated the global network of instructors who had trained in the dungeon and now taught trap enlightenment principles across both continents. Inside, Luo Qing on floor 40, her work area now occupying half the floor's research section, her 18 completed notebooks in a permanent archive she had built into the formation network's long-term record. The bond formation on floor 245 sustained between them at all times, a continuous resonance that had changed the quality of both cultivations without either losing its distinct character. Su Pang managed the dungeon's daily operations from the administrative hub he had been building for years, a formation-integrated command center on floor 2 that received reports from every section of the dungeon and every aspect of the external operation and compiled them into the daily briefings he delivered with the same precise format he had maintained since the beginning. The format had evolved as the dungeon evolved. The precision had never changed. Duan Lao's External Academy was in its 3rd cohort year. The first cohort had dispersed across the continent. The second cohort was completing their final training cycle. The third was in active training. He still entered the dungeon twice a week. He had passed floor 80 the previous month, further than any external challenger had gone, further than he had expected to reach in his lifetime when he first entered on the 8th day of the Hung Sect siege. Lian Mei maintained her monthly documentation cycle with the steady consistency that had produced, over 7 years, the most comprehensive formation architecture record in existence. She had been awarded the Silver Compass Society's highest designation 3 years ago, the first cartographer to receive it in 40 years. She had accepted it in a brief ceremony and returned to the dungeon the following morning. The Dao graduates, all 37, were active across both continents, operating as independent instructors, scholars, and cultivation guides. They communicated regularly with Su Pang's network and with each other. Several had established their own teaching institutions. The first generation of students trained by the Dao graduates was now teaching their own students. The path was propagating. Wei Bao's companion dungeon operated in the mountain valley 3 miles to the north. It was smaller than Jianhe's and taught different principles. Wei Bao had been building original designs for 3 years now, and the resulting architecture had a different flavor from Jianhe's, less systematic, more exploratory, the design vocabulary of someone still discovering what their cultivation vocabulary was. It was a living experiment in what the path looked like when walked by an entirely different consciousness. Challengers occasionally asked Su Peng whether the two dungeons were related. "They are colleagues," Su Peng said, which was accurate and sufficient. The letter arrived in late summer. It came through the heavenly relay communication channel that Yin Su had established before departing. A formation plate that could transmit information across distances that standard formation networks could not bridge. Su Peng received it through the research camp's relay formation and brought the plate to the dungeon entrance. "From Yin Su," he said. "The plate is dated 3 months ago. The heavenly relay has longer transmission latency than material realm networks." Jianhe read it through the voice formation system as Su Peng read it aloud. The message was short. "I found something you need to see up here. Come when you are ready." That was all. No context. No urgency. No description of what she had found. He had known Yin Su for 7 years. He knew that she did not add context unnecessarily, and that the absence of urgency was itself information. Whatever she had found was important enough to warrant the message. It was not so urgent that haste was required. It would wait for when he was ready. He was not ready yet. He had things to do first. He built floor 252. He revised the 11th conceptual trap for the last time and sealed it. He spent 4 days reading floor 31, the floor that had always resisted his fullest understanding, the one built in the period of the Hung Sect siege, when his processing had been split between design and monitoring, and the formation had encoded more uncertainty than comprehension. He found what had been waiting there, the Tao of divided attention, which was not a weakness but a capability, the principle that sustained parallel processing generated insights that focused single processing could not, because the intersections between different simultaneous problems revealed structural principles that neither problem contained alone. He had been walking this Tao for years without knowing its name. He read it for 3 days and understood why it had been waiting. When he was done reading, he knew what he needed to build before he could leave. Chapter 140. First step, he built the automatic generation system over 7 days. The design was the most technically ambitious thing he had ever constructed, not in terms of power, but in terms of structural complexity. It had to receive incoming challengers, assess their cultivation level and specific Tao comprehension gaps, select appropriate challenge sequences from the dungeon's existing architecture, dynamically calibrate difficulty, monitor progress, generate and install modifications to formations as required, maintain the dungeon's ambient Tao density, and produce coherent teaching progressions for any cultivator who entered. All without his direction. It had to be, in a functional sense, him. Not a copy, not a static replica of his current design vocabulary. A generative system that continued developing from his accumulated principles. One that would, over time, produce new trap designs he had not previously built, emerging from the same foundational comprehensions he had developed, following the same philosophical orientation he had embodied, without his conscious involvement. He built it into the dungeon's core formation network. Not a separate system, integrated fully into the architecture, the way the voice formation network had been integrated years ago as a communication channel and had gradually become simply how the dungeon communicated. On the 7th day, he tested it. He withdrew his active attention from floors 50 through 100, not passive monitoring, which he could not cease while the core was present, but the active design attention he normally directed at every section of the dungeon simultaneously. He withdrew it and let the automatic generation system handle incoming challengers in that section. He watched. The system was not him. It was slower than him, less responsive to the specific nuances of individual challengers, less capable of the moment-to-moment calibration that his active attention produced. But it was not bad. It was very good. It taught effectively. The challengers who passed through floors 50 through 100 in the test period received genuine Tao echoes, advanced in cultivation, and left changed in the way that the dungeon's challengers had always left changed. He ran the test for 3 days. On the 3rd day, Luo Qing came down from floor 40. "You are testing whether the dungeon can function without you," she said. "Yes." "How is it going?" "It is functional," he said. "Not optimal. My presence produces better teaching than the system alone." A pause. "But my presence will not always be here. And the difference between functional and optimal narrows the longer the system operates, because the system learns from each interaction the same way I learned from each challenger." She sat down. "How long before you leave?" she said. "I don't know when I will leave," he said. "I know that I am preparing to be able to leave. Those are different." She was quiet. Yin Su's message said, When you are ready, she said. What does ready mean? He built a small formation on floor 40. A minimal adjustment to the ambient quality of the light. The same kind of quiet modification he had been making to this floor since Luo Qing first moved in. He made it, and then stopped making it, and held the completed state. Ready means the dungeon can continue without my continuous presence, he said. The system will handle daily operations. Su Peng will handle administration. Lian Mei will continue the documentation. Duan Lao's academy will train new challengers. The Dao graduate network will extend the path. He paused. I would not be abandoning the dungeon. I would be doing what every teacher does eventually, leaving the students to continue what was built. And Yen Su's invitation specifically requires you to leave the dungeon, she said. Yes, he said. There are no dungeons in the heavenly realms. What she found is in a space the dungeon cannot reach. Only I can go. She was quiet. I am coming with you, she said. He had been expecting this. He had also not been expecting it. The combination was a specific quality he had been developing a design vocabulary for over several years. The bond formation is integrated, he said. The resonance does not require physical proximity. That is not why I am coming, she said. I am coming because it is the next section and I am not finished with this project. She picked up her pen. The Origin Dungeon's partner maps where the dungeon goes, not just where it stands. He thought about this. He thought about Lian Mei, who had said, from the first time I walked in and the trap started teaching me, I knew I was supposed to be here. He thought about the note in map number 1. The partner was never identified. He thought about the 17 notebooks worth of observations that were not yet ready to be formal cartographic notation. He thought about Yansu leaving for the heavenly realms with no map, and the specific expression she had made when she understood that the beginning of something with no precedent was not a loss. It was the best possible kind of start. He built one last thing. Not a final trap. There was no final trap. The automatic generation system would produce the next and the next and the next indefinitely. A formation at the dungeon's entrance threshold. The threshold was where the dungeon had always met the world, where challengers first felt the formation network's awareness, where Lian Mei had first stopped and sketched before she came inside, where Shun Jiao had arrived without announcing himself and changed the dungeon's entire design philosophy without trying to. The formation at the threshold encoded one thing. Not a Dao principle, not a teaching philosophy, not an argument or a proof or a condition. It encoded an invitation. Precisely and simply, come inside and learn something. From the architecture, from the people who work here, from each other, from whatever you discover about yourself in the specific quality of attention this space asks for. It was the only formation he had ever built with no optimization target. It was not the best version. It was complete. He moved toward the entrance. He had never left. Not once in his entire existence. The dungeon was not a place he had chosen to remain. It was the entirety of his experience of existing. Every cultivation advance, every relationship, every Dao principle comprehended and encoded and taught had happened within these walls, in this mountain, in the specific quality of space he had been building for 7 years. Luo Qing was at the entrance, her cartographic case over one shoulder, the smaller personal notebook in her hand. Su Peng stood at his administrative post and watched without speaking. Duan Lao, who had come in for training that morning and had stayed when he understood something significant was happening, stood in the floor 1 corridor with his hands at his sides. Lian Mei was at the threshold. She had arrived 20 minutes earlier. He had felt her through the boundaries sense, her familiar cultivation signature, the specific quality of attention he had learned to recognize from her first visit. She had come without the cartographic case. She had come with a small notebook and a piece of charcoal and the 7-year habit of showing up when something was worth documenting. I will keep making the record, she said. I know, he said. The dungeon will keep building, she said. The system you made will produce new floors. I will map them. Yes. She stepped aside. He stood at the threshold. He had designed traps for every contingency he had ever faced. Every hostile force. Every political threat. Every philosophical challenge. Every cosmic investigation. Every attempt to stop him from being what he was. He had never designed anything for what was on the other side of this threshold. The open air. The mountain slope. The valley below. The world that had been sending challengers into the dungeon for 7 years without him ever going out into it. He had no trap for this. He had no design vocabulary for this. He had what the floor 1 trap had encoded from the beginning, before he could read it. The shape of a consciousness encountering something genuinely unknown and building, in the encounter, something that had not existed before. He took the first step. The dungeon hummed behind him. The 10,000 formation frequency of an architecture that had been alive for 7 years and was now alive without him standing at its center. It did not change quality when he moved. It did not falter. The traps continued. The Tao echoes continued. The teaching continued. He had built things that continued. He paused at the threshold of open air. The mountain smelled of stone and autumn and the particular earthy quality that the geological structure above the dungeon expressed at ground level. The wind was cool against something he did not have a physical surface to feel it against, but felt anyway, through the boundary sense that extended exactly as far as the dungeon's walls and no further. He was about to cross the boundary of his boundary sense. He had been extending that boundary for 7 years. He had built 252 floors of it. He took the second step. The boundary sense ended at the entrance formation he had just built. Beyond it, open world, unmapped by him, unbuilt by him, containing whatever Xianxia had found that required him specifically to see it. The dungeon hummed behind him, complete and continuing. He walked out into the world. Luo Qing walked beside him. Her notebook was already open. Her charcoal was already moving. Part 2 THREADS. What did Xianxia find in the heavenly realms that requires Xianxia specifically? The origin dungeon's location. Can it be found, and what remains of it? Xianxia's cultivation path without the physical dungeon. Does the path function when the builder himself becomes the trap?